She's not around here? Lin Yun followed the trajectory Wang Mayan flew in and arrived in the demonic beast forest. He saw a broken tree before him, but Wang Mayan's aura wasn't anywhere near there. He searched for hundreds of miles but could only see chaos with traces of sword intent left on the ground. This gave Lin Yun a first impression of the third variation's power. To a certain degree, it wasn't because the divine solar lunar art was powerful but because his dual sword stars were powerful. The two were perfectly fused. His dual sword stars entirely excavated the dragon sun and moon seal's power, and this secret technique was almost tailor-made for him. Speaking of which, he had to thank Wang Mayan for that. It didn't matter if Wang Mayan was setting up a trap for him or if she was trying to help him, but he benefited greatly from her, and he now had a powerful trump card. But where did she go? Lin Yun was surprised because he couldn't sense Wang Mayan's aura. Over there. Lil Purple finally couldn't keep watching and pointed Lin Yun in a certain direction. She once secretly followed Wang Mayan for a long time, so she was sensitive to Wang Mayan's aura. She was also the one who previously led Lin Yun to Wang Mayan on that rainy night. In the end, Lin Yun passed through the woods and saw Wang Mayan in a river down the cliff. Wang Mayan was sitting in the river with her hands on her knees, emitting a crimson moonlight glow. But the moonlight didn't feel evil. On the contrary, it felt peaceful, enveloping Wang Mayan in a sacred aura. As moonlight shone down, Wang Mayan's complexion gradually recovered. Her life was no longer in danger, but she was still weak. Her clothes were torn, revealing her voluptuous figure, a devilish figure that could pique the temptation of any man. Even Lin Yun was slightly dazed after glancing at Wang Mayan. Even if Wang Mayan didn't practice charming techniques, she was still fatally attractive to men. But Lin Yun soon frowned when he noticed that something was strange about Wang Mayan. An invisible force field had enveloped a 100-meter radius around her, causing the river to tremble. The ripple might seem small, but it contained a terrifying power that could inflict heavy injuries on anyone who carelessly stepped into the force field. When Lin Yun flicked his finger, he unleashed a sword ray that was ripped into pieces by the invisible force field before even getting close to Wang Mayan. This made Lin Yun rejoice that he didn't carelessly approach her. That's the power that's been sealed within her body, protecting her. This power is strong, and even I can't help feeling a little afraid while sensing it, Lil Purple cautiously said within the iris secret realm while dropping her smile. They had long discovered that a mysterious power was sealed within Wang Mayan's body, but they didn't know how powerful it was. Now that they looked at it again, the origin of that power must have been terrifying. Yi Qingtian, are you here to see if I'm dead? Wang Mayan opened her eyes, but her eyes were filled with chill. She stopped speaking, and the invisible force field returned to her body. She still looked weak, but she wouldn't be dying anytime soon. This was mainly because she underestimated Yi Qingtian and chose to clash head-on, resulting in her current state. Lin Yun didn't waste time with her and walked over after Wang Mayan removed that invisible force field. He then immediately grabbed her wrist and said, "Don't move. What are you trying to do?" Wang Mayan's face changed, and she tried to struggle, but she was soon shocked to discover that Yi Qingtian had no malicious intentions. She could sense streams of blue dragon aura pouring into her body, and she was rapidly recovering from her injuries. While the blue dragon aura poured into her body, Wang Mayan briefly pondered before she stopped struggling. It didn't take long for Wang Mayan's injuries to recover fully, and her pale face became rosy once more. "You clearly couldn't take my attack, so why did you face it head-on? What's the matter? You can't afford to lose." Lin Yun let go of Wang Mayan's wrist. Wang Mayan's face blushed, and she wanted to argue, but she didn't know where to start because what Yi Qingtian said was true. According to the bet, she would have to tell Yi Qingtian the secrets of the divine solar lunar rune if she lost, and she also had to leave the heavenly Tao sect. "I can void the bet, but you have to promise me something," Lin Yun said. "What's your condition?" Wang Mayan looked at Yi Qingtian with her eyes lit up. "No matter what you plan, you can't harm the life of anyone in the heavenly Tao sect," Lin Yun said after a brief consideration. Even if Wang Mayan left, she could still carry on with her plans, and the heavenly Tao sect might suffer heavy casualties then. He continued, What happened to Bai Xiao cannot happen again. You're making things difficult for me. I can only ensure for myself and not others. Wang Mayan smiled. I only need your promise, and I don't care about others, Lin Yun said. After thinking about it, this was the best he could do to minimize the loss since he couldn't kill her for the time being. Also, I don't need you to tell me the secrets of the divine solar lunar rune. I can roughly guess that it must have something to do with the seal on the God Burial Mountain range, Lin Yun said. He continued, furthermore, I can undo the nether shackles on you. Wang Mayan's gaze flickered, and she suspiciously asked, You've given me a huge surprise. But what good will you receive? You want me to be of use to you, so you went easy on me multiple times. Furthermore, you also didn't tell the Blood Moon Divine Sun about my identity. Lin Yun smiled. I'll believe you this once. Furthermore, it's not like we don't have opportunities to cooperate. In your words, I also want you to be of use to me. Wang Mayan was briefly stunned before she smiled. I only want your body, but you want my heart. Don't regret it. Wang Mayan smiled and said in a playful tone, Those who have played games like this with me have died a terrible death, and you're playing with fire. Lin Yun smiled and replied in a playful tone, Wang Mayan, I don't know where you get your courage from. You've failed in my hands multiple times, so don't act so confidently about it. Wang Mayan was stumped when she heard that, and a cold light flashed within her eyes, looking angry. Lin Yun blinked his eyes and suddenly made a move. He grabbed Wang Mayan's wrist and pressed his body over. This made Wang Mayan feel a masculine aura blowing in her face, instantly making her blush and nervous. Stop pretending. You might seem willing to accept whatever I do to you, looking bold and unrestrained, but I bet you haven't tasted the union of men and women. I already saw through you when you showed cowardice back at Six Holy City. So stop pretending, big sister. Lin Yun smiled. Let go of me, you rogue. Wang Mayan struggled. Lin Yun didn't take another step further and released his grip on Wang Mayan's wrist before placing his finger on her forehead. The nether shackles left within her body began to crumble, turning back into nether energy and returning to Lin Yun's body. This shocked Wang Mayan because Lin Yun really undid the nether shackle for her. Now, can we have a proper talk? Lin Yun asked. Wang Mayan took a deep breath and stared at Lin Yun. You're really terrifying. I have indeed not experienced the union between men and women. Those men in the past only indulged in their imagination. Oh, Lin Yun replied casually. I can promise you that I won't take another life of anyone from the Heavenly Tao sect as long as I'm here one day, Wang Mayan said seriously. But I must clarify that I will retrieve the divine solar lunar rune no matter what. Even if I don't make a move, the Blood Moon sect will make a move against it. Lin Yun fell silent, not saying a word. Hee. Don't worry about her for now. Let her retrieve the divine solar lunar rune. Then I'll retrieve it from her. Lil Purple smiled. She was troubled because she couldn't find any clues about the divine solar lunar rune's location. Remember your words, Lin Yun replied. But just when he was about to leave, he said, Oh, I forgot to tell you something. I have reached complete mastery of the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra. If I execute the nether shackles on you again, even a saint might be unable to undo it. It was a form of warning, and it was also true. When Lin Yun undid the nether shackles for her, he noticed that the seal had loosened up, and Wang Mayan must have used other means when trying to break it. But it wouldn't be easy to resolve if he placed the nether shackle on her again. Wait, don't go yet. I want to know how you won. I didn't see you practice the Dragon Sun and Moon Seal, Wang Mayan asked. Well, there's no need to hide it from you. I've received a complete fist technique on the heavenly path, the Divine Solar Lunar Fist. The intent contained within this fist technique can be used on the Dragon Sun and Moon Seal. So although I might not have practiced anything for the past half a month, I only needed to compare it to the notes, then it became easy to figure them out. It might seem like I've been practicing my sword technique for half a month, but I've been fusing the Dragon Sun and Moon Seal with my Sword Dao comprehension, Lin Yun said truthfully. You cheated. You lied to me right from the beginning, Wang Mayan said furiously. Well, don't speak like you've not cheated. You cheated first, and you're the one who suggested the bet, Big sister, Lin Yun replied. He didn't take her appeal seriously. When Wang Mayan heard Lin Yun calling her big sister, she nearly threw out a mouthful of blood. When she looked at the smile on Lin Yun's face, she couldn't help becoming angry with her chest heaving violently. By the way, you're not entirely covered up, Lin Yun said with a playful tone as he pointed at Wang Mayan. Wang Mayan was furious because she felt that Lin Yun was trying to humiliate her by calling her big sister, even though she had been using it to address herself. She held onto her chest and glared at Lin Yun before she ran to change her clothes. I finally realized it now. The famous flower burial isn't a gentleman at all. Hehe. Lin Yun. Even that vixen can tell that you're a scumbag. Lil Purple clapped her hands together within the iris secret realm. Lin Yun merely replied with a smile but didn't say anything about it. He would have been killed on the heavenly path countless times if he was a righteous gentleman. He only had to follow his heart as a swordsman and continue his path. After Wang Mayan changed her clothes, Lin Yun said, I have an idea. I'll teach you the divine solar lunar fist, and you'll tell me the other secrets of the divine solar lunar art. Then we can comprehend together. The dragon sun and moon seal was very powerful. Lin Yun had just practiced it, and yet his combat prowess was doubled. If he continued to practice the dragon sun and moon seal, his strength would improve by leaps and bounds. He could sense the unlimited potential within the three variations, especially the third, which perfectly complemented his weakness. For a long time, his shortcomings and strengths were obvious. He could slay quasi-saints with his astral sword intent, but he couldn't withstand the attack of Saint Aura. In the past, he could rely on his two saint physiques to withstand it, but Saint Aura and Saint Dao would erase his advantage. But the third variation was different because the armor he forged with dual sword stars allowed him to withstand the attacks of quasi-saints. In the future, he could withstand the attacks of a quasi-saint with the third variation, and he could also rely on his two saint physiques to maintain his vitality while carrying on his fight. He needed to take a step further with his third variation. Aside from that, the first and second variations were also useful because he could use them to change the tide of the battle at a crucial moment. Facing Lin Yun's offer, Wang Mayan briefly pondered before she agreed. She couldn't refuse Lin Yun's offer about the divine solar lunar fist because she owed him a favor. Not only did he void their bet, but he even treated her injuries. Aside from being a little hateful, she could say nothing about Lin Yun's character. Like that, they began cultivating within the Heavenly Will Pagoda, sharing their comprehensions, allowing them to make huge progress. They were both geniuses and they had their opportunities. So when they joined together, the rapport between them was terrifying. Regardless of whether it was Lin Yun or Wang Mayan, they both admired one another. When they had an idea, the other party could immediately follow up and spar outside the Heavenly Will Pagoda to verify their speculation. At times, they would stubbornly hold their grounds. But, as they interacted, their relationship improved without them realizing it. They would either share their comprehension or fight. Their figures could be seen everywhere within the Heavenly Tao sect. This is youth, and it's nice to be young. The Heavenly Saint Lord was watching everything while stroking his beard with emotions. Yi Qingtian and Wang Mayan were like his long-lost youth. Aside from practicing the Dragon Sun and Moon Seal, Lin Yun also began cultivating his dual sword stars, and his sword intent made leaps and bounds in the process. His astral sword intent was infinitely close to complete mastery, and the number of galaxies had increased from 36 to 72, with each galaxy reaching over 1,000 feet. The two sword stars had also become brighter, like a genuine sun and moon. But despite the improvement in his sword intent, Lin Yun felt that he was short of something before reaching the pinnacle of complete mastery. This shouldn't be an issue of resources but comprehension. This required him to comprehend because he couldn't reach the pinnacle of complete mastery by relying on resources alone. Time flew, and a month had passed. Lin Yun had thoroughly mastered the three variations, with each variation reaching perfection. Furthermore, through his battles with Wang Mayan, he reached the point of being able to control them as he wished. With that, there were only 2 months to the appearance of the Blue Dragon record. Wang Mayan had to leave for the temporal realm. Before leaving, she told Lin Yun, Yi Qingtan, the Blue Dragon record will appear, and a golden era will arrive. A golden era also means chaos, just like the previous golden era. Geniuses will shine brightly, and even geniuses will be outshone by other geniuses. Even if you're a genius, you might fall during the golden era. Lin Yun smiled. Who isn't a genius? This is life. The moment I stepped onto Sword Dao, I didn't have a choice, and I didn't have a path of retreat. Wang Mayan's face changed. She hesitated to speak, but finally said, "Take care of yourself. Don't die before me." She turned her head and left after saying that. They knew that she couldn't smile and address herself as Big Sister the next time they would meet. How great would it be if she's not the Blood Moon Divine Maiden? Lin Yun muttered, watching Wang Mayan as she entered the Heavenly Will Pagoda. Over the past month, he realized Wang Mayan wasn't like he had imagined. I also feel the same. She's a good lady. Big Sister only wants your body, but you want Big Sister's heart. Should I say that it's expected of you? Lil Purple sighed within the Iris secret realm. Lil Purple had recently been mimicking the way Wang Mayan spoke. Despite his reluctance, Lin Yun retracted his gaze after Wang Mayan entered the Heavenly Will Pagoda. When he turned around, he saw someone that he had never expected. This person was Bai Shuang's younger sister, Bai Qingyu. It had been a long time since he had seen her, so he smiled. "Junior sister Qingyu, are you also here for the Heavenly Will Pagoda?" Bai Qingyu furiously said, "I'm here for you. You only know about being together with that vixen, but I've waited for you for a month. I nearly went insane from the anxiety of waiting for you. Slow down. Relax and speak," Lin Yun said with an awkward smile as he left the mountain. "Senior brother Yi, the Eastern Desolation fell into chaos while you're spending time with that vixen," Bai Qingyu said. As she explained, Lin Yun finally realized that the Eastern Desolation had plunged into chaos. After knowing that the Blue Dragon record would appear within the Eastern Desolation, the geniuses from various holy lands have gathered, and it was easy for chaos to occur. After all, who wouldn't want to forge a name for themselves? Almost every day, there would be a battle between the Holy Land's disciples, and everyone wanted to forge a name for themselves before the Blue Dragon record appeared. Then again, some purely wanted to spar with experts. Aside from that, treasures began to appear within the secret realms of the Eastern Desolation. Perhaps because the Blue Dragon record was about to appear, treasures began to appear within the Eastern Desolation, and the competition was intense. After all, everyone wanted to increase their strength before the Blue Dragon record appeared, and no one wanted to miss this opportunity. Bai Qingyu could only watch as others obtained opportunities while Yi Qingtian spent his time with Wang Mayan. This naturally made her furious to the point of wanting to tear Wang Mayan apart. "The Golden Lotus Flame Tree will appear, and you can't miss it," Bai Qingyu said. From her calculations, the Blue Dragon record would soon appear. So she naturally became anxious that her respected Yi Qingtian still hadn't reached the quasi-saint realm. After seeing Bai Qingyu talking about it seriously, Lin Yun couldn't help feeling helpless and didn't know how to explain to her that he didn't spend his time doing nothing. "All right, I promise you I'll go," Lin Yun said. Hearing that, Bai Qingyu rejoiced. Let's go. I'll bring you to see Big Brother Yunfeng." She was just angry with Yi Qingtian a moment ago, but she smiled as soon as he promised her. But Lin Yun couldn't help finding Bai Yunfeng's name familiar. Isn't that the guy who fought with Zhao Tianyu that night? If Bai Yunfeng is leading the party, Lin Yun instantly regretted his promise to Bai Qingyu. "What use does the Golden Lotus Flame Tree have?" Lin Yun asked. This was his first time hearing about it. It's a Buddhist cult's saint tree. It was long extinct, but it reappeared within an old Buddhist sect's location. The golden lotuses on the tree can repair any injuries on the physique. Aside from that, there's also a certain chance of entering the Golden Lotus secret realm to comprehend martial techniques. So don't go back on your promise. The Golden Lotus Flame Tree can repair the injuries you suffered when you failed in your breakthrough to the 10th transformation of the Nirvana stage. That way you can make a breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm, Bai Qingyu said, nervously looking at Lin Yun. Lin Yun was briefly stunned upon hearing that. Bai Qingyu must have been under the impression that he couldn't make a breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm because of his injuries. when he failed to reach the 10th transformation of the Nirvana stage. But in fact, he didn't fail but decided to give up at the last moment. However, everyone knew about it, including the Blood Moon Divine Maiden, so Bai Qingyu must have waited so long for him because of that concern. This naturally touched Lin Yun's heart, so he decided to go to the Golden Lotus Flame Tree. He smiled. "I'm already all right now." "Humph, I don't believe you. I've already reached the quasi-saint realm, and you're still at the Nirvana stage. If you're fine, you would have long made a breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm within the Heavenly Will Pagoda," Bai Qingyu said as he pulled Lin Yun over to the Daoyang Palace. This made Lin Yun bitterly smile, but there was no way he could explain this. He was now at the 10th transformation of the Nirvana stage, and the difficulty to reach the quasi-saint realm far exceeded what it was before. But if he made a breakthrough, his strength would be greatly boosted because his foundation had become stronger. Lin Yun reckoned that even the Golden Lotus Flame Tree couldn't help him make a breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm. However, it would be useful to reforge his physique. After all, his physique had experienced 10-odd years within the Three Lives realm, and if he could reforge his physique, he would have no concern about entering the Heavenly Will Pagoda before the quasi-saint realm. The two came to the Daoyang Palace before they learned that Bai Yunfeng had already left the Heavenly Dao sect 3 days ago. Bai Qingyu smiled. "It's fine. I know the location, so you can come with me." "Where are we going?" "Fleeting Sky Mountain. It used to be where the Buddhist cult's holy land, the Fleeting Sky Monastery, was located. It is in ruins now, but I know where it is." When Lin Yun and Bai Qingyu left the sect, they rode their horses and sped towards Fleeting Sky Mountain. The two horses possessed the bloodline of divine dragons, and they would travel without rest. Furthermore, their speed wasn't inferior to a quasi-saint at the heavenly origin phase. In less than a day, they arrived at Fleeting Sky Mountain. Fleeting Sky Mountain was a massive mountain range reaching thousands of feet. The ruins of the Fleeting Sky Monastery were located at the bottom of the cliff, and they had to walk down a special trail from the top of the mountain. Below the cliff was a flow of boiling magma. They followed along the magma river, entered the mountain range, and came to a man-made cave. There were incomplete Buddhist paintings and statues within the cave. Inside the cliff was a massive empty cave, with more than 100 stone pillars supporting the entire cave, as well as many statues. The cave was spacious and could accommodate tens of thousands of people. But the entrance was crowded, filled with cultivators from the Eastern Desolation and other domains. All of them were cultivators from other holy lands, and they were all prideful. They wanted to enter the cave, but they were stopped outside. The Eastern Desolation's 6 holy lands have joined forces to seal off this place, forbidding cultivators from other domains to enter. The Eastern Desolation's holy lands are domineering. The Golden Lotus Flame Tree is inside, but they don't allow us to enter. They're clearly bullying us because we're from other domains. They won't be able to maintain their dominance for long. I don't believe that the 6 holy lands can do what they want. The cultivators outside were furious but didn't dare to charge in. The 6 holy lands clearly came prepared. Not only did they have the advantage in numbers but also in location. Thus, they would greatly suffer if they tried to forcefully break in. So many people. Lin Yun was inwardly shocked when he saw this scene. It looked like Bai Qingyu was right. The Eastern Desolation had plunged into chaos with the appearance of the Blue Dragon record. In the past, the 6 holy lands wouldn't be so united and even competed with each other. But they joined forces. Hold it right there. When Lin Yun and Bai Qingyu stepped forth, someone soon stopped them. No need to stop them. They're on our side. He's Yi Qingtian, and that girl is the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden's younger sister. So he's Yi Qingtian. It looks like the rumors are true. He's not at the quasi-saint realm, and it looks like the consequences for failing to reach the 10th transformation of the Nirvana stage were serious. That's right. If he didn't have any hidden injuries, he would have entered the temporal realm to cultivate, based on his talent, and he might be a quasi-saint at the Indigo origin phase now. Lin Yun and Bai Qingyu were soon recognized when they took out their identification medals. That was especially the case with Yi Qingtian. Not only did the 6 holy lands know him, but even the cultivators from other domains knew about him. After all, Yi Qingtian had become famous. He's the Sword Assembly's champion, and had even killed a quasi-saint while being intoxicated with alcohol. But the cultivators from other domains looked at Yi Qingtian with gloating expressions and malice. As for those from the Eastern Desolation, their gazes were complicated. With no one stopping them, Lin Yun and Bai Qingyu easily entered the cave. The saint disciples of the Eastern Desolation's 6 holy lands and geniuses of some ancient saint clans were gathered here. When Lin Yun and Bai Qingyu came in, Lin Yun instantly recognized some familiar faces from the Heavenly Dao sect. They were Wang Yu, Chen Zhong, and Ouyang He. They were geniuses amongst the saint disciples and even had prestigious backgrounds. Thus, they have all reached the azure origin phase of the quasi-saint realm. They must have gone to the Heavenly Will Pagoda, or it would make no sense for their cultivation to improve so quickly. Aside from that, the 5 other holy lands were also present. Lin Yun was even surprised to see young Master Wushuang here, who led the Divine Dao Pavilion's party. Everyone was in their groups discussing the recent events. With a rough glance, Lin Yun discovered that everyone here had reached the quasi-saint realm, and some had reached the indigo origin phase. Some have even grasped greater Dao, like Bai Yunfeng. Even Lin Yun couldn't see through them. Aside from those who went to the God Burial Mountain range, all the Eastern Desolation's geniuses were here. An extraordinary, blazing ancient tree was at the center of the stone cave. It had a height of 100 feet. The crown was enveloped in golden flames, and chants of Buddhist mantras could be heard from the tree. The tree had many dazzling golden lotuses, all releasing radiance of different levels. The lotuses located at the top gave off an even more sacred radiance. The golden lotus at the top was enveloped in 9 different saint radiances. The bud even had sacred flames that wriggled as though they were alive. That was the sacred fire golden lotus. Lin Yun was fascinated by that golden lotus and knew he had come to the right place. That golden lotus looked extraordinary at first glance. It looks like the golden era is really arriving. Even an ancient treasure like the sacred fire golden lotus has been revived, Lil Purple exclaimed within the Iris secret realm. Senior brother Yi, over here. Wang Yu waved his hand when he saw Lin Yun and Bai Qingyu. Lin Yun nodded in Wang Yu's direction before walking over with Bai Qingyu. He's Yi Qingtian? The other Holy Land's geniuses couldn't help turning to look at Yi Qingtian. That's right. He rose to great heights within the past year. First within the Heavenly Dao sect before forging a name at 6 Holy City. He's now first on the dragon ranking, another person explained. Not long ago, he even defeated all the geniuses from the Sword Assembly and killed an indigo origin phase of the quasi-saint realm while being in an intoxicated state, thus becoming famous within the Kunlun realm. There's too many legends around him. I've heard that the 9th princess came for him outside Nether Ethereal City. They even rode the same horse together. That fellow is truly worthy of being called a legend. He was expelled from the Heavenly Dao sect a year ago and rose to fame once he returned. He's a holy maiden killer. I've heard that the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden and Heavenly In Holy Maiden have an explicable relationship with him. Now, even the 9th princess of the Divine Dragon Empire has a relationship with him. But it's a pity he has failed to reach the 10th transformation of the Nirvana stage, and it's for sure that he's destined to not appear on the Blue Dragon record. Yi Qingtian's appearance caught everyone's attention, and they all stopped what they were discussing before turning their attention to him. After all, Yi Qingtian was too famous now, even if he stayed in the Heavenly Dao sect for 2 months. Senior brother Yi, look, everyone knows about you. Bai Qingyu smiled. She was excited upon seeing everyone's attention on Yi Qingtian, and she even looked proud. Lin Yun felt helpless because he wanted to maintain a low profile since Yi Qingtian's reputation was weird. Holy Maiden Killer? What the hell is that? Seeing how Bai Qingyu held onto his hand without any shyness, he didn't know what to say. Even if he said he wasn't a Holy Maiden Killer, everyone would just ask why Bai Qingyu was so close to him if he wasn't. He knew he couldn't clear his nickname as Holy Maiden Killer for a long time. After all, he couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. When the two arrived at the Heavenly Dao sect's gathering place, someone immediately greeted Lin Yun, nodding or stepping forth to talk to him. Even if Yi Qingtian failed to reach the 10th transformation of the Nirvana stage, his talent was still around. So even if he missed the Blue Dragon record, he might still be able to rise. Even some saint disciples who had long reached the quasi-saint realm couldn't help looking at him differently. They were older and more broad-minded, so they naturally knew what having dual sword stars represented. As long as Yi Qingtian didn't die halfway, he could become a sword saint, at least in the future. Then again, that would have to exclude those from the 4 major clans, especially the Bai clan, who looked at him coldly. Qingyu, who told you to bring him over? Bai Yunfeng frowned and walked over with a cold face. He didn't like Yi Qingtian, but it had nothing to do with jealousy. He didn't like Yi Qingtian's reputation, especially his explicable relationship with the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden. After all, Yi Qingtian's reputation as the Holy Maiden killer started from Bai Shuaying. Big Brother Yi is also a great saint's direct disciple. So why can't he be here? Bai Qingyu asked. Everyone here is at least at the Azure Origin phase. Does someone at the Nirvana stage want to compete for the Sacred Fire Golden Lotus? Even a great saint's direct disciple doesn't have that qualification, Bai Yunfeng said indifferently. Bai Qingyu retorted. Why? If Big Brother Yi obtains the Sacred Fire Golden Lotus, he can treat his injuries and reach the quasi-saint realm within 2 months. Why? Because he's not a quasi-saint. Bai Yunfeng rejected. Oh? How about I leave then? Lin Yun smiled. Go ahead and leave. Does anyone here look like they're keeping you around? Bai Yunfeng said with disdain. In his eyes, Yi Qingtian was only a lecher. Did he think that he was that important? If we can obtain the Sacred Fire Golden Lotus, I'm willing to give up on my share, an older generation saint disciple said. He was at the Indigo Origin phase, but he was already getting on his age and hadn't grasped a greater Tao yet. Even if he could obtain the Sacred Fire Golden Lotus, he couldn't grasp a greater Tao, and his strength would be limited. Since that was the case, he would rather give it to Yi Qingtian as a favor instead. I'm also willing. Senior Brother Yi isn't the same as us. He's the champion of the Sword Assembly, and it has been a long time since a genius like him has appeared within the Eastern Desolation, Wang Yu said. He was a genius of the Wang clan but had a close relationship with Yi Qingtian. I'm also willing to give up on my share. Ouyang He and Xinzhong spoke out, fearlessly looking at Bai Yunfeng. Many people kept silent, but they were clearly standing on Yi Qingtian's side, judging from their expressions. Bai Yunfeng was stunned. He didn't expect Yi Qingtian to have such prestige in just 1 year, and even he couldn't suppress Yi Qingtian, even though he was a quasi-saint at the Indigo Origin phase who grasped a greater Tao. Lin Yun was also surprised because he didn't expect to have such a high prestige within the sect. Senior Brother Bai, Senior Brother Yi has no problems with his character. He was the one who stood out to face young Master Wushuang's provocation, and he even made a move in 6 Holy City to save the Heavenly Tao sect's reputation. Yeah. Senior Brother Yi reached the 9th level of the Soaring Cloud Peak, far ahead of everyone else. Yi Qingtian even mastered the 2nd section of the Divine Firefly Sword and the 10th sword form. Some people were afraid of Bai Yunfeng's reputation and strength. Thus, they did not dare to directly look at him but softly spoke up for Yi Qingtian. Bai Qingyu was happy when she saw this and smiled. Big Brother Yi. So many people wish for you to remain here. Lin Yun was also surprised when he saw this scene and felt a warmth within the Heavenly Tao sect. Bai Yunfeng's face was pale because this was the first time he had run into this situation, and he was in a tough position. Seeing this, Wang Yu smiled. Senior Brother Bai, Senior Brother Yi might have failed in reaching the 10th transformation of the Nirvana stage, but he has a record of killing a quasi-saint at the Indigo Origin phase. We may not be able to obtain as much, so having Senior Brother Yi is also helpful. At least he's stronger than people like us who have just reached the quasi-saint realm. Perhaps he might be able to lift some pressure off of you. Wang Yu had high emotional intelligence and gave Bai Yunfeng a step down. Bai Yunfeng said, You can remain here, but you don't need to make a move, you just have to watch. If you're heavily injured or crippled, I won't be able to explain to the Dragon Origin Great Saint. If I obtain the Sacred Fire Golden Lotus, I'll keep a share for you. He rejected Wang Yu's proposal and allowed Yi Qingtian to remain out of kindness. Seeing that Bai Yunfeng was looking down upon him, Lin Yun merely smiled. He couldn't be bothered to argue. He merely found a place and casually sat down. They all say you're a genius swordsman, so I'm curious if you can break through my trigram saint armor. When Lin Yun sat down, a nearby saint disciple from the Ming cult walked over. This person was called Xiao Yi, a top-tiered expert amongst the saint disciples within the Ming cult. He wore a luxurious purple robe, looking to be in his 20s, with a cultivation at the indigo origin phase quasi-saint realm. To have such a high cultivation at such a young age was enough to prove Xiao Yi's talent, even if he relied on a time and space secret realm. Everyone present was a top-tiered saint disciple from one of the various holy lands. Aside from holy sons, they were the strongest within their holy sects, and even someone like Bai Yunfeng wasn't any weaker than the holy sons. They were all prideful and had long heard of Yi Qingtian's reputation, so they naturally wanted to meet him. Wang Yu frowned. Xiao Yi, you already plan on making a move before the main event starts? The 6 holy lands had already discussed the sacred fire golden lotus distribution. Each holy land would send out 5 people to distribute the sacred fire golden lotuses based on their strengths, and the heavenly Dao sect's opponent in the first round was the Ming cult. Xiao Yi smiled. Yi Qingtian, let's fight later. You're a genius in the sword and have killed an indigo origin phase quasi-saint before, so I'm not exactly bullying you into a fight. There are many geniuses in the world, and I'm nothing. I only managed to kill an indigo origin phase quasi-saint by fluke, and I'm only a spectator here. So you don't have to pay any attention to me? Lin Yun smiled. Oh? Then your reputation is probably fake. Xiao Yi smiled coldly and left. The other holy lands were also tempted to stand out, wanting to compete with Yi Qingtian, especially young Master Wushuang and the disciples of the Divine Phoenix Mountain. Young Master Wushuang had lost to Yi Qingtian before, while the Divine Phoenix Mountain was purely unconvinced by the heavenly Dao sect status to be on the same level as them. Yi Qingtian is no threat. He has already lost his fangs after failing in his breakthrough. What a pity for a genius like him to lose his fangs. Even if he manages to reach the quasi-saint realm in the future, it's hard for him to shine like before. Fangs are important to swordsmen. If it were Yi Qingtian from before, he would have drawn his sword by now. Many people shook their heads, thinking that Yi Qingtian had lost his fangs after failing to make a breakthrough to the 10th transformation of the Nirvana stage. The leader of the Divine Phoenix Mountain opened his eyes and said, Bai Yunfeng, you wanted everyone to wait, and the person you've been waiting for is here. It's time for us to get started as well. This person was Ji Haoyu, a golden generation genius from the Divine Phoenix Mountain who grasped a greater Dao. His strength was deep and unfathomable, enveloped in a radiance that looked like flames. Bai Yunfeng was speechless when he heard that. He was waiting for Bai Qingyu but didn't expect Bai Qingyu to bring Yi Qingtian over. But since Bai Qingyu was here, he nodded and said, Let's begin then. The Heavenly Dao sect and Divine Phoenix Mountain were the oldest holy lands within the Eastern Desolation, and the two forces have been competing for the title of the strongest holy land within the Eastern Desolation. So when Ji Haoyu and Bai Yunfeng gave the word, the competition for the Golden Lotus Flame Tree had officially begun. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard, with screams resounding one after another. Shortly after, a few figures were sent flying over. The spiritual array the Divine Dao Pavilion had set up outside violently shook before being destroyed the next moment. This immediately made everyone's faces change. The disciples of the 6 holy lands guarding outside were heavily injured, drawing everyone's attention to the cave's entrance. Right then, 4 figures walked into the cave side by side. There were 3 men and a woman, and they all wore luxurious robes. The 4 of them looked elegant, and they exuded powerful baleful auras. They didn't bother restraining their auras. Anyone could tell with a glance that they weren't from the righteous path. When Lin Yun looked at the 4, he instantly noticed and recognized the woman donning the crimson robe. This woman was the blood-clothed venerable of the Blood Moon sect. 2 months ago they even fought within the mountain range behind the Heavenly Dao sect, and the other 2 were also venerables from the Blood Moon sect. Blood Moon Sex Zhao Tianyu. Damn it! Why is it him? Someone exclaimed as they looked at Zhao Tianyu walking into the cave with a gentle smile. Behind them, a group of people came in. They were the cultivators from other domains who were previously blocked out by the 6 Holy Lands. Zhao Tianyu wore an azure robe, looking elegant. He didn't look like someone from the demonic cult, but he gave off a terrifying aura that instantly drew everyone's attention. With him around, it was as though he instantly became the center of attention in the world. That's the Blood Moon Sect's divine son, Zhao Tianyu. He has been traveling around the Eastern Desolation during this period, seizing treasures everywhere, Wang Yu explained to Lin Yun, but he had no idea Lin Yun had already met Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu's name alone carried a suffocating pressure, and everyone took a few steps back when he showed up. He was one of the strongest monstrous geniuses in this generation. Even if Bai Yunfeng had a strong reputation, he was still inferior to Zhao Tianyu. When the venerables saw everyone stepping back, they all had mockery on their faces, signifying that the geniuses of Eastern Desolation's holy lands were nothing. Zhao Tianyu, what are you doing here? Bai Yunfeng roared. A youth donning an orange robe smiled. Isn't it obvious? We're naturally here to retrieve the Golden Lotus Flame Tree. What else? Our divine cult gave the Golden Lotus Flame Tree to the Fleeting Sky Monastery 10,000 years ago. The faces of everyone from the 6 Holy Lands changed when they heard that, and their gazes became cold. A bunch of dogs from the demonic cult. Can you guys do whatever you want within the Eastern Desolation? To retrieve something from 10,000 years ago, you guys are clearly trying to snatch it. The Blood Moon Sect was infamous, and this was an ancient force that dared to challenge the Divine Dragon Empire. But with the 6 Holy Lands joining forces, they wouldn't let them take the Golden Lotus Flame Tree, no matter what. The Divine Phoenix Mountains Ji Haoyu coldly looked at Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu, you want to challenge the 6 Holy Lands by yourself? I won't make a move. All the experts within the Eastern Desolation have gone to the God Burial Mountain Range, and I'd be bullying you guys if I made a move. Zhao Tianyu smiled. How arrogant! Let me see where you get your confidence from. The Ming cult's Xiao Yi, who challenged Lin Yun earlier, dashed over. But Zhao Tianyu couldn't be bothered with Xiao Yi. He shut his eyes and said, Consider it my loss if I even look at garbage like you. It's more like acceptable if you bring the Ming cult's holy son over. Xiao Yi's face became ashen with the rage of flames blazing within his heart. But even he didn't think he could fight Zhao Tianyu. He just wanted to test Zhao Tianyu's strength. He wouldn't lose anything even if he was defeated. After all, it was enough for him to brag for a long time if he could exchange a few moves with Zhao Tianyu. He gained confidence from provoking Yi Qingtian earlier, but he didn't expect that Zhao Tianyu wasn't even willing to take a look at him. Thus, he executed the Ming cult's martial techniques as a sun and a moon rose behind him, forming a Ming word. As yin and yang began to surge from his body, it manifested into armor around him. He spoke of this trigram saint armor and was confident that he could withstand 10 moves with it in the hands of Zhao Tianyu. When everyone saw the armor, their eyes lit up because Xiao Yi wasn't merely arrogant. But someone laughed, and it was the blood-clothed woman behind Zhao Tianyu. She came over and stood before Zhao Tianyu before pushing her palm forth. Her figure might seem fragile, but her body contained a terrifying power that easily forced Xiao Yi to retreat. It looks like you're not exactly garbage since you can withstand a move from me, the blood-clothed venerable smiled. A blood-fire demon flower bloomed beneath her. Her bloodline wasn't from a human or a demonic beast, but more like a plant with powerful vitality. Xiao Yi was aggrieved, but a crimson figure dashed over just when he wanted to speak. The blood-clothed venerable gave him a palm, shattering his trigram saint armor, breaking his ribs, and a crimson beam pierced through his body. When he flew out, he collapsed on the ground. No one knew if he was dead or alive, but this made the faces of Ming cult's disciples pale with fright. Lin Yun could tell that the blood-clothed venerable had become much stronger. Although she might not have grasped a greater Tao, she was much stronger since their last meeting. After inflicting heavy injuries on Xiao Yi, the blood-clothed venerable retreated. Her speed was too fast, and she even looked like she didn't make a move as the two afterimages overlapped. You dare stand out with your strength? Take a look at yourself in the mirror. The blood-clothed venerable smiled. Everyone from the Eastern Desolation was stumped while looking at the blood-clothed venerable with fear. Although Xiao Yi didn't grasp a greater Tao, he was a top-tiered expert at the indigo origin phase of the quasi-saint realm and achieved many great feats. But someone like him was heavily injured in one move. Just how terrifying was the blood-clothed venerable? Wang Yu and Chun Zhong breathed cold air, and everyone's faces became ugly. After all, Zhao Tianyu had yet to make a move. Only his subordinate made a move. Not to mention the blood-clothed venerable didn't grasp a greater Tao. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts because the blood-clothed venerable felt too powerful. Her strength was comparable to quasi-saints at the indigo origin phase, who grasped a greater Tao. Something must be special about the blood-fire demon flower beneath her feet, which Xiao Yi instantly fell for. The blood-clothed venerable smiled. Is this the best you can do? Is the Eastern Desolation filled with garbage like you? If that's the case, I'm afraid the Eastern Desolation won't even be able to take a blow when the Blue Dragon record appears. We're at least better than the Blood Moon sect, who had to hide for so long before daring to appear recently, a cold voice said. When Lin Yun turned his head over, he noticed the one who spoke was Bai Qingyu. She was really bold. The blood-clothed venerable raised her head. She was briefly stunned before she smiled. Times have changed. The divine cult will sweep through the Kunlun realm, and we will spread our sacred flame in the upcoming golden era. Divine cult? You guys are just a bunch of demonic cultivators. Bai Qingyu glared at the blood-clothed venerable, looking like she wanted to fight the latter. Then again, she wasn't weak and had awakened her natal Yin Saint physique. Not to mention she also received guidance from Lil Purpleback at the Myriad Graves Valley, so her strength had transformed. Most importantly, she had changed after experiencing life and death. She was no longer the ignorant little girl she once was. In terms of potential, even Bai Yunfeng might not be comparable to her. But Bai Yunfeng held on to Bai Qingyu and shook his head, not wanting Bai Qingyu to stand out. Anyone could tell that the Blood Moon sect came with aggression, and anyone who stood out would suffer. Unless it was someone who had grasped a greater Tao, it would be impossible for other indigo origin phase quasi-saints to face the blood-clothed venerable. But if a quasi-saint who grasped a greater Tao made a move, he or she might be targeted by Zhao Tianyu and fall into a disadvantageous position. Aside from that, the Blood Moon sect even brought the other domain's cultivators with them, and those cultivators were looking at the golden lotus flame tree with heated gazes. Those cultivators were more than willing to see the 6 holy lands suffer. Lin Yun looked at the blood-clothed venerable, pondering if he should make a move to teach the blood-clothed venerable a lesson. He had fought the blood-clothed venerable before, and was even more confident in dealing with the latter after his strength underwent a great transformation. Right then, a voice resounded, "Blood-clothed venerable, do you think there's no one in the Eastern Desolation capable of dealing with you?" Young Master Wushuang of the Divine Tao Pavilion stood out from the crowd. He came from a musical clan, and his talent far exceeded others in the same generation. He had already reached the indigo origin phase of the quasi-saint realm. He was enveloped in an indigo radiance that made him look extraordinary. The eyes of those from the 6 holy lands lit up when they saw him standing out. Young Master Wushuang was known as the Light of the Eastern Desolation. Aside from being defeated by Yi Qingtian, his battle records were glorious. Now that he had reached the indigo origin phase of the quasi-saint realm, his strength must have undergone a great boost. Many people speculated that he could grasp a greater Tao before the Blue Dragon record arrived and stand at the peak of the Eastern Desolation. Young Master Wushuang is finally going to make a move. We now have someone to teach them a lesson. If young Master Wushuang can win this battle, he'll surpass Yi Qingtian, and no one will doubt him anymore. With young Master Wushuang making a move, he can definitely teach the blood-clothed venerable a lesson. At this moment, young Master Wushuang represented the Divine Tao Pavilion and the entire Eastern Desolation. Who said that there wasn't anyone in the Eastern Desolation? Young Master Wushuang was more than enough to intimidate the Blood Moon sect. Not bad. At least you're better than that garbage? The blood-clothed venerable smiled, licking her lips. She was arrogant but had a meticulous heart, with no intentions of looking down on young Master Wushuang. Young Master Wushuang said, "Don't think there's no one in the Eastern Desolation. I'll let you have 3 moves." Ha ha ha. Good. The blood-clothed venerable laughed. She wasn't polite and squinted with crimson flames blazing within her pupils. As a crimson radiance enveloped the entire cave, even the golden lotus flame tree began to tremble. She was fast and turned into a crimson streak while charging at young Master Wushuang, touching his chest. Her speed made young Master Wushuang's face change, but he quickly twisted himself to dodge the incoming attack. He felt that his heart might be dug out if he was 1 step slower. While his face drastically changed, young Master Wushuang knew he had underestimated his enemy. 3 moves later, young Master Wushuang was in a terrible situation. Not only did he lose the initiative in the fight, but he also suffered several wounds on his body. He knew that he had to make a move and retrieved a flute before raising it to his lips. 9 dragons soared to the sky behind him when he blew the flute. 9 soaring dragons. As the 9 dragons roared, they forced the crimson radiance to retreat, allowing young Master Wushuang to catch his breath. At the same time, a powerful stream of Saint Aura poured out of young Master Wushuang's body. His radiance was golden. This was the cultivation technique of his clan, the Soaring Dragon Art. With the Soaring Dragon Art empowering the 9 dragons, the 9 dragons instantly grew to over 100 feet and gave off a terrifying dragon aura. The dragons were enveloped in an ancient aura, exuding a domineering pressure as they flew. Interesting. The blood-clothed venerable looked excited as vines flew from her body, slamming against the dragons. As the 2 fought, a powerful Saint Aura swept out, forcing everyone to move while resisting the shockwave. 10 moves later, the blood-clothed venerable fused with the bloodfire demon flower, and the few hundred vines formed into a massive whip. When the whip flew out, the 9 dragons wailed and collapsed on the ground. This made young Master Wushuang throw out a mouthful of blood, with the aura he gave off plummeting. How is this possible? Young Master Wushuang raised his head and looked at the blood-clothed venerable with disbelief. Haha, do you want to let me have 3 moves with only this much strength? You're a joke. The blood-clothed venerable laughed, before she charged forth. As the 2 exchanged another 3 moves, young Master Wushuang failed to take a move and was forced to retreat, throwing out a mouthful of blood. 3 moves later, young Master Wushuang clashed with the wall, and the pain made him grimace his teeth, and even briefly lost control of his Soaring Dragon Art. Taking this opportunity, the blood-clothed venerable opened her mouth, and a bizarre scene occurred. The bloodfire demon flower flew out of her body. The petals looked like a demonic beast that was opening its mouth. The bloodfire demon flower looked like a man-eating flower while devouring the 9 dragons, chewing the 9 dragons and finally closing the petals. Just like that, the 9 dragons were devoured by her. How delicious! The blood-clothed venerable's face was radiant, and her face became rosy, with her aura increasing. On the other hand, young Master Wushuang became weak, and he couldn't even maintain his footing. This instantly caused everyone's faces to change. The blood-clothed venerable seemed to have devoured young Master Wushuang's cultivation, and her cultivation increased. This scene made everyone shudder. Lin Yun instantly knew that the blood-clothed venerable had used this method to strengthen herself during this period. You dare call yourself a young master? Only one person in the Eastern Desolation can call himself that. Young Master Flower Burial. I have no idea how to comment on your shamelessness. Blood-clothed venerable mocked. All the cultivators from the Eastern Desolation were afraid of her, and even Bai Yunfeng was shocked. He didn't expect blood-clothed venerable to be so strong. Did she conceal her strength when I fought Zhao Tianyu back then? Bai Qingyu was also shocked as she exclaimed, Isn't she a little too strong? Did she grasp the Devour Dao? Lin Yun shook his head and said, She's a blood-fire demon flower, so she should not have grasped the Devour Dao. Otherwise, young Master Wushuang should have died. So this must be her bloodline talent. Let me go. the blood-clothed venerable grabbed young Master Wushuang and stepped on him, making the latter unable to move. But the blood-clothed venerable looked provocatively at Bai Yunfeng and Ji Haoyu. She said, "It's time for you two to make a move now. After all, these garbage are useless no matter how many you send out." Bai Yunfeng and Ji Haoyu were placed in a difficult position. They could naturally defeat the blood-clothed venerable if they made a move, but Zhao Tianyu was still around. So if they were forced to make a move by the blood-clothed venerable, they wouldn't be able to compete for the golden lotus flame tree. "Haha, you two have high airs. It looks like it's hard to find an opponent for me to spar with. Yi Qingtian, come out." The blood-clothed venerable turned to look at Lin Yun. She smiled. "I heard that you've defeated Feng Xiaoyu at the Sword Assembly and killed a quasi-saint at the Indigo Origin phase. Why aren't you saying anything now? Didn't you claim to be a genius swordsman?" The other venerables beside Zhao Tianyu also turned to look at Lin Yun. But they couldn't tell anything special about him besides being handsome. They didn't know why the Divine Sun paid so much attention to this person. "Forget it. I'm afraid that you're scared silly. So let me make a move, then." The blood-clothed venerable didn't wait for Lin Yun's reply and made a move with crimson flames gushing out of her body. Everyone present could feel a blazing aura gushing out from the blood-clothed venerable. Sensing the flames, cracks began to appear on the ground, and many people couldn't resist the scorching aura even after using their saint aura. At this moment, everyone finally discovered that the blood-clothed venerable had held back in her fight with Xiao Yi and young Master Wushuang. This made Bai Yunfeng frown with a peculiar light flashing within his eyes. He could sense that something wasn't right. Although the blood-clothed venerable was brutal with her means earlier, she didn't release any murderous intent. But she didn't hold back when she was making a move against Yi Qingtian. When Bai Yunfeng turned to look at Zhao Tianyu, he noticed that the latter also opened his eyes to look at Lin Yun. At this moment, Bai Yunfeng knew that the blood-clothed venerable fought Xiao Yi and young Master Wushuang on purpose. It was already too late for him to stop her. The blood-clothed venerable was swift while being enveloped in crimson flames and petals flying out from her. Countless vines combined into a claw that fused with her right hand before she locked onto Lin Yun. Everything happened too quickly, and everyone could already imagine the scene of Yi Qingtian being ripped apart. But then, Lin Yun held onto the flower burial sword, and his aura drastically changed. His aura suddenly became sharp, like a young sword immortal. When Lin Yun drew the sword out by half an inch, all the swordsmen could sense that their swords were trembling beyond their control. At the same time, a silver radiance swept out. Lin Yun had executed the Azure Dragon Sword Heart, and a pseudo-sword domain appeared around him. As a silver sword radiance swept out, this entire region became filled with an invisible sword intent, and the blood-clothed venerable was knocked back by this aura alone. At the same time, a powerful sword aura swept out, catching many cultivators by surprise, before they were sent flying away under the shockwave. When Lin Yun completely drew out the flower burial sword, he shook his wrist, and a powerful sword radiance exploded, releasing a dazzling light. The next second, the sword pierced through blood-clothed venerable's palm, tearing her right arm apart. When all the cultivators from the Eastern Desolation looked at themselves, they were so shocked that it felt suffocating to breathe. They began to wonder what kind of monster Yi Qingtian was to defeat the blood-clothed venerable with one sword. Bai Yunfeng was completely dumbfounded and was prepared to save Yi Qingtian. He found this inconceivable and couldn't believe the scene before him. But he wasn't the only one, because everyone from the 6 Holy Lands couldn't believe this scene. Yi Qingtian had defeated the blood-clothed venerable with one sword. Was this the same Yi Qingtian who failed in his breakthrough to the 10th transformation of the Nirvana stage? Who said that Yi Qingtian has lost his fangs? That fellow is clearly the reincarnation of the sword god, and he is invincible against those of the same generation. Many people suspect that their eyes are fooling them. Yi Qingtian heavily injured the blood-clothed venerable with one strike and even crushed one of her arms. But that wasn't the most unfathomable part about it. After all, everyone knew that Yi Qingtian had yet to display his true strength, since he didn't even bring out his dual sword stars. His dual sword stars were his strongest trump card, and he was renowned throughout the Kunlun realm for his talent in sword Dao. But he didn't even use it to defeat the blood-clothed venerable, he just swung his sword. Wang Yu was stumped as he said, "Didn't senior brother Yi fail to reach the 10th transformation of the Nirvana stage? So why did his strength skyrocket all of a sudden?" It didn't look like Yi Qingtian's strength had declined. In fact, he seemed to have gotten stronger. "Didn't I say Big Brother Yi qualifies to be here?" Bai Qingyu yelled in excitement. She was so emotional that her face was full of smiles and pride in her eyes. "Who said that Big Brother Yi isn't qualified to be here? Big Brother Yi is still the same invincible man that I knew." She had seen how Yi Qingtian committed a massacre within the Myriad Graves Valley and witnessed how he became first on the king's ranking. Most importantly, Yi Qingtian taught her how to muster the courage and fangs of a cultivator. Otherwise, she would just be a fragile vase. When Bai Yunfeng wanted to chase Yi Qingtian away, this made Bai Qingyu feel aggrieved. But this scene brought a smile to her face with all of her emotions vented out, and she even nearly cried out. Bai Yunfeng and those from the other holy lands couldn't refute those words. They were also shocked by Yi Qingtian's strength. But in the next moment, everyone from the Eastern Desolation became excited. They now believed that Yi Qingtian was a genius in the sword, and his feat of defeating the blood-clothed venerable brought pride to the Eastern Desolation. The faces of the mysterious white-clothed venerable and orange-clothed venerable who were beside Zhao Tianyu changed when they saw this scene with shock in their eyes. The scarlet-clothed venerable quickly dashed over and caught the blood-clothed venerable. When he examined her injuries, his face drastically changed. "Xiao Yao!" The scarlet-clothed venerable's face changed as he looked at the blood-clothed venerable, who fainted from the pain. Blood was still pouring down from her shoulder. Because the scarlet-clothed venerable had a good relationship with the blood-clothed venerable, he didn't hesitate to charge at Lin Yun, yelling, "Yi Qingtian, you're courting death." Before getting close, he pushed his palm forth, unleashing scarlet flames that exploded in midair. A sea of flames appeared within 100 feet that was about to engulf Lin Yun. But Lin Yun's sword was faster as he swung his sword, opening a path in the flames. The rest of the flames continued to blaze in the air, burning through the air and creating black holes, which looked bizarre. At the same time, the ground turned into magma. This cave was fortified, but the cave was nothing before the flames. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed. If a quasi-saint at the Azure Origin phase came in contact with the flames, they would melt on the spot. By relying on the scarlet flames, the scarlet-clothed venerable seemed to be stronger than the blood-clothed venerable. What powerful sword intent! His sword intent can threaten me even without using his dual sword stars. It looks like I have to fight for real. The scarlet-clothed venerable fought briefly, and he could sense how terrifying Yi Qingtian's sword intent was. He no longer held back and circulated his saint aura, which felt like an ancient demonic beast had awakened with a roar echoing out. The cave began to violently tremble with the scarlet-clothed venerable in the center. Everyone could sense that an ancient and evil aura was being released by the scarlet-clothed venerable. It's the Scarlet Flame Demon Scorpion. This fellow possesses the bloodline of the Scarlet Flame Demon Scorpion. The four venerables are really strong. Based on his cultivation and the Scarlet Flame Demon Scorpion's bloodline, it's impossible for any quasi-saint at the Indigo Origin phase who has grasped a greater Tao to beat him. The scarlet-clothed venerable was an ancient beast, and legends about his race didn't belong to the Kunlun realm but from distant space. The Scarlet Flame Demon Scorpion's right hand became a claw covered in black scales. A powerful shockwave swept out when the claw clashed with the flower burial sword. The scarlet-clothed venerable took 3 steps back before stabilizing himself, while Lin Yun stood in the same spot, wielding the flower burial sword and calmly looking at the scarlet-clothed venerable. Damn it! The scarlet-clothed venerable felt provoked as he charged even faster towards Lin Yun, exchanging 10-odd moves in the blink of an eye. But Lin Yun remained in the same spot while easily fending off the scarlet-clothed venerable's attacks. He was like a flowing river with endless power. When his sword ray exploded, Lin Yun exerted more force and sent the scarlet-clothed venerable flying away. This left everyone shocked because this was beyond their expectations. They couldn't believe that Yi Qingtian handled the scarlet-clothed venerable, who controlled the bizarre demonic flames and even possessed the scarlet demon flame scorpion's bloodline, so easily. What the hell is Yi Qingtian? Didn't he fail to reach the 10th transformation of the Nirvana stage? Isn't his sword intent a little too terrifying? Purely relying on his sword intent to suppress the scarlet-clothed venerable, who is 2 stages higher than him in cultivation. He can kill a quasi-saint when he's still on the mortal path. He's really a heaven-defying genius. Ha ha ha. Let's see how these people can continue to be so arrogant. They're nothing before senior brother Yi. Didn't they look into Yi Qingtian's information? He's a holy maiden killer. So how can a venomous scorpion possibly hold a candle to him? Seeing that Yi Qingtian held the advantage in the fight, the cultivators from the Eastern Desolation became emotional with high morale. Zhao Tianyu was also surprised. He now knew why Wang Mayan was having trouble dealing with Yi Qingtian. If Yi Qingtian continued to grow, he would grow into a monster. Lin Yun casually swung his sword, and the scarlet-clothed venerable was horrified to discover that there was nowhere to dodge the incoming attack. He could hear the sounds of flowing water in his ears, and the surrounding space was filled with the intent behind Lin Yun's sword technique. This made the scarlet-clothed venerable feel powerless. When Lin Yun's ordinary sword landed on the scarlet-clothed venerable, it instantly created a wound so deep the bones were visible. Damn it! The scarlet-clothed venerable felt aggrieved. As he spread his hands apart, his flesh began to wriggle before black spikes appeared on the surface of his skin. He had become a massive scorpion with a long tail and armor-like shell. After transforming, the flower burial sword only created sparks when it fell on the scarlet-clothed venerable and failed to break through the armor-like shell. The scarlet-clothed venerable was a scarlet demon flame scorpion. After he transformed, his strength and physique was doubled. That fellow's physique is already comparable to an ordinary glory saint artifact. If someone with an acquired saint physique faces him, he would probably easily suppress them. If Lin Yun hadn't used his sword, his physique and strength would have been inferior to the scarlet-clothed venerable. But it was a pity that Lin Yun was a swordsman, not to mention he was a genius swordsman. Furthermore, it was also a pity for the scarlet-clothed venerable that he was using the flower burial sword. After Lin Yun activated the 2 glory spirits in the sword, he easily sent the blood-clothed venerable flying with a sword before stepping forth. When he stepped forth, it looked as though he had disappeared. When he reappeared, the sword ray he released dazzled like stars. The flower burial sword easily pierced through the scarlet-clothed venerable, causing blood to flow and dyeing the ground red. The scarlet-clothed venerable did his best to circulate his saint aura to heal his wounds, but his face became sinister. He let out a furious roar, unwilling to give up and still wanting to struggle. As murderous intent exploded from his eyes, he grabbed a hold of the flower burial sword with both hands. While allowing the sword to cut his palms, he controlled the stinger behind him to stab at Yi Qingtian's head. The scorpion's tail was as sharp as a dagger, not to mention it was poisonous, and anyone stung by it would be injected with poison. Even a quasi-saint at the heavenly origin phase would have to die. This was the scarlet-clothed venerable's trump card. The scarlet-clothed venerable was proud of his stinger, so he roared, "Die!" This scene shocked everyone because scarlet-clothed venerable's stinger was too fast, and it was impossible to dodge at such a short distance. Let's not mention that Yi Qingtian didn't possess any saint aura. Even if he possessed saint aura, he would die if he was stung by it. Lin Yun calmly shook his wrist, and the flower burial sword spiraled. His sword aura was like a grinder that separated blood and flesh from scarlet-clothed venerable's hands, leaving behind bones. As Lin Yun's sword aura continued to spread, it didn't take long for the scarlet-clothed venerable's arms to be left with nothing but bones. This scene was too shocking, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Lin Yun took this opportunity to draw his sword out and stabbed at the incoming stinger, calmly unleashing several sword rays. It didn't take long for the stinger to be shaved like wood, and blood splashed from the scarlet-clothed venerable's neck. But at the critical moment, the white-clothed men beside Zhao Tianyu made a move. After he waved his hand, He dragged the scarlet-clothed venerable back, but blood was still pouring out of the scarlet-clothed venerable's neck. The one wearing orange clothes quickly released his saint aura to treat the scarlet-clothed venerable's injuries and managed to save his life. In such a short period, Lin Yun had crippled 2 of the 4 venerables. But before anyone could recover from the shock, a cold light flashed across Lin Yun's eyes as he turned to look at the white-clothed venerable. He asked, "Who permitted you to make a move?" This left the Eastern Desolation's cultivators dumbfounded because the white-clothed venerable was a quasi-saint at the indigo origin phase who had grasped a greater Tao. It was undeniable that Yi Qingtian was strong, but how could he possibly face the white-clothed venerable? But when the Eastern Desolation's cultivators came to their senses, they became excited because Yi Qingtian didn't seem to have placed the white-clothed venerable in his eyes. The white-clothed venerable possessed the heavenly aquatic serpent's bloodline and was the strongest amongst the 7 venerables. His talent wasn't weaker than any golden generation genius from the Holy Lands. From a certain sense, he was even stronger than them. "You're talking to me?" The white-clothed venerable's eyes flashed with disdain, before he coldly said, "Watch your tone, Yi Qingtian. Since you saved the scarlet-clothed venerable, you can die on his behalf then. Get over here." Lin Yun's murderous intent was roused. The scarlet-clothed venerable wanted to kill him, so Lin Yun naturally wouldn't let him live. Lin Yun was naturally unhappy that the white-clothed venerable saved the scarlet-clothed venerable. The Eastern Desolation's cultivators were shocked by Yi Qingtian's tone and felt that he was too cocky. After all, the white-clothed venerable grasped a greater Tao, and yet Yi Qingtian didn't give the other party any face. Wang Yu gulped down a mouthful of saliva. He felt that he was already used to Yi Qingtian's cockiness, but he discovered that he still had to continue adapting to Yi Qingtian's cockiness. "Go and play with him," Zhao Tianyu smiled. He appeared amicable and humble, but he had secretly transmitted his voice to the white-clothed venerable to kill Yi Qingtian. Everyone only felt a flash before their eyes. Then the white-clothed venerable appeared before Yi Qingtian. With a wave of his hand, a sword enveloped in demonic radiance appeared in his hand. He said, "This heavenly serpent sword is a two-spirit glory saint artifact. Your sword is also a two-spirit glory saint artifact, so I'm not bullying you." Everyone's faces changed upon hearing that. The heavenly serpent sword was a formidable two-spirit glory saint artifact, and it was rumored that there was a heavenly aquatic serpent's demonic soul sealed within it. Furthermore, the heavenly aquatic serpent could devour the blood and soul of others to strengthen itself, making it a notorious demonic sword. When the white-clothed venerable held onto the sword, it gave off a terrifying aura. When he swung his sword, hundreds of serpents flew out and coiled around him, which looked like a bizarre sword array. As the orange-clothed venerable observed the battle, he asked, "Yi Qingtian's sword intent is terrifying. Isn't it inappropriate for Big Brother White to face him with a sword? Everything is nothing before Greater Tao. With the empowerment of Greater Tao, Yi Qingtian won't be able to unleash the advantage of his sword intent. And this battle is also a chance for Old White. If he can defeat Yi Qingtian, not only can he help us seize the Golden Lotus Flame Tree, but he can also seize Yi Qingtian's fortune. At that time, there's a high chance he can grasp the sword Tao." Zhao Tianyu smiled. The sword Tao was a sovereign Tao, and one would transform if one could grasp it. The transformation it would bring was unimaginable. As Lin Yun and the white-clothed venerable faced off, their auras began to clash before they even moved. The sword auras they released caused the surrounding atmosphere to distort. Astral sword intent? What a surprise. I didn't expect a little snake to grasp the astral sword intent while at the quasi-saint realm, Lin Yun said. Before they even fought, Lin Yun could sense that the white-clothed venerable had grasped the astral sword intent. But the white-clothed venerable didn't reach greater mastery, so he still hadn't condensed his sword star. Even so, the white-clothed venerable must have been at the pinnacle of lesser mastery for a long time. The white-clothed venerable smiled. "It's nothing compared to you. A genius swordsman like you really shouldn't appear in the world." The white-clothed venerable was smiling, but he was unhappy in his heart. With his talent in the sword, He could also be considered a genius swordsman without many opponents in the same generation. But he was nothing compared to Yi Qingtian. To be in the same generation as Yi Qingtian, he was destined to be outshone by Yi Qingtian, and this was the sorrow of every swordsman in this generation. As the cave began to tremble, cracks appeared on the ground, and the golden lotus flame tree began to shake violently. This surprised many cultivators before they threw out blood and were sent flying away. They began to wonder what was happening and if the white-clothed venerable had made a move. Without warning, the white-clothed venerable wrapped his sword in astral sword intent and charged at Lin Yun. This was an ordinary attack, but its aura changed many people's faces. How terrifying! An indigo origin phase quasi-saint grasping the astral sword intent was simply a monster. The astral sword intent was already heaven-defying enough in Yi Qingtian's hands, but it was even more terrifying in the hands of the white-clothed venerable. Lin Yun stood in the same position before thrusting his sword towards the white-clothed venerable's heart. He adopted a risky fighting method. This was a competition on whose sword was faster and who had more confidence in their sword. They were competing in their strength and courage this time. The white-clothed venerable frowned because he was clearly in a disadvantageous position to fight Yi Qingtian with his life on the line even though his cultivation was at the indigo origin phase of the quasi-saint realm. He retreated before unleashing a sword ray directly at Yi Qingtian's forehead. A snake-shaped sword aura coiled around the white-clothed venerable before pouncing forth when he swung his sword. Lin Yun's speed wasn't slow either. He swung his sword, knocking the snake-shaped sword aura away. The snake-shaped sword aura was sent flying away and plunged into the ground, emitting a terrifying aura. Lin Yun and the white-clothed venerable were still fighting with swords targeted at each other's fatal spots. They were too fast, leaving behind afterimages from their extreme speed, and everyone could only see sword rays flying around. Everything happened too quickly. Despite being a quasi-saint at the indigo origin phase, the white-clothed venerable was stronger than the blood-clothed and scarlet-clothed venerables despite not using his greater Tao. Big Brother White seems to be in a disadvantageous position. He took several attacks, and even using the heavenly serpent sword is futile, the orange-clothed venerable said nervously, holding onto his chin. It was just as they had expected. Regarding sword Tao, there was no way the white-clothed venerable could compete with Yi Qingtian. This was because Yi Qingtian's talent as a swordsman was too heaven-defying. Zhao Tianyu was calm and composed as he said, "Old White won't be convinced with just this. He'll stop messing around after suffering a loss." 10 moves later, the white-clothed venerable circulated his saint aura and unleashed his greater Tao. He grasped the water Tao and could further empower it with his bloodline, forming a boundless pressure. The heavenly aquatic serpent's bloodline and water Tao instantly made Lin Yun feel great pressure. Under the pressure, cracks began to appear on Lin Yun's sword aura, and his nirvana aura became sluggish. He was in an unfavorable situation because the circulation of his nirvana aura was hindered, and he couldn't even circulate his astral sword intent that had reached complete mastery. The white-clothed venerable swung his sword, sending Lin Yun flying away. This time, the disadvantage in his sword technique was erased after bringing out his greater Tao. Everything is nothing before greater Tao. So what if you have a heaven-defying sword intent? The white-clothed venerable smiled, and his injuries began to recover. Is that so? I happen to share a different thought. Lin Yun showed no weakness. Greater Tao? So what? Ha! The white-clothed venerable laughed. While the heavenly serpent sword was empowered by his greater Tao, all the saint runes lit up, and the 2 glory spirits began to shine brightly. The white-clothed venerable unleashed the full power of the sword, and the power of the glory spirits formed into a darkness that could destroy the world. It was hard for someone to fully unleash the power of a 2-spirit glory saint artifact while being at the quasi-saint realm, but it was a different story if it was empowered by greater Tao. Big Brother Yi is in trouble now. Bai Qingyu became nervous, and she could sense the terrifying aura from so far away. Greater Tao combined with a 2-spirit glory saint artifact. There's no way it can be resolved. Yi Qingtian might also have a 2-spirit glory saint artifact, but he's not even at the quasi-saint realm. If he could empower his sword with saint aura, he might be able to reduce the pressure he was feeling. But Lin Yun was calm because he wasn't the same as he used to be, and he had more trump cards now. His cultivation at the 10th transformation of the Nirvana stage, the Dragon Sun and Moon Seal, the Divine Firefly Sword, and his astral sword intent that close to the pinnacle of complete mastery. If he released his cultivation that's at the 10th transformation of the Nirvana stage, he could negate the pressure from the white-clothed venerable. But that was a powerful trump card, and he wouldn't be able to use it as a trump card if he disclosed it. Most importantly, he hadn't reached the pinnacle 10th transformation of the Nirvana stage yet, and he might be unable to suppress the white-clothed venerable even if he brought it out. In the end, he made up his mind to use his sword intent. He no longer hid his strength and released his astral sword intent with his dual sword stars shining brightly with over 100 galaxies above him. In the next second, the pressure he felt was immediately alleviated. As he activated the two glory spirits, the dragon and phoenix within his violet palace began to soar as he circulated the dragon phoenix world annihilating sword cannon. Lin Yun's reaction speed increased when his nirvana aura filled his body. "Oh my God!" the white-clothed venerable exclaimed. He also grasped the astral sword intent, and having over 100 galaxies was no different from cheating. He grasped the astral sword intent with great difficulty and was only one step away from greater mastery. Divine Firefly Sword. Lin Yun merged with his sword and formed a tidal wave of sword aura, shattering the white-clothed venerable's sword ray that was empowered with greater Tao, before his sword was aimed at the latter's forehead. This made the white-clothed venerable's face change, and he executed a mysterious movement technique, leaving behind ripples in the air. He dodged the attack just when Lin Yun's sword brushed past his head. At the same time, he unleashed his counterattack. The heavenly serpent sword left his hand and aimed to coil around Lin Yun and stab at his neck from the back. This attack was hard to follow, and Lin Yun would reveal his back if he turned around. But Lin Yun was calm as he released his hand on the flower burial sword, and the sword flew out. When the two swords collided, Lin Yun and the white-clothed venerable continued to clash with their punches and kicks. Although Lin Yun's attacks were empowered with the complete mastery of astral sword intent, he was still in a disadvantage because he didn't have a sword. After 10 odd moves, the white-clothed venerable broke through Lin Yun's sovereign dragon fist, and his punch landed on Lin Yun's chest. The power of greater Tao penetrated Lin Yun's physique and nirvana aura, making him feel as though his body was about to be ripped apart. But it was fortunate that the white-clothed venerable's attack didn't penetrate through the blue dragon bone, or Lin Yun would have lost his life. As Lin Yun's body flew back, he smashed against a stone pillar before falling to one knee with blood dripping down his lips. This made the cave fall into silence. They all watched Yi Qingtian get hit in the chest by greater Tao. How could someone at the Nirvana stage survive after being hit by greater Tao? No! Bai Qingyu became nervous, with her eyes becoming red. She was on the verge of crying and wanted to step forth, but Bai Yunfeng held her down. Dragon Clan's Saint Physique? You're really lucky. Taking an attack empowered with greater Tao against your chest, you should be dead. I'm surprised you're still alive, but now it's time to die. The white-clothed venerable waved his hand, summoning the heavenly serpent sword to his hand, and swung his sword at Lin Yun. I can still breathe. So where did you get the confidence to kill me? Lin Yun grinned, and he got back on his feet. Looking at the approaching white-clothed venerable, his eyes radiated with strong fighting spirits. He knew he was right to come because he managed to spar with a quasi-saint at the indigo origin phase who grasped a greater Tao. The white-clothed venerable's face changed as he stopped. He asked, "You can still put up a fight after taking a greater Tao attack to your chest?" The white-clothed venerable couldn't comprehend what was happening. After all, greater Tao was on a whole other level for cultivators at the Nirvana stage, and even a quasi-saint at the indigo origin phase would die if they took that attack head-on. Lin Yun possessed the Dragon Clan's Saint Physiques and had a blue dragon bone in his chest that helped him block most of the incoming attacks. He might be heavily injured, but he was far from dying. Then again, he also couldn't take any more attacks. He stood up. Yi Qingtian stood up. His fighting spirit is too dense. This is interesting now. The cultivators of the Eastern Desolation were excited, and they could feel their blood boiling. They realized that Yi Qingtian might really stand a chance, and he might have a trump card. With a wave of his hand, the flower burial sword returned to Lin Yun's hand, and he could sense the fighting spirit coming from the sword. They could sense each other's fighting spirits. If you admit defeat and let go of the golden lotus flame tree now, you might still be able to live. Otherwise, you'll die if we carry on fighting, the white-clothed venerable said coldly. Lin Yun was now holding up the Eastern Desolation's dignity. If he loses, Bai Yunfeng and Ji Haoyu would have to fight the white-clothed venerable. After that, Zhao Tianyu could easily kill those who remained, killing the majority with one strike. If Lin Yun loses, the Eastern Desolation would have to give up on the Golden Lotus Flame Tree. But if he could hold his ground, Bai Yunfeng and Ji Haoyu might be able to fend off Zhao Tianyu with the leaders of the other Holy Lands. They might not be able to defeat those from the Blood Moon sect, but they would at least have the qualification to negotiate. Thus, everyone from the Eastern Desolation was pinning their hopes on Yi Qingtian. Yi Qingtian was a genius swordsman who appeared in the past year, shining brightly. If he could win the fight with the white-clothed venerable, his reputation would be right behind the twin stars of the Eastern Desolation. But was that possible? Lin Yun performed a spiral with his sword, saying, "I can still breathe, so why should I admit defeat?" He hadn't bled dry yet, so how could he stop fighting? Fighting spirits blazed within his heart, and he charged at the white-clothed venerable, executing light of the beginning. With a roar, a sword vibration echoed as Lin Yun's attack formed into a lethal sword technique. This was Lin Yun's trump card, and he had long brought it to the manifestation stage. He could easily execute it as he wished. Could turn into a complete sword technique with unpredictable variations. When Lin Yun executed the light of the beginning, the white-clothed venerable was shocked to discover that he couldn't keep up with him and could only keep up with a blurred light. As sparks flew, Lin Yun's sword pierced through the saint aura around him. Divine Firefly Sword. The white-clothed venerable executed the second section of the Divine Firefly Sword with the Heavenly Serpent Sword, facing Lin Yun head-on. His attacks were empowered with greater Tao, so the power of the Divine Firefly Sword was greatly increased. But the light of the beginning was unfathomable and could even distort space. Most importantly, as phenomena began to unfold as Lin Yun attacked, he managed to suppress the white-clothed venerable, and swung 70-odd swords in one breath. Too slow. You're too slow. Each of Lin Yun's swords was accompanied by a powerful sword aura as primal chaos was split apart with a world being born. The sword aura that Lin Yun gave off also began to climb, instantly reaching the height of quasi-saints, and this made the white-clothed venerable throw out blood as he retreated. Facing Lin Yun's attacks, cracks appeared on his greater Tao. What a terrifying sword technique. What sword technique is this? It looks like the light of the beginning that he's famous for. There were rumors that it was an ancient sword technique, and he only knew one sword. Don't tell me that he perfected this incomplete sword technique? That's impossible. Based on the power shown by this sword technique, it would have to take at least 10 years if Yi Qingtian wanted to perfect it. After all, it is an ancient dragon spirit sword technique. 10 moves later, a sword vibration echoed as the heavenly serpent sword was knocked flying away. The white-clothed venerable's face was pale, and he was forced into a dead end after losing his sword. Damn it! You forced me. The white-clothed venerable's eyes flashed with a ruthless light as his eyeballs exploded. Cracks then began appearing on his face, and he bit his tongue. He had executed a secret technique, and his body began to swell as he would return to his ancestral form. As his skin and bones ripped apart, a powerful shockwave swept out. Lin Yun raised his sword in front of him before stepping a few hundred meters back and swung his sword to negate the shockwave. But a terrifying scene occurred. A gigantic black serpent appeared. This serpent was massive, and it instantly made the cave cramped. When the serpent charged forth, it smashed apart all the stone pillars that were in the way. The nearby cultivators were terrified by this scene but couldn't dodge in time. As a result, many people were crushed by the serpent's charge. The serpent was also giving off an ancient and suffocating aura. If they allowed the serpent to continue charging within the cave, the entire cave would probably collapse, and this scene scared everyone from the Eastern Desolation. No one expected Yi Qingtian to force the white-clothed venerable to this point. This was no different from the white-clothed venerable trying to drag Yi Qingtian down with him. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yun would naturally dodge the charge and try to find his opponent's weakness. But he couldn't retreat because the disciples of the Six Holy Lands were behind him. He had many friends there, and the white-clothed venerable might take this opportunity to seize the golden lotus flame tree. The mountain range was trembling, and the cave was about to collapse. Lin Yun watched the approaching serpent, knowing he couldn't retreat. He began forming the dragon sun and moon seal with one hand, and a terrifying shockwave swept out from him. As Lin Yun's hair began to flutter in the wind, darkness descended within this ancient cave, and even the radiance released by the golden lotus flame tree became dim. The world became dark, as though eternal night had arrived. Suddenly, a crimson radiance appeared that even the night couldn't envelop. When Lin Yun swung his sword, the sky turned crimson with his sword ray lighting up the entire world, and the heavenly aquatic serpent was knocked away. Even if the heavenly aquatic serpent had a tough defenses and an ancient bloodline, it was still riddled with holes by the sword ray, letting out a miserable cry. The power of this sword was unimaginable, and if the heavenly aquatic serpent didn't block it with its body, those standing behind it would probably lose their lives. Everyone was shocked as they raised their heads, with shock reflected within their eyes. Lin Yun was hovering in the air while shining brightly. At this moment, Lin Yun was the divine dragon, the sun, the moon, and the sword that could tear apart the sky. Everyone was shocked and couldn't find any words to describe the sword Yi Qingtian had just used. The white-clothed venerable's current state was terrible. He already had to pay the price for executing a secret technique and was now heavily injured by Lin Yun. Even if he wasn't crippled, improving his cultivation for the next few years would be hard. It might even be a problem if he could step into the Saint Realm someday. When the white-clothed venerable returned to his human form, he laid on the ground twitching while being covered in blood, mourning in pain. But since he could mourn in pain, he was still alive. Lin Yun merely glanced at the white-clothed venerable, wanting to take the latter's life. "Stop!" This drastically changed the orange-clothed venerable's face as his facial expression became sinister, dashing at Lin Yun. Seeing this, Lin Yun could only fend off the orange-clothed venerable's attack and retreat 10-odd meters away, cautiously watching the latter. Zhao Tianyu took a step forth and came over to the white-clothed venerable. He took a pill and stuffed it into the latter's mouth before pouring his saint aura. It didn't take long for the white-clothed venerable to recover from some of his injuries, but he was still heavily injured. Anyone could tell that Zhao Tianyu placed great importance on the white-clothed venerable amongst the four venerables. When the blood-clothed venerable and scarlet-clothed venerable were injured, Zhao Tianyu didn't move to help them. When Lin Yun faced off with the orange-clothed venerable Ji Haoyu, Bai Yunfeng, and the others came over, the Six Holy Lands had an advantage, judging from the current situation. After all, Yi Qingtian had practically crippled all of Zhao Tianyu's men, and he could still fight. If they joined hands, they could gang up on Zhao Tianyu. Although they seemed to have a huge advantage, Bai Yunfeng and Ji Haoyu didn't dare to move but nervously looked at Zhao Tianyu. Bai Yunfeng knew how terrifying Zhao Tianyu was. The previous time they met, Bai Yunfeng couldn't do anything to Zhao Tianyu, even if he had 10 golden guards. It was so much so that many from the golden guards were injured, proving that Zhao Tianyu's strength was unfathomable. That's why no one would dare to move as long as Zhao Tianyu was still around. Zhao Tianyu stood up and gazed at the Eastern Desolation's cultivators. This made the Eastern Desolation's cultivators feel great pressure, but they didn't take a step back despite having their palms covered in sweat. In the end, Zhao Tianyu looked at Lin Yun. He said, "You're the masked man from 2 months ago, right?" "That's right," Lin Yun replied. Zhao Tianyu showed a self-mocking smile and said, "How ridiculous. I actually wanted Yi Qingtian to deal with Yi Qingtian. You must have been laughing when I said that." Lin Yun frankly replied, "No, I didn't. You have good eyesight. Only I can deal with Yi Qingtian." Zhao Tianyu probably didn't know he was Yi Qingtian and Flower Burial. But it was a pity that he couldn't reveal that. But his words confused everyone, and they could only guess that Yi Qingtian had fought them 2 months ago. It's really you. Zhao Tianyu smiled. His temperament was elegant without a hint of murderous intent, so those who didn't know his identity might think that he's treating him as an amiable person. Bai Yunfeng reached out and dragged Lin Yun behind him and Ji Haoyu. Yi Qingtian already fought 3 battles in a row, and they were afraid that Zhao Tianyu might suddenly make a move against him. Zhao Tianyu, don't tell me you still want to take the golden lotus flame tree away? The lives of the 3 venerables might not be in danger, but their future will be affected if they're not treated in time, Bai Yunfeng said, staring at Zhao Tianyu. He was hinting that even if Zhao Tianyu could face them, the 3 venerables would have to die. So Zhao Tianyu would have to weigh it carefully if he still wanted the golden lotus flame tree. Young master, the orange-clothed venerable nervously looked at Zhao Tianyu. He knew how serious the 3 venerables' injuries were. They were on the brink of death, especially the scarlet-clothed venerable. After all, Lin Yun's sword nearly severed his neck, and he was barely alive. The blood-clothed venerable was also in a terrible state. Only bones were left in her 2 arms. Her flesh and skin were removed by Yi Qingtian, and she had fainted from the pain. The white-clothed venerable's injuries might look serious, but by relying on his cultivation and the heavenly aquatic serpent's bloodline, his injuries didn't seem that serious. At the very least, he wouldn't lose his life and cultivation. Zhao Tianyu looked at the sacred fire golden lotus at the top of the golden lotus flame tree. That golden lotus was shining brightly, and the heart of the lotus was filled with a holy aura, looking like a legendary Buddhist relic. I want 10 sacred fire golden lotuses, Zhao Tianyu said. That's impossible, Ji Haoyu rejected. There were only 20-odd sacred fire golden lotus, and Zhao Tianyu wanted so much in one go. At that time, there wouldn't be enough for the 6 holy lands. Zhao Tianyu smiled. Since that's the case, I'll retrieve them myself. He stepped forth with lightning flickering within his pupils, acting as though he would execute the divine lightning eyes the next moment. Those from the 6 holy lands felt great pressure, and their facial expressions became nervous. Bai Yunfeng said with a grave expression, 10 is impossible, but we can consider it if it's only 5. Deal. Zhao Tianyu smiled, and the lightning dissipated from his eyes. He returned to his amicable look. Qingyu, retrieve 5 sacred fire golden lotuses for him, Bai Yunfeng said. Bai Qingyu nodded and retrieved 5 sacred fire golden lotuses at the bottom. She returned and said, Here you go. Zhao Tianyu smiled when he saw this because the 5 sacred fire golden lotuses were of the worst quality. So he didn't reach out to receive them. You don't want them? Sure then. We're already generous to give you 5. But it's fine if you don't want them, Bai Qingyu said. She had no fear in her eyes even when facing the infamous blood moon divine sun. I want that, so retrieve it for me. Zhao Tianyu pointed to the sacred fire golden lotus at the very top. Dream on. That is for Big Brother Yi. Bai Qingyu glared at Zhao Tianyu. No one can refuse what the divine sun wants. The orange-clothed venerable was unhappy with Bai Qingyu's attitude and became furious. He wanted to step forth and send her flying with a slap. But just when he wanted to make a move, he could sense a cold gaze directed at him. He instantly dared not move because he could feel his life being threatened. You want to bully a little girl? Come at me if you have the guts. Lin Yun coldly looked at the orange-clothed venerable. He was arrogant and didn't place these people in his eyes at all. He had fighting spirits blazing within his eyes. He was clearly standing behind Ji Haoyu and Bai Yunfeng, but he didn't hold back his cockiness at all, and the sword intent he gave off was terrifying. While the orange-clothed venerable was stared at by Lin Yun, the orange-clothed venerable didn't dare to make a move. He's right. There's no need to be angry with a little girl. Zhao Tianyu smiled and reached out to retrieve the 5 sacred fire golden lotuses. He said, Young lady, you have good eyesight. Everyone was nervous, fearing that Zhao Tianyu might make a move. But Zhao Tianyu immediately left instead with the sacred fire golden lotuses and the 4 venerables. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Ever since the blood moon divine sun came to the eastern desolation, this was the first time he suffered such a great loss. Everyone's gazes couldn't help falling onto Yi Qingtian. If Yi Qingtian wasn't here, Zhao Tianyu definitely wouldn't let it rest so easily. Yi Qingtian could still put up a fight, and he could deal with the orange-clothed venerable. So if Zhao Tianyu wanted to seize the sacred fire golden lotuses, he would have to give up on the 4 venerables. In the end, he could only leave with the 5 immature golden lotuses and suffer this loss. Even though Zhao Tianyu left, the cultivators from the other domains were still around. They all looked at the golden lotus flame tree and didn't want to leave empty-handed. Bai Yunfeng was experienced with this. He looked at these cultivators and said, "Everyone can leave for now. We won't take it too far and we'll leave some sacred fire golden lotuses behind for you guys." The cultivators from the other domains were unhappy, but they could do nothing about it. Zhao Tianyu had already left, and they didn't have the confidence to face the 6 holy lands. Bai Yunfeng had already given them face by saying that, so they could only leave for now. Yi Qingtian is really an underdog. He clearly failed in his breakthrough, but he's so strong. He's simply a monster capable of defeating a quasi-saint at the indigo origin phase that has grasped a greater Tao. If you possess astral sword intent close to complete mastery, dual sword stars, and an ancient sword technique, you can also do it. Isn't that nonsense? If I could, I would have swept through them with my cultivation at the quasi-saint realm with Zhao Tianyu. Who is Bai Yunfeng bluffing? There are so few sacred fire golden lotuses, and we can only pick the leftovers. It's a pity that the champions of the heavenly paths and those from the Skysolid city are in the God Burial Mountain range. Otherwise, the 6 holy lands would have no position here. The God Burial Mountain range is a huge opportunity. It concerns the inheritance of an emperor, and we're just messing around compared to them. The cultivators from the other domains were unwilling, but they could do nothing. As expected, the 6 holy lands took all the matured sacred fire golden lotuses, leaving behind some immature ones. Let's go according to what Bai Qingyu said and let Yi Qingtian have the one at the top. Ji Haoyu, what do you think? Bai Yunfeng turned to look at Ji Haoyu. When he said that, those from the other holy lands became quiet. Logically speaking, it was only right for Yi Qingtian to take it because it would be a question if they could leave this place alive if Yi Qingtian didn't stand out. But the sacred fire golden lotus at the very top was too tempting. The leaves were vibrant gold, and the sacred fire at the bud was shining brightly, looking like a Buddhist relic. Who knows if it might contain any ancient secrets? I have no opinion about that, Ji Haoyu said. Seeing this, the other holy lands could only shake their heads, expressing no issue with it. Only the yellow-clothed saint disciple from the Ming cult whispered. Speaking of which, my junior brother also stood out. He was speaking about Xiao Yi, who was heavily injured and unconscious. But the other holy lands only sneered in disdain when they heard that. I'm just talking about it and have no issue with it either. The yellow-clothed saint disciple quickly shut his mouth when he saw the disdain on everyone's faces. Lin Yun didn't hesitate and stowed the sacred fire golden lotus. Hee. This is a treasure. I bet there's a Buddhist emperor relic within it. Lin Yun, keep it safe for now. We'll come back again after everyone leaves and dig out the entire tree. Lil Purple excitedly said from within the iris secret realm. You're saying this is a Buddhist emperor relic? Lin Yun captured the key point in Lil Purple's words, and the 2 words Buddhist emperor were enough to make him excited. After all, the holy sons and holy maidens from around the world have gathered at the God Burial Mountain range, risking their lives for the inheritance of an ancient emperor. That was when martial cultivation was the most splendid era, and emperors in ancient times could even compete with deities. If the heart of the sacred fire golden lotus had a Buddhist emperor relic, it would be a huge opportunity for him. This meant he obtained an opportunity comparable to those holy sons and holy maidens without going to those forbidden grounds. Wait, that's not right. Before Lil Purple could reply, Lin Yun suddenly thought of something and said, Isn't a Buddhist relic something produced after a monk's death? Why did it appear within the golden lotus? Lil Purple, you're not bluffing me, right? Let me explain it to you. Many people only know that the golden lotus flame tree is a sacred tree of the Buddhist sect, but they didn't know that there is a unique type golden lotus flame tree, which could be called a divine tree. Ordinary golden lotus flame trees naturally couldn't produce Buddhist relics, but if it was fused with the golden body of a Buddhist emperor and nourished with the Buddhist emperor's soul, do you still think it's impossible to produce a Buddhist emperor relic? Lil Purple explained. So you're saying this tree is something like that? Lin Yun looked at the golden lotus flame tree, but he couldn't find anything special about it. The cultivators from the other domains came in at this time, and their faces were ugly. This was because the 6 holy lands divided all of the matured sacred fire golden lotuses amongst themselves, so no mature golden lotus was left. The golden lotuses left to them were immature, giving off a dim radiance with many impurities. But there was nothing they could do about it, so they retrieved those golden lotuses. To vent their unhappiness, several people snapped the tree branches and punched the tree trunk before leaving. When all the sacred fire golden lotuses were divided, the tree branches and leaves became dim, losing their radiance. They also began to rapidly wither away, looking like they would die soon. Lin Yun naturally wasn't convinced that this tree had fused with the golden body of a Buddhist emperor and nourished with a Buddhist emperor's soul. You'll know at that time. Peel off the tree bark after everyone leaves, and you'll know. Lil Purple shook her head with her cheeks puffed up. Lin Yun could only stow the sacred fire golden lotus and didn't talk much about it with her. Disciples of the heavenly Tao sect still surrounded him, and they all looked at him with reverence, congratulating him. Bai Qingyu's smile bloomed on her face, and anyone could tell she was proud. When she looked at Lin Yun, her eyes were shining brightly. See what I said before? It's the right decision to bring Big Brother Yi over. In her heart, Yi Qingtian was invincible. Congratulations. It looks like I was blind before. Bai Yunfeng stepped forth to apologize to Lin Yun. It's fine, Lin Yun smiled. Bai Yunfeng wasn't hateful. Although Bai Yunfeng didn't like him, he still considered him a fellow disciple. Not to mention that it was thanks to Bai Yunfeng that he could obtain the sacred fire golden lotus containing a Buddhist emperor relic. But that doesn't mean I'll let you go for ruining the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden's reputation, Bai Yunfeng seriously said after congratulating Lin Yun. When Lin Yun wanted to reply, Bai Qingyu stood out. She unhappily said, "What are you talking about? Even if someone does go after him, it will be my brother-in-law, not you. So don't poke your nose too deep into this business. Besides, I don't mind it." Bai Yunfeng was furious upon hearing that because Bai Qingyu was helping an outsider. He didn't want to stay there for much longer and left with the other saint disciples for the Heavenly Tao sect after giving a few instructions. Lin Yun called out to Wang Yu and asked, "Wang Yu, why is the Blood Moon sect so bold now?" The Blood Moon sect had a terrifying foundation. Not even the 9 emperors joining hands could wipe them out. After developing for many years, their forces have spread throughout the Kunlun realm. But they have been lying low in recent years and rarely acted with such a high profile like Zhao Tianyu. The Eastern Desolation has become chaotic, with various forces gathering together. But the Holy Land's attention is on the God Burial Mountain range, and they couldn't care about anything else for now. Most importantly, the demon spirits have begun to appear in great numbers, so the various Holy Lands are cautious. Wang Yu sighed. Lin Yun didn't expect the Eastern Desolation to become so chaotic for the past 2 months he was in seclusion. "Big Brother Yi, are you coming with us? With the sacred fire golden lotus, you can attempt to reach the quasi-saint realm before the blue dragon record appears." Bai Qingyu's eyes shone brightly. It's as though she could already see Yi Qingtian shining brightly after recovering from his injuries. But Lin Yun merely smiled and found an excuse to reject her offer. He wanted to see if Lil Purple's statement was true, so he had to wait till night. He left with the group but didn't leave for long and found a secluded location near the Magma River. When he took out the sacred fire golden lotus, he calmly looked at it, knowing that it was a great treasure. Each petal was transparent, like a flawless jade covered with ancient runes. As the sacred fire blazed, Saint Radiance shone brightly, and Lin Yun could hear someone chanting a scripture into his ears. He exclaimed, "This is really magical." He had yet to start refining it, and yet he could sense his comprehension increasing after basking in the radiance, entering an empty state of mind. If he practiced his sword technique in this state, it would have an unbelievable effect. This was much stronger than the previous Bodhi seed that he refined. Furthermore, the sacred fire golden lotus looked alive, and the flames gave him a feeling that it would never be extinguished. You're really lucky to have obtained a treasure like this so easily. It's much easier than the other holy sons and maidens who fought amongst themselves. Lil Purple came out of the iris secret realm and exclaimed. But Lin Yun didn't like what she said. He replied, I didn't obtain it for nothing. I injured 3 venerables. Not to mention there's one at the indigo origin phase who has grasped a greater Tao amongst them. Lil Purple looked at the sacred fire golden lotus and said with disdain, They're nothing. That blood moon divine sun is the trouble. That white-clothed venerable might not even be able to defeat by Yunfeng. Lin Yun didn't refute those words because the blood moon divine sun was truly unfathomable. But Lin Yun was surprised that Zhao Tianyu would leave so easily after retrieving a few ordinary golden lotuses. The blood moon divine sun is strong. If he didn't care about the 3 venerables, the outcome might have been uncertain. Lin Yun didn't dwell on it and changed the topic. He asked, How do I use this? Can it reforge the physique like what Bai Qingyu said? Lil Purple nodded. What she said is right. Remember that your dragon pulses were heavily damaged in the past. The sacred fire golden lotus can repair your dragon pulses, and the effects are much better. How do I refine it then? Lin Yun asked with his eyes shining brightly. Refine it? Why refine it now? Leave it for now, Lil Purple said. You're not injured. Others think you failed in your breakthrough and suffered injuries because of it, but you're not injured. Have you even lost your memory? If you use it now, it won't have much effect, so you might as well keep it with you as an extra life. You have a ferocious fighting style, and I'm more relieved now that you have it. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts. What Lil Purple said wasn't wrong. Not to mention the greatest effect isn't to reforge your body. You can use the leaves to cultivate the Buddhist cult's golden body. As for the lotus heart, not only can it increase your comprehension, but it can also help you go into a state of enlightenment. With it, you can easily grasp the sword Tao. Lil Purple said with her eyes blazing. The sword Tao is one of the 36 sovereign Taos, and many swordsmen might not be able to grasp it, even after spending a decade at the quasi-saint realm. Lin Yun's eyes lit up upon hearing that, and he said, It looks like this is a great opportunity for me. But Lil Purple took it away from him when he wanted to store it. She said, I'll keep it for now. I have some use for it. Lin Yun naturally had no opinion against that. If Lil Purple needed any treasures, he wouldn't hesitate to give them to her. There was no longer a distinction between them. But it looked like this sacred fire golden lotus was really a treasure for even Lil Purple to lose her composure, which was rare. When night came, Lin Yun wore the silver moon mask and headed to the cave. The mountain range was bustling with people during the day, but Lin Yun didn't run into anyone. This thing is really tough to retrieve. We can't cut it away, and it looks like we can't take it. Those from the Eastern Desolation are too much to leave some scraps for us. Yi Qingtian is too ruthless. If he didn't stand out, Zhao Tianyu wouldn't have stopped so easily. He's worthy of his Holy Maiden Killer nickname. When Lin Yun approached the cave, he discovered some people. It looked like he wasn't the only one after the tree. The cultivators from the other domains also shared the same thought but didn't know the tree's origin. They were just trying to test their luck since they have failed to obtain anything during the day. Lin Yun hid his aura, while the corner of his lips twitched upon hearing the nickname Holy Maiden Killer from the crowd. He felt an urge to stand out and teach these people a lesson. Since when did I become a Holy Maiden Killer? Don't bother struggling. There might be a wrong given name, but there's no wrong nickname. Let these people probe the way for you, and don't be in such a hurry to show yourself, Lil Purple said, rolling her eyes. Several people were surrounding the golden lotus flame tree, looking disappointed. They felt that this tree was extraordinary and that there might be other uses. They had no intention of digging it up because the conditions for transplanting such a tree were harsh. Instead, they were planning to cut the tree and bring it with them. But they realized that they couldn't do anything to the tree after several attempts. Hiding in the dark, Lin Yun noticed something unusual about the tree. The tree branches looked sinister in the darkness, like ominous weapons. They looked like they could ambush those people anytime. Let's leave. This place is too eerie. This place was enveloped in a holy radiance during the day, but I didn't expect it to be so eerie at night. Someone spoke up, and his suggestion received everyone's agreement. But before they left, they plucked all the leaves off of the tree. This time, the golden lotus flame tree was bald. A long time after the group left, Lin Yun casually showed himself and came before the tree. The golden lotus flame tree had completely withered. Previously, it was a towering tree, but now it had shrunk from 100 meters to 10. Lin Yun used his fingers as a sword to hack the tree, but the collision only created metallic sounds with some faint traces left on the tree bark. He muttered, "There's something weird about this." But that could mean anything. So Lin Yun retrieved the flower burial sword after taking a deep breath. The flower burial sword was sharp and pierced half an inch into the tree bark, causing a golden liquid to seep out from the cut. This shocked Lin Yun, and he exclaimed, "The Buddhist Emperor's Saint Blood?" The golden liquid was dazzling in the night. Lin Yun instantly linked it with the Buddhist Emperor's Saint Blood that Lil Purple mentioned. If this was really the Saint Blood of a Buddhist emperor, this tree was a divine tree capable of producing countless Buddhist emperor relics. The tree was a supreme treasure with many secrets and could be refined into a divine weapon. Just thinking about it was enough to make Lin Yun excited. But suddenly, he was alerted by his azure dragon's sword heart, and his heart began to throb violently. The withered tree branches were like hundreds of spears stabbing towards him. Everything happened too quickly, so Lin Yun couldn't avoid them in time. He could only swing the flower burial sword, creating sparks that flew around when the sword clashed with the branches. This shocked Lin Yun because he actually failed to cut those branches with the astral sword intent empowering the flower burial sword. But before he could feel shocked, dozens of branches pierced his body like sharp spears. Lil Purple, who had been cautious, knocked away the rest of the branches, but she also didn't expect the attack to be so fast. When she looked back, Lin Yun was held into the air by the tree branches, and a terrifying devouring energy was coming from the branches. In just a brief moment, Lin Yun's vitality and nirvana aura were endlessly being devoured. Lin Yun tried to resist with his sword intent, but what happened next was even more terrifying. The golden lotus flame tree was devouring his sword intent to nourish itself. Lil Purple yelled as she blocked the incoming branches. Lil Red appeared from the Iris secret realm, turning into its Dracope form, and forcibly dragged Lin Yun away. When Lin Yun was dragged away, there were 10-odd holes on his body with blood gushing out, and the pain even made his face distorted. When the branches stabbed into his body, he couldn't feel any pain. But when he was pulled away from those tree branches, he nearly fainted from the pain. Shrink down. Lin Yun knew how terrifying the golden lotus flame tree was and quickly reminded Lil Red to shrink in size. Otherwise, Lil Red would be a huge target for the golden lotus flame tree. Lin Yun bore the pain as his gaze became sharp. Once the flower burial sword returned to its sheath, he reached out and unleashed the black thunder chains. The 9 chains flew out and dragged Lil Purple over. When Lin Yun embraced Lil Purple, he tapped his foot on the ground and quickly retreated, running towards a stone Buddha statue and hid behind it. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Lin Yun had nearly lost his life. The golden lotus flame tree was too bizarre. Just thinking about it made Lin Yun feel a lingering fear. After he confirmed that there was no movement from the golden lotus flame tree, he finally relaxed, but the pain throughout his body assaulted his consciousness. "Quick, heal your injuries. Don't faint," Lil Purple said. Lin Yun endured the intense pain and sat down, circulating the blue dragon aura from the blue dragon bone throughout his body. While the blue dragon aura flowed throughout his body, his injuries began to recover, and Lil Purple heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this scene. At this moment, Lil Purple blamed herself for not warning Lin Yun about the dangers of the Golden Lotus Flame Tree. But it was also because she had underestimated the Golden Lotus Flame Tree. It definitely didn't just fuse with the golden body of a Buddhist emperor. There had to be other secrets to it. Lord Phoenix, you're bleeding. Lil Red suddenly spoke up, looking at Lil Purple. Hush! Lil Purple raised her finger to her lips and glared at Lil Red. This frightened Lil Red to the point that it didn't dare to say another word. Lil Purple had to admit it was rather painful. She examined her injuries and knew that there must be other secrets to the Golden Lotus Flame Tree that she didn't know about. She looked over towards the Golden Lotus Flame Tree and fell into deep thoughts while observing it. To be so aggressive, it didn't seem to be like the Golden Lotus Flame Tree that she knew about. It possessed a ferocity and holy nature of Buddhism, but it didn't possess any evil traits. Rather than a tree, it looked more like a weapon instead. Looking at it, she suddenly thought of a possibility and a story from ancient times. She looked at the Golden Lotus Flame Tree with her eyes flickering. She muttered, "Could it be? What's the matter?" Lin Yun suddenly appeared beside her, disrupting her thoughts. "I thought of a possibility. This Golden Lotus Flame Tree might have been refined by a powerhouse during ancient times, and the Fleeting Sky Monastery might have a huge origin," Lil Purple explained. "Let's not care about that for now. Why didn't you tell me that you're also injured? Let me treat your injuries for you." Lin Yun noticed Lil Purple's injuries. After all, she helped him block the attacks from the branches, which was why she was injured. Even after so long, her injuries still hadn't healed, making Lin Yun feel heartache. Normally speaking, Lil Purple would argue with him, but she was quiet this time. Once Lin Yun poured the blue dragon aura into her body, Lil Purple didn't take long to recover from her injuries. The Golden Lotus Flame Tree was terrifying, but the injuries it inflicted were superficial. The horror of the Golden Lotus Flame Tree laid in its devouring ability. There's something weird about this Golden Lotus Flame Tree. Can even devour my astral sword intent. One must know that even a saint would carelessly dare to come in contact with the astral sword intent, Lin Yun said with a grave expression. He wasn't boasting because the astral sword intent was a martial intent only saints could comprehend. Lin Yun's astral sword intent had nearly reached the pinnacle of complete mastery, and even a saint wouldn't dare to come into contact with it. You just lack the empowerment of a greater Tao. If you have the empowerment of a greater Tao, everything would be different. This Golden Lotus Flame Tree must have used the power of a Saint Tao, the Devour Tao. It's also one of the 36 sovereign Taos, Lil Purple explained. What should we do now? Lin Yun asked. The Golden Lotus Flame Tree was unusual, and he nearly lost his life. Lin Yun couldn't help feeling a chill just thinking about it. But it also wasn't his style to give up now. It would make no sense if he leaves empty-handed when he just brushed past death. Someone's here. Just when Lil Purple was about to speak, she and Lin Yun sensed a quasi-saint's aura, so they quickly hid with Lil Red. The cave was dark, but it couldn't obstruct the sight of a quasi-saint. Lin Yun sent Lil Purple and Lil Red into the Iris secret realm before he activated the divine tortoise transformation and wore the silver moon mask to contain his aura within his body. Divine Sun, the tree is still around. Those people really don't have any eyesight. A familiar voice resounded. When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw the orange-clothed venerable. Of the 4 venerables, he was unharmed, while the other 3 were heavily injured. As for the person standing beside him, it was naturally the Blood Moon Divine Sun, Zhao Tianyu. Why are they here? Lin Yun was baffled, but he soon thought of something. During the day, Zhao Tianyu once said that he was here to take the Golden Lotus Flame Tree with him. Back then, Lin Yun felt that Zhao Tianyu was boasting and didn't think much about it. Not to mention Zhao Tianyu left after Bai Qingyu gave him a few sacred fire golden lotuses. But it looked like Zhao Tianyu really was here for the Golden Lotus Flame Tree. Initially, his objective wasn't the sacred fire golden lotuses, but the Golden Lotus Flame Tree itself. Divine Sun, are we going to make a move here? The orange-clothed venerable looked excited. No need to hurry. Zhao Tianyu maintained his elegant appearance. Purple lightning began to fill his eyes, and the entire cave was as brightly lit as it was during the day. You look around. Zhao Tianyu's hair fluttered, his elegant temperament becoming overbearing. He could confirm if anyone was here with his divine lightning eyes, but he was cautious and wanted the orange-clothed venerable to look around. The orange-clothed venerable swiftly charged around the cave, and when he approached the statue, Lin Yun was hiding behind. But he merely glanced at the statue before he left. He landed on the statue and gazed around before returning to Zhao Tianyu's side. But he didn't notice that Lin Yun was 3 meters away from his head, stuck to the cave ceiling. There's no one here, but the golden lotus flame tree's leaves are gone, the orange-clothed venerable reported. He didn't look any closer, so he didn't notice the small cut on the tree bark. Zhao Tianyu deactivated the divine lightning eyes and calmly said, "Those from the other domains should have done it, but we don't have to care about that." He was concerned that Bai Yunfeng or Ji Haoyu might have noticed something and attracted the saints of their sex. But he did not need to worry about that now. "Let's make a move," Zhao Tianyu said, looking at the golden lotus flame tree. The orange-clothed venerable quickly made a move. He took out a jade bottle that had a golden powder and formed an ancient array around the golden lotus flame tree with it. This spiritual array was profound and looked like a cult ceremony. The orange-clothed venerable was wearing a revered expression as he set up the array. "This is an ancient sacrificial array. It uses at least 8 ancient saint runes. Come to think of it, this is a simplified version of the myriad demon sacrificial array. It's no wonder why I initially failed to recognize it. It's been heavily simplified. But what is he trying to do?" Lil Purple's voice resounded from the Iris secret realm. Lin Yun frowned upon hearing that. He felt that the Blood Moon Divine Sun was making a huge move. A brief moment later, the simplified version of the myriad demon sacrificial array was set up, and the array was so complicated that it made Lin Yun feel dazzled. Looking from afar, it looked like countless flowers had overlapped one another. "Take out the sacrificial item," Zhao Tianyu said. The orange-clothed venerable looked excited as he took out the corpse of a quasi-saint demonic beast from his interspatial bracelet and threw it over at the array. When the corpse hung on the golden lotus flame tree, the tree started to swiftly devour it, and it didn't take long for bones to be left behind. This scene frightened the orange-clothed venerable, before he quickly threw out more corpses that belonged to quasi-saint demonic beasts. The corpses were all quasi-saint demonic beasts, but none were identical. The orange-clothed venerable threw out a total of 100 demonic beast corpses. At the same time, Zhao Tianyu also moved while arranging various treasures that he had obtained on the myriad demon sacrificial array. "Divine Sun, I'm running out of corpses," the orange-clothed venerable uneasily said. The golden lotus flame tree also became weird. It was clearly devouring those corpses, but it was slowly shrinking in size, slowly looking like a weapon. But 100 quasi-saint demonic beasts didn't seem to be able to satisfy the golden lotus flame tree. Zhao Tianyu calmly threw out a saint realm demonic beast. The size of this demonic beast was several hundred meters, and even though it was dead, it still gave off a terrifying saint aura. The golden lotus flame tree seemed excited by the saint realm demonic beast's corpse and started devouring it like it was a feast. "It should be enough now," the orange-clothed venerable uneasily said, wiping the sweat on his forehead. "It's still not enough. I have prepared 10 droplets of divine blood for this," Zhao Tianyu said, squinting his eyes. He stood with his hands behind him, as though everything was within his control. Seeing that Zhao Tianyu was really making a huge move, Lin Yun couldn't help feeling uneasy because Zhao Tianyu seemed to be doing something even bigger than what Lil Purple said. "Hehe. Let's see what he's doing first." "No need to hurry," Lil Purple said from within the Iris secret realm. She was excited because she didn't expect such a huge surprise. But Lin Yun didn't dare to reply because he sensed that Zhao Tianyu was difficult to deal with. But Lin Yun had a look of madness beneath his mask without a hint of fear. So what if Zhao Tianyu was a divine son? At this moment, Lil Purple and Lin Yun didn't seem to know the meaning of fear. Zhao Tianyu was calm while watching the golden lotus flame tree devour the saint realm demonic beast's corpse. The golden lotus flame tree looked like a demonic beast at this moment, and even the corpse of a Saint Realm demonic beast could only be its appetizer. The towering tree shrunk to only 10 meters in height, and the branches had retracted into the tree trunk, turning into ancient and mysterious rune markings on the tree trunk. They were natural divine runes, with more than one of them. This shocked Lin Yun, and he instantly knew that the golden lotus flame tree had a huge origin, far exceeding his expectations. His scalp became numb, and he felt disbelief at this scene. The towering tree had turned into a pillar that emitted a golden radiance at this moment. When the golden lotus flame tree was done devouring the Saint Realm demonic beast's corpse, Zhao Tianyu released a jade bottle. The jade bottle flew towards the golden lotus flame tree, dripping some golden blood. When the golden blood dripped from the bottle, it gave off a dazzling golden radiance. The divine blood, the legendary blood of a deity. Lin Yun was dumbfounded and wondered what Zhao Tianyu was trying to do. He knew that many ancient holy lands had divine blood, but they were all legends since no one had seen them before. But Zhao Tianyu took out 10 droplets of divine blood for the golden lotus flame tree. It was no wonder why Zhao Tianyu wasn't furious back then. He was already planning to water the golden lotus flame tree with divine blood. So why would he be interested in the golden lotuses Bai Qingyu gave him? The entire cave began to tremble when the divine blood poured onto the golden lotus flame tree. At the same time, a chant resounded from Zhao Tianyu and the orange-clothed venerable as they raised their hands. "Oh, raging sacred flames, incinerate my body and free me from the mortal shackles with the moon lasting for eternity." The 10 droplets of divine blood flowed into the golden lotus flame tree as they chanted. Zhao Tianyu said, "The divine cult will exist for eternity, and I welcome both the ancestor and the sacred flame. I welcome both the ancestor and the sacred flame." Zhao Tianyu and the orange-clothed venerable roared as an ancient aura that seemed to have traveled through time descended. A blurred figure could be seen as crimson-scared flames descended, as well as the appearance of a blood moon. When the sacred flames descended, the myriad demon sacrificial array ignited, and the golden lotus flame tree looked like a weapon being tempered. Sect Master! Lin Yun was baffled when he heard that and even took a few more looks at it. If the Blood Moon Sect's Sect Master had arrived, he would die, even if he had 10 lives. Its ancestor, not Sect Master. The ancestor was the one who founded the sect. The Blood Moon Sect is really powerful. Are they tempering a weapon? They're not tempering a weapon. I reckon that the Golden Lotus Flame Tree is an Emperor artifact. You can even call it a divine artifact. But it has been too long, so they are trying to restore it. But this myriad demon sacrificial array only used 100 demonic beasts, so it cannot be fully restored. Even so, this is shocking enough. Just as Lil Purple and Lin Yun chatted, they were shocked by what they saw. But this also made them excited. Although this differed from what they had planned, the result was greater than they had expected. As the saying goes, the greater the risk, the higher the reward. This process lasted a long time, and the Golden Lotus Flame Tree was still shrinking before it was refined into a 9-foot spear. But the spearhead was a sword. This was an unfathomable weapon forged by the Golden Lotus Flame Tree. After all, the Golden Lotus Flame Tree was a rare treasure. Not to mention that the Golden Lotus Flame Tree had fused with a Buddhist emperor's golden body. The Buddhist emperor's flesh and soul had become nourishment for this weapon. Or rather, it was a divine artifact degenerating into the Golden Lotus Flame Tree. This was an ominous weapon, and Lin Yun could feel his heart beating just by looking at it. He could sense his soul trembling and didn't know how many lives this weapon took. Divine Sun. The Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear is formed, the orange-clothed venerable excitedly said. Zhao Tianyu was also excited. Even if he maintained his composure, flames were blazing within his eyes. How many years has it been? The Emperor artifact of my sect is finally restored. Let's go. The two stepped forth, arriving before the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear. The spear gave off a powerful aura that sent the orange-clothed venerable flying away. Zhao Tianyu didn't move, but his hair was fluttering wildly. The Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear was 9 feet. The shaft was 5 feet, while the spearhead was 4 feet. It looked like a combination of a sword and a staff instead. The spear was covered with runes, and the spearhead was wider than an ordinary sword. There were 9 fist-sized halos at the point where the spear and sword fused together. Zhao Tianyu's figure looked massive, but he was tiny in front of the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear, which gave off a powerful aura. At this moment, the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear gave off a domineering and murderous aura. Judging from its murderous aura, Lin Yun couldn't believe that it was a weapon of the Buddhist cult. Zhao Tianyu took a deep breath and slowly reached out for the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear with an emotional expression. He was only 1 step away from becoming the owner of this Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear, and he rarely became so excited. After all, he had already tossed his worldly desires to the back of his mind. But he had one thought at this moment: to become the owner of this Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear. His eyes were heated and filled with excitement. But right at this moment, 9 shackles shot out from the darkness and wrapped around the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear. Just when Zhao Tianyu was about to grab onto the spear, the 9 shackles pulled the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear away. This left Zhao Tianyu briefly stunned. When he raised his head, he saw someone wearing a silver moon mask and the black thunder chains dragging the spear over. "Don't touch it. Immediately put it into the Iris secret realm." Lil Purple's voice resounded when Lin Yun was about to grab the spear. Lin Yun quickly came to his senses and recalled how terrifying the Golden Lotus Flame Tree was. He immediately threw the spear into the Iris secret realm. The Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear was heavy, but Lin Yun heaved a sigh of relief after tossing it into the Iris secret realm. "Fuck!" Zhao Tianyu cussed after being briefly stunned. Even someone like him, who normally maintained his elegance, couldn't help cursing. But even after cursing, he couldn't vent out his rage. "Yi Qingtian, it's you again." Zhao Tianyu flew into a rage as he activated the divine lightning eyes, with lightning filling the entire cave. While Lin Yun stood on the head of the Buddha statue, he couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine after sensing Zhao Tianyu's aura. The statue beneath his feet began to crumble before being reduced to countless fragments. Lin Yun was caught off guard and was sent flying away. But before he could respond, the divine lightning eyes fixed onto him. Lin Yun threw out a mouthful of blood because he couldn't withstand the greater Dao aura, and his astral sword intent crumbled before he could even release it. The greater Dao struck Lin Yun without his sword intent protecting himself, and he was instantly heavily injured. Just how much strength did he conceal back during the day? Lin Yun threw out blood, but it was fortunate that he had the blue dragon bone, or he would have lost his life. The attack from Zhao Tianyu came even faster than he could respond. Lin Yun had never encountered such a fast opponent before. But what happened next was even faster as 2 beams shot out from Zhao Tianyu's eyes. At this moment, Zhao Tianyu looked like a lightning god, enveloped in lightning with his hair standing up. At the very last moment, Lin Yun's hands joined together, wanting to use the Dragon Sun and Moon Seal to defend himself. But a sword ray suddenly flew into the cave, blocking the 2 beams for Lin Yun. When a terrifying shockwave swept out, the statues within the cave collapsed, with magma gushing out from the fissures on the ground. The cave began to tremble as if it would collapse in the next moment. The cave and the entire mountain felt like it would crumble. A figure descended with a sword ray before dragging Lin Yun onto his back. This person was Lin Yun's senior brother, Yi Guhan. He looked at Zhao Tianyu and smiled. "Blood Moon Divine Sun, what a fiery temper you have. But Yi Qingtian is important to me, so you can't hurt him." But upon hearing that, Lin Yun couldn't help feeling chills. He couldn't help feeling chills whenever he heard Yi Guhan saying that. Is a saint sovereign going to interfere in the affairs of the younger generation? Zhao Tianyu hovered in the air. The magma gushing out from the ground couldn't injure him. He had a strong stance, and he didn't cower even when facing Yi Guhan. Flames were blazing within his eyes as he looked at Lin Yun. Zhao Tianyu clenched his fists and furiously said, "No one can save someone who has spoiled my plans, brat. Even the person standing behind you doesn't dare to say that to me." Yi Guhan smiled and unleashed another sword ray. This was an attack from a saint sovereign, and Zhao Tianyu would die if he was struck. But this sword was only meant to probe him. When the sword ray was about to hit Zhao Tianyu, fluctuations spread in the air, and the attack was blocked. At this moment, Lin Yun finally knew that the Blood Moon Divine Sun had a powerful guardian with him. The moonlight formed into a crimson hand before dragging Zhao Tianyu back. Zhao Tianyu's figure became transparent while slowly passing through the cave. Even if Zhao Tianyu was reluctant, he could only allow himself to be taken away. "Yo, you're still around?" Just when Yi Guhan was about to leave with Lin Yun, he turned to look at the orange-clothed venerable and smiled. This instantly made the orange-clothed venerable nervous as he carefully asked, "I believe a saint sovereign such as yourself won't make a move against me, right? So what if I want to make a move against you?" Yi Guhan casually swung his sword and tore the orange-clothed venerable into pieces. This naturally left Lin Yun stumped, and he had to say that fate was miraculous. The three venerables were heavily injured during the day, but none of them died. The orange-clothed venerable might seem to have possessed great fortune, but he died a tragic death at the hands of a saint sovereign. If the orange-clothed venerable had a choice, he would rather be heavily injured rather than to run into an unreasonable saint sovereign. "He's dead." Lin Yun looked at the dead orange-clothed venerable. Who said that an expert wouldn't lay their hands on the younger generation? If that person didn't have someone backing them up, it wouldn't matter who killed them. But if it was someone like the Blood Moon Divine Sun, even if he didn't have a great saint behind him, his senior brother should have some reservations about it. "Let's go." Yi Guhan smiled as he grabbed Lin Yun and soared to the sky. Compared to Zhao Tianyu, who left by becoming transparent, Yi Guhan's method was more overbearing and crude. He was like a sword piercing through the rocks, charging out of the mountain with Lin Yun. While Lin Yun took a deep breath, he saw the mountain trembling violently, with many hills on the verge of collapsing. But something wasn't right because crimson moonlight had enveloped this entire region with a blood moon hanging in the sky. Beneath the blood moon, Zhao Tianyu was standing behind a black-clothed great saint. This great saint was terrifying, and the blood moon was a phenomenon that he had created. The blood moon was strange because it looked similar to his azure dragon sword heart, but the range was much bigger. The area within a 100-mile radius was shrouded in the crimson moonlight. Only the region around Yi Guhan and Lin Yun was spared from the moonlight since they were enveloped in sword rays. "Brother, let's go." Yi Guhan greeted the black-clothed great saint with a smile before he tore apart the crimson moonlight with a sword and turned into a sword ray, disappearing into the distance. It didn't take long for Yi Guhan and Lin Yun to disappear before Zhao Tianyu. Although Zhao Tianyu was feeling aggrieved, he could understand why his guardian didn't chase after them. Even the black-clothed great saint wasn't confident about dealing with a sword Dao saint sovereign like Yi Guhan, and the black-clothed great saint would have been worried about Zhao Tianyu's safety if he fought with Yi Guhan. Zhao Tianyu's emotions fluctuated for a long time before he calmed down. "Mayan is right. Yi Qingtian might become a threat if we're careless," Zhao Tianyu said calmly. "Let's go with Plan 2 then. We can leave the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear with him for now. Without the secret technique, he won't be able to fully control it," the black-clothed great saint said. "Damn it!" Zhao Tianyu squinted with a chill flashing across his eyes. He had a feeling that since he couldn't kill Yi Qingtian back in the cave, he wouldn't have another opportunity in the future. The fact that Yi Qingtian could withstand his divine lightning eyes empowered by greater Tao while being at the nirvana stage was enough to prove his monstrous talent. "Let's go. We've caused a great commotion here." The black-clothed great saint looked in a direction and left with Zhao Tianyu. "Senior brother, why are you here?" After returning to the Heavenly Tao sect, Lin Yun removed the silver moon mask and sighed in relief. His injuries had healed, but his face was still pale because the power of the divine lightning eyes was frightening. Since the blood moon divine sun has a guardian, you naturally have one as well. Since your master in the Heavenly Tao sect isn't free to do that, I've become your guardian. Yi Guhan smiled. Upon hearing that, Lin Yun felt warmth in his heart, and he smiled. "You also came with me when I went to the Hidden Sword Manor?" "The Hidden Sword Manor?" "No. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint and Serene Dust Great Saint had gone there, so I didn't join the fun." Yi Guhan took a divine dragon fruit and began chewing it before Lin Yun. Didn't they say guardians aren't allowed to participate if it is a conflict amongst the younger generation? Lin Yun asked. Yi Guhan smiled. There's that saying, but that's utter bullshit. I won't move if you can beat him. But how can I watch you being bullied when you're already on the verge of death? You must remember that only we can bully others within the Eastern Desolation and not vice versa. Beat him up if you can beat him. But if you can't, your senior brother will help you. If your senior brother can't do it, you still have your master within the Heavenly Tao sect. If even the Dragon Origin Great Saint can't do it, we can call the two mistresses along. Lin Yun widened his mouth upon hearing that. He had a feeling that something wasn't right somewhere, but it also made sense at the same time. Don't tell me that you think that you're fortunate that you're not beaten to death when you're so arrogant, right? Yi Guhan smiled. Without anyone protecting you, you would have been killed long ago. Lin Yun quickly changed the topic. He asked, what's the origin of the divine lightning eyes? My sword intent dissipated upon coming in contact with it, and I didn't feel such a great pressure even when facing the white-clothed venerable, who grasped a greater Tao. This was his first time encountering this situation, and he couldn't help having lingering fear when he heard that. His sword intent was his greatest reliance. If his sword intent dissipated, he could not face a quasi-saint at the indigo origin phase, even if his cultivation was at the 10th transformation of the nirvana stage. Yi Guhan took a hard bite out of the divine dragon fruit with enjoyment on his face. He smiled and explained, the reason is simple. Don't think too much about the Saint Tao. You can just treat it as an amplifier. Can amplify martial intent. Since it can amplify, the larger the base, the larger it would be after being amplified. Do you understand now? Lin Yun instantly figured it out after listening to Yi Guhan's explanation. He replied, the white-clothed venerable's martial intent is inferior to the blood moon divine sun. So even if it's amplified by Saint Tao, the power is different. That's right. Yi Guhan nodded as he wore a gratified expression. Yi Guhan stripped Saint Tao of the profundity and explained with the simplest method. Most importantly, even if the blood moon divine sun wasn't at the quasi-saint realm, he can already face your sword intent with his lightning intent and divine lightning eyes. So after being amplified by Saint Tao, the gap between you and him was instantly widened. If the two of your martial intent are at level 9, he will reach 2 or 3 times under the empowerment of Saint Tao, reaching level 18 or level 27. How are you going to fight him then? The white-clothed venerable's martial intent is only a 4 at best, and it's still weaker than you even after being amplified. So you can naturally defeat or even kill him. Yi Guhan sighed. Sometimes, even if the gap is small, you might never be able to catch up in your lifetime. I understand, Lin Yun said. You really understood? Yi Guhan asked with a playful smile. I do. Lin Yun nodded. It was just like his fellow classmates in his previous life. They were all at the same level before the university entrance examination. However, after the examination, the difference of a few points might mean the difference of universities, which were amplifiers. Different universities would have different amplification factors. After 4 years in universities, someone might receive a monthly salary of 3,000 while some might receive 10,000. The difference was at least 3 times. The difference would widen as time passes, and it might be impossible to catch up in your lifetime. That was the same for martial cultivation. If you accumulate more at the nirvana stage, your strength would be further amplified after reaching the quasi-saint realm. Just when Lin Yun was going to return to the Indigo Thunder Peak, Yi Guhan said, by the way, your master is back. After you've completely recovered from your injuries, remember to visit him. The Dragon Origin Great Saint. Lin Yun's eyes lit up. He remembered the Serene Dust Great Saint saying that the Dragon Origin Great Saint went to a forbidden ground within the Eastern Sea to search for the divine blood fruit to perfect Lin Yun's Azure Dragon divine physique. Yeah. He's back from the divine dragon grave. Is he all right? Lin Yun asked. Yi Guhan merely smiled, not knowing how to reply. The Dragon Origin Great Saint was a little pitiful. He boldly said, so what if I can't return? Although he returned, the situation was a little complicated. He's actually been back for a long time, but Yi Guhan smiled. He carried on. Forget it. I'll just tell you straight away. He's back, but his state isn't that good. He was tricked by a black tortoise within the divine dragon grave and nearly went all out. But he was ganged up on by a group of old men and was trapped there for half a month. Lin Yun widened his mouth and was speechless. He had a divine dragon fruit and he had been keeping it. So there was no need for the dragon origin great saint to suffer so much. What's the matter? Yi Guhan asked, looking at the changes on Lin Yun's face. It's good that he's fine. I'll visit him after recovering from my injuries. Lin Yun coughed. He didn't tell Yi Guhan that he possessed a divine dragon fruit. It was better for him to privately tell the dragon origin great saint about it. If his senior brother knew he had a divine dragon fruit, he would probably immediately mock the dragon origin great saint. The dragon origin great saint suffered so much on this trip to the divine dragon grave. It was best for him to keep it to himself for now. There must be something weird about you. Hurry up. Go and treat your injuries. Yi Guhan sent Lin Yun away. He didn't mention the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear and considered it Lin Yun's spoils. After returning to Indigo Thunder Peak, Lin Yun treated his injuries with the blue dragon bone. It didn't take long for him to completely recover. But he wasn't in a hurry to enter the Iris secret realm to check on the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear. Instead, he began to recall his fight with the Blood Moon Divine Sun, trying to figure out a method to deal with the Divine Lightning Eyes. Yi Guhan said that he couldn't compete with the Blood Moon Divine Sun before reaching the Quasi-Saint realm. But after he analyzed, he believed that he should have been able to withstand that attack with the Dragon Sun and Moon Seal, even if his senior brother didn't show up. The second variation of the Dragon Sun and Moon Seal, inverting yin-yang, had touched the surface of Space Dao, and it should be enough for him to resolve Zhao Tianyu's attack. Once he resolved Zhao Tianyu's attack, he could have used the Azure Dragon Sword Heart to simulate a sword domain before bringing out his dual sword stars and blocking the subsequent attacks. There's no need to be so pessimistic. At the very least, it shouldn't be a problem for me to leave safely. Lin Yun's eyes flickered. The astral sword intent was the most important thing because he hadn't reached the pinnacle of complete mastery in it. His sword intent was strong, but he was still one step away from reaching the pinnacle of complete mastery. So he decided to reach the pinnacle of complete mastery before the Blue Dragon record appeared. After thinking about it, Lin Yun entered the Iris secret realm. As soon as Lin Yun came in, a dazzling radiance made Lin Yun shut his eyes. This radiance was being given off by the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear, enveloping the entire Iris secret realm in a golden layer, including the Phoenix Tree. Lil Purple was observing the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear, but was cautious and didn't come into contact with it. Empress, do you think that what my senior brother said makes sense? Lin Yun asked as he came over. Lil Purple contemptuously sneered. What does a tiny Saint Sovereign know about? Saint Dao isn't as trifling as he said, and the Divine Lightning Eyes isn't a simple number game. If Zhao Tianyu has enough opportunities, he can transform it into the God Eyes of Destruction, one of the 8 eyes from ancient times. Lin Yun smiled, knowing that he shouldn't have asked. Don't worry about that for now. See if you can have the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear acknowledge you as its master. This is a powerful weapon, and you've picked up a treasure this time. Lil Purple said in excitement as she stared at the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear with a scorching gaze. Is it possible? Lin Yun asked. It's dangerous, but it's worth a try. You have to be prepared, Lil Purple said. Lin Yun took a deep breath, his expression becoming grave. He was nearly killed by the Golden Lotus Flame Tree back then, so he couldn't underestimate it now that it had turned into the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear. The Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear was 9 feet long and enveloped in a holy radiance. The spearhead that was a sword was sharp and gave off an ominous aura. This was an extremely complicated weapon, possessing Buddhism's benevolence and the demonic cult's ferocity. It could alternate between good and evil with a single thought. Azure Dragon Saint Art. Blue Dragon Sky-breaking Art. Lin Yun roared. 2 dragon roars then echoed from his body. He had brought out the 2 dragon clans' saint physiques at the same time. After 100,000 indigo gold dragon runes and 100,000 blue jade dragon runes began to appear on the surface of his body. 2 dragons that have reached 10 feet in length appeared, coiling around him. "Scumbag, be careful." Lil Purple was nervous as she stood behind him. "Don't worry about it." Lin Yun smiled at Lil Purple. When he took a deep breath, the 2 different radiances that he gave off became even more dazzling while he endured the immense pressure and made a grab for the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear with a firm gaze. When his hands came in contact with the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear, a vibrating noise echoed within his mind, while the spear began to devour his vitality. The radiance being emitted by the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear retracted, returning to the spear before a crimson radiance appeared where Lin Yun's hand came into contact with it. The radiance looked crimson, like blood slowly filling up the spear's runes. Lin Yun's exhaustion of his vitality was swift, and the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear had devoured 1/10 of his vitality in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear began to tremble before a terrifying radiance erupted from it. Blood dripped down from the corner of Lin Yun's lips, and he was sent flying away. When he tapped his foot on the ground, a crack appeared in the air. He had tapped his foot on the ground 4 to 5 times before he managed to stabilize himself in midair. "Don't try it anymore," Lil Purple said hurriedly. "Let me try it again. I want to try and subdue this spear." Lin Yun could sense the horrifying energy that was contained within the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear, and that energy felt like an abyss without a limit. This allowed him to see a light of hope. If he had the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear, he might have been able to confront Tian Xuanzi. The Golden Era was also a catastrophe for the Kunlun realm. To protect those he wanted to protect, Lin Yun had to hold on to even the slightest hope. Flames ignited within his eyes, before Lin Yun returned to the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear after stabilizing himself with an unyielding fighting spirit. The crimson lines on the spear were swiftly disappearing as his vitality was expelled. It was also expelling the mark left behind by Lin Yun. But just when the crimson radiance was about to disappear, Lin Yun grabbed onto the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear again with a crimson radiance shining forth again. "Azure Dragon Sword Heart." Lin Yun roared, using his sword heart to mimic a sword domain. A silver radiance soon enveloped him to help him resist the pressure. The Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear began to violently tremble along with the entire Iris secret realm. There were 2 roars that could be heard coming from the spear. The sky was immediately split between gold and black. One side represented the Buddhist golden radiance, while the other represented a demonic radiance. The radiances enveloped the surroundings, making Lil Purple nervous before she brought Lil Red to shelter beneath the phoenix tree. While the 2 radiances revolved around the silver sword domain, they gave off great pressure, wanting to crush Lin Yun's Azure Dragon Sword Heart. But Lin Yun didn't give up and released his dual sword stars, revolving over 100 galaxies around him. At the same time, Lin Yun's vitality had covered 3/5 of the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear, and the progress was rather smooth. Even so, Lin Yun's body was bearing a great pressure, and the divine tortoise transformation was already destroyed, returning Lin Yun to his initial appearance. Because Lin Yun's vitality was greatly exhausted, he was only left with skin and bones, relying on the blue dragon record to replenish his vitality. "Come on!" Lin Yun's hair fluttered in the wind as his sword intent went wild. The skinner he became, the more powerful his sword intent became. His attention was focused. Right when his vitality was about to envelop the entire Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear, he quickly executed the 3rd variation of the Dragon Sun and Moon Seal. Heaven and Earth Unite. When the silver radiance formed by Lin Yun's Azure Dragon Sword Heart shattered, the 2 sword stars formed a luxurious silver robe that was decorated with golden threads. The hundreds of galaxies turned into crimson silk that wrapped around Lin Yun's body. When the holy radiance and demonic radiance were about to envelop Lin Yun after shattering his Azure Dragon Sword Heart, it was blocked by the robe. When silver and gold began to circulate on the robe, it shone brightly, with the radiance reaching 100 miles away. The holy and demonic radiances were reluctant before gathering from 100 miles away, forming into a Buddha and a demon with horns on its head, charging at Lin Yun. They wanted to stop him from completely enveloping the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear with his vitality. You really think I don't have a temper? Behave yourself within the Iris secret realm. Lil Purple became furious and wanted to interfere a long time ago. The two artifact spirits were simply lawless. Lin Yun was close to being acknowledged by the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear, but the artifact spirits wanted to attack him. What did they think that the Iris secret realm was? Their playground? Lil Purple soared to the sky and summoned the two sovereign divine runes. The myriad lightning divine rune tore apart the demonic radiance, while the extreme wind divine rune ripped apart the holy radiance. When the two divine runes combined, the manifestation of the artifact spirits was torn apart. Once the pressure on Lin Yun was lifted, he clenched his fists together and grabbed the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear in his hand. When the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear revolved, Lin Yun grabbed onto it, and the aura he gave off reached an unimaginable height. The crimson silk that enveloped him was spread open before soaring to the sky, supporting the entire sky. I succeeded! Lin Yun was excited as he held onto the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear. He could sense how powerful this spear was. After infusing his vitality into it, the spear acknowledged him as master. However, he immediately sensed that there were 3 seals on the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear. Even so, it was at least as strong as a sovereign saint artifact even if it was sealed. Lin Yun couldn't imagine how powerful the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear would become after the 3 seals were undone. Lin Yun could feel his heart beating wildly. This was a supreme treasure that was more powerful than the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella. The only con was the weight of this spear. This spear was too heavy. Wielding the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear felt like he was holding the weight of an entire mountain in his hand, and it was tough for him to even swing it. Not only that, but Lin Yun could sense that his vitality was still being devoured by it. Although the absorption wasn't as terrifying as it was at the beginning, it was continuously devouring his vitality like a bottomless abyss. This scumbag's actual appearance looks better. Lil Purple smiled as she stood on the phoenix tree, looking at Lin Yun. Once Lin Yun flew over, he stabbed the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear into the ground before sighing with relief. He had finally subdued the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear. The process was dangerous, but he ultimately succeeded. If he didn't have the Blue Dragon Bone and Lil Purple's help, even a saint might have been unable to subdue the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear, not to mention Lin Yun. When Lin Yun joined up with Lil Purple, he told her about the general situation with the spear. This is weird. How did this Buddhist cult's emperor artifact become related to the Blood Moon sect? Lil Purple was baffled. Perhaps it is, as Zhao Tianyu said, the Golden Lotus Flame Tree was given to the Fleeting Sky Monastery by the Blood Moon sect, Lin Yun said. Lil Purple briefly pondered before she shared her speculation. There's also another possibility. It is possible that the Fleeting Sky Monastery was a hidden chess piece of the Blood Moon sect. Lin Yun was briefly startled before he smiled. Your thoughts are really bold. I'm more worried about what he was trying to do with it. After all, there's no need to use 10 droplets of divine blood for a sovereign saint artifact. Lil Purple's eyes shone, and she smiled. You've already guessed it, didn't you? Do you think so? Lin Yun asked. Zhao Tianyu must have a way to undo the 3 seals on the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear. The moment the 3 seals are unleashed, the answer will be revealed. He probably planned on using this spear to confront the Heavenly Dao sect's Heavenly Sword and Dao Sword. I share the same thought as well. But when it's sealed, even a saint can't withstand it, not to mention after the 3 seals are undone. This spear would probably devour even a saint, Lin Yun said. Most importantly, this Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear has been sleeping for a long time and has been greatly weakened. If the 3 seals were forcibly lifted, the spear would most likely be destroyed. The speculation was reasonable, but Lil Purple could tell that Lin Yun wasn't too willing to believe that the Blood Moon sect would be so bold, and he also didn't want a catastrophe to fall on the Heavenly Dao sect. But Lil Purple wasn't too bothered about it. Lin Yun was the only person she cared about. This was why she could see through this matter more clearly. You should have discovered that the Heavenly Tao sect is on the verge of collapse since the sect master's position has been empty for a long time. Lil Purple analyzed calmly. The 4 clans are like parasites attached to it, sucking the Heavenly Tao sect's blood. Their hearts are no longer united with the Heavenly Tao sect. They only care about their own interests. Not to mention that the Wang clan has an unclear relationship with the Blood Moon sect, and the Yi clan is filled with conflicts. You've just displayed your talent, and yet the Yi clan's ancestor wanted to kill you. You will probably have to leave the Heavenly Tao sect without your senior brother. The Zhang clan is even more absurd because their descendants know about the Dragon clan's martial techniques. They have probably become the Divine Dragon Empire's lackeys long ago. As for the Bai clan, just look at how they treated Bao Shuang. The Heavenly Jade Sword Saint isn't willing to interfere with Bai clan's affairs, so you can tell that the Bai clan is already rotten to the core. Various indications showed that the Heavenly Tao sect had been in a mess since long ago. If the Heavenly Sword and Tao Sword weren't around, the Heavenly Tao sect would have probably been invaded by now. In reality, the title of the strongest holy land in Eastern Desolation was only in name. Lin Yun wasn't willing to think about that because he had stayed at the Heavenly Tao sect for so long and already had some feelings for the sect. But he couldn't deny what Lil Purple said because it was true. The 4 clans were like leeches. Their descendants even occupied many saint-disciple positions. Lil Purple was pretty open about it and continued, "Nothing lasts forever. Even an immortal holy land will be destroyed. I have seen plenty of them. You don't have to be too bothered because even those from the Heavenly Tao sect don't care about it. If what Wang Mayan did was done in other holy lands, she would have been taken down long ago with no evidence needed. The Heavenly Tao sect is just a part of your journey and nothing much beyond that." Lin Yun couldn't help feeling a little sorrow when he heard that, but his expression gradually became grave when he looked at the Buddhist Emperor Golden Lotus Spear. The Heavenly Tao sect was like a luxurious giant tree on the outside but riddled with pests. Even a good person would be excluded by everyone, or they could only take care of themselves. The Sword sect might not be a holy land when compared to the Heavenly Tao sect, but the entire sect was united. To this very day, he still remembered the oath that everyone made when they just joined the sect. "I hereby swear that one day, the Sword sect will return to become a holy land. 8,000 years of reign with our halo enveloping 90,000 miles. As long as the moon exists, the Sword sect never dies. As long as the moon exists, the Sword sect never dies." Lin Yun recollected his thoughts and tossed them to the back of his mind. He briefly rested, planning to visit the Dragon Origin Great Saint. "Remember to execute the Divine Tortoise transformation again," Lil Purple said before Lin Yun left. When Lin Yun came out of the Iris secret realm, he executed the Divine Tortoise transformation. He returned to Yi Qingtian's appearance before he came to the Dragon Origin Great Saint's residence. He had the Great Saint medal so that he could enter unhindered. It didn't take long for him to meet the Dragon Origin Great Saint. Surprisingly, the Dragon Origin Great Saint looked pretty energetic, and he was even in the mood to fish. "Master!" Lin Yun bowed as he came forth. The Dragon Origin Great Saint looked at Lin Yun and had guilt on his face. He helplessly said, "I failed. I nearly lost my life within the Divine Dragon Grave and failed to obtain a Divine Blood Fruit. It would have been fine if I didn't manage to find it. But I was ganged up on by a group of bastards after finding it." The Dragon Origin Great Saint was furious. He initially didn't want to share his experience with Lin Yun, but he couldn't hold back when he saw his disciple. As he spoke, he began to tear up. Seeing this, Lin Yun knew he had to be frank and said, "Master, please calm down. I actually have a Divine Blood Fruit." "You have a Divine Blood Fruit? Don't bluff me," the Dragon Origin Great Saint said. "I really do have one." Lin Yun immediately took out his Divine Blood Fruit, leaving the Dragon Origin Great Saint stumped. The Dragon Origin Great Saint could initially still hold back his tears, but the tears began to roll down his cheeks when he saw the Divine Blood Fruit. "Why the hell didn't you tell me about it? Do you know what I've experienced at the Divine Dragon Grave?" The Dragon Origin Great Saint looked aggrieved as he cried. Looking at the aggrieved expression on the Dragon Origin Great Saint, Lin Yun said helplessly, "Master, you didn't ask me about it. You left without saying a word, and I only knew about it after you left." Lin Yun was stumped when he initially learned about it. If the Dragon Origin Great Saint had asked him about it, the latter wouldn't have had to take such a huge risk. Seeing the Dragon Origin Great Saint crying, Lin Yun instantly knew that Yi Guhan was right. The Dragon Origin Great Saint probably suffered greatly during this trip to the Divine Dragon Grave. The Dragon Origin Great Saint was stumped before recalling that he really didn't ask Lin Yun about it. He felt that the trip to the Divine Dragon Grave would be dangerous, so he went with the preparation to die. This was why he didn't tell Lin Yun about it. It was mainly because he was worried, but he didn't expect to cause such a misunderstanding. This immediately made the Dragon Origin Great Saint feel awkward. Before he awkwardly said, "Why yeah, I didn't seem to ask you about it before leaving." The Dragon Origin Great Saint wasn't worried about it anymore. He looked at the Divine Blood Fruit and said, "With the help of the Divine Blood Fruit, there shouldn't be any obstacles left for you to practice the Azure Dragon Divine Art. This is the key, but it's not the answer. You previously forcibly merged your two dragon clans' saint physiques with the Sovereign Dragon Seal, but it won't last long and will also leave behind problems within your body. Luckily, you didn't use it that much." "Wait a minute." The Dragon Origin Great Saint suddenly stopped. His eyes lit up as he said in surprise, "Wait, the quality of this divine blood fruit seems to be higher than the one I found in the Divine Dragon Grave. Did you obtain this on the heavenly path?" Lin Yun nodded in acknowledgement. "You didn't tell Radiant about it?" the Dragon Origin Great Saint asked. The divine blood fruit was precious within the Kunlun realm, and each divine blood fruit would spark a fight amongst saints or even emperors. Aside from aiding the cultivation of Saint Dao, its greatest use was to extend one's lifespan, which many cultivators highly desired. After all, there would be hope as long as one was still alive. Lin Yun sighed. "I did, but my master told me he had already consumed one before, so this divine blood fruit is useless to him." The Dragon Origin Great Saint sighed. "Actually, lifespan doesn't matter whether he can take that step out. Since his lifespan is ending, there's also an advantage to it. Forget about it. Let's not talk about it anymore. I'll transmit the Azure Dragon Divine Art that I've completed to you." The Dragon Origin Great Saint gave Lin Yun the completed Azure Dragon Divine Art and started explaining it to Lin Yun. The Dragon Origin Great Saint was also a swordsman in his early years, but he changed to focus on his physique after receiving the Radiant Sword Saint's suggestion. By cultivating his physique, the Dragon Origin Great Saint became a saint and eventually a great saint. Thus, only a handful of people within the Kunlun realm could compete with him when it comes to cultivating one's physique. He didn't hold back when teaching Lin Yun, and many pointers made Lin Yun's eyes light up. But then he mentioned taboo the most. After all, the process of acquiring a divine physique was taboo, especially the Azure Dragon Divine Physique. Its dangers were more terrifying than practicing the Divine Azure Overlord Physique that Lin Yun once refused. The Azure Dragon Divine Art had 9 levels, with a Dragon Tribulation starting from the 2nd level. It was equivalent to a Divine Dragon's Tribulation. The Azure Dragon Divine Art is divided into 3 stages every 3 levels. The first stage is the Dragon's Physique, the second is the Dragon's Soul, and the third is the Dragon's Might. The 3 stages are gradual, and the first stage is the foundation, but it's also the most important. The second stage is to temper your soul because the Dragon Physique will possess spirituality after possessing a Dragon Soul. You will also be able to grasp many talents belonging to the Dragon Clan, such as the innate ability of the Azure Dragon, controlling wind and thunder. Lastly, the Dragon's Might is more complicated because you need to manifest the oppression of a dragon, not just simply the aura. At that time, the Dragon Domain can empower your martial intent. If you reach the 9th level, the Azure Dragon Divine Physique will reach greater mastery. At that time, you can face Saint Realm experts head-on by relying on your physique alone without using Saint Dao. It's so much so that you can easily crush them with a grasp. Even so, that's not the end of the journey because you can still cultivate, and there's no end before reaching the Divine Realm. Lin Yun was fascinated and shocked as he listened to the Dragon Origin Great Saint's explanation. Since an acquired divine physique is so terrifying, does that mean that someone can also possess an innate divine physique? Lin Yun asked. If the divine physique was so strong, those possessing an innate divine physique would far surpass their peers since they had already begun practicing their divine physiques from the womb. The Dragon Origin Great Saint stroked his beard as he smiled. The innate divine physique is rare, but it does exist. Let's not mention ancient times. But there were people possessing innate divine physiques even after the Golden Era ended. What? Lin Yun was shocked because he never heard of it before. Everyone possessing an innate divine physique would have a smooth cultivating journey. Almost everyone would shine brightly in their era, becoming the most dazzling genius. The Dragon Origin Great Saint continued with a grave expression. But it's not easy for them to be born because most die in the womb before they could even be born. An innate divine physique isn't good, especially for the mother. The mother will have to endure a great test and torture. So no one would dare to give birth to a child who possesses a divine physique if they didn't have great courage, so it may be a stillborn. Lin Yun was stumped upon hearing that because this was the first time he had encountered such secrets. Many people have tried various methods in ancient times, and some nurtured the child with the mother's vitality for 100 or a few hundred years just to safely give birth to a child possessing a divine physique. Even so, the chances are slim. There are ancient methods to ensure the safe birth of a child possessing a divine physique, but the cost is too high, and such ancient methods are long lost. The Dragon Origin Great Saint said, and his words shocked Lin Yun greatly. There were pros and cons to everything in the world. Acquiring an acquired divine physique was like walking on thin ice, not to mention it even required a treasure like the divine blood fruit. But the innate divine physique wasn't that simple either. Lin Yun briefly pondered, but didn't wish to possess an innate divine physique if he had a choice. It was better for him to gain control of his destiny. He could endure countless difficulties and dangers but couldn't accept having his kin suffering for him. Here are 1,800 kilograms of black tortoise saint liquid. With the divine blood fruit, it should be enough for you to reach the first level of the Azure Dragon Divine Art. The Dragon Origin Great Saint handed Lin Yun the Azure Dragon Divine Art and Black Tortoise Saint Liquid. Where did you get so much Black Tortoise Saint Liquid from? Lin Yun asked. Before I broke free, I visited the Flame Tortoise lineage's vault. It was troublesome, but remember not to claim to be my disciple when you go to the Eastern Sea in the future. The Dragon Origin Great Saint smiled. Lin Yun awkwardly smiled. The Dragon Origin Great Saint probably emptied the entire vault. Remember, stop immediately if something goes wrong because we can always try it again. Before Lin Yun left, the Dragon Origin Great Saint said as he grabbed Lin Yun's arm. Lin Yun nodded, then returned to the Indigo Thunder Peak. After taking a brief rest, he entered the Iris Secret Realm. There was still some time left before the Blue Dragon record appeared, and Lin Yun wanted to try and obtain the Azure Dragon Divine Physique. If he could possess the Azure Dragon Divine Physique, he would be able to confront those holy sons who have grasped Greater Daos before entering the Quasi-Saint realm, and he wouldn't have to worry about facing Greater Daos. Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry to start but strolled around the Iris Secret Realm first. He could see Lil Red attempting to reach the Quasi-Saint realm. The Lil Red already had sufficient accumulation and began to give off a faint saint radiance. It had reached the critical moment of making a breakthrough. Afterwards, Lin Yun went to the Phoenix Tree to talk to Lil Purple before coming to the depths of the Iris Secret Realm and started practicing the Azure Dragon Divine Art. Lin Yun already possessed the two dragon clans' saint physiques, and his foundation was sufficient. As long as he refined the Black Tortoise Saint Liquid and merged the Divine Blood Fruit into his body, he could reach the first level of the Azure Dragon Divine Physique, the Dragon Blood phase. The 3 stages were further classified. The first level was called the Dragon's Blood, the second was called the Dragon's Bone, and the third was called the Dragon's Meridians. Only by reaching the third level can one successfully master the first stage. When Lin Yun's hands faced each other, the divine blood fruit hovered between his palms with a horrifying temperature spreading out from the fruit. Lin Yun took a deep breath and closed his eyes, before activating the two dragon clans' saint physiques. The two colored runes began to form a vortex around the divine blood fruit. Whenever Lin Yun tried to direct the divine blood fruit's energy into his body, it would become taxing to his physique. Not to mention that Lin Yun even had to bear the pain from the two saint physiques as they attempted to fuse. The blue dragon saint physique and azure dragon saint physique were two entirely different energies, and Lin Yun had to fuse them. Lin Yun's clothes were drenched with sweat in just a few minutes. His flesh would explode and regenerate. Occasionally, it would even release a powerful thunderstorm energy or brimming vitality. He was in an unusual state because the divine blood fruit would magnify the power of the blue dragon and azure dragon. There was a possibility that Lin Yun's body would blow apart or flowers might grow on his body, using his blood as nourishment. Lin Yun, keep this in mind. You're not trying to become anyone, but you will be yourself. Comparable to the Radiant Sword Saint or the Sword Emperor. That's nothing but a joke. This path will be dangerous because swordsmen like us refuse to believe in fate. You must remember that there's no one in the world you cannot surpass. Lin Yun recalled what his master, the Radiant Sword Saint, said to him. That was the path his master had been pursuing, and his master refused to compromise, even if his lifespan was coming to an end. His master could easily reach the Emperor realm, but everything was meaningless to him if he couldn't reach the same height as the 9 emperors. The Radiant Sword Saint was using his life to teach Lin Yun the meaning of a swordsman. The path I want is the path of a sword god. There are 3,000 greater Daos, but only one sword Dao. I believe I can succeed. There are people I want to protect, and I have to walk my own path no matter what. I can succeed. Lin Yun gritted his teeth and fortified his will, preventing himself from falling into extreme emotions. If his emotions were affected, the blue dragon and azure dragon's energies would lose balance, and he would die under the divine blood fruit's influence. 7 days later, Lin Yun opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief, looking at the divine blood fruit as he fell into deep thoughts. His first attempt failed, and his physique was greatly damaged. So he stopped for the time being according to the Dragon Origin Great Saint's instructions. I still have a long time ahead of me, Lin Yun sighed with his eyes shining brightly. But his blood was already boiling, and there was no reason for him to stop because time waited for no one. Thus, Lin Yun rested shortly before he attempted again. Lin Yun summed up the experience of his failure. But he could sense that his physique had gotten stronger even though he had failed. When he attempted another time 2 days later, he failed. He took a deep breath but wasn't in a hurry to start his third attempt. He slowly got up and performed a fist technique. This was the divine solar lunar fist that he once practiced. Practicing it again, Lin Yun could use this opportunity to comprehend the divine sun and moon seal, allowing his physique to recover, and could also comprehend the profundity of the azure dragon divine physique at the same time. This could be said killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Lin Yun had been cultivating till his skinny frame recovered before he stopped. I might have failed twice, but my physique has strengthened. There are also some changes to my blood at the same time. Lin Yun's eyes shone brightly as he looked at his hands. The first level of the azure dragon divine art was called dragon's blood, which meant tempering his blood to the point of a divine dragon's blood. In the past, his blood only contained some dragon's blood, but this time, it was transforming. If he succeeded, his blood would undergo a drastic transformation. That was the first step of the azure dragon physique and the foundation. His physique had already become so strong, even before his blood completely transformed. He couldn't imagine how strong he would become if his blood underwent a complete transformation. At that time, supporting the azure dragon divine physique with his dragon's blood would be easier than using the sovereign dragon seal, and his body wouldn't be damaged. Lin Yun's eyes blazed with flames as he looked even more forward to it. Transforming mortal blood into dragon's blood was a pipe fantasy, but the divine blood fruit made everything possible. He took out the divine blood fruit and started his third attempt. For days later, his third attempt ended in another failure. This time, Lin Yun was heavily injured and had coughed out blood. Even his skin cracked with his bones becoming visible. He continued practicing the divine solar lunar fist while his physique recovered. When his physique recovered, 7 days have passed. Each of his attempts was no different from brushing past death. Lin Yun's mood fluctuated greatly in the beginning, but he gradually calmed down. Since he didn't die during those 3 times, what would he have to be afraid of? But if it was someone else in his position, they would be frightened to death. He attempted 7 more times, but all of them failed. But on the 8th time, he successfully fused the Azure Dragon and Blue Dragon. This meant that he had successfully refined his mortal blood into dragon's blood. When Lin Yun succeeded, his blood began to rumble, with a powerful aura spreading out. Azure Dragon Divine Physique. Lin Yun roared as he opened his eyes. After reaching the first level of the Azure Dragon Divine Art, he could now execute the incomplete Azure Dragon Divine Physique. The Divine Physique was a taboo in this world. This was because if the Azure Dragon Divine Physique appeared, it would mean possessing some power of the ancient Azure Dragon. Even if this wasn't the complete Azure Dragon Divine Physique, since he still had 8 levels to go, the power emanated from it was horrifying. With Lin Yun in the center, the surrounding space was compressed with a purple aura filling the entire world. The surroundings around Lin Yun formed into a tiny vortex with ripples and cracks spreading out. When lightning flickered on Lin Yun's body, he soared to the sky as rain fell. When he released the Azure Dragon Divine Physique, a terrifying phenomenon appeared within the Iris secret realm. The phenomenon would be even more shocking in the outside world. Lin Yun's body swelled up, reaching a height of nearly 2 meters. On the phoenix tree, Lil Purple opened her eyes and looked at Lin Yun with shock. That fellow really has a big heart, and he really succeeded? When Lil Purple spread her arms wide open, she looked like a bird flying off a tree and pushed a palm forth at Lin Yun. A phoenix flew out from her palm, flying towards him. Lil Purple was powerful within the Iris secret realm and wanted to test how strong Lin Yun's divine physique was. As Lin Yun hovered in the sky, he smiled at the phoenix before activating the Azure Dragon Divine Physique. He only used the power of the Divine Physique, and yet his blood began to boil like magma, giving off a dazzling radiance. The incoming phoenix was shattered, dissolving into golden flames. What a powerful divine physique to resolve my attack without making a move, Lil Purple exclaimed. Right now, a casual attack from Lin Yun was enough to kill a quasi-saint at the Azure Origin phase. Lin Yun could rely on his physique alone to suppress quasi-saints at the Azure Origin phase. Lil Purple considered using the 2 sovereign divine runes, but they were too powerful to probe Lin Yun's strength. Not to mention that Lin Yun had just formed his divine physique, so he still needed time to get used to it. Lin Yun deactivated his divine physique, and the surrounding phenomena disappeared. As he landed on the ground, he looked at his hands and said, "This is the power of the divine physique in the initial state? It looks like what the Dragon Origin Great Saint said wasn't wrong." His mortal blood had been transformed into dragon's blood, and he needed to refine it further since the purity wasn't high. "You really have a big heart. You nearly died a few times, and you nearly frightened me to death," Lil Purple said in a reprimanding tone. But Lin Yun merely smiled and said nothing about it. Lil Purple only said he had a big heart, but Lin Yun knew he had no choice. His opponent was too strong, and his path as a sword god would naturally be dangerous. So he had to succeed no matter what. Lin Yun spent the remaining time practicing his sword technique, the Sword of the Beginning. This was because he could no longer progress in the Divine Firefly Sword since he had already reached the minuscule stage. As for the 3rd section of the Divine Firefly Sword, he could only start practicing it after grasping Greater Tao. So Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry and diverted his attention to the Sword of the Beginning instead. Others only knew about the Light of the Beginning but didn't know that it was only the first sword form in Sword of the Beginning. There were more moves after that, and the other 5 sword forms were even more terrifying than Light of the Beginning. There was still some time before the Blue Dragon record descended, but it was too unrealistic to master all 5 sword forms. Lin Yun only planned on grasping the Boundless of the Beginning and Glory of the Beginning as his trump cards. He didn't have much time and would be satisfied if he could reach greater mastery with them. While he was practicing the sword technique, He would use this opportunity to consolidate and familiarize himself with his Azure Dragon divine physique. He wanted to fuse the comprehension from the two swords into his sword Dao and see if he could reach the pinnacle of the astral sword intent. Aside from that, he also had the Dragon Sun and Moon Seal as his trump card. The three variations could fully unleash the power of his dual sword stars. His physique, sword technique, and intent began to fuse as he practiced his sword technique. Lin Yun was surprised to discover that his physique could complement his sword technique, and his sword intent had become stronger after possessing a divine physique. His sword intent could amplify the power of the divine physique. He realized that everything seemed capable of fusing into sword Dao, including nirvana. One with the sword? In the past, I thought it meant literally, but I finally understand the true meaning now. Lin Yun could sense that his insight was undergoing a transformation, but he still couldn't figure it out. Lil Purple leaped from the phoenix tree and stood before Lin Yun. She said, "The blue dragon record will soon appear, and you'll miss it if you don't go out soon." Lin Yun fell into deep thought and looked at the flower burial sword in his hand. He said, "I have a feeling that something big will happen with the appearance of the blue dragon record. Isn't it obvious? The blue dragon record is a huge event, and it can be considered the divine artifact of this era, capable of containing the Kunlun realm's fortune," Lil Purple said. Back when the Dragon Gate was still around, each appearance of the blue dragon record would create a huge shock in the world, since every genius wanted to engrave their name on it. The 7 divine dragon lords represented glory, dream, and strength. If they became one of the 7 divine dragon lords, their name would spread throughout the Kunlun realm. "You participated before?" Lin Yun asked curiously. Lil Purple coughed, her face blushing. She said, "I was young then, so I didn't participate in it before." "Oh," Lin Yun smiled. He had a feeling that Lil Purple wasn't being honest. She must have gone, but she failed to become one of the divine dragon lords. Seeing the smile on Lin Yun's face, Lil Purple blushed. "Back in my era, there were too many geniuses. It's on a whole new level compared to now." Lin Yun merely smiled and no longer pursued it. He was looking forward to the Blue Dragon record because who didn't want to spar with all the geniuses in the world with his sword? He heard that the champions of the other heavenly paths shone brightly after they arrived in the Kunlun realm, with their names spreading far and wide. Speaking of which, he was the champion of the 9th heavenly path, but he never interacted with them before. So the Blue Dragon record allowed him to see the other champions of the heavenly paths. Aside from that, the holy sons and holy maidens from various forces wouldn't miss out on this grand event either. The Kunlun realm was massive, and there were bound to be geniuses that far exceeded his imagination. The Blue Dragon record is in the hands of Mu Shuling, and she will also hold this event. You can see her again. Lil Purple winked with a probing smile. "Well, I'm rather looking forward to it." Lin Yun smiled honestly. Lil Purple's face sank as she said, "You're a scumbag with your mind full of beauties." Lin Yun didn't refute those words. It had been a long time since he last saw Yu Weiwei, and he had no news about her. If he could meet Mu Shuling, he could take this opportunity to ask about Yu Weiwei. Furthermore, he could probably see many familiar faces this time, including those familiar faces from the ancient Baron domain. Lin Yun and Lil Purple left the Iris secret realm. But not long after they appeared, the spiritual array within the courtyard was activated. Lin Yun's courtyard was in the best place at Indigo Thunder Peak, fortified with several spiritual arrays. Even a quasi-saint would have to take some time if they wanted to barge into his courtyard. Lin Yun took out his medal and injected his nirvana aura into it. When a light screen appeared, they saw that Bai Qingyu was outside, looking at the courtyard curiously. "Big Brother Yi is still in seclusion? Did something happen to him?" Bai Qingyu muttered with disappointment on her face. "You scumbag! Look how worried my disciple is. She probably came a few times, judging from her looks," Lil Purple said, feeling a heartache. "Qingyu, come in," Lin Yun said as he undid the spiritual array. Bai Qingyu was already about to leave, but she smiled when she heard the familiar voice. She knew that Yi Qingtian was finally done with his seclusion, so she quickly entered the courtyard. Master! Bai Qingyu's eyes lit up when she saw Lil Purple, and she quickly greeted the latter. Bai Qingyu could be considered Lil Purple's disciple, but Lil Purple didn't care much about her. Even so, they had a pretty good relationship, so Bai Qingyu tossed Lin Yun aside when she saw Lil Purple. Big Brother Yi, have you reached the quasi-saint realm? Bai Qingyu didn't forget why she was there, and looked at Lin Yun with a heated gaze. She had been observing him, hoping that the sacred fire golden lotus could help him transform and reach the quasi-saint realm. If Yi Qingtian reached the quasi-saint realm, he would be able to shine brightly on the Blue Dragon record. She believed Big Brother Yi could obtain the position of a divine dragon lord with his strength. She would have a share of the credit if he became a divine dragon lord. So she had been quietly waiting for Yi Qingtian to finish his seclusion, and she even visited several times, waiting for today. Not yet, Lin Yun replied honestly. He tried to make a breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm once, but it was more difficult than he had imagined. When he was at the 9th transformation of the Nirvana stage, he could step into the quasi-saint realm anytime he wanted. However, after reaching the 10th transformation of the Nirvana stage, the bottleneck was several times tougher than before, and it was no longer on the same level. According to Lil Purple, his Nirvana aura was already endlessly close to Saint Aura in terms of quality, and this was why his breakthrough would be tougher. But if he managed to succeed, there was a high possibility that he could immediately reach the Indigo origin phase. What? Bai Qingyu exclaimed. How is that possible? Even the sacred fire golden lotus can't treat your injuries. She was worried that Yi Qingtian couldn't reach the quasi-saint realm in his lifetime. Lil Purple then said, Don't worry about him. He succeeded in reaching the 10th transformation of the Nirvana stage. In terms of cultivation, even ordinary experts at the Indigo origin phase might not be his opponent. Bai Qingyu was stunned before she excitedly said, As expected of Big Brother Yi, the 10th transformation of the Nirvana stage is even tougher than reaching the quasi-saint realm. Her eyes were shining brightly with reverence as she spoke. Bai Qingyu was a beauty like her elder sister, except that she looked a little tender in comparison to her sister. Lin Yun felt awkward upon being looked at by Qingyu. He changed the subject. Qingyu, what date is it today? Bai Qingyu blinked her eyes and said with a smile, Today is the 7th day of the 8th month in year 3306 of the Divine Dragon calendar. The Blue Dragon record would appear on the 15th of the 8th month, meaning he only had 7 days left. By the way, Big Brother Yi, you're on the ranking. Bai Qingyu thought of something and said excitedly. What ranking? Lin Yun asked. He had always been on the Eastern Desolation's king ranking. But after hearing what Bai Qingyu said, he finally knew she meant the Divine Dragon Elite ranking. With the imminent appearance of the Blue Dragon record, everyone came up with multiple rankings, and many forces also had their own rankings. But the Divine Dragon Elite ranking created by the Sacred Alliance was the one with the highest credibility. The Sacred Alliance was the most mysterious force within the Kunlun realm. Most importantly, they have maintained neutrality throughout the years, having a good relationship with the righteous and demonic forces, including the Divine Dragon Empire. The Divine Dragon Empire entrusted many tasks that were inconvenient for them to the Sacred Alliance. This was because many forces within the Kunlun realm were hostile to the Divine Dragon Empire, and they couldn't extend their reach into those forces. But the Sacred Alliance was different. The Kunlun realm might be massive, but the Sacred Alliance could be found everywhere. Thus, the ranking created by the Sacred Alliance had the highest credibility and was acknowledged by everyone. Many bets were set up on who could enter the ranking. So even if the Divine Dragon Elite ranking wasn't established for long, practically everyone from various holy lands had a copy. This ranking included geniuses from the Eastern Desolation, Western Desert, Southern Border, the Northern Ridge, and Demon Gate. There were only 100 people on the ranking, but each had a dazzling existence within the Kunlun realm. Big Brother Yi is the only person to be on the ranking while being at the Nirvana stage. Everyone else on the ranking are at the quasi-saint realm, Bai Qingyu said pridefully. Lin Yun took a look at the ranking and was stumped when he saw it. The first thing he saw was himself, Lin Yun, which even included his introduction. Lin Yun, also known as Flower Burial. the direct disciple of the Radiant Sword Saint and the champion of the Ninth Heavenly Path. After arriving in the Kunlun realm, he became the champion of the Empyrean and Elysium core rankings. At the ancient barren battlefield, he once slew a Saint Lord while being at the Dragon Pulse realm. He might have used a treasure, but it was still shocking enough. He has received the acknowledgement of the Firmament Saint Cloth, bearing the price of being heavily injured to kill the nether divinity Great Saint. Just when everyone thought he was dead, he reappeared under the moniker Lin Xiao, becoming the champion of the Nirvana banquet with his song, causing the Three Lives tree to bloom. Then, he became the champion of the Dragon Pulse ranking with the identity of the Nirvana banquet's champion, showing an invincible momentum. He has gone missing for a year, but his name is widely spread throughout the Kunlun realm. So there is no question that Flower Burial is ranked first on the Divine Dragon Elite ranking, with no one capable of shaking his position. Lin Yun was stumped when he read through his introduction. It had been long since he appeared as Lin Yun, so he didn't expect the Divine Dragon Elite ranking to rank him first. After all, God knows how many geniuses appeared in the past year. Those in the top 10 were at least quasi-saints at the Indigo origin phase, grasping greater Tao. There might even be some who have grasped a sovereign Tao. It had been long since he last appeared, but his legend was everywhere. Lin Yun couldn't help smiling. Interesting, why is Flower Burial's name ranked first? I bet many people are unconvinced about this, right? He was fortunate that he was Yi Qingtian now. If he appeared as Lin Yun, many people would be unhappy with him. After all, who could be convinced that Flower Burial became first when there were so many holy sons and holy maidens? What are you looking at? That's Flower Burial. Your name is down below? The last one. Bai Qingyu snatched the ranking over and began flipping through it. Shortly after, her eyes lit up as she said, "Here it is. Yi Qingtian, a genius swordsman of the Heavenly Tao sect and an underdog who appeared in the past year. Despite being a male, he looks more feminine than a woman, possessing the title of Holy Maiden Killer. He has an explicable relationship with 3 holy maidens in the Heavenly Tao sect." Bai Qingyu recited the introduction excitedly, but she didn't notice that Lin Yun's face had become ugly. There were many rumors about him. Some call him a lecher, some call him a gentleman, while some say he's proficient in harvesting een to cultivate. He even has an explicable relationship with the 9th princess as they were seen riding a horse together. Regardless of the rumors, his talent as a swordsman is unquestionable. Many older sword saints were filled with praise for him, and some said he might be the next strongest swordsman after the Radiant Sword Saint. His talent as a swordsman could be ranked third, but he's a complicated person. As Lin Yun's face became uglier, Lil Purple couldn't hold her laughter back. "Ha ha ha. He's complicated, a lecher, and a genius. In my view, they missed out on something. You're also a scumbag." Lin Yun speechlessly closed the book and said, "This ranking isn't accurate. It's not credible." Lin Yun didn't expect his 2 identities to be on the ranking. He initially thought that Bai Qingyu had discovered his true identity, but it turned out that she was talking about Yi Qingtian, who was ranked last. "I'm not done yet," Bai Qingyu said, pouting her lips. "It's accurate, in my view. Carry on reading." Lil Purple smiled. After receiving an acknowledgement from Lil Purple, she smiled. "Yeah, it's accurate. Many people couldn't get on the ranking even if they wanted to. Many people envy you and even claim they wanted to teach you a lesson on the Blue Dragon record. Humph, they're simply jealous. If Big Brother Yi was at the Quasi-Saint realm, you'd reach the top 10 at the very least. What do those people know?" Bai Qingyu said furiously. "The title as the Holy Maiden Killer is also accurate?" Lin Yun asked. Bai Qingyu glared at Lin Yun and said, "It might be exaggerated, but it's not exactly fake. I personally saw you and Wang Mayan flirting with each other back then." Lin Yun knew there was no way he could explain his way out now. He changed the topic. "The ranking isn't accurate. Many people are unconvinced about me being ranked last. But isn't anyone unconvinced about Flower Burial being ranked first? Why would they be unconvinced? That's Flower Burial we're talking about. Even the champions of the other heavenly paths didn't say anything about it. So who dares to say that they're unconvinced?" Bai Qingyu frowned. He's the champion of the Nirvana banquet who made the Three Lives tree bloom with his music. Can you imagine how romantic that is? A flower blooms for a tree. Big Brother Yi, you have no idea that flower burial has become the dream lover of many girls. I disagree with that, Lil Purple said with disdain. Bai Qingyu blushed on her innocent face, and she said, hee. I also disagree with that. I think Big Brother Yi looks better, and I like Big Brother Yi more. Her like wasn't love but more of admiration. She didn't find anything wrong with it when she openly said that. But smiling, she added, Qingyu also likes flower burial. Lin Yun was already speechless as he read the ranking. He could no longer eliminate his title as the Holy Maiden Killer. Oh yeah, the phenomenon of the Blue Dragon record has already appeared, Bai Qingyu said. Where is it? Lin Yun asked, putting the ranking aside. Outside. You can see it if you come out. Lin Yun followed Bai Qingyu outside the courtyard. Bai Qingyu wore a grave expression as she pointed in a direction. There! Even without Bai Qingyu's reminder, Lin Yun had already seen it. He squinted with shock in his eyes. A blue pillar of light pierced through the 36 layers of heaven in the northwest. The beam of light was majestic, like a mountain with starlight scattering about. Around the pillar of light were phantoms of legendary beasts coiling around it. The pillar of light looked close, but it was far. This was because the pillar of light was too majestic, higher than all the mountain ranges within the Eastern Desolation. As a result, everyone within the Eastern Desolation could see the blue light as long as they raised their heads. It was a spectacular scene like an immortal realm. It appeared 3 days ago, and all the holy lands have set off in advance. This place is at the edge of the God Burial Mountain Range, Bai Qingyu said. Lin Yun retracted his gaze and said, Has the sect decided who will participate in the Blue Dragon record? Bai Qingyu said, Theoretically, all of the saint disciples will go because everyone still doesn't know the specific rules. We'll know after we've arrived. After all, the last time the Blue Dragon record appeared was in ancient times, so we're still not too sure about it yet. Lin Yun nodded and recalled something. He asked, Has the Dao Yang Holy Sun returned? They're all back. Bai Qingyu smiled. Do you want to see my elder sister? All of them went into seclusion after they returned, including my elder sister, the Dao Yang Holy Sun, Holy Maiden Miao Yin, and the Holy Spirit Sun. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts because he wanted to see Xian Yen. The Heavenly Dao sect sent the 5 of them to search for the Emperor's inheritance within the God Burial Mountain Range. All of them were the golden generations of the Heavenly Dao sect. They were holy sons, maidens, or heirs of the various clans. According to Bai Qingyu, not only did they receive a huge benefit, they also made it back alive. The Emperor's inheritance couldn't be underestimated, and Lin Yun began to wonder what they received. I have to make a trip to the Celestial Purging Mountain. You guys chat in the meantime, Lin Yun said. After witnessing the phenomenon created by the Blue Dragon record, Lin Yun's sense of urgency became stronger. He wanted to see if he could bring his astral sword intent to the pinnacle of complete mastery within the next few days. Bai Qingyu was sensible and said, Okay, I'll let you know when we're going to leave. I won't accompany you. Qingyu, you stay behind. I'll guide her cultivation over the next few days, Lil Purple said. Thank you, master. Bai Qingyu's eyes lit up. You might have recently taken me as your master, but you can't embarrass me, Lil Purple said. Okay. Bai Qingyu nodded. Lin Yun merely glanced at them, but wasn't too bothered. Bai Qingyu had been left alone to grow and Lil Purple was too unreliable. It'd be difficult for her to leave her name on the Blue Dragon record within the next few days. What are you looking at? My disciple possesses the natal saint physique, and her future achievements might not be any weaker than yours. So just wait and see, Lil Purple said unhappily. Sure. Wait for me, Lin Yun smiled. He left after speaking and headed to the Celestial Purging Mountain. Before he activated his metal, a celestial crane flew down. It was the Crane Fairy. The Crane Fairy coiled around Lin Yun and turned into her humanoid form. She smiled. Yi Qingtian, you're finally here. My master has been waiting for you. Did you bring me any gifts? The crane fairy asked. I heard you won first place in the sword assembly. Lin Yun immediately felt embarrassed because he didn't bring any gifts for her. But when she mentioned the sword assembly, he smiled. My heavenly dipper sword is still on the way, and it's a two-spirit glory saint artifact. I'll get someone to deliver it to you at that time. Are you serious about that? I'll remember what you said. The crane fairy rejoiced. Yeah, I'm serious. Lin Yun smiled. He wasn't stingy since the crane fairy helped him multiple times. Not to mention it was also tiring for her to carry him. Hehe, let's go. I'll bring you to see my master. The crane fairy was happy as she returned to her crane form, allowing Lin Yun to get on her back before they soared to the sky. When they arrived at the 9th level, Tianxing awaited them. Greetings, senior. Lin Yun stepped forth and bowed, showing his respect for this elder. Without his help, Lin Yun wouldn't have been able to grasp the astral sword intent so easily, and his life would have also been in danger. Sometimes one would only need to take a step after having sufficient insight. Otherwise, they would be trapped at the bottleneck for a long time, and what Tianxing said earlier was that insight for him. You saw the Blue Dragon record? Tianxing pointed to the northwest, where the blue pillar of light could still be seen. I have. Lin Yun nodded. What do you feel about it? Shocking. But I can't see anything else since it's too far away, Lin Yun said. He didn't know what to say apart from feeling shocked, not to mention receiving any insights. The spiritual energy and Saint Tao are being transformed there, and this change will sweep through the entire Kunlun realm. All lives within the Kunlun realm will benefit from it, Tianxing said. After that, the golden era will arrive. The density of spiritual energy will increase, and it will also be easier to comprehend Tao. Countless geniuses will emerge, bringing this era to a whole new height. The golden era from ancient times might reappear. Does the Blue Dragon record have that huge of an effect? Lin Yun asked. The Blue Dragon record is a divine artifact of the era, but it can't change how the world works. The heavenly Tao started to make a change after sensing a certain danger, and the Blue Dragon record is the key to that door, Tianxing explained. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts because this was beyond his reach and didn't quite understand it. People say each prosperous age will be followed with great chaos. There will be internal and external threats, which is a grand era. I just hate that I couldn't be born 3,000 years later, Tianxing sighed. He envied this era. He lived in the era that was the end of the Dark Age, and the 9 emperors were so dazzling and trampled on all the geniuses in the world. If he could live again, he would rather live in the current era. Why is such a divine artifact in the hands of the heavenly fragrance divine mountain? Lin Yun asked curiously. Don't belittle the heavenly fragrance divine mountain. It's mysterious, and no one can find it without guidance. Even the legendary 8 emperor clans aren't as mysterious as the heavenly fragrance divine mountain. This force in the divine dragon era won't come in contact with karma. Tianxing smiled. Lin Yun was astonished. He didn't expect the heavenly fragrance divine mountain to have such a huge origin that even a former sword emperor like Tianxing would hold the heavenly fragrance divine mountain in such a high position. Ripples spread out within his heart. If he had agreed with Mu Lingxue and went to the heavenly fragrance divine mountain, would he have become even stronger than he was now? So it is best that the Blue Dragon record is in the hands of the heavenly fragrance divine mountain. If someone else controls it, they might have ulterior thoughts, Tianxing explained. Furthermore, I've heard that the heavenly fragrance divine mountain only accepted it after receiving a request from the Blue Dragon ancestor god, which means that the Blue Dragon ancestor god owed a favor to the heavenly fragrance divine mountain. Lin Yun was shocked when he heard that and said, It looks like they're a big deal then. I have to visit them if I have time. You're here wanting to bring your astral sword intent to the pinnacle of complete mastery, right? Tianxing smiled, sensing the current level of Lin Yun's sword intent. Lin Yun nodded. Yeah, but I'm not in a hurry. I still have other questions related to sword intent. Go on. Tianxing was calm and gentle. Is there a way to face Saint Tao head-on with sword intent? Lin Yun asked. He still hadn't forgotten the battle with Zhao Tianyu in that cave. The latter easily tore apart his astral sword intent by empowering his divine lightning eyes with lightning Dao. Once the Blue Dragon record appears, if he'd wanted to compete with the other Holy Lands, there's a possibility that he might face sovereign Daos. So he naturally had to prepare for that since he hadn't reached the quasi-saint realm. Tianxing smiled. Only you would ask such a question. Who in their right mind wants to face Saint Dao head-on while at the Nirvana stage? Not only is your sword intent capable of facing Saint Aura, but you even want to face Saint Dao. You're too greedy. Lin Yun awkwardly coughed and said, Senior, do you have a solution? Tianxing smiled. The simplest method is naturally to grasp Saint Dao and empower sword intent with Saint Dao. There are other methods, but they would be ineffective if you run into a powerful opponent and the two aren't on the same level. Lin Yun understood that it was similar to what his senior brother said about Saint Dao being an amplifier. It would shatter like walking on thin ice if the opponent was too powerful. It's practically impossible to block it. But if you can reach the pinnacle of complete mastery with your astral sword intent, you can ensure that even Saint Dao cannot shatter your sword intent like this fire. Tianxing reached out, and a wisp of flame appeared in his palm. As long as the seed exists, it can reignite even if the fire is extinguished. The extinguished fire blazed violently like a ball of fire. This immediately made Lin Yun's eyes light up as his thoughts rapidly progressed. He soon thought of a possibility, and if he could achieve that level, his sword intent wouldn't dissipate when facing Zhao Tianyu again. Senior, please teach me. Lin Yun cupped his fists together with a grave expression. He had always been down to earth and wouldn't hesitate to seek help when required. This is nothing special since Yi Guhan also knows about it, and he'll teach you as long as you ask him about it. Tianxing smiled. Lin Yun nodded. Indeed, but only you can help me grasp it within 7 days and let my astral sword intent reach pinnacle mastery. Ha ha ha. Tianxing laughed heartily when he heard that. The crane fairy also smiled as she watched this scene. Yi Qingtian really knew how to talk, and it was no wonder her master liked him so much. Her master hadn't laughed so happily for a long time, and it would be nice if Yi Qingtian came more often. With a smile still on his face, Tianxing looked at Lin Yun. Since you've said it, won't I fall to Yi Guhan's level if I can't help you grasp it within 7 days? Lin Yun smiled awkwardly because Tianxing saw through his thoughts. All right then, Tianxing smiled. I can't live again, so experience this golden era on my behalf. Tianxing saw through Lin Yun's thoughts but didn't hold it against the latter. He couldn't participate in this prosperous age, so he would get Lin Yun to experience it on his behalf. He smiled. Do you know what is the profundity of firmament sword intent? My sword manifesting into the sky. Lin Yun nodded. What about the astral sword intent, then? Tianxing asked. Drawing the galaxies from beyond the 36th layer of heaven through the dream. Lin Yun said. That was what Yi Guhan told him, and he always kept it in mind. Do you know what beyond the 36th layer of heaven means? That is to manifest a sword star with starlight, and you even manifest 2 sword stars. But what does through the dream mean? Tianxing asked. Lin Yun frowned because he never thought of it before. He muttered. Does it mean I must go into the dream? Where's the dream at? Tianxing asked. This? Lin Yun was puzzled. It depends on the individual. You will want to take a trip to the dream since your astral sword intent will reach the pinnacle of complete mastery when the time comes. But if you want to achieve it shortly, you can only use this method. But this method is dangerous, and you might be trapped in it, Tianxing said. Lin Yun briefly fell into deep thoughts. Then he said, Senior, please guide me. I have already made my decision. Okay. Tianxing said, I won't beat around the bush with you, and the dream is in your heart. He pointed at Lin Yun's heart and said, but it isn't the heart I'm talking about. I can bring you into the dream, but you can only rely on yourself to see if you can come out. Lin Yun nodded. There wasn't a safe shortcut, since risks and opportunities coexisted. He couldn't reach the indigo origin phase of the quasi-saint realm before the Blue Dragon record arrived, so he was willing to take a bet. Little crane, bring me the 7 dipper lamp, Tianxing instructed. Okay. The crane fairy nodded and entered the pavilion before coming out with an ancient bronze lamp. Xianxia said, "Your task is to gather all of the astral fire in the dream and light a lamp before you can come out. If you succeed, you will plant the seed of your dream. This way, even a saint won't be able to tear apart your sword intent since the seed is in your dream and cannot be extinguished even if the wind is great." Lin Yun came to his senses and asked, "What will I experience in the dream?" Tianxing said, "There are 7 dreams corresponding to the human's 7 emotions and 6 desires. There are sweet dreams and there are also nightmares. But sometimes, nightmares are better than a sweet dream." The crane fairy smiled. "Master, there's also an erotic dream, and he might not be willing to come out. They're all calling him the Holy Maiden Killer now. The moment he enters the dream, he can have as many holy maidens as he wants." Lin Yun was speechless when he heard that. It must be those saint disciples who attempted the celestial purging mountain that spoke about it and were heard by the celestial crane. "Holy Maiden Killer?" Tianxing smiled. "Not bad, Senior. They're all baseless accusations." Lin Yun wanted to explain. "No need to explain. Who isn't playful when they're young? Who hasn't dreamt of a holy maiden before? The night will be long." Tianxing smiled. Lin Yun wanted to argue, but Tianxing said, "Let's not talk about it any further and light the lamp." "Okay." The celestial crane lit up the 7-dipper lamp and blue smoke soon spread. The 7-dipper lamp became bright while drawing in the starlight from beyond the 36 layers of heaven. "Close your eyes," Tianxing said, and Lin Yun followed the instructions. As the blue smoke spread, Lin Yun's consciousness gradually blurred, before he soon fell asleep. The dream felt very realistic and vague. Lin Yun didn't know why he was there or where he would go. He only knew about enjoying the happiness in his dream. This was the difference between the dream and illusion. The dream would make one sink into it with their emotions and senses affected. Without knowing it, he didn't know how long he spent in the dream as he drank wine with the various holy maidens. On this day, when Lin Yun played the zither with all the holy maidens dancing, their figures were graceful. "Young master, the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden will be responsible for serving you tonight," and Lu Yen said as she looked at Lin Yun. Lin Yun raised his head, and all the holy maidens disappeared, leaving only the aloof Bai Shuang behind. At this moment, Bai Shuang was looking at him like a little girl waiting to be picked by him. "Young master," and Liu Yan's charming voice resounded, making Lin Yun's throat dry. Lin Yun grabbed Liu Yan into his embrace and smiled. "You too as well. Young Mazer, you're really bad," despite what she said, and Liu Yan went along with Lin Yun. As her clothes brushed through the zither, Lin Yun asked, "What did I play earlier?" "The night is precious. So why is young master caring about a song?" And Liu Yan smiled. "What song did I play earlier? Why can't I recall it?" Lin Yun fell into confusion as he pushed Liu Yan away. "Young master, I'd like to sit on you." And Liu Yan pressed her body against Lin Yun, and he was immediately captivated by her. "What song did I play earlier?" Lin Yun frowned, but he still smiled. "Lian, wait for me for a moment." Lin Yun pushed Liu Yuan away and came over to the zither. But no matter how he tried, he couldn't recall what song he played. His expression became grave because he could sense that something wasn't right. As he tried to play the Phoenix Heart song, the environment gradually became illusory and all of the holy maidens disappeared. "Young master, stop playing." And Liu Yan's charming voice sounded like she wanted to attract his attention. But Lin Yun ignored her and continued to play the song until everyone disappeared. He found himself in a pavilion, and there was an ancient lamp. When he walked forth, he immediately recalled everything. How terrifying! Lin Yun's consciousness became clear. Everything was a dream, and he deeply sank into the dream the moment it began. He sunk so deep that he couldn't even differentiate the dream from reality. The first one was an erotic dream, and the corner of his lips twitched. He began to wonder if the crane fairy did it on purpose. As he stepped forth and lit the lamp, the dream began to shatter. But as Lin Yun tried to recall it, the shattered dream came together with various holy maidens flaunting their figures. The dream is too realistic. Lin Yun came to his senses because the dream was really realistic. But he was lucky that he came to his senses in time and didn't fall for it again. In the outside world, the crane fairy exclaimed in surprise, "Impressive! He woke up from the dream in just one day." There were 7 gems beneath the lamp, and the moment Lin Yun lit up the lamp in his dream, one of the gems became dim. "He's still too slow," Xianxia said. "The nightmare will be next." "Master, look!" the crane fairy exclaimed because the already dimmed lamp was about to light up again. And this made Xianxia stumped, wondering if Lin Yun was about to be drawn back into the erotic dream again. But when the gem ultimately dimmed down, Xianxia and the crane fairy heaved a breath of relief. Lin Yun sat before the 7-dipper lamp in the pavilion. A breeze would occasionally blow past, and Lin Yun's expression began to change. Roughly 10 odd minutes later, the last gem became dim, and Lin Yun opened his eyes to the various phenomena appearing in the surrounding clouds. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, his pupils shone brightly, and this scene shocked the crane fairy just when she wanted to speak. The sea of clouds was split into 2 under Lin Yun's gaze before being divided into 4 and 8. In the next second, the sea of clouds was ripped into pieces under his gaze as starlight exploded from him. Sword intent. That's the astral sword intent that has reached the pinnacle of complete mastery, the celestial fairy exclaimed because she could sense a horrifying sword intent coming from Lin Yun. At the pinnacle of complete mastery, the legendary astral sword intent could kill from a distance away since it could merge with everything, like the eyes. Lin Yun did that earlier as he released his sword intent through his eyes. "Yi Qingtian, you have succeeded," the crane fairy said excitedly. Yi Qingtian only seemed to be 25 this year, and yet he could already bring the astral sword intent to the pinnacle of complete mastery. Many saints were unable to reach this stage for at least hundreds of years. Although Lin Yun had the help of her master, he wouldn't have been able to succeed if he didn't have extraordinary talent and strong willpower. Lin Yun nodded. "Senior, how many days did I take?" 7 days, Xianxia said. Lin Yun opened his mouth and asked, "Doesn't that mean there's only 2 days left until the Blue Dragon record?" "Yeah. Everyone from the Heavenly Tao sect has left. Someone came to look for you, but I stopped them," Xianxia said. Lin Yun immediately stood up, wanting to leave since he had little time left. It would be a pity if he missed it, and the Blue Dragon record wouldn't wait for him. But before he was about to leave, Lin Yun asked, "Senior, the Heavenly Tao sect might run into trouble." He wanted to tell Xianxia that the Blood Moon sect might make a move against the Heavenly Tao sect, and this had something to do with the Wang clan. 3,000 years ago, Xianxia was the Sword Emperor of that generation and sect master of the Heavenly Tao sect, so he might have a solution to this situation. But surprisingly, Xianxia said calmly, "The Heavenly Tao sect doesn't have a sect master most of the time because of Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao sect has faced countless crises over the years, and it was destroyed more than once in history. But it has managed to come back again in the end." "Because of the Heavenly Sword and Tao Sword?" Lin Yun asked. "No, the people," Xianxia said. "As long as the people still exist, the Heavenly Tao sect can be rebuilt again, even in ruins. The Heavenly Sword and Tao Sword aren't only protecting the Heavenly Tao sect but the entire Kunlun realm. They might not even make a move if the Heavenly Tao sect was about to be destroyed." Lin Yun was stumped when he heard that. Wouldn't that mean that it would be troublesome for the Heavenly Tao sect? "You don't have to worry about that. If you want to become the sect master, bring back the Emperor Sword. As long as someone is willing to become the sect master and can bear the weight of Heavenly Tao, the Heavenly Tao sect will return," Xianxia said. "If there's an opportunity, I will bring back the Emperor Sword," Lin Yun said. He wasn't afraid of bearing the weight of Heavenly Tao, but he had no interest in becoming a sect master. He was a swordsman and he didn't want to be restricted. He just wanted to walk around with his sword. Furthermore, he also wasn't suitable to become a sect master, but he could try and bring back the Emperor Sword. "Good," Xianxia smiled. He waved his hand. "Go on, you can leave now. Someone is waiting for you below." After bidding farewell to Xianxia, The crane ferry brought Lin Yun down, passing through the clouds and arriving at the platform on the celestial purging mountain. 3 women were waiting on the platform for a long time, with one of them showing anxiety on her face while occasionally looking at the clouds. Compared to her, the 2 women were much calmer. They sat with their legs crossed and their eyes closed. Not too far away, the neighing of dragon horses could be heard. One was a white dragon horse while the other was a crimson dragon horse. Suddenly, a celestial crane descended from the clouds, and the lively woman joyfully yelled, "He's here!" The other 2 women sighed in relief when they saw Lin Yun descending with the celestial crane. But the 2 women didn't seem as calm as they appeared and looked somewhat nervous. The 3 women were the Nether Orchid Holy Maiden by Shuang, Miao in Holy Maiden Xianxia, and by Qingyu. When Lin Yun saw the 3 of them, he couldn't help wearing a smile on his face. "Big brother Yi, why are you only here now? We've been waiting for a long time, and we're nearly scared to death by you," Bai Qingyu said unhappily. She had a straightforward personality and didn't have much reservation when speaking. Bai Shuang glared at Bai Qingyu before she turned to Yi Qingtian and said, "Junior brother Yi probably didn't have a choice, and he also didn't ask us to wait here for him." Bai Qingyu stuck her tongue out and smiled, ignoring her sister's reprimand. "It's good that you're out now. We still have time," Xianxia smiled. "Sorry to keep you all waiting," Lin Yun apologized. Everyone else had already left, but the 3 women waited for him. They were about to miss the Blue Dragon record because of him, which naturally made him feel touched. "Let's get going first and walk on the way." Bai Shuang jumped onto the white dragon horse and pulled Bai Qingyu before her. Lin Yun hung his sword box from the saddle, then jumped onto the crimson horse before pulling Xianxia onto it as well. This shocked Bai Shuang because she had no idea why they had such a close relationship. Lin Yun looked at Bai Shuang and said, "Have you found the person you're looking for?" He was curious if Bai Shuang managed to find the person she was looking for, the person that made her so captivated when they had only met once. Bai Qingyu was also curious and asked, "Big sister, who's my brother-in-law? You talk a lot." Bai Shuang knocked on Bai Qingyu's head. She turned to glare at Lin Yun. "You also talk a lot." Lin Yun awkwardly smiled. When he saw the doubt on Xianxia's face, he said, "I'll talk to you about it later." As the 2 horses galloped down the mountain, Lin Yun discovered a group of people standing in their way just when they were about to leave. The one leading the party was Chen Feng. Lin Yun was stunned because he had nearly forgotten about this junior brother from Indigo Thunder Peak. Chen Feng was the first person who came in contact with him under Yi Qingtian's identity. Aside from him, the others were also disciples of the Indigo Thunder Peak. "Senior brother, all of the disciples from Indigo Thunder Peak are here to send you off. We wish you victory and spread the name of my heavenly Tao sect." Chen Feng cupped his hands together. "We wish senior brother victory on this trip and spread the name of my heavenly Tao sect." The other disciples echoed along with Chen Feng. Lin Yun was touched when he saw this scene. They might not have the opportunity to experience the descent of the Blue Dragon record, but they could witness it. But to wait for Yi Qingtian to send him off, they gave up on the opportunity to witness it so that Yi Qingtian wouldn't be left alone. Lin Yun was touched that these people waited for him to send him off when everyone else had left. Indigo Thunder Peak was ranked at the bottom within the Heavenly Tao sect. They might not be talented cultivators, but they warmed Lin Yun's heart. "You're pretty popular." Bai Shuang was also surprised, looking at everyone from Indigo Thunder Peak. There wasn't a single person absent, and they were all waiting for Lin Yun. Lin Yun took a deep breath and cupped his fists together. "I will ensure victory on this trip, and I will make sure no one bullies my Indigo Thunder Peak in the future." "Senior brother, go on." Chen Feng and the other disciples smiled. They didn't mind if others bullied them, but they felt that the further Yi Qingtian climbed as the senior brother of the Indigo Thunder Peak, the prouder they could feel. Under the gazes of the Indigo Thunder Peak's disciples, the 2 stallions began galloping across the ground. Their dragon clan bloodlines were activated and they became like bolts of lightning flashing through the air. Their speed was comparable to ordinary Saint Realm experts. This was their innate talent. Relying on their dragon clan bloodlines, They could continuously gallop at full speed, which not even Saint Realm experts could accomplish. They were so fast that their surroundings began to distort, with faint ripples spreading out. Those spatial fluctuations were dangerous because they would be devoured if they weren't careful. But because of the talent that their dragon clan bloodlines bestowed upon them, they wouldn't fall into those spatial distortions. 2 days later, they finally arrived at their objective. This was the origin of the God Burial Mountain Range, where countless mountains had boundless plains, also known as the Desolate Devastation Plains. There wasn't any spiritual energy or opportunities here. It was a dead land that no one would step foot upon. But at this moment, this place was filled with an endless amount of people spread across the 9 massive dragon-shaped mountains at the center of the plains. The 9 mountains were the statues of the 9 dragon lords. But the statues were massive, reaching over 1,000 feet in height, enveloped in a faint mist that made this place look like a celestial realm. There were all kinds of aerial demonic beasts flying around, making the 9 mountains look like they were alive. No one knew how the 9 mountains were formed, but each mountain gave off an ancient dragon aura. Looking from afar, one would feel insignificant in comparison to it. They were no different from ants before the dragon mountains. The surroundings were filled with cultivators, making the desolate devastation plains look packed. But it was fortunate that there was a powerful dragon aura, and the pressure increased as one got closer to the mountains. If one didn't have a cultivation at the quasi-saint realm, they might not even be able to hover in the air. The outer layer was especially packed, but the inside was spacious upon entry. 3 women could be seen at the waist of the 9 mountains, where a mist enveloped them. One of them was Mu Lingxue of the heavenly fragrance divine mountain. She held onto a blue book, which should be the blue dragon record. Lin Yun looked from afar and discovered that there wasn't anyone on the dragon mountains, and this made him heave a sigh of relief because he knew he wasn't late. Yi Qing Tian. Right then, a familiar voice called out to him, and it came from the Dao Yang Holy Sun. But when Dao Yang Holy Sun called out to him, it instantly made Lin Yun the center of attention. Yi Qingtian's name was very famous over the past years. Not only was he well known within the Eastern Desolation, but also across the Kunlun realm. That was especially the case when he inflicted heavy injuries on 3 of the 7 venerables back in the cave, which made everyone know what a genius swordsman was. It's really him. It's the Holy Maiden Killer. The one riding the horse with him is Miao in Holy Maiden, and beside him are the 2 sisters from the Bai clan. Damn it! I didn't believe it in the past, but I have no choice but to believe that he's a Holy Maiden Killer now. I heard he's also on the Divine Dragon Elite ranking. On what basis? He better not run into me. Many gazes were complicated when they looked at Lin Yun. There was envy and jealousy in their eyes. Some even declared that they would teach Yi Qingtian a lesson if he ran into them. Lin Yun passed through the crowd and came to the heavenly Dao sect's gathering spot. Many people here were saint disciples with cultivations at the quasi-saint realm, and they nodded at Yi Qingtian to express their respect. The Daoyang Holy Sun was very friendly as he called Lin Yun over, but 2 others stood beside him and looked at him with unkind gazes. Lin Yun naturally recognized them. One was Yi Feng, and the other was Zhang Jun. They were golden generation geniuses of the heavenly Dao sect, with their cultivations at the indigo origin phase of the quasi-saint realm, and have grasped a greater Dao. 5 quotas went to the God Burial Mountain Range. Aside from the Daoyang Holy Maiden, Nether Orchid Holy Maiden, and Xianxia, they were the other 2. After Lin Yun got off the horse, the Daoyang Holy Sun dragged him over and pointed at the mountains. That's the 9 Dragon Lord Mountains, and they flew out from the Blue Dragon record 4 hours ago. The mountains were only 10 feet in the beginning, but they grew to 1,000 feet. It's as though they are alive. When Lin Yun raised his head to look at the mountains, he acknowledged that the mountains were too massive. He couldn't even see the true appearance of the mountains from his position. He could only see half of the mountains, and the other half was hidden in mist. But the dragons don't look the same. Lin Yun swept a gaze at the mountains and noticed the differences. Although only half of the mountains were repealed, he instantly recognized the blue and azure dragons. That's right. Aside from the blue, white, indigo, golden, green, red, and silver dragons representing the 7-colored dragons. There's also the azure dragon and an ordinary true dragon. The Daoyang Holy Sun explained. Each mountain has a secret realm. There are many saint elixirs and treasures in those secret realms. But we must make it through the trial before we can stay on the mountains. Lin Yun noticed that there was a different colored vortex beneath every mountain. That should be the entrance of the secret realms. But since it was a trial, it was also a place filled with treasures. To many people, this trip wouldn't be in vain if they could collect some treasures in those secret realms, even if they couldn't leave their names on the Blue Dragon record. Each mountain has 100 spots, meaning 100 people can leave their names on the Blue Dragon record. Since there are 9 mountains, there are also 900 people. 900 people might seem a lot, but the Eastern Desolation alone had 6 holy lands, countless powerful sects, and ancient saint clans. If one thought about it that way, it would be hard for even Holy Land geniuses to leave their names on the Blue Dragon record. The 100 people will be divided into 4 grades: the Dragon's Head, Dragon's Claw, Dragon's Torso, and Dragon's Tail. The different grades means that the rewards would also be different. There's only 1 spot on the Dragon's Head, and the 9 Dragon's Heads would compete for the first at the very end, the Daoyang Holy Sun said. He continued, since the end of the darkest era, there had never been something so grand over the past 3 millennia. The geniuses from the Eastern Desolation, Southern Border, Northern Ridge, and the Western Desert are gathered here. God knows how many underdogs will appear. Many people will be famous after today. The Daoyang Holy Sun looked forward to it, hoping that he could obtain a Dragon's Head position. Even if he was a Holy Sun and one of the twin stars of the Eastern Desolation, he wasn't confident about obtaining a Dragon's Head position. Hasn't it begun yet? Lin Yun asked. Not yet, the Daoyang Holy Sun said. The Daoyang Holy Sun looked around in anticipation and said, it hasn't started yet, and many people have speculated that the Divine Dragon Envoy is waiting for the flower burial. The champions of the 9 heavenly paths are here, and he's the only one left. We're all looking forward to seeing if flower burial will appear. Right then, Lin Yun felt a gaze directed at him. When he raised his head, he saw Mu Shuling looking at him. Simultaneously, the vortex linking to the 9 secret realms was activated. Seeing this, the Daoyang Holy Sun sighed. It looks like flower burial won't be coming. The Daoyang Holy Sun sighed after seeing that flower burial did not show up. The champions of the other 8 heavenly paths also showed pity on their faces. After all, flower burial shone the brightest amongst the 9 heavenly paths, and they were suppressed by flower burial's fame even though they were champions of their heavenly paths. None of them were convinced even if they said nothing about it. They were invincible ever since they arrived in the Kunlun realm, defeating all the holy sons and maidens of their domain in just a few years. Who wasn't ambitious, wanting to trample on the champions of other heavenly paths and become the champion of the 9 heavenly paths? But Lin Yun's appearance outshone everyone's reputations. A dazzling radiance suddenly shone from the secret realms. They all had different colors, making this entire region look like a dream. There were 9 secret realms, 7 divine dragons' secret realms, an azure dragon's divine realm, and a true dragon's divine realm. But anyone could see that the radiance coming from the divine dragon's secret realms were more dazzling. The azure dragon realm was slightly dimmer in comparison, but its aura wasn't inferior. Instead, the phenomenon it created was even more terrifying. Only the true dragon's secret realm was much dimmer in comparison. Looks like the true dragon's secret realm is weaker than the divine dragon's secret realms. The azure dragon is also slightly inferior. The divine dragon's secret realms are dazzling, meaning there must be many precious treasures. Hehe. We're not fools, and who can't notice that? The true dragon's secret realm is meant for those who aren't well prepared. Yeah. After all, who doesn't wish to be on the divine dragon elite ranking? The competition is slightly smaller, but this is good news for me. While the secret realms were shining brightly, they soon attracted everyone's attention. Someone was enduring the dragon aura as they quickly charged at the secret realms. Daoyang Holy Sun, what's the trial about? Lin Yun turned to look at the Daoyang Holy Sun. The Daoyang Holy Sun explained, "The secret realms will be open for 7 days. You can make it through the trial if you can kill the quasi-saint realm demonic beasts that are in there. The time flow inside is different, and 7 days inside is about 4 hours in the outside world. It looks like the trials aren't that difficult." Yifeng smiled. Quasi-saint demonic beasts were nothing to golden generation geniuses like them. It might be difficult for ordinary geniuses, but it's possible if they spend some time to accomplish it. Right then, those cultivators who tried to approach the secret realms threw out mouthfuls of blood. Their outcomes were horrible. The secret realm vortexes HQD heavily injured them, and they couldn't get up while being under the influence of the dragon aura. They could only crawl their way back. Everyone else was looking at the vortexes, not willing to help those who were heavily injured. Lin Yun knew that the first trial had begun, and the entrance of the secret realms would eliminate many people. Daoyang Holy Sun, what secret realm should we pick? Bai Shuang asked. The Daoyang Holy Sun was the leader of the heavenly Dao sect here, and whatever secret realm they chose would be equivalent to their choice in groups, and they would have to attempt the trials together. The Daoyang Holy Sun was cautious and wasn't in a hurry to choose. Not only he, but the Holy Suns from the other ancient Holy Lands weren't in a hurry to choose either. This was because they were waiting for the champions of the 8 heavenly paths to choose. After all, they didn't want to run into them. The 9 Dragon Mountains were equivalent to 9 groups, and choosing different groups could avoid those you didn't want to encounter. Suddenly, a white-clothed youth soared to the sky, releasing a dazzling radiance and powerful aura. When he dashed forth, everyone who was in his path chose to open the way for him, making him the center of attention. It's Gu Xian. He chose the Blue Dragon's secret realm. The white-clothed youth was the champion of the first heavenly path, Gu Xian. He was like the protagonist of this world and made everyone feel greatly pressured. After he chose the Blue Dragon secret realm, those who were heading to the Blue Dragon secret realm greatly decreased. This was the intimidation of a heavenly path's champion. But some people still insisted on entering the Blue Dragon secret realm. One of them was the champion of the third heavenly path, Situ Yen. Hehe. Gu Xian, let us compete and see who can obtain the Blue Dragon's head, Situ Yen said with arrogance. You will be defeated, Gu Xian said as he charged into the Blue Dragon's secret realm. Don't be so sure about that. Situ Yen waved his hand and followed behind Gu Xian. Because of the Blue Dragon record, many people were looking forward to the Blue Dragon's secret realm. But after seeing 2 champions of the heavenly paths enter, many people retreated. Even so, there were still some who persevered and entered the Blue Dragon's secret realm. This was a grand occasion, and there were bound to be people unconvinced by the fame of champions from the heavenly paths. After Gu Xian and Situ Yen made their choices, more people started making their choices. They were all geniuses under the age of 30. Let's go with the Azure Dragon's secret realm. The Daoyang Holy Sun voiced his decision. Compared to the Divine Dragon's secret realm, the Azure Dragon's secret realm wasn't that dazzling, and no champions from the heavenly paths had picked it. The Azure Dragon's secret realm was also shining brightly. The other geniuses from the heavenly Dao sect agreed with the Daoyang Holy Sun's choice. Agreed, Bai Shuang said. Sure. Yifeng and the Holy Spirit Sun also agreed. Lin Yun asked, Can we change groups after the trial? The moment he said that, everyone turned their attention over to him. The Daoyang Holy Sun said, Theoretically, it's possible, but traveling from one dragon mountain to another is dangerous, and no one will change groups if possible. Yi Qingtian, don't tell me you'll pick the other secret realms? Yifeng looked at Lin Yun with an unkind gaze. I've decided to go to the True Dragon's secret realm, Lin Yun said. He wasn't bothered about joining any groups, and noticed that many of the Sword Sect's disciples chose the True Dragon's secret realm. So he changed his mind. The True Dragon's secret realm? Everyone was stumped because the radiance from the True Dragon's secret realm was dimmer in comparison to the other secret realms, and anyone with ambitions wouldn't choose it. Don't tell me that you plan on fishing for benefits. If that's what everyone thinks, the competition within the True Dragon's secret realm will be more brutal than can be imagined, Yifeng sneered. He was the genius of the Yi clan. so he wasn't polite with his words as he continued. It might sound nasty, but the true dragon isn't even capable of looking at the divine dragons. Not to mention that you'll become a joke if you fail to become the dragon's head. Lin Yun couldn't be bothered with Yifeng and turned to look at the Daoyang Holy Sun instead. Have you thought it through? The Daoyang Holy Sun secretly transmitted his voice to Lin Yun. What Yifeng said might be nasty, but it makes some sense. You might fail if you choose the true dragon's secret realm because it's the weakest. But if you come with us to the Azure Dragon's secret realm, we can look after each other. I have thought it through, Lin Yun replied. He didn't choose to go to the true dragon's secret realm because it was the weakest. All right, I won't stop you since you've made up your mind. The Daoyang Holy Sun no longer stopped Lin Yun. Xianxia and Bai Shuiying wanted to go to the true dragon's secret realm with Lin Yun, but he rejected them. The radiance from the true dragon's secret realm was too dim, and they did not need to come with him. Many Holy Land Holy Suns soared to the sky. Lin Yun separated from the party and headed to the true dragon's secret realm. As a famous figure, he naturally attracted many people's attention. Yi Qingtian is really going to the true dragon's secret realm. Does he really think that he's strong just because he's on the divine dragon elite ranking? He's at the bottom and only courting death by thinking that the true secret realm will be easy. He will probably fail miserably. His reputation is too terrible, not to mention he's ranked last. So it's hard for him not to become everyone's target. Under the surrounding discussions, Lin Yun entered the true dragon's secret realm. The vortex that could injure ordinary cultivators was nothing before him. After entering the secret realm, Lin Yun could sense the spatial distortion. This felt similar to the teleportation array as he flew incredibly fast. He didn't know how much time had passed under this state, but he found himself in a marsh enveloped in black mist when his vision cleared up. This was a bizarre marsh with countless towering trees in the surroundings. Is this really the true dragon's secret realm? It's different from my expectations. Lin Yun looked around because he thought the secret realm would be ancient. He didn't expect the environment to be so harsh with a black mist that was so poisonous that even the quasi-saints would need to circulate their saint aura to protect themselves. Even so, they couldn't stay there for long because the toxins would gradually accumulate within their bodies, and it would be dangerous if they stayed there for too long. Not even their saint aura could expel the toxin from their bodies at that time. But Lin Yun wasn't bothered by it because he possessed the Azure Dragon Divine Physique, and the toxin couldn't harm him. Just when he was about to continue his journey, he noticed an herb emitting a bizarre radiance within the black mist. When he got close, he recognized that this was a golden cauldron dragonblood herb, not to mention it even produced a flower and fruit. The fruit of the golden cauldron dragonblood herb was cauldron-shaped, and it was extremely valuable. It could only be found in places where the dragon clan's blood was scattered on the ground. Is it because I'm lucky? Or is the true dragon's secret realm filled with treasures? Lin Yun muttered and waved his hand to retrieve the golden cauldron dragonblood herb. When the golden cauldron dragonblood herb flew into his hand, a black bolt shot out from the black mist before he could get a better look at it, arriving before him in the next second. This shocked Lin Yun because this wasn't a bolt of lightning but a lizard's tongue. Not only was the tongue poisonous, it was also covered with barbs, and it would be dangerous if one was stung by the barbs. Don't use your sword. Lil Purple's voice resounded from the Iris secret realm, but it was already too late. Lin Yun had drawn his sword, slicing the tongue into a few hundred pieces, before the fragments of the tongue exploded in the surrounding air with no room for escape. Before Lin Yun could respond to the poisonous mist, it swept over him. It was as though Lin Yun's body had an attraction force, sucking all the poisonous mist into his body. As the poisonous mist swiftly accumulated within his blood, it didn't take long for Lin Yun's blood to turn black, and the poison was swiftly penetrating Lin Yun's internal organs through blood flow. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and Lin Yun had never heard of such a powerful poison before. His body was starting to get corroded, and he couldn't stop this process even with his Nirvana aura and astral sword intent, because the poison had merged with his body. At the time, the marsh exploded as the hunter appeared, revealing its head. It gave off a dragon aura while coldly looking at Lin Yun. But it was cautious and didn't make a move. It waited till Lin Yun's lips turned black before unleashing its attack. The tongue that Lin Yun had severed earlier had regenerated and flew over like a lightning bolt. But just when the tongue was about to reach Lin Yun opened his eyes and grabbed onto the tongue before dragging the lizard over. The lizard was also decisive as it bit down on its tongue and landed down. Die! Lin Yun didn't want to waste time with the lizard. He tossed the lizard's tongue with his right hand and flicked his finger, letting the flower burial sword fly out. With astral sword intent empowering the two-spirit glory saint artifact, the flower burial sword easily pierced the lizard's tough skin, severing it into two. As blood scattered across the marsh, the two bisected body parts of the lizard were wriggling as if they wanted to regenerate into two lizards. You're starting to get on my nerves. Lin Yun recalled the flower burial sword before pouring his nirvana aura into it. He then swung his sword. His attack decimated flesh of the lizard, reducing it to dust. That's a dragon lizard, possessing a dragon clan bloodline. His body can split into pieces, and its tongue contains powerful toxins. If you're hit, it can control you like a puppet, Lil Purple explained. It's a little troublesome. Not to mention it's not a demonic beast at the quasi-saint realm. If I didn't transform my blood into dragon's blood, I might have even had trouble dealing with the poison, Lin Yun said. After being poisoned, he immediately circulated the Azure Dragon Divine Physique, and his dragon blood began to boil like magma, swiftly burning up the toxin. Let's leave this place first. Lin Yun didn't want to stay here for long, but wanted to join up with Yi Xiling and the others. But it didn't take long before he ran into trouble again. He ran into 10 humanoids with snake heads and a horn growing from their foreheads, making them look sinister. The 10 snake humans screamed, releasing a powerful sound wave that struck Lin Yun's soul. If it was someone else who ran into them, they would probably be in trouble. But Lin Yun's sword intent was the bane of such mental attacks. Withered tree coming to life. Lin Yun swung his sword as the ancient tree behind him appeared. As his sword ray expanded, countless flower petals began to flutter before a sword ray flew out. 10 snake humans were all ripped apart before they could get close to Lin Yun. The demonic beasts within this secret realm all have an ancient origin and possess an ancient bloodline. They come in various shapes, and you'll fall for it if you're not careful. Most importantly, the snake humans weren't demonic beasts at the quasi-saint realm. He knew that the trial in the secret realm wouldn't be that easy, not to mention this was only the true dragon secret realm. Lin Yun analyzed that the demonic beasts within the secret realm came in various shapes and seemed to be ancient demonic beasts. He didn't know how massive the marsh was, but Lin Yun walked for 4 hours. However, he couldn't find his way out of this marsh. Along the way, Lin Yun would run into various demonic beasts, similar to those from ancient times, possessing special abilities. They would either be proficient in poison, have an unusual vitality, or be proficient in sound waves. Not too long ago, he slew a transparent horned demonic beast. It was hidden in the wind and could breathe lightning. Most importantly, Lin Yun's sword aura couldn't touch it. In the end, Lin Yun found the demonic beast with thunderstorm intent before crushing it with the Azure Dragon Grasp. Lin Yun found a bizarre herb 1,000 meters away, emitting a faint radiance. In the marsh, such insignificant herbs like that should be cautious around because they were either real treasures or a trap that had a powerful demonic beast guarding it. Did I see it wrong? Lin Yun noticed that the radiance coming from the herb had disappeared. He easily traveled across 1,000 meters with a tap of his feet and appeared before the herb. When he reached out, the herb suddenly crouched down. But before it could move, the herb didn't seem to possess any spirituality, and yet Lin Yun failed to grab it. This is a really unusual herb. Lin Yun's eyes lit up because this meant that the herb possessed intelligence, knowing how to conceal itself like a demonic beast. As it swayed in the wind, it looked like a pitiful lady. Don't move. Lin Yun had no patience to play with the herb and sealed the entire space with his sword intent before grabbing it and tugging it out of the ground. As golden flames soared to the sky, the disguise that was on the herb was removed, revealing an herb enveloped in golden flames. It had already bore fruit and looked like a golden cauldron with a divine phoenix and heavenly dragon engraved on it. Oh my God! Lin Yun was shocked because this was a 10,000-year-old golden cauldron herb, containing pure dragon blood and even possessed innate saint runes. It began to struggle when Lin Yun grabbed onto it, revealing its real body, releasing the sound of greater Tao as the cauldron vibrated. Lin Yun's blood boiled, and his internal organs nearly exploded under the shockwave. If it was a quasi-saint who was here instead, he would definitely be killed by the shockwave. Holy shit! It's an innate saint fruit. Lin Yun, your luck is really heaven-defying, Lil Purple said enviously. I dare say that the divine dragon's secret realms might not even have an innate saint fruit. Lin Yun rejoiced upon hearing that. He was also lucky to discover this herb. Give up. The herb was still struggling, trying its best to attack Lin Yun. But Lin Yun didn't waste time with it and grabbed the herb with his left hand. Then, the black thunder chains dug into the ground, cutting its roots. The herb's roots were unbelievable because they spread over 10-odd miles or even over 100 miles. But it was futile because it ran into Lin Yun. Lin Yun first restricted it with his astral sword intent before severing its roots with a glory saint artifact. Lastly, he competed with it in brute strength, relying on his azure dragon divine physique. In the end, Lin Yun managed to pull the herb out of the ground. The golden cauldron herb was rare and precious, but the one before him was incredibly precious because it was 10,000 years old. Not to mention, it possessed innate saint runes, which manifested into a divine phoenix and heavenly dragon, looking similar to the dragon phoenix world annihilating cauldron. Innate saint fruit. This is really a treasure. Lin Yun could clearly sense the boundless saint aura inside the cauldron. Aside from that, it even contained pure dragon blood. So it would achieve an unbelievable height regardless of using it to make a breakthrough or to cultivate his azure dragon divine physique. Lin Yun even suspected that it could help him reach the quasi-saint realm. Lil Purple, do you think it can help me reach the quasi-saint realm? Lin Yun asked. He could sense the immense power contained within the innate saint fruit. Lin Yun naturally desired the quasi-saint realm despite not looking like it. But he gave up after several attempts because he reached the 10th transformation of the nirvana stage. Yeah, you can't make a breakthrough not because your foundation isn't enough but because your bottleneck is too tough. The golden cauldron fruit is perfect for making a breakthrough because of its domineering energies. You shouldn't worry about your bottleneck at that time, but if your physique can withstand it, Lil Purple analyzed. Someone is here. Lin Yun had just received the innate saint fruit, before several quasi-saints at the indigo origin phase looked at Lin Yun. Brat, hand over the golden cauldron herb. Don't force us to make a move. There were 6 people who gathered around him, wanting to force Lin Yun to hand over the golden cauldron herb. Some people didn't even notice that Lin Yun obtained an innate saint fruit, not just the golden cauldron herb. You guys are courting death. Lin Yun didn't waste time with them. These quasi-saints didn't even grasp a greater Tao and were no different from mere ants before him. As Lin Yun swung his sword, those who got close to him were sent flying away. This scene scared everyone before Lin Yun swung his sword, killing another 3 quasi-saints. It didn't take long for one quasi-saint to be left, who fled to where he came from. Lin Yun didn't pursue him but swung his sword, unleashing a sword ray that severed that quasi-saint into 2. He didn't hold back as he carried on, and a purple-clothed youth sat on a rock, looking at him with a smile. This youth seemed extraordinary. His purple clothes were extraordinary saint armor. He looked confident as he allowed Lin Yun to walk in his direction. As he ate a fruit, he smiled, as expected of Yi Qingtian. It's no wonder why you can be on the Divine Dragon Elite ranking, killing 6 quasi-saints at the Indigo Origin phase like nothing. But I'm not the same. I've grasped a greater Tao half a year ago. I might not be on the Divine Dragon Elite ranking, but you'll lose terribly if you put me on the same level as those people. Everything beneath the greater Tao is. But before the youth could finish, Lin Yun swung his sword and severed that person into 2 with his saint armor. That youth didn't even know how he died nor how Lin Yun killed him from 10 steps away. His saint aura was clearly amplified by greater Tao, and he still had many trump cards left. That youth didn't even know how he died. Everything is mere ants beneath the greater Tao? Lin Yun sneered. He preferred Yi Guhan's saying that there was nothing too profound about greater Tao. It was just an amplification, and one would die a horrible death if they were too confident about it. Lin Yun's astral sword intent had reached the pinnacle of complete mastery, and if anyone wanted to suppress him with greater Tao, it would have to be at least a 6th grade martial intent. This was mainly because he possessed dual sword stars, and his sword intent was stronger than ordinary martial intent. Black ants began to emerge from the black marsh. They looked insignificant, but they gave off a faint metallic luster. These were blackfire demonic ants, and they lived in the marsh. They were ants that the youth was about to speak of, but these ants were the overlord of this marsh. The black ants soon devoured the youth's corpse without any bones left. Lin Yun watched this quietly, and these ants behaved like normal, routing through Lin Yun and crawling to the other corpses. This was because they could sense a terrifying aura coming from Lin Yun. They ran into Lin Yun multiple times but couldn't be Lin Yun's opponent. But Lin Yun was cautious and didn't move against the ants because there wouldn't be any benefits. There are benefits. These blackfire demonic ants are still in their first state. If you can find the ant queen and tame it, these blackfire demonic ants can evolve into the heavenly demonic ants, capable of killing saints silently, Lil Purple explained. In ancient times, there was a way of nurturing insects, and we call them insect masters. They lie in solitary, but few people dare to provoke them. Lin Yun only took a few glances at the blackfire demonic ants and lost his interest in them. He had a good harvest as he disappeared with the flower burial sword at his waist. Not only Lin Yun but everywhere in the secret realms was accompanied by brutal killings. There was no threshold for the Azure Dragon record. The righteous and demonic forces could participate, meaning there were many people. The righteous and demonic forces would fight among themselves indiscriminately, and the battle was chaotic. There were also conflicts between sects, and the competition would become fiercer as treasures appeared. As it involved their interest, there was no distinction between good and evil. That was the case for Lin Yun, and he would kill those who dared to challenge him. On a mountain in the true dragon's secret realm was a river of blood with a surging ominous aura. Leave quickly. Xiao Hongfei has started a massacre. What is that fellow doing in the true dragon's secret realm? Damn it, he's out. We're all dead now. Wails sounded in the valley as everyone tried their best to flee. Those who managed to slay quasi-saint demonic beasts quickly left the secret realm with no intentions to further search for treasures in the secret realm. Only those who hadn't killed a demonic beast in the quasi-saint realm would try their best to run for their lives. Ha ha ha! Why are you guys hurrying to leave since you're here? A crimson blade ray flashed as the black-clothed Xiao Hongfei walked out, laughing. The blade ray he unleashed was terrifying, killing anyone who came in contact with it. Xiao Hongfei was ranked 68th on the Divine Dragon Elite ranking, and no one could put up a resistance against him. On a true dragon's secret realm lake, countless corpses were floating on the lake as Feng Haoyan, another genius on the Divine Dragon Elite ranking, was going on a killing spree. In just a brief moment, many cultivators who were competing over a saint herb were killed by him. When Feng Haoyan pushed his palm forth, it formed into a demonic claw enveloped in black flames, and no one in his path could withstand his attack. His demonic claw tore through Saint Aura and pierced through the hearts of his prey. His demonic claws flew around as Feng Haoyan stood in the same position, killing everyone before him. The vitality hasn't increased? Feng Haoyan looked at the corpses floating on the lake with doubt, because there was really something strange about the true dragon's secret realm. Similar massacres were taking place in the true dragon's secret realm. Unlike the other divine dragon's secret realms, those who could come here were weaker in comparison or ruthless people on the Divine Dragon Elite ranking. The weaker cultivators didn't have a choice because they chose the true dragon's secret realm. After all, this secret realm was weaker. Many demonic cultivators in the true dragon's secret realm didn't hold back after the righteous cultivators came in. Lin Yun spent some time before he came out of the black marsh. He stood on a Buddha statue, and the far end was covered in endless yellow sand. There's something weird about this place for a desert to be connected with a marsh, Lin Yun muttered as he turned around, and the black marsh slowly disappeared. This isn't an illusion, right? Lin Yun quickly took out the innate saint fruit and heaved a sigh of relief after confirming it was real. However, the surrounding environment was unpredictable, and even the space seemed chaotic, which gave Lin Yun a headache. He didn't have much need for treasures now and wanted to find those from the sword sect. Let's carry on forth. Lin Yun had no choice but to jump down the Buddha statue. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in the desert that dragged Lin Yun down. Lin Yun could easily break free, but he decided to see where the vortex would bring him after a brief pondering. When Lin Yun's feet landed on solid ground, he found himself in a dark corridor, with candles hanging on both sides of the wall, flickering on and off. Lin Yun reached out and pulled a candle through the air. His hand felt heavy, with a powerful aura coming from him. This is interesting. The candle and flames are extraordinary. Lin Yun had extraordinary eyesight, and he could see that the candles were precious and seemed to be made of saint blood and dragon drool. As expected of you, you didn't even let go of the candles, Lil Purple said. Lin Yun didn't waste time with her because the candle might seem insignificant here, but it was extraordinary in the outside world. Along the way, Lin Yun gathered 10 candles and heard noises as some people came here through a small-scale teleportation array. It was a luxurious palace when he reached the far end of the corridor. The dome was decorated with mithril and gems, which formed into a galaxy with many stone pillars on the ground. Lin Yun took a casual look and saw 8 doors that connected this palace, and a group of quasi-saints was fighting in the main hall. Various saint aura and constellations bloomed when they attacked with phenomena accumulated in the main hall. He gazed through the main hall and saw 3 factions competing for a saint pellet enveloped in golden radiance. The ones leading the factions were quasi-saints, who grasped greater Tao. The quasi-saints followed them, unleashing countless attacks, and many corpses were lying on the ground. Anyone could tell that the 3 factions were serious in the fight. This instantly made Lin Yun lose interest because the strongest here was on the same level as the white-clothed venerable, and they were much weaker in comparison. Thus, he lost interest in waiting for a result and stepped forth. The moment he appeared, the 3 factions quickly stopped what they were doing and became cautious. Looks like even a fry is after the true dragon, Saint Pellet. You want to take all the benefits at the very end? Dream on. Kill him first. The 2 parties fought for a long time and weren't willing to let someone else benefit from their fight. Thus, they quickly made a move after seeing Lin Yun. Lin Yun merely sneered because this was no different from a bunch of novices fighting each other. Did they really think that they were experts? But just when Lin Yun was about to make a move, a punch flew over. The fist gave off a silver radiance that manifested into a white dragon with murderous intent sweeping out. In the path of the white dragon, those who didn't grasp the greater Tao were instantly killed, leaving the 3 who grasped the greater Tao throwing blood on the ground. They looked at the newcomer with horror and could confirm that this person was also an expert on the Divine Dragon Elite ranking. There were only 100 people on the Divine Dragon Elite ranking, and they could be known as the strongest 100 people in the Kunlun realm. Many people concealed their strengths and didn't appear on the ranking, but those on the ranking were absolute geniuses. Run! Very quickly, the 3 turned around and gave up on the Saint Pellet. As footsteps sounded, Lin Yun was the only one left with many corpses. But Lin Yun wasn't bothered because his attention was on the paintings engraved on the pillars. Sure enough, there is a lot of garbage in the true dragon's secret realm. Footsteps sounded out as a bald youth walked in. This person was ranked 78th on the Divine Dragon Elite ranking, a saint disciple of the Western Desert's ancient Vajra Monastery, an ancient Buddhist holy land. MHM? There's also someone here. When Chao Yang wanted to retrieve the Saint Pellet, he noticed Lin Yun's existence. Chao Yang was stunned when he recognized Lin Yun and smiled. So you're daring to compete with me for the Saint Pellet, the last on the Divine Dragon Elite ranking and Holy Maiden Killer. Yi Qing Tian. It's me. Lin Yun casually nodded as he continued to examine the painting. There was a true dragon in the painting, but the dragon had different expressions on different pillars. They didn't seem to be engraved but painted with divine runes. To stay around even after seeing me. It looks like you're pretty confident in yourself. But it's a pity that the Divine Dragon Elite ranking is pretty accurate, and you don't have any holy maiden here helping you? Xiaoyang smiled. He didn't place Lin Yun in his eyes and looked at Lin Yun with disdain. Why don't you give it a try then? Lin Yun casually replied as he walked over to the other pillars with his eyes shining brightly. He noticed that there was something special about the pillars. You! A murderous intent swept out as flames of rage blazed in Xiaoyang's eyes while he approached Lin Yun. His footsteps seemed to contain the echoes of greater Tao, with holy radiance enveloping him whenever he stepped a move, giving others a great pressure as though heaven and earth would collapse under his rage. When Lin Yun turned around, his aura changed as his sword intent transformed and bloomed in his pupils. This made Xiaoyang because he could sense a dangerous aura coming from Lin Yun, and it felt as though his heart was being clenched, and the holy radiance he gave off extinguished. Xiaoyang squinted because Yi Qingtian's astral sword intent was really horrifying. But he wasn't too bothered about it and threw a punch over. Before the punch that looked like a Buddha's fist came close to Lin Yun, it had already unleashed a terrifying holy aura, causing the entire palace to tremble. This punch could easily kill a quasi-saint in the indigo origin phase. As Lin Yun's hair and clothes fluttered, his gaze became sharp, and he drew out the flower burial sword. When the sword and punch came in contact, a series of a few hundred explosions of Saint Aura resonated with the stone pillars in the main hall as various phenomena appeared from the stone pillars. As the Buddhist radiance shattered like a bubble, Xiaoyang spread his arms apart and took several steps back before stabilizing himself. On the other hand, Lin Yun revolved in the air before stabilizing himself. Astral sword intent. Xiaoyang's eyes were shocked when he looked at Lin Yun. He muttered, "You can confront greater Tao with your sword intent. I didn't believe it initially, but I believe it now. You're not bad yourself. You didn't use your full strength, but it was also a casual attack from me," Lin Yun said. Xiaoyang cursed inwardly because Yi Qingtian began to pretend after praising him. He wasn't convinced, but he could sense that Yi Qingtian wasn't a pushover from their previous clash. Even if he hadn't used his full strength earlier, he knew dealing with Yi Qingtian quickly was practically impossible. Xiaoyang's face changed, and he said, "Yi Qingtian, how about this? The true dragon Saint Pellet goes to me, and I'll let you choose first if we come along with other treasures later." This was equivalent to acknowledging Lin Yun's strength, allowing the latter to cooperate with him for the time being. Lin Yun asked in surprise, "You only want the Saint Pellet?" "That's right. I only want the Saint Pellet." Xiaoyang's expression eased, smiling. "Everything can be negotiated as long as you let me have the Saint Pellet." Xiaoyang initially thought that Yi Qingtian would compete with him for the Saint Pellet, so he showed hostility. But if Yi Qingtian was willing to step back, everything could be negotiated. "Are you sure about that?" Lin Yun asked. "I am absolutely sure," Xiaoyang smiled. "If you're willing to let me have the Saint Pellet, I can compensate you with a Saint Herb." As Xiaoyang spoke, he took out a Saint Herb. This was the Thunderfrost Saint Fruit, a rare fruit with lightning and ice attributes. If taken outside, it would have a high value and could be exchanged for at least 10,000 Saint Crystal Stones. Saint Crystal Stones were spiritual stones used by Saint Realm experts and the most valuable currency in the Kunlun realm. Xiaoyang was feeling a heartache, but he still wore an amicable smile as though this fruit was nothing to him. "All right." Lin Yun went along with it and received the Thunderfrost Saint Fruit. Hee. Xiaoyang couldn't help smiling. He felt a little embarrassed for giving Yi Qingtian the Thunderfrost Saint Fruit because the value of the True Dragon Saint Pellet was unimaginable. He kept the True Dragon Saint Pellet in his interspatial pouch and smiled. "We're good now since you agreed to it." Suddenly, dazzling starlight shone from the 9 pillars and formed into Saint Runes. When the Saint Runes flew to Lin Yun's palm, it released an ethereal music. "What's that?" Xiaoyang was shocked because the radiance was too bright, and he couldn't see clearly. Ultimately, the Saint Runes formed a dazzling star, releasing powerful starlight as it was engraved on the Black Thunder chains. The Black Thunder chains was transformed into a two-spirit glory saint artifact, leaving Chao Yang dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. But that wasn't the end as Lin Yun rose to the sky and spread his hand out into the starry sky on the dome, and the starlight in the main hall began to decrease. When the starlight had completely become dim, Chao Yang's face changed. After a while, moonlight bloomed from Lin Yun's palm as a bright moon appeared in the sky, along with a saint radiance that made Lin Yun look sacred. This was the glory moon spirit, which Lin Yun engraved on his Black Thunder chains, releasing a dazzling radiance that forced Chao Yang to close his eyes. As the radiance of 3 glory spirits shone brightly, Chao Yang squinted with shock. When he came to his senses, regret surfaced, and he yelled bitterly, "I understand now." He now understood why Lin Yun would show such a weird expression when he said he wanted the true dragon Saint Pellet and even verified with him multiple times. After all, Lin Yun had just created a 3-spirit glory saint artifact. This was unbelievable because it didn't require a heavenly spiritualist to refine the Black Thunder chains and easily raised it to a 3-spirit glory saint artifact. This was simply ridiculous. After all, Chao Yang was shocked enough that it was a 2-spirit glory saint artifact, and he knew the value of a 2-spirit glory saint artifact. As a 3-spirit glory saint artifact, it was simply unimaginable to him. He knew how high the value of a 3-spirit glory saint artifact was, which was unimaginable to him. As Chao Yang lowered his head to look at the true dragon Saint Pellet, the corner of his lip twitched, and his face became ugly. The true dragon Saint Pellet immediately became less precious in his hands, especially after thinking he had given out a Thunderfrost Saint fruit. Chao Yang wanted to dig a hole and stuff his head in it, as it was too embarrassing. Lin Yun stabilized himself and examined his right hand with a satisfied expression. A 3-spirit glory saint artifact? Chao Yang came over and said sourly, "Yi Qing Tian, congratulations." "Thank you." Lin Yun nodded with a smile. "My Thunderfrost Saint fruit." Chao Yang rubbed his nose because he wanted it back. "Thank you as well." Lin Yun smiled. Seeing Lin Yun wasn't following his words, Chao Yang smiled awkwardly. "It's fine as long as it can help you." Chao Yang wore a bitter expression, but he could do nothing about it. Lin Yun glanced at Chao Yang and noticed what the latter was thinking. But he had no intentions of returning the Thunderfrost Saint fruit. Long before he fought Chao Yang, he noticed the secrets of the stone pillars and the dome. But he didn't expect Chao Yang's attention to focus only on the true dragon Saint Pellet, which greatly benefited Lin Yun. Lin Yun wasn't afraid of Chao Yang to begin with. Now that he had a 3-spirit glory saint artifact, he naturally wouldn't place Chao Yang in his eyes. As footsteps sounded, the footsteps sounded weird, and each footstep was like a bell ringing, containing a certain powerful Tao that formed a sound wave. Chao Yang's face changed because he knew a formidable foe had arrived. But compared to Chao Yang, Lin Yun was more composed because he also had the Azure Dragon Sword Heart, a quasi-domain form. This meant the newcomer had a powerful martial intent comparable to the 6th grade sword intent. "It's young Master Dawn Note Mo Li," Chao Yang exclaimed. Young Master Dawn Note Mo Li was a genius of the Western Desert's Falling Note Mountain, ranked 69th on the Divine Dragon Elite ranking. Chao Yang recognized this person because they both came from the Western Desert. He fought Mo Li multiple times, and he lost all the fights. "You know him?" Lin Yun asked. Chao Yang nodded. "He's ranked 69th on the Divine Dragon Elite ranking, and I'm at 78th. I fought him 5 times but didn't even win once. Those fellows say that the true dragon secret realm is too low-leveled, but they're all here," Chao Yang muttered. The true dragon secret realm was insignificant to the eyes of many, and Chao Yang initially planned on showing his might here. But he didn't expect there to be so many ruthless people here. The Falling Note Mountain is like the ancient Vajra Monastery, an ancient holy land. Their disciples practice the heavenly note demonic canon, which is neither righteous nor demonic. They specialize in demonic music and pay attention to cultivating their physique, walking the path of becoming a saint through the physique. The heavenly note demonic canon's Azure Nether Saint physique isn't any weaker than our ancient Vajra Monastery's Vajra Golden physique. Xiaoyang explained. As the bell rang stopped, a youthful figure appeared in the main hall, and this person was young Master Dawnnote, Emoli. When he gazed at the empty hall, there weren't any treasures around. There should be a true dragon scent pellet here, and I can smell it from afar. Emoli examined Lin Yun and Xiaoyang before his gaze fell on the latter. You took it? Xiaoyang nodded. There are still treasures along the way. You want to join us? Him as well. Emoli turned to look at Lin Yun. Xiaoyang smiled. You're looking down on him? In terms of fame, even the two of us might not be comparable to him. Oh. Emoli took a few more glances at Lin Yun before his face changed, and he said, I remembered it now. You're Yi Qingtian. That's me, Lin Yun replied. As the Holy Maiden Killer, you have a higher fame than the two of us. Emoli smiled. Lin Yun looked at Emoli and held down his anger, but his nickname appeared well known now. What's with the stone pillars? There should be paintings on it. Emoli examined the stone pillars. I don't know. It was already like this when I came, Xiaoyang said. He knew what kind of person Emoli was. He wasn't a pushover. Although Emoli claimed to be here for the true dragon Saint Pellet, he did not want it after seeing it and was concerned about Lin Yun's existence. But when Lin Yun was dealt with, Emoli wouldn't hesitate to attack him. Emoli wore a weird expression and didn't dwell on it any longer as the three explored this underground palace. They ran into some troubles along the way, but he easily dealt with them. After seeing Lin Yun make a move, Emoli was surprised and didn't dare look down on Yi Qingtian further. A prodigy in the sword. You deserve your reputation, Emoli praised. Lin Yun casually responded, but he didn't lower his guard. The three seemed to be traveling together, but they have their thoughts, and a fight might occur any time. This was why he deliberately showed off his strength, as Emoli seemed to have placed his target on him. In the end, they came to an ancient bronze gate. This should be the deepest region of the underground palace, and they would have harvests if they passed through it. Open! Xiaoyang made a move by throwing a punch at the bronze gate. His punch on the bronze gate produced a loud boom, and Xiaoyang was sent flying away. But Xiaoyang didn't give up as he brought out the Vajra golden physique, enveloping himself in golden radiance. His head became golden, and he threw 3 punches at the ancient bronze gate. But this time, Xiaoyang groaned and was sent flying away again by the backlash. Humph! Emoli sneered, and a zither string appeared with his hand. A terrifying shockwave charged at the bronze gate as he strummed it, but it stood unmoving. Even so, Emoli didn't give up as more emerald strings appeared in the air, and he began strumming it. Various sound waves charged at the bronze gate, but the bronze gate still didn't budge. This made Li's face change as he turned to look at Lin Yun. Xiaoyang also turned to look at Lin Yun because they already made their moves, and it was Lin Yun's turn now. But Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry as he examined the bronze gate before pulling it through the air. When a huge force fell onto the bronze gate creaked as it opened in their direction. This door opens outward, Lin Yun said. This placed Emoli and Xiaoyang in an awkward position because they wanted to show off their strength and let Lin Yun know the weight of the Divine Dragon Elite ranking. I see. So it opens outward. Xiaoyang nodded, pretending to be enlightened by Lin Yun's words. Let's go in, Emoli said furiously. With that, the three stepped into the ancient bronze gate. When the three entered the bronze gate, the interior was spacious, but there was no treasure besides a silver coffin at the center. Lin Yun examined it and noticed that there wasn't anything special about the paintings on the walls. So this is a tomb. Emoli was calm, but the coffin was strange because it was silver and gave off a dazzling saint radiance. It didn't seem lifeless but sacred instead. The surface of the coffin looked smooth, like snow, and the coffin was covered with mysterious diagrams. They didn't seem to be the style of the Divine Dragon era, but they contained many elements. There were golden threads woven into a floral crown, many vines, and stars that looked like a map or constellation. This coffin isn't simple and might be a treasure, Xiaoyang said as he looked at the coffin with a heated gaze. Emoli said in disdain, the ancient Vajra monastery is a Buddhist holy land. So why are you so desperate that you even wanted a coffin? If your master knows about it, he'll probably kick you out. Chao Yang felt guilty but still stubbornly said, I'm just talking about it casually, and I won't do something so wicked. Lin Yun didn't speak because he didn't have a good impression of coffins. In many tombs, coffins and corpses were usually linked with the demon spirit clan. Either that or they were demonic puppets, and none of them were pushovers. Let's open it and take a look. This coffin exuded a sacred aura, and nothing shouldn't be dangerous in it. Chao Yang was frank as he stepped forth without any fear. The Buddhist cult possessed many means to deal with supernaturals. So regardless of whether it was a demonic spirit or an evil corpse, Chao Yang naturally wouldn't put them in his eyes. He felt that this was his home ground. Even if anything happens, Lin Yun and Mo Li would be the unlucky ones here, not to mention he could use this opportunity to kill the two. Wait! Mo Li's face changed, and he called out to Chao Yang. It's fine. The risks and rewards come together, and I'll take the risk for you too. Chao Yang smiled, pretending to be a retard as he opened the coffin. Everything happened so quickly that neither Lin Yun nor Mo Li could stop him. But just when Chao Yang opened half of the coffin, the cover of the coffin flew out as a person stood up. The eye on his forehead opened up and shot out a silver beam, turning the surrounding environment eerie. This caught Chao Yang by surprise as the silver beam pierced through his chest, and he was sent flying out, throwing a mouthful of blood. Chao Yang was heavily injured in a split second, with his face becoming pale. Silver-eyed demon spirit. Lin Yun, Chao Yang, and Mo Li took a deep breath with their faces changed. What the hell? Why is this thing doing here? Chao Yang was terrified to death and was on the verge of crying. It was obvious how terrifying a silver-eyed demon spirit was. This meant the demon spirit was a Saint Realm expert when it was alive. Even after it was dead, it was a monster that could make any quasi-saint feel a headache. In the blink of an eye, Chao Yang exchanged over a dozen moves with the silver-eyed demon spirit, executing various secret techniques of the Buddhist cult. But his attacks were futile against the silver-eyed demon spirit. Vajra golden physique. Chao Yang was forced into a desperate strait and executed his strongest technique. As his body swelled, his clothes burst apart, revealing his golden skin. Chao Yang wanted to run but couldn't because the silver-eyed demon spirit focused on him. It didn't take long before Chao Yang began to beg, "Big brothers, please save me." Chao Yang was regretful because he wanted to kill Lin Yun and Mo Li here, only to put himself in danger instead. When Lin Yun and Mo Li were pondering if they should help, two smaller silver-eyed demon spirits flew out from the coffin. Heavenly Note Saint Hand. A giant figure manifested behind Mo Li, playing ancient music that sent the incoming demon spirit flying back. At the same time, Mo Li charged forth. He released a golden radiance that formed into a huge bell above him. This was a two-spirit glory saint artifact, and it released the music of greater Tao when it rang. As lightning began to flicker on his hands, it formed into a dazzling bolt aimed at the silver-eyed demon spirit's neck. This attack was too terrifying as it knocked the demon spirit flying back, clashing against the wall. He didn't look like it, but he was a domineering and decisive person. Withered tree coming to life. Lin Yun held onto the flower burial sword and poured his nirvana aura into the sword, unleashing a powerful sword ray that released various phenomena. Before the demon spirit could even get close, the sword ray had already sent it flying away, heavily injuring the demon spirit that seemed to have a skin as tough as saint artifacts. Lin Yun and Mo Li exchanged looks and had a new understanding of each other's strengths. But the situation hadn't turned in their favor because the battle was ongoing. When Chao Yang noticed that Lin Yun and Mo Li were held up, he became dispirited and no longer held back, summoning his constellation as an ancient Buddha with 4 heads and 8 arms. Even so, he could only be beaten up by the silver-eyed demon spirit, ensuring it wouldn't kill him. He could only hold his ground if he didn't want to die until Lin Yun and Mo Li resolved their opponents. The smaller silver-eyed demon spirits were clearly weaker compared to the one Chao Yang was fighting. Even so, he was still barely holding his ground. After spending a few minutes, Lin Yun and Mo Li finally resolved their opponents, beheading their opponents and stabbing them into their vertical eyes. This showed that Lin Yun and Mo Li were experienced in fighting the silver-eyed demon spirit. "Save me! Save me! Save me!" Chao Yang wailed. "Let's go." Mo Li made a move as he controlled the bell to suppress the silver-eyed demon spirit. On the other hand, Lin Yun activated the 2 glory spirits in the flower burial sword. As his sword aura began to increase, a dazzling golden and green radiance shot out from the sword. The silver-eyed demon spirit sent the bell flying away before the flower burial sword flew over, pinning the silver-eyed demon spirit onto the wall. Chao Yang swallowed a pellet after being free and said hatefully, "Damn it! This is a Saint Realm demon spirit." Lin Yun and Mo Li naturally noticed it without needing him to say any further. Lin Yun said, "We can only suppress it, and it's too hard to kill him." The flower burial sword was buzzing because the silver-eyed demon spirit was trying to resist, and the astral sword intent couldn't hold him down for long. "You people restrain him. I'll deal with them," Chao Yang said furiously. "Okay." Lin Yun and Mo Li were decisive as they immediately made a move. Lin Yun sat down with his hands clasped together with multiple galaxies empowering the flower burial sword, pinning down the silver-eyed demon spirit. Mo Li retrieved an ancient zither, using the Thunderbale demonic note in the Heavenly Note demonic canon to attack the silver-eyed demon spirit. He was cautious, and the bell hovered above his head to be prepared for accidents. "Black sacred flame lotus." Chao Yang roared as a black seal flew out from his hand and landed on the silver-eyed demon spirit. The terrifying flames made the silver-eyed demon spirit wail out in pain, and Lin Yun could sense a stronger struggle coming from the silver-eyed demon spirit. "Ordinary sacred flames can't kill you, but the black sacred flame lotus is meant to deal with your monsters. Die!" Chao Yang's forehead was covered in sweat as he vented his grievance. Ultimately, the silver-eyed demon spirit was incinerated until a skeleton was left. Even so, they didn't dare to be careless and used various means to smash the skeleton into ashes before they were finally relieved. As the 3 approached the silver coffin, they lowered their heads and found some items buried with the silver-eyed demon spirit. There were a lot of round silver metal pieces that looked like copper coins, with patterns engraved on the front and back. The copper pieces looked ordinary, but when they held onto them, the copper coins felt extraordinary as they had many saint runes engraved. These should be some ancient coins passed among Saint Realm experts. The power of these coins is ancient. Perhaps we can absorb it directly. Chao Yang weighed the coins in his hand and gritted his teeth, feeling tempted to try and bite it with his teeth, but he ultimately held himself back. These are the Imperial Dragon coins. They're forged with meteorites containing primal chaos aura. Can aid Saint Realm experts to cultivate. In ancient times, experts used them as currency, and I have some kept at my home, Mo Li explained. Chao Yang was excited because he picked up a treasure. The 3 counted the items and split the 300 Imperial Dragon coins, which could be considered a huge harvest. Aside from that, the coffin had 4 items: a bamboo flute, a jade pendant, a dagger, and a silver dragon-shaped bracelet. Many small bells on the bracelet produced a piece of ethereal music. Mo Li chose the flute, Chao Yang took the dagger, and Lin Yun picked the jade pendant. They could tell the bracelet had the highest value, which should at least be a 2-spirit glory saint artifact. It was exquisite and could pique the joy in everyone's hearts. With 1 treasure left, the 3 wanted it and they fell silent. Chao Yang opened his mouth. He wanted to say that he took the harshest beating and that the bracelet should go to him. But when he opened his mouth, Lin Yun and Mo Li looked over. This made Chao Yang smile awkwardly, and he smiled. "The 2 of you saved my life, and I'll give up on this bracelet. You do not qualify to obtain it to begin with," Mo Li replied. He continued, "Yi Qingtian, you can take out a treasure to exchange for it, and I can give up for it as well. Otherwise, we can exchange 3 moves and see who obtains this bracelet. You should have grasped the ice and lightning martial intents, right?" Lin Yun asked. Mo Li squinted because his ice martial intent was a secret, and he didn't know how Lin Yun managed to notice it. He replied, "So, a Thunderfrost Saint fruit for you to give up on it." As for exchanging 3 moves, there's no meaning in it. Swordsmen don't spar and only fight to the death. Lin Yun smiled. His cultivation was the lowest, and he would naturally suffer a loss if they were about to determine the ownership of this bracelet in 3 moves. So he hoped Mo Li could be wise and not play small tricks on him. Have you not heard of my heavenly note demonic cannon before? Mo Li asked coldly. He had a strong stance and released his greater Tao. The bell above him also began to ring, releasing a terrifying aura that felt like a volcano that would erupt the next moment. Lin Yun raised his brow and drew out the flower burial sword. He said, "My sword is also sharp." Lin Yun's aura drastically transformed, like an invisible sword was brewing in the air. This made Mo Li's heart tremble because he could sense a dangerous aura, which made him tense up. He instantly knew that Lin Yun couldn't be underestimated. The two began to clash in the air, and Mo Li decided to step back. He didn't want to engage in a life-and-death battle with Lin Yun because it wasn't worth it, not to mention he would receive the Thunderfrost Saint Fruit. The true dragon's secret realm lacked Saint Fruits, but Saint Fruits containing ice and lightning attributes were rare. Chao Yang opened his mouth, and his eyes bulged out, seeing that Lin Yun would use the Thunderfrost Saint Fruit to exchange for the bracelet. Didn't the Saint Fruit belong to him? This naturally made Chao Yang furious, but he couldn't say that and could only slam his palm on the coffin with a grievance. He felt irritated and turned around to leave, saying, "I'll take my leave first. I won't return to this accursed place even if I die." It looked like Brother Chao suffered a grievance. Mo Li toyed with the Saint Fruit in his hand with a smile. The Saint Fruit was extraordinary and rarer than he had expected, which he was satisfied with. "Maybe," Lin Yun replied with a smile. "Let's go." The two walked out of the Bronze Palace together, chatting. When they separated, Mo Li waited till Lin Yun disappeared before he squinted. "Ha!" Mo Li sneered. As he took a deep breath, he turned around, executing a ghost spirit movement technique, and returned to where he came from with lightning speed. 2 hours later, a figure appeared before the bronze gate, donning a cloak and a mask that enveloped himself. This person had a robust figure, looking cautious as his gaze fell onto the bronze gate with a smile after confirming that there wasn't anyone. "Chao Yang, do you think I can't recognize you?" But just when this cloaked figure wanted to open the bronze gate, a cold voice sounded behind him. The cloaked figure turned around and exclaimed, "Mo Li!" Chao Yang didn't expect even Mo Li to return, and the cloaked figure was naturally the ancient Vajra monastery's Chao Yang. Mo Li sneered, "I already knew that you wanted to steal the coffin after seeing how you slapped the coffin at the end. You're the shame of the Buddhist cult." Chao Yang's face blushed, and he sneered, "Don't pretend that you're any different. Despite your noble and elegant appearance, you're nothing more than a beast. I might be the shame of the ancient Vajra monastery, but you're not any different either. Aren't you also here for the coffin?" They both knew none of the treasures they obtained in the bronze hall could compete with the silver coffin's value. The treasures they received were valuable, but they could see the origin of those items. Only the silver coffin was enveloped in saint radiance and mystery. They couldn't recognize the origin of the coffin, and it must be a treasure. Mo Li and Chao Yang pretended not to be concerned earlier, trying to fool everyone, making it convenient for them to obtain the coffin later. Mo Li said, "You're merely someone who lost to me. Get lost, or I'll turn you into ashes right now." Mo Li was prideful and didn't place Chao Yang in his eyes. They fought multiple times, and Chao Yang never beat him once. This was where he got his confidence from. "Mo Li, don't push it," Chao Yang said with a rage of flames blazing in his eyes. "So what if I'm pushing it? Get lost if you don't want to die," Mo Li replied. Chao Yang was furious but a little scared of Mo Li as he lost all their battles. He also didn't want to leave just like that either. Even Yi Qingtian, who was in the Nirvana stage, dared to face Mo Li. So why couldn't he do it as well? Chao Yang decided to go all out and roared, "My fist is also hard." The corner of Mo Li's lip twitched. He couldn't take Chao Yang's stupidity any longer and roared, "Do you think you're a swordsman? Your bones are as tough as Yi Qingtian's sword?" You won't give up if I don't teach you a lesson. Kneel. Emoli flew into a rage, his hair fluttering wildly as murderous intent boiled in his eyes. He was genuinely furious this time. He might be unable to deal with Yi Qingtian, but Chao Yang thought too highly of himself. Chao Yang regretted the moment he said that. When he saw Emoli in a rage, he immediately cowered, but he still maintained a strong stance on his face despite his legs trembling. This was because the quasi-saint aura released by Emoli was too terrifying. Right then, the ground began to tremble with a huge sound coming from the Bronze Palace. This instantly made Chao Yang and Emoli's faces change as they turned to look at the Bronze Gate. They were baffled about what was going on and if the demon spirits had returned to life. "Let's open the gates first," Chao Yang said, breaking the silence. They were dumbfounded when they opened the Bronze Gate because the silver coffin had disappeared. There was a huge crack at the far end of the hall, with astral sword intent lingering at the crack. With a glance, anyone could tell that a sword created this crack. "It's Yi Qingtian. Chase after him." Emoli and Chao Yang immediately entered the crack and chased, but they couldn't see Yi Qingtian anywhere. Not only were they unable to find Lin Yun, they couldn't even sense any aura he left behind, which was weird. When they chased out of the underground palace, they couldn't see anyone. Yi Qingtian. Emoli finally couldn't hold it and gave himself a facepalm. He didn't expect Yi Qingtian to return and take the silver coffin. "That fellow is really fast." Chao Yang looked dispirited as he continued. "We're both fooled by him," Emoli said pridefully. "You still didn't realize it yet? He hasn't left, and he hid himself in the Bronze Palace. The crack is only a trap to lure us away." "What?" Chao Yang was shocked. Emoli said coldly, "Only you're fooled by him, so don't compare me with you. Not to mention, I didn't suffer a loss either because I have at least received a Thunderfrost Saint fruit from him." Chao Yang was furious and wanted to laugh simultaneously. Looking at Emoli's prideful expression, he said, "You retard. That Thunderfrost Saint fruit belonged to me. Furthermore, your senses were right about the pillars back then. They're Glory Spirit Saint runes and all taken by him. He's the biggest winner. So stop pretending in front of me." How is this possible?" Emoli was stumped, looking at the Thunderfrost Saint fruit in his hand. The Thunderfrost Saint fruit suddenly became not that attractive to him anymore. Emoli was in a daze for a long time and hadn't come to his senses. He had hidden a lot of his strength and was cautious. He came to the True Dragon Secret Realm to be the champion of the True Dragon ranking. But he didn't expect to suffer such a huge loss even before the real fight began. The silver coffin was gone, and he was tricked with the Saint fruit. Chao Yang smiled and was naturally happy to see Emoli's expression. After all, Emoli always thought highly of himself, thinking that everyone in the world was a fool if he didn't suffer a little. He said, "Yi Qingtian cannot be underestimated." Emoli's emotions calmed down, and he kept the Saint fruit. He said, "Indeed, that person cannot be underestimated, and he might even be an underdog. Those from the Divine Dragon Elite ranking who want to obtain a benefit here might suffer a huge loss if they're not careful. From now on, you have another opponent aside from the likes of Xiao Hongfei and Feng Haoyan." Chao Yang smiled. "My opponent? You have underestimated me. My opponents have always been the champions of the 9 heavenly paths, and the True Dragon's Secret Realm is only a springboard for me," Emoli said pridefully. Chao Yang was taken aback because he didn't know where Emoli got his confidence. Lin Yun emerged from the Bronze Palace's shadows after Emoli and Chao Yang left. Emoli was right. He didn't leave the Bronze Palace and purposely created the crack to lure them away. "Empress, what did you find in the silver coffin?" Lin Yun asked. "This is a replica of the Eternal Divine Coffin, so let's call it the Eternal Saint Coffin. The Demon Spirit clan can preserve their physiques, resisting the flow of time and extending their lifespan. If it's the Demon Spirit clan, they can cultivate in it, achieving twice the result with half the effort. It'll be a different story if it's the Eternal Divine Coffin, and it's rumored to grant a second life," Lil Purple said as she examined the silver coffin. It had a huge origin but didn't seem useful to Lin Yun. That means that only those from the demon spirit clan or running out of their lifespan can use it? Lin Yun asked. That's right. It's useless to you, but it's a treasure for those who need it. After all, it can extend one's lifespan. If you can make a breakthrough inside or buy time until someone brings you something that can extend your lifespan, it's equivalent to another life. Lil Purple smiled. Let's leave it for now then. Who knows if I might need it? Lin Yun smiled. What are you talking about? Touchwood, Lil Purple said nervously. Lin Yun smiled as he began to sort out his harvest. So far, he obtained an Eternal Saint Coffin, a Dragon Clan's bracelet, an innate Saint Fruit, a few precious Saint Herbs, and the Black Thunder Chains that became a 3-Spirit Glory Saint artifact. His harvest was already heaven-defying, and no one would believe it if he said it out. After all, no one could receive such a huge harvest, especially the innate Saint Fruit. Empress, this innate Saint Fruit should be able to help me reach the quasi-saint realm, right? Lin Yun asked, wanting to verify it again. There's a high chance, Lil Purple said, but she wasn't absolutely confident about it. Got it. Lin Yun's eyes flickered as he made up his mind. For hours later, Lin Yun left the mysterious underground palace and landed on a faraway mountain. Down below was a lush valley with a ferocious fight taking place. 7 Holy Land's saint disciples were attacking a swordsman, and a person was lying on the ground beside that swordsman. Fang Shaoling, I have already given you the saint herbs. So, do you still want to take it that far? The swordsman roared. He was the sword sex Gongsun Yen, and the one lying on the ground was the sword fanatic Zhao Yan. The leader of the 7 saint disciples smiled. So what can you do to me? It's the law of the jungle in the secret realm, and you can only die since you're weak. This is how unreasonable the world is, and you can only blame the sword sect for being too weak. Does a powerful sect dare to face a holy land? Would you have this outcome if you begged for mercy earlier? This person's cultivation in the indigo origin phase gave off a powerful aura, but he had a wound on his face. Gongsun Yan's gaze became dark, and he said, if you didn't launch a sneak attack, do you think you would injure senior brother Zhao? So it turns out that the geniuses of the Holy Lands are just a bunch of shameless people. Fang Shaoling's face became sinister, and he said, I can't be bothered to waste time with you. Kill him. He was unhappy because he was injured on his face even after launching a sneak attack and nearly losing his life. This was why he had no intentions of letting them off, even if he obtained their saint herbs. The 6 Holy Lands immediately surrounded Gongsun Yen. The latter could barely take care of himself, not to mention he had to protect Zhao Yan. So, it didn't take long for him to land in a disadvantageous position. Die! Fang Shaoling found the right opportunity and waved his hand, manifesting a demonic claw enveloped in black flames that flew at Gongsun Yan's head. Just when the demonic claw was about to crush Gongsun Yan's head, a sword ray flew over and tore apart the demonic claw, forcing Fang Shaoling and the 6 people with him to retreat. What a powerful sword aura! Fang Shaoling was surprised as he looked at his palm. He had only come in contact with it, and a wound was on his hand. Yi Qingtian. Gongsun Yen was shocked when he turned around. Even Zhao Yan raised his head to the ground and looked at Lin Yun. Senior brother Zhao, you're injured. Lin Yun frowned. Zhao Yan smiled bitterly. Even the true dragon's secret realm is filled with geniuses. Aside from senior sister Yi, I'm afraid no one can leave their names on the blue dragon record. He didn't mention that he lost to a sneak attack because this also meant he wasn't strong enough. This made Gongsun Yen widen his eyes because he didn't know when Zhao Yan and Yi Qingtian had such a good relationship. The last on the Divine Dragon Elite ranking, Yi Qingtian? Fang Shaoling finally knew why the sword intent was so terrifying. Yi Qingtian was a prodigy swordsman in the Heavenly Dao sect and didn't dare to look down on this person. He said, Yi Qingtian, even if you're a prodigy swordsman of the Heavenly Dao sect, you must give me a saint herb if you want to save them. You know my name and still dare to be so arrogant? It looks like you have your confidence, Lin Yun said. Fang Shaoling sneered. Your name? What name? Holy Maiden Killer? You're just an add-on to the Divine Dragon Elite ranking. On the other hand, My elder brother, Fang Haoyan, is ranked 63rd. A difference of 10 rankings is equivalent to a gulf. So where did you get the confidence to be so arrogant from? Lin Yun sneered. Where did you get your confidence from? Talk to me again after you can take my sword. Go at him together. He must have a lot of treasures with him. He's only one person, and he's not even a quasi-saint. So there's no need to be afraid of him. All 7 of them had murderous intent radiating from their eyes. This wasn't the first time they did this, as they were madmen in the True Dragon's secret realm, running rampant and doing what they wanted. Die! Lin Yun drew the flower burial sword and swung his blade. This attack had no fancy sword technique as it was empowered with astral sword intent and his cultivation in the 10th transformation of the Nirvana stage. As the 2 glory spirits radiated, the 6 quasi-saints in the Azure Origin phase were severed into 2. Fang Shaoling managed to hold on for a little longer, but he still couldn't escape the fate of being severed. What the hell? Killing 7 quasi-saints with 1 sword? Gong Sun Yen exclaimed. He knew that Yi Qingtian was strong, but he didn't expect Yi Qingtian to be strong enough to kill a quasi-saint in the Indigo Origin phase with 1 sword after 2 months. This could no longer be explained as a genius as Yi Qingtian was still in the Nirvana stage. A certain speculation appeared in his mind, and he exclaimed, 10th transformation of the Nirvana stage? Lin Yun didn't hide it and nodded. When Gong Sun Yen was stumped, Zhao Yen rejoiced. The 10th transformation of the Nirvana stage can face quasi-saints in the Azure Origin phase. In addition to your sword intent, you don't have to be afraid of those in the Indigo Origin phase. Zhao Yen was genuinely happy for Lin Yun to reach the 10th transformation of the Nirvana stage. Even without reaching the quasi-saint realm, Lin Yun could leave his name on the Blue Dragon record. Seeing how Lin Yun easily killed Fang Shaoling proved that Lin Yun's sword intent had strengthened. Unlike Gong Sun Yen, Zhao Yen knew about Lin Yun's real identity, which was why he was happy. Treat your injuries first. Lin Yun treated Zhao Yan's injuries with the Blue Dragon Bone, and it didn't take long for Zhao Yan to stabilize his injuries, recovering half of his fighting prowess. Brother Yi, Fang Shaoling is the younger brother of Fang Haoyan. Shouldn't we leave this place first? Gong Sun Yen asked in a concerned tone after he came to his senses. It's fine, Lin Yun replied. Where are those from the sword sect? Is Yi Xiling all right? Gong Sun Yen now knew why Yi Qingtian would save them. So the latter was a lecher, as rumored. But just when hesitating to reply, Zhao Yen already spoke out. Senior Sister Yi is fine. We said to meet at the True Dragon Palace. The space there is distorted, but we'll run into each other as long as he carries on. But it still hasn't appeared and may take some time. Zhao Yen explained. The True Dragon Palace was the most dangerous location in the True Dragon's secret realm, and most treasures could be found there. Everyone has already hunted demonic beasts in the quasi-saint realm, and they could crush the quasi-saint beast core to be transported out if they were in danger. 7-colored radiance shot to the sky 2 days later, accompanied by a dragon roar. The True Dragon Palace has appeared, Gong Sun Yen said in excitement. Many cultivators wouldn't be able to leave their names on the Blue Dragon record no matter how they tried, so they might aim to obtain treasures instead. This was also Gong Sun Yan's goal. The radiance attracted everyone's attention in the True Dragon's secret realm. When it appeared, Lin Yun's group of 3 rushed toward the True Dragon Palace. Over there, Gong Sun Yen pointed out. There was a mountain enveloped in 7-colored radiance, and it was a towering place that pierced into the clouds. There were many people gathered in the surroundings. The dragon aura released by the palace was massive, and no one dared to charge recklessly. Yi Qingtian? Just when the 3 were looking at the True Dragon Palace, a group of people came over as Yi Xiling led those from the sword sect. Senior Sister Yi, are you all right? Gong Sun Yazan asked. Hee, what can happen to us with Senior Sister Yi around? Did you guys run into any trouble? We ran into some troubles along the way, but fortunately, we ran into Yi Qingtian. The disciples of the sword sect had a good relationship, and Lin Yun saw many familiar faces. They were all disciples of the heavenly ranking. There were their formal chief disciple, Mu Qingqing and Mu Shuiqin. As they chatted among themselves, they neglected Lin Yun instead. But Lin Yun merely wore a smile because he knew he would frighten them if he revealed his identity. Suddenly, he sensed a gaze directed at him from Yi Xiling. The latter looked at him with a complicated gaze, making Lin Yun wonder if Yi Xiling had recognized him. "Lady Yi, it has been a long time." Lin Yun calmly smiled and greeted Yi Xiling. But in the eyes of others, Lin Yun's smile looked weird. Aside from Zhao Yan, everyone looked at Lin Yun with an ill gaze because Yi Qingtian was too famous. Everyone within the sword sect knew his nickname, the Holy Maiden Killer. Before Yi Xiling could reply, Yi Ziyun dragged her to the side and looked at Lin Yun with a smile. "Yi Qingtian, why did you come to the True Dragon's secret realm and not the Azure Dragon's secret realm? Don't tell me that you're here for Yi Xiling." Lin Yun glanced at the fellow senior brothers and sisters whom he once shared life and death in the ancient barren battlefield. But now they were looking at him strangely. There wasn't any hostility from them, but there was a hint of defensiveness. This was because they wanted to protect Yi Xiling, and they secretly told her to be careful of the Holy Maiden Killer. But Yi Xiling didn't take their words to heart, and she asked, "Yi Qingtian, do you want to come to the True Dragon Palace with us?" Lin Yun glanced at the True Dragon Palace, which was enveloped in a 7-colored radiance. There should be treasures inside, but regardless of the treasures, it wouldn't be able to compare to his harvest since this was only the True Dragon's secret realm. Since he confirmed that those from the sword sect were safe, he would shift his focus to making a breakthrough. He shook his head and said, "I'll not be coming along. Those from the Divine Dragon Elite ranking are here," Mu Shuiqin said. Lin Yun watched as Xiao Hongfei, Fang Haoyan, Chao Yang, Mo Li, and those on the Divine Dragon Elite ranking arrived. They gave off a powerful aura that instantly caused a commotion. Many people didn't expect so many experts to show up in the True Dragon secret realm. At a glance, at least 10-odd people were on the Divine Dragon Elite ranking. Within the entire Kunlun realm, the number of countless geniuses exceeded tens of millions. But the 100 on the Divine Dragon Elite ranking were the strongest 100 people amongst the younger generation in the current Divine Dragon era. So even if Yi Qingtian was ranked at the bottom, there was a huge gulf between them and ordinary geniuses. "The dragon aura has weakened, so we can enter the True Dragon Palace now," someone yelled, and everyone lost their patience as they charged towards the mountain. They all released a dazzling saint radiance as they charged forth. "Everyone, be careful. We'll meet again after you leave the True Dragon's secret realm." Lin Yun cupped his fists at those from the sword sect before he headed in a certain direction. "Why doesn't Yi Qingtian seem like the rumors?" "Yeah. He's rumored to be arrogant and not placing anyone in his eyes, not even the Blood Moon Divine Sun. But he seems amicable to me. That's weird. Why does his tone sound a little familiar?" After Lin Yun left, everyone from the sword sect spoke up. Mu Shuiqin looked at Yi Xiling, and she said, "Junior Sister Yi, do you know something? He's a saint disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect but seems overly concerned about us." Gong Sun Yen grinned. "Don't think too much about it. He's the infamous Holy Maiden Killer. He asked me and Zhao Yan about Senior Sister Ye's news earlier. That fellow isn't bad, but he's too lecherous." Hearing what Gong Sun Yen said, everyone burst into laughter as they calmed down. But for some reason, Yi Xiling was inexplicably touched by those words because Lin Yun first thought of her in the True Dragon's secret realm. She recollected herself, and she said, "Remember, leave the True Dragon Palace immediately if we run into danger, and don't be greedy." Everyone headed to the True Dragon Palace while Lin Yun went in the opposite direction. It didn't take long for the surroundings to be emptied. Meanwhile, Lin Yun arrived in a valley. "This place isn't bad. You have 3 days left, so it should be enough time. I'll guard you and ensure your safety." Lil Purple came out from the Iris secret realm and examined the surroundings before she began to set up a spiritual array. This was because the True Dragon secret realm was still dangerous, and it would be troublesome if demonic beasts found their way here while Lin Yun made his breakthrough. Lin Yun took out the Golden Cauldron herb. This was a complete saint herb with a golden cauldron fruit at the top and ancient dragon and phoenix runes engraved on it. "Don't refine it directly. Lil Purple jumped and continued. You might not be able to bear the power of the innate saint fruit with your current cultivation. So consume it instead to make a breakthrough in the Dragon Phoenix world annihilating sword cannon. If you make a breakthrough in it, it will be easy for you to reach the quasi-saint realm. The power of the innate saint fruit was too powerful, containing too much spiritual energy within it. So, using it to make a breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm was too much of a waste. But it was perfect to make a breakthrough in the Dragon Phoenix world annihilating sword cannon with it. Not to mention Lin Yun could even refine the essence of dragon's blood within it. Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he came to his senses. His Divine Firmament Sword Sutra had already reached complete mastery, and he could only practice the Great Profound Sword Cannon if he wanted to take it a step further. On the other hand, his Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon had been stuck at the 6th stage for a long time. All right, Lin Yun agreed because Lil Purple's suggestion wasn't bad. But the pressure was a little great if he wanted to make a breakthrough in 3 days. Lil Purple naturally noticed that Lin Yun was concerned, and she smiled. Don't worry, it'll be easier for you to reach the quasi-saint realm than the 10th transformation of the Nirvana stage. Lin Yun was baffled. Lil Purple said, I have already mentioned this is an innate saint fruit, so you don't have to be afraid that you can't make a breakthrough and only have to be concerned if your physique can withstand it. This fruit can even be used to make a breakthrough to the saint realm. So, reaching the quasi-saint realm is nothing. You have no idea how precious an innate saint fruit is, and it's ridiculous for it to appear within the true dragon's secret realm. It's that powerful? Lin Yun was baffled, before he asked, Aren't I a little too lucky? I'm not concerned about your luck. Even all the true Dragon Palace treasures might not be comparable to an innate saint fruit and the eternal saint coffin. So it's normal. Lil Purple shook her head. Well, that does seem like the case. Lin Yun hadn't carefully thought about it before. So now that he thought about it, his luck did seem a little too terrifying. It might be related to that Saint Elder. Do you remember that she glanced at you before opening the secret realm? The Daoyang Holy Sun said that the time was already up, but she didn't begin and even said she was waiting for flower burial. The more Lil Purple shared her speculation, the more she felt that her speculation was right. Her eyes shone brightly and she said, That must be it. She planned this for you. Humph. When did you form such a close relationship with her for her to be so concerned about you? I didn't. Don't ramble nonsense. Lin Yun quickly denied it, but he couldn't help feeling guilty. Now that he thought about it, Mu Shuling took great care of him, and it should be because of you, Wei Wei. Humph, you scumbag, Lil Purple said. Lin Yun smiled bitterly. His rationale told him not to continue this topic with Lil Purple. As a dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry echoed, Lin Yun executed the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon, and the Heavenly Dragon and Divine Phoenix flew out from his violet palace. He sat with his legs crossed and the innate saint fruit hovering between his palms. As he circulated the sword cannon, a boundless nirvana aura formed into a vortex between his palms, devouring the energies within the innate saint fruit. In the next second, the nirvana aura within Lin Yun's violet palace exploded with a powerful energy filling his body, causing his hair to flutter violently. A powerful radiance also shone from within his body through his pores. This is the innate saint fruit? Lin Yun was startled by this scene because he nearly blew up. Fortunately, he possessed a divine physique, even if it was only at the initial stage. If he still possessed his two-sword physiques, his skin and flesh might tear apart from the energies. At this moment, Lin Yun knew what Lil Purple said was right. Rise! Lin Yun roared as the accumulated nirvana aura within his violet palace exploded, forming into a violent energy that swept out of the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron. Devour! Lin Yun controlled the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron to devour the energies of the innate saint fruit. It didn't take long for the radiance from his pores to settle down, and the energies within his body gradually calmed down. That's more like it. Lin Yun smiled as he calmly circulated the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon to make a breakthrough. As time passed, a few days passed in the secret realms. But it wasn't long in the outside world because 7 days were barely 2 incense sticks of time. One incense was already done burning, and the second incense was halfway through. Simultaneously, more people also began to exit the secret realm. Holy shit! The divine dragon secret realm is that good? Everyone has gotten much stronger after coming out. Look at that saint disciple from the Ming cult. A phenomenon accompanies his appearance, and it still hasn't dissipated. I heard that those from the divine dragon elite ranking are starting a massacre in the secret realm, and no one can stop them. Just how powerful will they become after coming out? The little princess of the divine Phoenix Mountain is out. The flames blazing from her is the Phoenix sacred flame, right? It's too dazzling. The Dao Yang Holy Sun is also out, and the radiance coming from him is as bright as the sun. Mu Qianjue, the champion of the fourth heavenly path, has come out. Just what did they obtain inside? They didn't bother concealing themselves. Do they all think that they can suppress this entire era? This is too terrifying. As more cultivators emerged from the various secret realms, they shone brightly like stars, all radiating a powerful aura. They all seemed to have a huge harvest in the secret realm. They all became much stronger than before, which looked like geniuses from ancient times were reborn. Haha! It looks like the Blue Dragon record will be grand. The woman standing beside Mu Shuling looked satisfied when she saw this. She was an official sent by the Empress, a first-grade official in charge of ceremonies. She might be a woman, but she had high authority and an unfathomable cultivation. Her name was Ziling, and she was responsible for helping with the Blue Dragon record. Her eyes were shining brightly as she looked at all the geniuses beneath her. Her voice was ethereal and perfectly fused with her temperament. Mu Shuling didn't say a word as she looked at the mountain belonging to the true dragon's secret realm. The cultivators climbed up the mountain when they came out of the secret realms. The dragon's head, dragon's claw, dragon's torso, and the dragon's tail. Each mountain could accommodate 900 people on the Blue Dragon record, and everyone would be ranked accordingly. While they could leave their names on the Blue Dragon ranking, no one would want to remain at the dragon's tail. Thus, they began to compete among themselves. Why is the Saint Elder paying attention to the true dragon path? The true dragon is nothing compared to the other dragons. Golden generation geniuses with a backbone wouldn't go to the true dragon path. Even if they could leave their names, it would humiliate them. Ziling said she paid more attention to those who entered the divine dragon's secret realms, not the true dragon's secret realm. Mu Shuling didn't speak with her, but indifferently said, "The true dragon isn't insignificant. The legendary heavenly dragon used to be amongst those you looked down on." As you said, Ziling smiled. She respected Mu Shuling and didn't want to argue with the latter. But even if she was wearing a smile, the contempt within her eyes didn't diminish. The second incense was about to finish burning, and almost all the geniuses had come out. The champions of the 8 heavenly paths have appeared, competing on the divine dragon paths. But the person Mu Shuling had been waiting for hadn't appeared, which naturally baffled her. She wondered if Lin Yun was trapped inside the true dragon's secret realm. As the true dragon's secret realm began to crumble like bubbles, Lin Yun finally made a breakthrough into the quasi-saint realm. Once the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon reached the 7th stage, his Nirvana aura transformed into Azure Saint Aura, filling up his violet palace. Very quickly, an azure lake appeared within his violet palace. The lake was clear, looking like the sky. The lake was made up of Saint Aura and was 10,000 feet in width. An ordinary quasi-saint at the azure origin phase would be impressive if their Saint Aura could reach 1,000 feet in width. But Lin Yun's Saint Aura was 10,000 feet. With a single thought, the entire lake blazed as the boundless mist began to course through Lin Yun's body, filling him with violent energy. As he became enveloped in azure saint radiance, a saint aura that belonged to him began sweeping out. The ground trembled as the surrounding mountains began to collapse. Lin Yun didn't control it but fully released his aura, and the aftermath left him shocked. He was shocked by what he saw and exclaimed, "Holy shit! This is the power of a quasi-saint. It was no wonder why he could barely face quasi-saints by releasing all his sword intent and empowering it with his azure dragon sword heart. He had undergone a drastic transformation by the saint aura and officially stepped onto the saint path. This also meant that his lifespan had increased by 500 years. In addition to all the treasures he previously consumed, such as the dragon-blooded fruit and divine blood fruit, his lifespan could easily reach 800 years, or even 1,000 years. Lin Yun took a breath to calm himself down. He could feel his body becoming lighter. When he looked at his skin, his azure dragon divine physique was still at the initial stage. But he could sense that his body had become younger, which was the benefit of extending his lifespan. His body would become young, and he wouldn't have to worry about the age of his physique now if he used a time and space treasure to speed up his cultivation. The aging of his physique was genuine, and no treasures could change it. But it was different now. I can cultivate in the Heavenly Will Pagoda after the Blue Dragon record ends. Lin Yun's eyes shone with excitement. Stop smiling to yourself like an idiot. It's time for us to leave now. Lil Purple looked at the smiling Lin Yun. She couldn't help wearing an amicable smile like a mother looking at his son growing up. Although Lin Yun had yet to grasp any Saint Dao, he didn't have to worry about that with his talent. As long as he had the time to settle down, he could easily grasp the Sovereign Dao, Sword Dao. Yeah, it's time to leave this place. Lin Yun's gaze became sharp as he looked more confident. Before the true dragon's secret realm was about to collapse, Lin Yun crushed a quasi-saint beast core, and the surrounding space began to distort. When he regained his footing, he was on the true dragon path. This was a dragon mountain. He was at the foot of the mountain, and there was already an intense battle breaking out on the mountain. Various people gathered on the true dragon path, the most complicated of the 9 dragon mountains. There were either geniuses on the divine dragon elite ranking that could sweep through most cultivators, or there were ordinary geniuses. There were also some underdogs planning to shine brightly here. Lin Yun swept his gaze and soon discovered Yi Xiling's figure. Even on the true dragon path, there were only 9 quotas but over 10,000 competitors. The sword sect's disciples were gathered around Yi Xiling. They were at the foot of the mountain and hadn't started climbing the mountain. Everyone looked depressed, and Yi Xiling was bearing great pressure as the leader. She was the divine snow dragon of the sword sect, but the sword sect's foundation was weak here in comparison to Holy Lands' geniuses. Since the sword sect devoted all its resources to her, Yi Xiling had already reached the indigo origin phase of the quasi-saint realm, but she had yet to grasp any Saint Dao. She could be proud of her strength at the ancient barren domain, but she couldn't even be ranked in the top 10 in a holy land like the Heavenly Dao sect. At best, she was only around the same level as Wang Yu. Lin Yun said nothing as he walked to the sword sect's party. Right then, Gong Sun Yen fell from the dragon's tail, throwing out a mouthful of blood and suffering heavy injuries. Seeing this, everyone else from the sword sect quickly stepped forth to help him up. It didn't take long for another figure to fall. It was Zhao Yan this time. They wanted to try climbing onto the dragon's tail but failed. Zhao Yan's face was pale as he said, "One doesn't even have the qualification to step on the dragon's tail without a cultivation at the indigo origin phase. We might be able to try and compete if someone helps us because the other forces have someone grasping Saint Dao leading the party, 1 person protecting 3. There was a huge difference between those who grasped and those who didn't grasp the Saint Dao. The latter could only be considered a quota, while those who grasped Saint Dao could help his fellow disciples. Gong Sun Yen furiously hammered the ground. If only Flower Burial was here, we wouldn't be suffering this. Everyone else from the sword sect was quiet as they recalled what happened in the ancient barren battlefield. When Lin Yun heard them mentioning Flower Burial, he was moved and said, "You guys seem to have encountered some difficulties. We wanted to help Xiling get a spot, but there are too many cultivators on the dragon's tail, so we can't gain a foothold at all," Yi Ziyun said. Lin Yun understood what she was trying to say. The other disciples of the sword sect didn't care about their quota, but they wanted to put Yi Xiling on the blue dragon record, opening a path for her so that she could fight for a spot. With Yi Xiling's strength, it shouldn't be an issue for her to achieve a spot in the dragon's tail. But everyone underestimated the brutality of the competition. Many spots were empty, but no one dared to compete for them. The quasi-saints grasping greater Tao were overbearing because they didn't only seize a quota for themselves but also for their fellow disciples. This is allowed in the rules? Lin Yun frowned. There wasn't any prohibition. There was no need to prohibit it because the Saint Elder was probably concerned about those geniuses on the likes of Dragon's Claw. She naturally wouldn't focus on the dragon's tail, Yi Xiling said. Lin Yun understood it now, and it made things easier. You guys seem to have run into trouble? A burst of laughter resounded. It came from a delicate-looking woman with snow flowers blooming in her eyes like Yi Xiling. Her name was Yi Xianxia, and she was a direct descendant of the Radiant Snow Saint clan. She was cultivating in the Northern Ridge's Holy Land, the Snow Billow sect. Beside her was a youth called Yi Xian. Despite his young appearance, he had an unfathomable cultivation and had mastered Saint Tao. Behind her were cultivators from the Snow Billow sect, and they also had snow flowers blooming in their eyes, meaning they were also cultivators from the Yi clan. Lin Yun noticed that these people were looking at Yi Xiling and Yi Ziyun with malice and arrogance. Yi Xianxia charmingly smiled. Jian Jingtian's daughter can't even reach the dragon's tail? Jian Jingtian shone brightly back then, but you can't even obtain a spot on the dragon's tail. I bet you're regretting that you left the clan, right? The moment she said that, the atmosphere became weird. Everyone from the Yi clan wore playful gazes. Yi Ziyun was furious, wanting to step forth to confront Yi Xianxia, but Yi Xiling held her hand, stopping her from doing so. Yi Xian looked at Yi Ziyun and smiled. Cousin Ziyun, didn't I tell you not to go to the sword sect back then? It's just a declined sect with no prospects, even if you became a saint disciple. Do you know what I mean now? Yi Xianxia smiled. Why don't the two of you come with us? We're all descendants of the Radiant Snow Saint clan, and it'll be too embarrassing if you can't even reach the dragon's tail. They were domineering with mocking smiles, wanting to see Yi Xiling's embarrassment. After all, Yi Xiling was the apple of the Radiant Snow Saint clan back then, with many people overshadowed by her radiance. Not to mention that Yi Xiling had a father famous within the Eastern Desolation, drawing countless envy. Right then, Lin Yun stepped forth and stood beside Yi Xiling. He looked at the Yi clan's party and said, "Thanks, but no thanks. Yi Xiling has decided to walk with me on the true dragon path." Yi Qingtian, Yi Xian, Yi Xianxia, and those from the Yi clan were shocked because they didn't know when Yi Xiling got to know Yi Qingtian. They naturally heard of Yi Qingtian before, and he didn't have a good reputation. Even so, he was a prodigy swordsman of the Heavenly Tao sect. The Snow Billow sect was also a holy land but couldn't be compared to the Heavenly Tao sect. Then again, Yi Qingtian was only ranked at the bottom of the Divine Dragon Elite ranking. You really want to walk the true dragon path? Yi Xiling asked. Others didn't know, but Yi Xiling knew that Yi Qingtian was Flower Burial Lin Yun. With his strength, he could easily walk the Divine Dragon path, obtaining the Dragon's Claw position at the very least. Why not? Lin Yun asked. Yi Xiling's heart trembled, and she struggled. I refuse. Your refusal is ineffective. Lin Yun smiled as he grabbed Yi Xiling's shoulder before they went up the mountain. That fellow is a lecher. He might have a huge fame, but it's just an illusion. Yi Xiling is also blind and has fallen so far. We can just watch as they're beaten back down. Those from the Yi clan were unhappy when they saw that the prodigy of the Heavenly Tao sect was willing to climb the mountain with Yi Xiling. The foot of the mountain was in chaos as 10-odd people charged at the dragon's tail. When a cultivator at the Indigo Origin phase saw Lin Yun and Yi Xiling coming over, he pushed his palm over. His Indigo Saint aura formed into a huge palm, leaving cracks in the surrounding space. Get lost! Lin Yun's face turned cold as he pushed his palm forth. He released a powerful force from his palm that shattered the Indigo palm. 10-odd people were sent flying away when the Indigo palm shattered, throwing out blood. This immediately cleared the path, and Lin Yun's attack shocked many people. What a powerful attack! Who is he? Sending 10-odd people flying away with a slap. Based on his strength, he can confront those on the Divine Dragon Elite ranking. Those from the Yi clan were shocked when they saw this scene, including Yi Xian. How is this possible? Yi Xian'er couldn't accept this reality. She bit her lips and said, "If Yi Qingtian is a lecher, his attention should be on me. How am I not comparable to her?" Lin Yun and Yi Xiling stepped on the dragon's tail, which had turned into a battlefield. "Junior brother Lin, you don't have to help me." Yi Xiling turned to look at Lin Yun. Seeing that Yi Xiling already recognized him, Lin Yun wasn't surprised as he smiled. As the saying goes, kindness should be repaid with kindness. You're the first senior sister I've met ever since I came to the Kunlun realm. Not to mention Jian Jingtian is my senior brother. So there's no reason for me to watch you being humiliated. Lin Yun's words made Yi Xiling's heart tremble. Since she was young, no one had treated her so well. "I'll stay at the dragon's tail. You can carry on ahead," Yi Xiling said, fearing that she might drag Lin Yun down. She was satisfied if someone with her strength could have a spot on the dragon's tail. She still had a high chance of obtaining a spot. "Just follow me." Lin Yun didn't say much and used his actions to prove his strength. He didn't even draw his sword, but no one could stop him. Very quickly, he passed through the dragon's tail and reached the dragon's torso, which was in the third tier. "Yi Qingtian, you're truly a role model for us." A familiar voice resounded. It came from Chao Yang. Chao Yan was a genius of the ancient Vajra monastery, and he gained a huge benefit while inside the true dragon's secret realm, allowing his strength to skyrocket. He glanced in Lin Yun's direction earlier and was shocked to see him bringing a woman with him. After all, the Blue Dragon record was a grand event, and only Yi Qingtian dared to bring a woman with him without placing anyone in his eyes. As expected of his nickname Holy Maiden Killer. Even someone as arrogant as Chao Yang didn't dare to be distracted on the true dragon path. "You want to travel together?" Chao Yang threw out an invitation. "You first," Lin Yun refused. "Hehe. I won't be polite with you then. Let us meet again at the dragon's head." Chao Yang turned around. He retrieved a spear and roared, "I'm going to start a massacre, so get out of my way if you don't want to die." As Chao Yang swung his spear, he unleashed a dazzling radiance, and no one could take that attack head-on, easily clearing the entire dragon's torso as everyone retreated to the sides. "Hee." Chao Yang grinned as he charged over. When geniuses of the Divine Dragon Elite ranking became serious, they were practically invincible on the true dragon path. The difference was too huge, and even a quasi-saint at the Indigo origin phase couldn't take a single attack from them. Those who grasped Saint Dao had long retreated and dared not face them head-on. Like that, Chao Yang charged his way through to the dragon's claw, and the dragon's head could be seen. The dragon's claw had 10 odd spots, and Chao Yang could easily have a spot there. But Chao Yang didn't pay much attention to the dragon's claw and turned to look at the dragon's head. There were 3 people gathered there at this moment. They were Mo Li, Xiao Hongfei, and Feng Haoyin. "Chao Yang, don't blame me for being ruthless if you take another step forth. Get lost," Mo Li said coldly. He looked down on Chao Yang to begin with, so he began mocking him when he saw that Chao Yang wanted to come to the dragon's head. "The dragon's claw is your belonging. Or do you think you can compete with us just because you're also on the Divine Dragon Elite ranking?" Feng Haoyin had contempt on his face as he mocked. "You're not qualified for the dragon's head, so don't even dream about waiting for us to fight amongst ourselves," Xiao Hongfei said. "I insist on competing no matter what." Chao Yang had been hiding his strength and was determined to obtain a spot on the dragon's head. When Chao Yang activated his Vajra golden physique, he emitted a dazzling golden radiance as a holy chant echoed from him. As Saint Runes enveloped the spear in his hand, he charged at Xiao Hongfei, who was nearby. "What speed!" Xiao Hongfei was surprised. He knew that he had underestimated his opponent. He had no choice but to dodge the incoming attack and drew his blade, unleashing a blade ray enveloped in flames directed at Chao Yang. Chao Yang easily resolved Xiao Hongfei's attack, and the radiance released by his spear increased, thrusting his sword at Xiao Hongfei. Xiao Hongfei managed to block the attack with his blade in the nick of time as he retreated. When Emoli and Feng Haoyin saw this scene, a cold light flashed in their eyes, and they charged at Chao Yang together. "You must be courting death." Emoli practiced the heavenly note demonic cannon, grasping the thunderfrost intent, and was proficient in music, possessing the heavenly note saint physique that wasn't weaker than the ancient Vajra physique. On the other hand, Fang Haoyan practiced the ominous aura, grasping the massacre intent. Heavenly note descent. Heart-devouring demonic claw. Mo Li and Fang Haoyan didn't hold back as they executed their strongest attacks. As boundless Saint Aura gushed out from behind them, one had an ancient bell above them, and the other had a demon behind them. As Chao Yang faced two opponents by himself, he merely lasted 10-odd moves before he couldn't take it any further, throwing out a mouthful of blood. The sound wave made his soul tremble while the heart-devouring demonic claw ripped a huge chunk of flesh off him. When Chao Yang felt pain and wanted to retaliate, Xiao Hongfei swung his blade, dyeing the sky red, and broke Chao Yang's Vajra golden physique. Chao Yang collapsed on the ground, looking at the three with a pale face. He instantly came to his senses and realized that Xiao Hongfei, Mo Li, and Fang Haoyan had joined hands to prevent anyone from competing for the dragon's head. The three of you are despicable to join hands. Chao Yang pointed at the three with a rage of flames blazing in his heart. Don't join if you can't afford it. I told you long ago that you don't deserve to touch the dragon's head. Xiao Hongfei kicked Chao Yang, sending Chao Yang flying back, knocking many people in his path. If no one stopped him, he might be the first person to roll out of the true dragon path. Xiao Hongfei casually wiped his blade and said, "Everyone on the true dragon path, listen up. Don't bother coming for the dragon's head because we have occupied it. If anyone dares to look at it, don't blame me for taking your life." His voice echoed on the mountain with an arrogance that sparked a huge uproar. Lin Yun flashed and grabbed Chao Yang, pouring his azure Saint Aura into the latter to treat the latter's injury. When Chao Yang opened his eyes, he looked at Yi Qingtian and said, "Don't bother going to the dragon's head. The three of them have joined hands, and no one can compete with them. Yi Qingtian, you shouldn't have come to the true dragon path as this place is too complicated." He was reluctant but still reminded Yi Qingtian because he didn't want the latter to follow in his footsteps. Aren't they a little too domineering? Is the Saint Elder not going to interfere? Didn't you realize there aren't any rules in the Blue Dragon record? True experts would naturally overlook the rules. Look at the other dragon mountains. The holy lands and champions of the heavenly paths are sweeping their way through, and who would talk about the rules with you? The three of them only dare to act arrogantly on the true dragon path. Yi Qingtian is also on the true dragon path. Do you think he'll compete for it? Speaking of which, his fame is even higher than the likes of Fang Haoyan. He might have a huge fame, but he's ranked last on the Divine Dragon Elite ranking. Xiao Hongfei's words naturally sparked a public outrage, intimidating many people, and no one dared to say a word. The dragon's head of the true dragon path was in the control of those three. Many people did mention Yi Qingtian since he was a prodigy swordsman in the Heavenly Dao sect, an underdog with glorious achievements. Lin Yun raised his head and took a deep breath before walking forth. This shocked Chao Yang because he had already warned Yi Qingtian, but the latter had no intentions of stopping. But seeing this scene, he and Yi Xiling quickly followed behind him. Many people paid attention to Lin Yun, wanting to make a move against him. After all, Yi Qingtian's fame was too high, and many people were unhappy with him being on the Divine Dragon Elite ranking. Yi Qingtian, take my sword. Someone couldn't hold back, and a cultivator on the dragon's claw soared to the sky, charging at Lin Yun. His intention was simple, to step on Yi Qingtian under so many eyes to forge his fame. He might be unable to deal with Fang Haoyan, Xiao Hongfei, and Mo Li, so he went after Yi Qingtian instead. His cultivation was at the indigo origin phase, grasping a greater Dao. The fact that he could obtain a spot on the dragon's claw was enough to prove his strength. Lin Yun squinted and raised his hand, using his fingers as a sword, before swinging down. The sword ray released by his opponent was only 10 feet, while the one released by Lin Yun was 100 feet. His sword ray was like a massive river, easily resolving his opponent's attack. This shocked the young swordsman before he quickly brought out his Saint Dao, constellation, and various treasures. He panicked and tried to resist the incoming attack, but his efforts were futile as he fell from the dragon's claw and lost his qualification. This made everyone take a deep breath, and they could feel their scalps going numb. Since when was Yi Qingtian so powerful? I have long heard that he's a genius swordsman, but isn't his strength too terrifying? A casual sword from him could easily defeat a quasi-saint who grasped the Saint Dao. There's a good show to watch now. Yi Qingtian is really going to the dragon's head. Is senior brother Yi going to seize the dragon's head? This was naturally noticed by many disciples of the Heavenly Dao sect, and they became emotional. It didn't take long for Lin Yun to be only a few hundred meters from the dragon's head. As Lin Yun raised his head, he saw Fang Haoyan, Mo Li, and Xiao Hongfei. Yi Qingtian. I knew that you would come, Mo Li said. The three stood side by side and released a powerful greater Dao aura as they stood at the dragon's head, looking at Lin Yun with murderous intent brewing in their eyes. Even an ordinary genius would have to bear great pressure facing the aura they gave off, and it was a problem if they could stand firmly. Yi Qingtian, you're really brave. The Blue Dragon record isn't the sword assembly, and you'd only be embarrassed if you dare to make a move. Fang Haoyan looked at Lin Yun with a playful smile. Lin Yun was fearless as he calmly said, "Come at me together. I'm in a hurry. Together? I'm enough to deal with you." Fang Haoyan laughed as he charged forth while Mo Li and Xiao Hongfei retreated to the side. A terrifying ominous aura erupted from Fang Haoyan and crashed against the barrier, enveloping the dragon mountain. Everyone could see that the baleful aura he gave off was like tentacles spreading out from him. A demonic vine began to spread out beneath Fang Haoyan. The demonic vines were giving off a crimson radiance and bright like the stars. Fang Haoyan practiced the ominous and massacred Daos, grasping the greater Dao, Fire Dao. As he hovered in the air, he released a terrifying aura that made the entire true dragon path tremble. Fang Haoyan is arrogant, but he doesn't look down on Yi Qingtian. It looks like he has no intentions of holding back. I heard that Fang Haoyan once fought a quasi-saint at the heavenly origin phase, surviving the attack of his opponent's sacred flame. I wonder if that's true. His baleful aura is weird, and it originates from an ancient demonic martial technique, the heavenly demon heart-devouring hand. It has the same origin as the heavenly demon Saint Canon. The Radiant Snow Saint Clan's Yi Xian sneered and said, "Yi Qingtian is too cocky. Let's not mention if he can fight 3 opponents by himself. It would be an issue if he could win one. After all, geniuses on the Divine Dragon Elite ranking who grasped the Greater Dao might not fear Yi Qingtian before he reached the Quasi-Saint realm. Not to mention that they are at the Quasi-Saint realm. So Yi Qingtian will pay the price for his arrogance." Lin Yun had no fear as he faced Fang Haoyan beneath the dragon's head. And he even had the mood to look at Xiao Hongfei and Mo Li. He had a clear mind and knew that these people wouldn't fight him one-on-one. So he had to take precautions in advance. Die! A cold roar broke the silence as Fang Haoyan raised his hand, unleashing a crimson hurricane. As the flaming hurricane roared, it became terrifying under the fire Dao that devoured Lin Yun in the blink of an eye. This finally made Lin Yun feel some pressure, and this person was at least twice as strong as the white-clothed venerable he previously fought. But Lin Yun snorted, "You want me to die? I'm afraid you don't have the strength to accomplish it." Lin Yun was calm as he unsheathed his sword. As he raised the flower burial sword, he activated the Azure Dragon Sword Heart with his silver radiance enveloping 100 feet of radius, mimicking the thunderstorm sword intent that tore apart the incoming crimson hurricane. "I have just begun," Fang Haoyan sneered. As he dashed forth, he empowered himself with his greater Dao. His massacre intent began to grow under the empowerment of Saint Dao, reaching the 6th grade martial intent. He grasped the massacre intent that was comparable to the 6th grade sword intent. So, under the empowerment of his Saint Dao, it immediately formed into a crushing advantage. Fang Haoyan wanted to crush Yi Qingtian's sword intent and trample on him. Lin Yun's Azure Dragon Sword domain soon shattered under pressure along with his sword intent, which was all within Fang Haoyan's expectation. "Ha ha ha! Is this the best you have? Kneel!" Fang Haoyan laughed, feeling that Yi Qingtian was at a dead end as a hand appeared above Lin Yun. forming into a demonic claw that would slam on top of him. The lamp in Lin Yun's dream ignited again with a single thought. His sword intent and silver sword radiance exploded with a more powerful momentum. Withered tree coming to life. Lin Yun drew his sword and executed the first form of the divine firefly sword. As Lin Yun performed his sword technique, a towering tree rose to the sky, with each leaf shining brightly like a bright star. This was Lin Yun's sword, and everything could be used as a sword. Not good. Xiao Hongfei's face changed as he turned into a crimson light, charging forth with his blade. Heavenly Star Annihilation Slash. Xiao Hongfei unleashed a blade ray that descended with the demonic claw. But the blade ray was destroyed by Lin Yun's flower burial sword, with crimson petals flying out. Even the demonic claw began to crumble. Even when the two joined forces, neither one could withstand his sword, and Lin Yun unleashed two sword rays that left a horrifying wound on them. When Lin Yun turned around mid-air, he wielded his right hand and descended. As he raised his head, Fang Haoyan and Xiao Hongfei were bleeding from their wounds. Their wounds were created with astral sword intent. So Fang Haoyan and Xiao Hongfei couldn't heal their wounds anytime soon with their saint aura. But that wasn't the end, as Lin Yun formed a seal with his left hand, and the petals in the sky exploded with Fang Haoyan and Xiao Hongfei flying back. The powerful impact made the true dragon path tremble when they landed on the ground. Divine Dragon Elite Rankings geniuses don't seem so impressive after all, Lin Yun said indifferently with his two hands behind him. But his words were like a pebble tossed into the lake, causing violent ripples. Many people were waiting to see Lin Yun make a joke out of himself, but they were dumbfounded after seeing how he defeated Fang Haoyan and Xiao Hongfei. One sword. Isn't this too exaggerated? His sword intent was clearly destroyed, so how did it revive? This is the grace of a swordsman? Many people noticed this battle, and they could sense the power of that sword even from so far away. Holy shit! Almighty Senior Brother Yi Qingtian is invincible. The heavenly Dao sect's disciples who came to observe cheered with their blood boiling. Many saint disciples' eyes lit up when they saw Lin Yun's performance, and their impression of the latter changed. Even some female disciples' eyes shone brightly, and they now knew why Yi Qingtian was known as the Holy Maiden Killer. Let's go at him together. Don't hold back. Mo Li snorted. As Mo Li, Xiao Hongfei, and Fang Haoyan's sword, they sealed off Lin Yun's path and searched for the latter's flaws. As a boundless saint aura exploded from them, their quasi-saint auras combined with their greater das. Their indigo saint aura filled every corner, forming an indigo ocean with their saint auras, reaching an unimaginable height. Holy shit! He's really fighting 3 opponents by himself. Not only is he fighting 3 opponents, but his opponents even linked their saint auras and greater das. This is just the true dragon path. Aren't they too shameless? Who would talk about fairness with you? This is the Blue Dragon record, so everyone will naturally compete with each other. Suppress him immediately, and don't compete with him in regards to martial intent. His sword technique is too terrifying, Mo Li said as he tossed the heavenly note bell out. Fang Haoyan and Xiao Hongfei immediately injected their greater Daos and indigo saint auras into the bell. Mo Li knew that both sides would suffer terribly if they carried on fighting Yi Qingtian. Yi Qingtian's attainment in the sword was too high, and he could bring the height of a martial technique to a height incomparable to others. He could use an ingenious way to resolve the incoming attack, killing enemies with higher cultivation than him. So they could only use their Dao to destroy Lin Yun's sword aura. While the 3 empowered the heavenly note bell together, Lin Yun poured his sword intent into the flower burial sword, activating the 2 glory spirits before slashing at the heavenly note bell. When the sword and bell clashed, Lin Yun took a few steps back to stabilize himself. He said, "Looks like the falling note mountain has some tricks up their sleeves. Is this fellow still a human?" Mo Li's heart trembled because Lin Yun wasn't injured from the clash. As the bell echoed, a sound wave struck Lin Yun's soul as the bell came again. Lin Yun didn't dare look down on this attack and began executing the divine firefly sword. Withered tree coming to life. Rising sun. Polar opposite. Flaming floral silver tree. Driving lightning. Lin Yun soon executed the divine firefly sword in the manifestation stage. This sword couldn't be tracked, and the phenomena had disappeared. There weren't any phenomena created by Lin Yun's divine firefly sword, but formed into a loop, striking the heavenly note bell. His attacks were like an endless water flow, and he exchanged 100 moves with the heavenly note bell. Not only was Lin Yun not in a disadvantageous position, but his sword technique shone even more brightly instead. The water flow was the sound of a greater Tao that overwhelmed the sound from the ancient bell, leaving everyone stumped. What sword technique is that? Why can't I recognize it? It's the second section of the divine firefly sword, but all the phenomena have disappeared. He has combined all the profundities of the sword technique. How is that possible? All the cultivators outside the 9 Dragon Mountains were shocked with disbelief. The 13 sword forms of the divine firefly sword contained a different profundity, and it was impossible to combine it in the eyes of everyone. Many people also didn't think it was necessary because it wouldn't affect the sword technique much. This was because the divine firefly sword was strong enough, especially since the last 3 swords were ultimate attacks. But what they saw overturned their perspective of the divine firefly sword. Lin Yun's sword was so powerful that everyone's forehead was sweaty. They finally knew what a real swordsman was. Mo Li, Xiao Hongfei, and Feng Haoyan wanted to destroy Lin Yun's sword aura but were horrified to discover they couldn't accomplish it. No matter how many times they crushed Lin Yun's sword aura, the latter could restore his sword intent. A lamp was hovering in the sky in a special space, and the fire wouldn't extinguish no matter how powerful the wind was. That's the astral sword intent at the pinnacle of complete mastery? Many cultivators' eyes shone brightly and were shocked. Ordinary people would be shocked by Lin Yun's sword technique, but the experts were shocked by Lin Yun's sword intent. Flowing time. Planting soldiers. Lin Yun executed the last 2 sword forms as he divided them into 2, and the power of the 2 swords overlapped. In the next second, it felt as though the sword ray released by Lin Yun could travel through time, and the attention of everyone on the true dragon path became captivated by it. The countless sword rays formed 18 pillars that shattered the ocean of indigo Saint Aura. Feng Haoyan, Mo Li, and Xiao Hongfei failed to crush Lin Yun's sword aura and had their auras crushed instead. When the 3 separated, blood dripped down their lips with shock filling their eyes. He's only at the nirvana stage. He can't hold on for long, so we can slowly exhaust him to death, Xiao Hongfei said, wiping the sweat off his lip. Who isn't a quasi-saint now? Lin Yun began to laugh, with his laughter echoing out. As Lin Yun laughed, he hovered in the air and circulated the Dragon Phoenix world, annihilating sword cannon with the Saint Aura within his violet palace boiling. When he was enveloped in Saint Aura, a terrifying quasi-saint's aura swept out from all of Lin Yun's pores. As Lin Yun swung 3 swords, Feng Haoyan and Xiao Hongfei flew off of the Dragon Mountain. As for Mo Li, he was barely holding on to the heavenly note bell to protect himself and threw the bell over. Why bother? Lin Yun's gaze became cold as he slammed his left hand on the ancient bell. The ancient bell was sent flying away as the heavenly dragon and divine phoenix flew out from his body. But Lin Yun didn't stop there and unleashed another attack to send Mo Li flying away. At this moment, Lin Yun looked invincible, which drew the exclamation of everyone. This is the legendary Holy Maiden Killer? Many people couldn't believe their eyes. How was Yi Qingtian a Holy Maiden Killer? He was simply the reincarnation of a sword immortal, with no one capable of standing in his way on the true dragon path. Lin Yun sheathed his sword as he came before Chao Yang and Yi Xiling. He asked, "Which of you wants to become the dragon's head?" "What?" Chao Yang was dumbfounded. "Let's go with you then." Lin Yun laughed as he threw Chao Yang to the dragon's head. Yi Xiling curiously looked at Lin Yun. She couldn't imagine him becoming so strong in just a year. Many people said Lin Yun died after the ancient barren battlefield ended, and he wouldn't dare to show himself even if he wasn't dead. But no one would have guessed that flower burial was still flower burial. Everyone knew, and he came to the Blue Dragon record under so many eyes. But Yi Xiling was curious as to why Lin Yun wasn't interested in the dragon's head of the true dragon and gave it to Chaoyang. She asked, "You don't want the true dragon's spot?" No, Lin Yun shook his head. "Why are you here, then?" Yi Xiling asked curiously. Lin Yun turned to look at Yi Xiling, and he said, "I'm here for you." Yi Xiling trembled when she heard that and didn't know how to reply to Lin Yun. Didn't he know how lethal his words were? "What's the matter? Are you touched? But don't fall for me because I have someone I like." Lin Yun laughed. Yi Xiling had no changes in her expression, but she couldn't help feeling guilty. She coldly said, "I like flower burial, not Lin Yun. Don't be narcissistic." His words and face were as cold as ice. Lin Yun smiled as a response. He didn't want to lie to Yi Xiling. He truly was here for her, worried about her situation. It was fine if he didn't see her, but it wasn't his style to disregard her after seeing her. As for the dragon's head of the true dragon, he never even thought about it, including becoming the champion of the Blue Dragon record. This was because Lin Yun felt complicated. He was naturally concerned with the reward, but he heard that Mu Shuling received the reward from the Empress. Mu Shuling's other identity was the Divine Dragon Envoy, and the Blue Dragon record garnered geniuses from all over the Kunlun realm. This was a rare opportunity, and was also the opportunity for the Empress to recruit geniuses. The Empress was probably the person behind Tian Xuanzi, so Lin Yun didn't have a good impression of her. Others naturally didn't have to care about it and did their best to fight for the top position. Lin Yun was relatively calm as he recollected himself and walked towards the dragon's head with Yi Xiling. The dragon's head was massive, and Chaoyang was baffled after being tossed there. He still couldn't figure out how someone who was so heavily injured like him became the champion of the true dragon path. After all, he came here with confidence only to be humiliated. But just when he wanted to give up, he suddenly became the champion of the true dragon path. Chaoyang was initially reserved, but he held onto his chin and smiled. "This feels pretty good." When he saw Lin Yun and Yi Xiling approaching, the smile disappeared from his face, and he seriously said, "Yi Qingtian, I can't take this spot. You are more suitable than me. No need to be humble. I will pick another dragon mountain. Aside from me, you're the best candidate for the true dragon path's champion." Lin Yun smiled. Hearing what Lin Yun said, Chaoyang felt happy and smiled. "Since you've already said that, I won't be humble then and take this spot. After all, Mo Li, Fang Haoyan, and Xiao Hongfei were defeated, so he wasn't afraid that anyone could compete with him for this spot. I'm not letting you sit here for nothing. Help me take care of Lady Yi on the Dragon's Claw." Lin Yun said his true purpose. Based on Yi Xiling's strength, it was hard for her to sit firmly on the dragon's head position without his protection, and she might become a target of everyone the moment he left. Even Chaoyang might not be able to sit firmly on the dragon's head, but with Chaoyang attracting the attention and his guarantee, it should be more than sufficient for Yi Xiling to have a spot on the dragon's claw. According to Yi Xiling's initial thoughts, she was satisfied if she could have a spot on the dragon's tail. "Don't worry about it. With me around, no one can touch Lady Yi," Chaoyang guaranteed, patting himself on his chest. "All right, treat your injuries first." Lin Yun smiled and wasn't in a hurry to leave. Chaoyang was still injured, and it would be dangerous if he left now. Secondly, he also needed a brief rest after undergoing a battle. Like that, the three sat on the dragon's head, resting as they became enveloped in Saint Aura. Outside the Dragon Mountains, everyone was still shocked and hadn't come to their senses yet. Yi Qingtian has also reached the quasi-saint realm. He's only at the Azure origin phase, but the quality of his Saint Aura is greater than the likes of Fang Haoyan. Didn't he fail to reach the 10th transformation of the Nirvana stage? He must have succeeded. Didn't you guys notice that Yi Qingtian's sword intent can bear the impact of Saint Dao and not dissipate? This is too unbelievable. Yi Qingtian will have a firm spot as the true dragon's champion. Yeah. Look at how intense the fight is on the divine dragon path. This is the furthest he can go. If he's really capable, he would have gone to the divine dragon path. Someone exclaimed, and someone wasn't convinced. At the foot of the mountain, those from the sword sect were happy and didn't expect Yi Qingtian to be so powerful. This way, Yi Xiling could now have a firm spot on the dragon's claw. Naturally, this excited the sword sect's disciples, who only wanted a spot on the dragon's tail. They were satisfied because the sword sect wasn't even a holy land, and it was a great surprise that they could have a spot on the dragon's claw. Yi Qingtian, a genius of the heavenly Tao sect, competes for a spot on the true dragon path. He's really the shame of holy lands. Flower Burial is a true genius. How can Yi Qingtian be considered a prodigy swordsman? Those from the Yi clan were jealous when they saw this scene, especially Yi Xian. Yi Xiner pouted and muttered, "Golden generation geniuses should at least go for the Azure Dragon path." And yet Yi Qingtian is only taking advantage of the fact that there aren't any experts here. They didn't know that Lin Yun was planning to leave the true dragon path. And they thought Yi Qingtian wasn't going to leave when they saw him resting on the dragon's head. They were just a bunch of weaklings becoming jealous of Yi Qingtian. The faces of those from the heavenly Tao sect and sword sect were ugly, but they didn't know how to refute those words. Indeed, he took advantage of the fact that no experts existed on the true dragon path. The true dragon path is insignificant in the eyes of everyone, so it's shameful. Even if he became the champion, Yi Qingtian would most likely pick again. After all, the Eastern Desolation sects are all on the Azure Dragon path, so he would probably go there. Only a fool would go. Even if the true dragon path's champion is insignificant, one still qualifies for the final competition. Yeah, if he went to the Azure Dragon path, he might not even be able to obtain a spot on the dragon's claw. Yi Qingtian has seen it through. The discussions regarding Lin Yun reached a new height. Yi Qingtian was very famous. Although he wasn't as dazzling as the champions of the heavenly paths, everyone knew about his nickname as the Holy Maiden Killer. So, the discussions regarding him increased after seeing him obtain the champion. Someone like him has the cheek to claim to be a swordsman? Look at how bloody the divine dragon path is. Even a quasi-saint grasping a greater Tao might not be able to obtain a spot, and he's a swordsman. Why doesn't he possess the guts of one? Many people were jealous, seeing that Yi Qingtian was going to become the champion of the dragon path. Damn it! These people are too much. They previously said that senior brother Yi would fail. Now that senior brother Yi became a champion, they immediately changed their words. I want to tear their mouths apart. Disciples of the heavenly Tao sect were furious when they heard the surrounding discussions. They were furious, but there was nothing they could say about it. They knew those people were just jealous, and one would be a fool to go on to the divine dragon path like they said. No matter what, the champion of the true dragon path was still a champion. The competition on the divine dragon path was bloody, and even a quasi-saint at the indigo origin phase might be unable to gain a footing there. Not to mention, everyone wasn't just competing for a spot and a ranking. For example, multiple people could stand on the dragon's torso, but there was a ranking between them. Everyone was young, and they were geniuses of the various forces. So, they naturally wouldn't be willing to admit that they were weaker than someone else. There were a few hundred spots on the dragon's torso on the indigo dragon path, and the competition between the various Holy Land geniuses was intense. A beauty barely held her own against 7 to 8 people for a spot. Compared to others, she naturally suffered unfair treatment. As a genius of the demonic cult, she was naturally targeted by the various Holy Lands. This woman was in Luyen. The ones attacking her were from the Aquamoon Sword Mountain, Heavenly Saint Gate, and 4 Divisional Gate, led by Zhao Wuxing, Xiao Zhenya, and Yuan Henjing. They were strong and on the Divine Dragon Elite ranking. They have also grasped Saint Dao and were elites among geniuses. And Luyen stopped struggling. Someone like you from the demonic cult wants to compete with us? Get lost to the dragon's tail. Zhao Wuxing sneered. He was arrogant and didn't bother concealing his enmity. I heard that Lady Anne's charming skills are rare. Why don't you execute them and let us experience them? Xiao Zhenya smiled with unconcealable desire flashing across his eyes. Ha ha ha! Everyone laughed along with Xiao Zhenya. The righteous sects were naturally hostile to those from the demonic cult, especially women. Not only were they filled with hostility, but also lecherous thoughts. Lady Anne's figure is pretty good. If you're willing to serve me for a night, I can make the decision and let you have the spot. Yuan Henjing smiled as he held onto his chin. That goes the same for me. I don't mind either. The three were humiliating her, with their waves of laughter roaring. Some cultivators felt they were too much but shook their heads after seeing that An Luyen was from the demonic cult. After all, it was easy to cause rumors if they interacted too closely with a woman from the demonic cult. And Luyen finally couldn't hold on and threw out a mouthful of blood before being chased from her spot. Her face was pale, and her eyes were filled with reluctance. She also wanted to fight for the Blue Dragon record. She wanted to grasp her fate and didn't want to go with the flow. Hee, let's drive her to the dragon's tail. Consider this a lesson for her. Everyone quickly rushed over. Right then, a dazzling sword ray broke through the barrier of the Indigo Dragon path, and a genius from another dragon mountain broke through the barrier and came to the Indigo Dragon path. Who is it? Everyone was shocked and curious about who had crossed the barrier. The newcomer was enveloped in Saint Radiance while grabbing An Luyen's wrist, pulling her to his back. Let go of me. And Luyen began to struggle with a rage of flames blazing within her eyes. You're my woman, so why should I let you go? As the light dissipated, Lin Yun looked at An Luyen and transmitted his voice to her. As they looked at each other, An Luyen was briefly stunned. Although this person looked unfamiliar, his words had already stated his identity. When An Luyen looked at Lin Yun, all her grievances disappeared after hearing what he said. Her eyes shone brightly, tears rolling down as she wore a bright smile. An Luyen bit her lips and looked at Lin Yun. Young master. It's fine now, Lin Yun smiled. It had been a year since they last met, and she was filled with heart matters when he left, allowing Lin Yun to see another side of her. Beneath her charming and alluring appearance, she was a fragile woman. Yeah, and Luyen smiled. It's fine since the young master is here. Let's go. Don't cry. Tell me which spot you want, and I'll secure it for you, Lin Yun said. It's fine, as long as the young master is well, and Luyen smiled. Lin Yun's heart trembled because An Luyen never asked for any request from him while standing behind him. She always quietly stood behind him with no desire and only hoped he would be well. I'm naturally fine, but I'm afraid that you have no choice but to accept even if you don't want it, Lin Yun said as he turned to look at Zhao Wuxiang, Xiao Zhenya, and Yuan Henjing. The three were briefly surprised by Lin Yun's arrival before they restored their composure and coldly looked at him while hovering in the sky. Yi Qingtian, you're really disgusting. You're a genius from the righteous sect, yet you have a close relationship with a demoness from the demonic cult. Don't you know any shame? Xiao Zhenya of the Heavenly Saint Gate spoke out. Zhao Wuxing held onto his chin, saying, Yi Qingtian, you're a swordsman prodigy of the past 500 years, and you'll become a sword saint in the future based on your talent. It's not worth tarnishing your reputation for a demoness, so don't be ashamed to all swordsmen. Yuan Henjing was domineering as he coldly said, Yi Qingtian, you're a swordsman prodigy and the direct disciple of a great saint in the heavenly Tao sect. If you walk too close with a demoness like her, you'll only make us look down on you. His tone contained dissatisfaction, and his words were full of disdain for An Luyen's identity. Everyone outside the Dragon Mountains was also shocked because no one expected that Yi Qingtian would give up the champion of the true dragon path for a demoness. This was unbelievable. It was fine if he was a holy maiden killer because they were from the righteous sects, but he now had an unclear relationship with a demoness. As strange gazes were directed over from the surroundings, many people secretly shook their heads. This made An Luyen bite her lips as she lowered her head and hid behind Lin Yun. After all, there was a prejudice against demonesses in the world, and she didn't want to drag Lin Yun down. But Lin Yun grabbed An Luyen's wrist and dragged her to his side. No matter how An Luyen tried, she couldn't break free and could only look at Lin Yun. Do you think I care about how people think of me? Lin Yun looked at the three with a playful gaze, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Who the hell did they think they were trying to teach him? Since he came to the Indigo Dragon path, he had no intention of letting them go. Anyone who bullied his woman would have to pay the price. Zhao Wuxing was furious upon hearing that, and pointed at Lin Yun. A champion of the true dragon path dares to be so arrogant before us? Let go of her, or don't blame us for being impolite with you. Ha ha ha. Lin Yun laughed with his hair fluttering. His expression became stern as he said, "You're courting death to speak so brazenly to me. Who the hell do you think you are?" Lin Yun soared to the sky and came before Zhao Wuxing the next second. This didn't make Zhao Wuxing furious, but he rejoiced instead. It might be troublesome for them to deal with Yi Qingtian if they fought him one-on-one, but he entered their encirclement on his own accord. "Let's go. We don't have to discuss fairness with the scum of the Holy Lands. Make him kneel and kowtow for his mistake." Zhao Wuxing released his sword intent and laughed as he summoned his constellation. As multiple saint swords hovered behind him, it formed into a boundless sword aura, and he had also grasped the astral sword intent. Under the empowerment of his constellation, his sword intent was still rising. Hee, let's go. Let's teach this prodigy a lesson. Yuan Henjing and Xiao Zhenya summoned their constellations as they hovered in the air, enveloped in indigo saint aura. At the same time, 4 to 5 people were still attacking from outside the fray, unleashing various attacks. What futile effort! Lin Yun snorted as he showed a rare dominance through his eyes. He executed the Dragon Sun and Moon Seal's second variation, the blood-dying sky. He didn't hesitate. He was like a divine dragon soaring to the sky with his dual stars empowered by the seal. His astral sword intent was already terrifying, to begin with, but it had reached a whole new height at this moment. As darkness covered the sky with a crimson light screen, a powerful sword intent swept out and sent Yuan Henjing and Xiao Zhenya flying before they could even get close. The entire heaven and earth trembled, and everyone in the surroundings retreated aside from Luyen, whom Lin Yun protected. Holy shit! What a powerful sword intent! Everyone was shocked as they looked at this scene with confusion. This was the true power of the dual sword stars and the invincible demeanor of a swordsman prodigy. Under his might, Zhao Wuxing threw a mouthful of blood as his sword intent crumbled. How is this possible? Zhao Wuxing quickly retreated. His astral sword intent was only at lesser mastery, but it should have been enough for him to deal with Yi Qingtian's sword intent after being empowered with his Saint Dao. You want to compete with me with the sword? Are you even worthy? Lin Yun stood with his hands behind him, his hair fluttering, and he looked like a god of death. With a flash, he appeared before Zhao Wuxing so quickly that it was as though he had teleported. Before his right hand descended, "Kneel and beg for mercy?" As the sun and moon revolved in his palm, galaxies flowed from his fingertips, and a divine dragon flew out from his body. Zhao Wuxing only felt that the entire world had become dark and Lin Yun had become the deity of this world. This made his eyes shrink with his eyes filled with fear. He threw out a mouthful of blood and was down on his knees before he could even figure out what was happening. Kowtow and beg for mercy? Lin Yun said coldly as he slammed Zhao Wuxing's head on the ground, causing a huge boom as blood flowed from Zhao Wuji's forehead. You like to bully women? Do you like to humiliate others? I'm not worthy of being called a swordsman. Lin Yun looked like a maniac, with his hair fluttering and murderous intent filled on his face. Get off of the indigo dragon path. You're not worthy, Lin Yun roared. He grabbed Zhao Wuxing and slammed his palm against the latter's chest. His attack broke the latter's ribs, and he died as he fell. When Lin Yun turned around, he saw Xiao Zhenya and Yuan Henjing approaching him. But facing Lin Yun's gaze, they were startled and couldn't help taking a few steps back. Yi Qingtian, you want to take it this far for a demoness? Xiao Zhenya asked. But Lin Yun didn't say a word as he walked forth. Yi Qingtian, you want to make enemies out of 3 holy lands for a demoness? Yuan Henjing gritted his teeth. I don't know any demoness. I only know that she's my woman, and my sword will take the life of anyone who dares to humiliate her. Lin Yun drew his sword and dashed forth with his sword ray piercing through the clouds. 10 moves later, Yuan Henjing and Xiao Zhenya fell to the ground, unable to get back up. Xiao Zhenya was slightly better, while Yuan Henjing had fainted. As he watched Lin Yun approaching, Xiao Zhenya was furious as he coldly said, while coughing up blood, Yi Qingtian, do you dare to say that out loud? Let everyone hear what you just said. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Yun's gaze became cold, and he said out loud, "And Lu Yan is my woman, and my sword will take the lives of anyone who dares to humiliate her." When his voice echoed throughout the 9 Dragon Mountains, everyone was shocked by what he said. As everyone turned to look at him, everyone's jaws nearly dropped to the ground. But shortly after, an uproar broke out. Oh my God! Is Yi Qingtian insane? He actually got together with a demoness. Not only that, but he even dares to admit it publicly. He's a swordsman prodigy of the heavenly Tao sect. In the future, which holy land will dare to tolerate him? Yi Qingtian must be insane. He's insane to give up the champion of the true dragon path for a demoness. And he's just courting death to come to the indigo dragon path. As blood splashed, Lin Yun waved his hand and a kick, sending Yuan Henjing and Xiao Zhenya off of the divine dragon path. This scene shocked everyone because Yi Qingtian killed geniuses on the divine dragon elite ranking as if he was butchering dogs. Yi Qingtian is too powerful, killing 3 elites of the divine dragon elite ranking in one go. Well done. The 3 of them don't deserve to be on the divine dragon elite ranking after bullying a woman. They're the scum of the holy lands. Yi Qingtian might be called a holy maiden killer, but at least he's upright. Only someone like him is worthy of being a swordsman. That's right. So what if she's from the demonic cult? It's enough as long as he likes it. After everyone came to their senses, many cultivators could feel their blood boiling. After all, who hadn't been arrogant when they were young? Lin Yun wiped off the blood stain that was on the sword and walked over to Liu Yan. When he got close, he smiled. "Bossin, come on." And Liu Yan's eyes contained deep affection, and she still hadn't come to her senses. She didn't expect to have such a position within Lin Yun's heart, which frightened her. After all, Lin Yun made that declaration public. But Lin Yun wasn't bothered by that. He was never bothered about the looks of others. He had his principles and would act without guilt, resolving everything else with his sword. If he spent his whole life cultivating and didn't even dare to declare who he likes openly, he would be unworthy to be called a swordsman. Since he was here, he didn't want to hold back any longer and would obtain a spot for Liu Yan. They walked across the Dragon Mountain while he was holding onto Liu Yan's wrist. This was the Indigo Dragon Path, a gathering of geniuses. Even someone as strong as Mo Li could only compete for a third-class spot here, unable to obtain a high ranking. Looking at Lin Yun holding onto Liu Yan's wrist and fearlessly walking forth made many cultivators on the Indigo Dragon Path unhappy. This was because the Indigo Dragon Path's competition was intense, and the rankings were ferocious. Yi Qingtian, that's enough. After watching Lin Yun cross 10-odd seats, someone finally couldn't hold back. This was a skinny youth donned in a white robe, holding onto a bamboo flute. He stood before Lin Yun. This person was the Falling Note Mountain's holy son, Zhang Aoling, the senior brother of Mo Li, whom Lin Yun defeated. He was enveloped in invisible saint runes with music around him. "Clown, others might give you a face, but I won't tolerate you. It's fine if you walk by yourself, but you want to bring a demoness like her and have her rank ahead of us? That's impossible." Zhang Aoling didn't waste any words and fluttered the bamboo to his lips with his white robe. In the next second, hundreds of musical instruments resounded from the surroundings, playing a majestic song. He was only playing the flute, but millions of sound waves manifested into a few hundred phenomena. When the shock waves swept out, cold music spread out as the music manifested into a golden pagoda. Zhang Aoling had grasped the great saint tune and a greater Tao, the ice Tao. So when he played the ancient saint song, he summoned the legendary heavenly note Saint Pagoda. There were legends that this pagoda would increase according to one's cultivation, and the incoming pagoda was 100 feet with 9 levels, releasing a powerful suppression. "You can't stop me." Lin Yun drew out the flower burial sword, executing the divine firefly sword's first sword form, the withered tree coming to life. When Lin Yun executed his sword technique, all the incoming sound waves were shattered. Then, Lin Yun lashed his arm out like a whip, destroying the heavenly note Saint Pagoda. This naturally shocked Zhang Aoling because Lin Yun had only used one sword to destroy the array he had worked so hard to create. When the heavenly note Saint Pagoda shattered, Lin Yun's sword ray felt like a tidal wave, compressing the air as it flew forth, creating cracks in the surrounding void. This brought a drastic change to Zhang Aoling's face. When he wanted to retreat, it was too late since Lin Yun's sword aura had filled the entire space. With a flick of his sword, Lin Yun's sword aura swept Zhang Aoling off of the Indigo Dragon path. Zhang Aoling naturally wasn't convinced by his loss, but he could do nothing about it after being swept away by Lin Yun's sword aura. The tidal wave enveloped him, like multiple layers of hammers smashing into him. When Zhang Aoling flew out and landed on the ground, he threw out a mouthful of blood. His body was covered with thousands of tiny holes, and this made the cultivators who saw this feel their scalps going numb. Even a holy son lost so quickly? If I remember correctly, Zhang Aoling is ranked in the top 30 on the Divine Dragon Elite ranking. The top 30 rankings are a threshold, but even someone like Zhang Aoling was defeated by Yi Qingtian with one sword. Just how strong is Yi Qingtian? Who can stop him on the Indigo Dragon path? Another fight occurred on the Indigo Dragon path before two holy sons were thrown off of the Dragon Mountain. With that, Lin Yun's achievements have reached an unbelievable height. Even if several monstrous geniuses attacked him together, no one could stop his footsteps. At this moment, Lin Yun had brought in Lu Yen through the dragon's torso, passing through the dragon's claw and heading to the dragon's head. This scene immediately caused an uproar because Yi Qingtian said that Lu Yen was his woman and wouldn't allow anyone to bully her. Everyone only felt that he was young and arrogant. But now, something wasn't right since Yi Qingtian was about to reach the dragon's head, and he still brought in Lu Yen along with him. Seeing a demoness obtaining such a high position nearly drove everyone insane. Yi Qingtian must be insane. Not only did he rescue her, but he even wants to bring her to the dragon's head. The dragon's head of the Indigo Dragon path is currently occupied by the champion of a heavenly path, Mu Chenjue. Not only does Yi Qingtian want to challenge Mu Chenjue, but he even brought an Lu Yen with him. What is he trying to do? He's not helping an Lu Yen to obtain a champion position, right? Someone made a bold speculation that immediately caused an uproar. Many cultivators paying attention to the other dragon mountains turned to the Indigo Dragon path with disbelief. Ever since the Dark Ages ended, this was the first time the Blue Dragon record appeared in the Kunlun realm. Let's not mention the position of a dragon's head. Even a position at the dragon's claw represented unimaginable resources. The already confirmed rewards were the Divine Dragon True Water, Demigod Wine, Divine Blood, Glory Saint Artifacts, Secret Treasures, the Dragon Clan's martial techniques, and various Dragon Clan's wines. As long as one managed to leave their name on the Blue Dragon record, they could obtain unimaginable resources. There were rumors that the champions of each path could obtain Dragon Bones, the Dragon Clan's secret treasures, and even the Dragon Clan's body refining technique. Even if a holy land had a strong foundation, obtaining those resources was practically a pipe dream. Aside from that, the champions would also receive a lord position and could meet the Empress personally, receiving her guidance. All the prodigies in the world were gathered on the 9 Dragon Mountains, competing amongst themselves just to obtain a good spot. They weren't just fighting for fame and glory but also for resources that could greatly boost their strength. So what Yi Qingtian did was ridiculous in everyone's eyes. He gave up being the true Dragon Path's champion and even came to the Indigo Dragon Path for an Lu Yen. Now, he was even bringing her to the dragon's head, and his actions could no longer be described as arrogance. He's not satisfied with having a demoness obtain a high spot in the dragon's claw. He wants to head to the dragon's head? That's the Indigo Dragon Path, one of the Divine Dragon Paths. Yi Qingtian is too much. He's simply ignoring everyone and treating the Blue Dragon record as a mere game. Some people were naturally unhappy with what Lin Yun was doing and looked at him with malice, especially the Holy Lands who had their disciples defeated by Lin Yun. They all felt humiliated, and they couldn't accept this scene. The other Holy Lands also had gloomy faces because this was the Blue Dragon record, not a mere game. Some exclaimed at Yi Qingtian's actions and felt that he was extraordinary. Hey, he's bringing his woman with him? Does the Blue Dragon record allow this? This is something new. Ha ha ha. Yi Qingtian is really a strange person. I've long heard that he's arrogant and disregards the eyes of others, but I never expected him to act in this manner, even during the Blue Dragon record. It's no wonder why he's called the Holy Maiden Killer. No, even a demoness has fallen to him now. He's the model for us all. Some young cultivators exclaimed at what Lin Yun did, and they couldn't help feeling admiration for him. There were also women with their eyes shining brightly, enviously looking at Yi Qingtian. It's no wonder why he's called a Holy Maiden Killer. He even disregards the Blue Dragon record for the woman he loves. And Lu Yan is too fortunate. How good will it be to have someone like him standing before her? I would be satisfied even if he fails. You? Forget it. And Lu Yan might be a demoness, but her beauty is top-notch. I have to give it to Yi Qingtian's eyesight. Get lost. Lin Yun's actions sparked an uproar, attracting everyone's attention. This was because Yi Qingtian was too unique. Even Saint Elder, Mu Shuling, and the High Priest of the profound Imperial Palace, Zi Ling, have set their sights on Yi Qingtian. That young man is really brave, but it's a pity that he's wasting his talent by making so many enemies. Even if he's strong, he will still be targeted. Zi Ling shook her head unhappily. As an official of the Empress, she naturally had high eyesight and could tell that Lin Yun's strength was extraordinary. She cherishes talent but disliked what Lin Yun was doing now by giving up his prospects for a woman. She turned her head over, asking with a smile, "Saint Elder, how do you look at it?" "He's courting death," Mu Shuling replied. "Haha, that's indeed the truth. After all, Mu Qianjue is the one on the dragon's head." Ziling smiled, but she didn't comprehend the deeper meaning of Mu Shuling's words. As the sky gradually became dark, a scorching red gleam shone from the far end of the horizon. The moonlight released a blurred light like a veil covering the sky. No matter what everyone said, Lin Yun led Lu Yan to the dragon's head step by step. "Young master, I won't be going any further," and Lu Yan said. "What's wrong?" Lin Yun asked, turning his head around. "It's fine for me to look at you from afar." And Liu Yan's face became rosy as she looked at Lin Yun. She felt uneasy because she could sense the malicious gazes from the surroundings. Now that the dragon's head wasn't far away, she didn't want to cause any trouble for Lin Yun and was already satisfied after seeing him again. She never thought she could come this far on the Blue Dragon record. The scenery here was great. This was a stage that belonged to Lin Yun. Some sceneries can be further appreciated if you get closer to them. Lin Yun smiled as he held in Liu Yan's hand and said, "Don't be afraid. I'll bring you there." When dusk arrived, this gave the surrounding atmosphere a touch of melancholy and sadness. Under the hazy moonlight, no matter what others said or how furious they were, Lin Yun and Enlian slowly approached the dragon's head, admiring the scenery. He is an interesting person. The champion of the fourth heavenly path, Mu Qianjue, leaned on the throne located at the dragon's head, while calmly watching Lin Yun and Lu Yan approaching his location. There were all kinds of people on the Blue Dragon record. There were arrogant people, people hiding themselves, ruthless people, and those who would betray their allies. But only Lin Yun brought someone along with him. If it wasn't during the Blue Dragon record, Mu Qianjue might have been interested in befriending someone like Yi Qingtian. But it was a pity that there could only be one champion on each path of the Blue Dragon record. When he stood up from the throne, two people appeared from his sides. A woman and a man. The one on the left was the holy son of the Northern Ridge's Lone Mountain, Mo Chung. He came from the Lone Mountain Holy Land, a divine mountain covered in snow. 5 years ago, the Lone Mountain's holy son was already at the quasi-saint realm, reaching the pinnacle of the Azure origin phase. His understanding of Ice Tao had reached a great height, and there were rumors that he could make a breakthrough to the heavenly origin phase if he wanted, grasping his own sacred flame. The woman on the right was the Lone Mountain's holy maiden Luo Ying. She and Mo Chang were from the same sect and were a couple. They were also evenly matched in terms of strength. If Mu Qianjue didn't descend from the heavenly path, They would be the leaders among the Lone Mountain's saint disciples. But when Mu Qianjue arrived, he displayed outstanding talent within a few years and shone even brighter than the Holy Sun and Maiden. Thus, their sect told Mo Chang and Luo Ying to follow Mu Qianjue on the Blue Dragon record. If Lin Yun was willing to disclose his identity and become the Heavenly Tao sect's Holy Sun, the Heavenly Tao sect would probably give him the same treatment as well, having the Daoyang Holy Sun and Nether Orchid Holy Maiden follow him as the leader. After all, there was a huge difference between them and the champions of the heavenly paths. When Lin Yun and Luyen finally arrived at the Dragon's Head, this place became shrouded in a mist, and everyone outside the Dragon Mountains was so tiny that they looked like ants. The Dragon's Head was also enveloped in the indigo divine dragon's aura, and one could feel comfortable throughout their bodies when they took a deep breath. Lin Yun stopped and looked at the three standing before him, before his gaze fell onto Mu Qianjue. The two looked at each other as an intense atmosphere spread throughout the surroundings. Mu Qianjue was surprised. As the fourth Heavenly Paths champion, he faintly saw something else on Yi Qingtian. He sensed that the two came from one of the lesser realms, and that they would have some differences when compared to geniuses from the Kunlun realm. This was a weird feeling that couldn't be described. In a nutshell, Mu Qianjue felt a familiar aura coming from Lin Yun. Standing with his hands behind him, he said, "Yi Qingtian, you're qualified to fight me. If you want to let her go to the Dragon's Claw, I permit you to fight with me on the Dragon's Head." "Nah, the Dragon's Head is way better, and she's worthy of it," Lin Yun replied. Mu Qianjue looked at Lin Yun, and his gaze gradually turned cold. He questioned, "Are you looking down on me?" He felt that Yi Qingtian was being too disrespectful when he spoke in a somewhat polite tone. But Yi Qingtian insisted on wanting a demoness to take the Dragon's Head spot. "You're overthinking it. I only want her to take the Dragon's Head spot. It's that simple," Lin Yun replied. Mu Qianjue's face became dark before a cold smile rose on the corner of his lips. The Lone Mountain's Holy Sun, Mo Chang, coldly said, "Yi Qingtian, you're really bold. Not only do you want to fight for the Dragon's Head spot, but you even want to send her to that position after defeating so many Righteous Path's Holy Sons. Even if Holy Sun Qianjue agrees to it, you'll have to ask all the geniuses on the Dragon Mountain if they agree to it." Everyone on the Indigo Dragon Path stopped what they were doing as they looked at Lin Yun. This was because Mo Chang spoke the thoughts in their hearts, and they immediately echoed along. "Holy Sun Mo is right. A demoness like her wants to be ranked ahead of us? Yi Qingtian, you have the cheek to call yourself a swordsman genius? You're more like an idiot. Yi Qingtian, get lost from the Indigo Dragon Path." This was too shocking. Everyone on the Indigo Dragon Path echoed along with Mo Cheng's words, demanding Yi Qingtian to leave the Indigo Dragon Path. This made Luyen a little afraid, so she sneaked a peek at Lin Yun. But she noticed that he had no emotions, and he even wanted to laugh. Seeing this, Luyen couldn't help smiling as her heart calmed down. When Lin Yun heard the surrounding voices, he wore a playful smile and understood what Senior Tianxing meant back then. The title of genius became so cheap that anyone could claim to be a genius. But how come only a few dared to proceed when he approached the Dragon's Head earlier? This only made the corner of Lin Yun's lip curl into a smile with a mocking look. "Yi Qingtian, do you hear what all the geniuses are saying?" Mo Chang said, sneering. "Geniuses? Where are they? Why can't I see any of them?" Lin Yun looked around with a playful expression. "Everyone on the Divine Dragon Paths is a genius," Mo Chang said coldly. "But I only see mediocre people everywhere, and only I'm shining brightly like the sun. All I see are birds chipping around while I'm the sole phoenix who will soar to the sky," Lin Yun said. Mo Chang didn't pay much attention initially, but he soon noticed something wasn't right. Lin Yun's sword aura was rising as a sword vibration echoed, drowning all of the noises on the mountain. At this moment, Lin Yun was shining so brightly that it made it hard for others to look at him. The aura given off by Lin Yun also made Mo Chang feel a great pressure, and he couldn't help taking 3 steps back with his face becoming ugly. Outside the Dragon Mountains, all the cultivators were shocked by Yi Qingtian's performance and thought that he was really bold with his words. I can't see any geniuses, only barking dogs. Mu Qianjue. What do you think? Lin Yun's hair fluttered in the wind as he smiled at Mu Qianjue. Holy Sun Qianjue. Don't bother wasting words with him. We'll all make a move together and cripple him first, Mo Chang said coldly. The atmosphere on the dragon's head suddenly became tense since a fight could break out the next moment. Outside the Dragon Mountains, those from the Heavenly Dao sect couldn't help becoming nervous after seeing that Yi Qingtian was really going to fight the champion of the fourth heavenly path. The Lone Mountain's Holy Sun is ranked in the top 30 on the Divine Dragon Elite ranking, possessing the Frost Saint physique. He actually suggested ganging up on senior brother Yi. The Holy Maiden is also ruthless, and her aptitude isn't any lower than Mo Chun. What are you talking about? Only Mu Qianjue can be considered a golden generation genius. After all, he's the champion of the fourth heavenly path. Senior brother Yi is in trouble now, but he's really dashing. Many people discussed it, but the focus wasn't on Mu Qianjue. There was nothing much to be said about Mu Qianjue since his title as the champion of the fourth heavenly path was sufficient. Kill! Mo Chang made the first move with Luo Ying following behind. They executed their martial techniques, targeting Lin Yun's vitals. World-cleansing Frost Dragon. Mo Chang held onto a Saint Spear and approached Lin Yun with a flash. There were 9 Saint Auras enveloping his spear, making it look like a vivid white Divine Dragon. Divine Dragon 9 Transformation. Luo Ying empowered her martial technique with the Ice Dao by dividing herself into 9 figures, each afterimage performing a different move. The attacks from Mo Chang and Luo Ying arrived simultaneously, unleashing immense power. For peaceful seas, Lin Yun drew the Flower Burial Sword and executed the Divine Firefly Sword. With a shake of his wrist, 18 sword rays flew out, with each sword ray looking like a massive wave that reached 1,000 feet, facing Luo Ying's attacks head-on. The sword rays Lin Yun unleashed were dazzling, and a groan could be heard soon after. Luo Ying had blood dripping from her lip as she was sent flying away. After resolving Luo Ying's attack with one sword, Lin Yun showed pity in his eyes. If they were fighting one-on-one, he could inflict heavy injuries on Luo Ying by following up with another sword, which was the style of swordsmen. The moment they injured their opponents, they could end the battle quickly. But it was a pity that he was tied down. So he calmly turned his body to the side, as though he had already seen it coming, and gently raised his sword. When the sword and spear clashed, countless sparks flew around. This might seem like a gentle attack, but 2 powerful energies clashed together. This immediately made Mo Chang feel great pressure, with cold sweat on his forehead. When he clashed with Lin Yun, he finally realized Yi Qingtian's sword intent was terrifying. It was unfathomable, and Yi Qingtian's Saint Aura was even stronger than his own. Just what cultivation technique did Yi Qingtian practice? Lin Yun formed a seal, and a silver radiance exploded with his sword aura manifesting into a quasi-domain. Lin Yun had brought out the Azure Dragon Sword Heart. Mo Chang was sent flying away the moment Lin Yun brought it out. Flaming Golden Lotus. After Mo Chang was sent flying away, Lin Yun swung his sword, and his sword technique flowed smoothly like water and couldn't be tracked. When he waved his hand, golden lotuses bloomed on a sea of flames, with his sword aura catching up with Mo Chang, who was flying away. Mo Chang raised his spear before him, but his indigo Saint Aura and greater Dao crumbled before he threw up a mouthful of blood. When he looked at Lin Yun's sharp gaze again, his heart trembled with his back covered in cold sweat. After briefly resting to catch their breaths, Mo Chang and Luo Ying dashed forth again, with ice and snow filling the surroundings. If it was an ordinary person facing the greater Dao pressure that they gave off, they would be instantly immobilized. But Lin Yun could move freely, and the frost would break whenever it got close to Lin Yun. The cause was that the dragon's blood within him was circulating through his meridians. When the 3 clashed again, various phenomena appeared, with each attack being lethal, and there would be a loud explosion whenever they clashed. Moon Reflection Mirror. Flowing Time. Planting Soldiers. Lin Yun swung his sword, and the surrounding space became distorted when he used Moon Reflection Mirror to easily resolve the incoming attacks. He maintained his calm throughout the fight and unleashed the next two attacks directed at Mo Chang and Luo Ying. Lin Yun divided himself into two, resolving Mo Chang and Luo Ying's attacks. When his attacks struck them, they briefly froze. But it didn't end there. Lin Yun swung two sword strikes, unleashing two sword auras that looked like a bright moon, leaving a few holes in Mo Chang and Luo Ying's bodies. The two Lin Yuns overlapped when Mo Chang and Luo Ying landed on the ground. When the two landed on the ground, they coughed out a mouthful of blood and faced the incoming sword aura head-on when they raised their heads. Mo Chang and Luo Ying squinted before being sent flying away again. The entire Indigo Dragon path fell into silence, leaving everyone dumbfounded. They could only see a series of dazzling attacks, and the battle had ended. Lin Yun looked like he could weave through his enemies as he wished with his sword. The battle on the Indigo Dragon path attracted everyone's attention, and this made the other dragon mountains pale in comparison. When everyone saw this scene, they could only describe Lin Yun's performance as beautiful. There wasn't much to describe about the elegance and agility of Lin Yun's sword techniques, not to mention that they couldn't be tracked. But everyone could tell that it was the second section of the Divine Firefly Sword. The Divine Firefly Sword was a famous sword technique within the Kunlun realm, and every Holy Land had a copy of it. But not many people could reach Lin Yun's height. Or rather, he might be the only one who had achieved such levels. Yi Qingtian is showing the potential of a young sword emperor. Yi Qingtian's arrogance is well-founded. Compared to him, the other geniuses on the Indigo Dragon Road are indeed trash. Look! Mu Qianjue is about to take action. Just when everyone was shocked by Lin Yun's sword technique, Mu Qianjue, the champion of the fourth heavenly path, finally made his move. Selfless and formless, Mu Qianjue appeared above the silver sword domain with a flash, releasing an unimaginable Saint Aura. As Saint Aura gathered in his right hand, there were two greater Daos coiling around his arm, the ice and wind Daos. In the next moment he struck down, releasing a gigantic palm. Two greater Daos. Not only that, there are 10-odd lesser Daos behind him. The martial technique he's using is called the Phaseless Divine Seal. Does that mean that Mu Qianjue has practiced the Dragon Spirit martial technique? The Great Divine Phaseless Art. Mu Qianjue's attack had shocked everyone. Martial techniques were classified into 4 grades: Holy Spirit, Ghost Spirit, Dragon Spirit, and the legendary Divine Spirit martial techniques. Divine Spirit martial techniques were already the best, while Dragon Spirit martial techniques were extremely destructive, capable of destroying mountains and rivers. Dragon Spirit martial techniques could only be practiced by cultivators who stepped on the saint path. It wasn't something a quasi-saint could practice, and most people could only practice the prerequisite technique for the Dragon Spirit martial technique. For example, the Great Profound Sword Cannon was a Dragon Spirit martial technique, but one couldn't immediately practice it but had to bring the Divine Firmament Sword Sutra to the pinnacle complete mastery before they could start practicing it. To quasi-saints, most people would choose high-grade Dragon Spirit martial techniques or secret techniques comparable to Dragon Spirit martial techniques. Evidently, the Great Divine Phaseless Art executed by Mu Qianjue was an actual Dragon Spirit martial technique. When the palm descended, Lin Yun's silver sword domain began to crumble along with his sword aura. It was because the silver sword domain was ultimately not the actual sword domain. So there was no way it could compete with absolute power, and the shattered silver domain exploded in the form of a sword aura. As the strong wind blew and Lin Yun's hair began to flutter, he took 2 steps back and recalled his sword. When he held onto the sword, he held the sword in a back grip with the sword leaning against his arm. Meanwhile, he pressed his thumb down on his middle finger, preparing the iris saint seal. When an iris flower bloomed on the back of his hand, Lin Yun executed the flicking divine finger, and over 100 galaxies and his dual sword stars fused into this attack. Simultaneously, sunlight and moonlight shone from his hand, as Lin Yun pushed his right hand forth along with a massy sword aura. In the next second, he unleashed a 100-foot sword ray. When the two powers clashed, a terrifying explosion echoed on the Dragon Mountain, where the sword aura and phenomena exploded in midair, forming into a 5-colored mist that made the dragon's head tremble. This scene immediately made everyone wonder if Yi Qingtian was about to lose. When they raised their heads, they could only see the entire dragon's head being enveloped in a boundless saint aura, preventing them from looking at the outcome. After all, the weight of the divine dragon elite ranking was heavier than the fame of a swordsman prodigy. Not to mention Mu Qianjue had grasped two greater Daos and practiced a dragon spirit martial technique. No matter how they looked at it, Yi Qingtian should be defeated and would be reduced to a cripple. But all of a sudden, a sword ray pierced through the mist that created a hole on the huge palm. The sword ray didn't stop there, but continued to head towards Mu Qianjue. Lin Yun was enveloped in a faint mist as he stood upright like a sword. Looking at the incoming attack, Mu Qianjue roared and pushed his palm forth to resolve the incoming sword ray. The great divine phaseless art was a dragon spirit martial technique. Not to mention it was further empowered by two greater Daos, so it naturally wouldn't be easily resolved by astral sword intent. After shattering the sword ray, Mu Qianjue hovered in the air and pushed his palm forth again. An eye opened on his palm, shrouded by two greater Daos and 10-odd lesser Daos. The moment the eye opened up, the Saint Daos manifested into various beasts that charged at Lin Yun, wanting to suppress him. There was a massive Draco serpent, a sinister-looking demonic arachnid, a silver white-eyed demon wolf, and a heavenly roc. Various demonic beasts flew out from the eye, and the aura given off by each beast reached the quasi-saint realm, looking realistic. They were all the saint blood and souls that Mu Qianjue had refined in the past. It was naturally impossible to control them through other martial techniques, but the great divine phaseless art was different. Not only could it control them perfectly, but he could even combine them perfectly. This is the phaseless evil eye. If you can take this attack and live, only then are you qualified to be my opponent. Mu Qianjue had no expression on his face as he became enveloped in saint aura. His quasi-saint's aura was like a screen that enveloped the sky, and others couldn't even see his actual appearance because of it. But Mu Qianjue inwardly sighed because he knew that it was practically impossible to crush Yi Qingtian since he failed to suppress him with his attack earlier. Facing the incoming attacks, Lin Yun executed the divine firefly sword. The profundity contained within his attack had far surpassed Yu Qingfeng's, containing his own comprehension of this sword technique. After coming this far, one could no longer look at the shadows of Yu Qingfeng in Lin Yun's divine firefly sword. As Lin Yun performed the divine firefly sword, a surging river appeared within a 10-mile radius around Lin Yun that looked like a dragon coiling around him. The sky alternated between light and dark as multiple sword auras flew at those demonic beasts that were empowered with Saint Daos. As expected of a swordsman prodigy, he has reached the deification stage with the divine firefly sword. I noticed that the profundity in his sword technique seems to be related to the sword emperor Yu Qingfeng earlier, but I can't see through the profundity of his attack now. He's strong, but even someone strong can't fight endlessly without rest, and he will reveal his flaw sooner or later. He didn't rest ever since he arrived on the Indigo Dragon path. The moment he reveals his flaw, he will be defeated while facing an expert with a higher cultivation than him. There were many discussions from the surroundings. For a swordsman to come this far, they would either defeat their opponent with one blow or be defeated. Several holy sons who have gathered on the dragon's claws were watching this battle. They were naturally unhappy with Yi Qingtian. Or rather, no one on the Indigo Dragon path were happy with Yi Qingtian, which was pretty obvious when everyone echoed along, demanding Yi Qingtian to get off of the Indigo Dragon path. Suddenly, a gaze fell onto An Luyan, and he smiled. I'm afraid that there won't be an outcome in the fight between Yi Qingtian and Mu Qianjue anytime soon. So, this person was the holy son of the Heavenly Star Palace, and he was only second to Mu Qianjue in the eyes of everyone. Beside him stood a tall and skinny youth who smiled. If we can capture An Luyan, we can use her to hold down Yi Qingtian. The moment a swordsman panics, he will show his flaw. This person was the holy son of the Southern Border's ancient moon sect, and his strength wasn't at all inferior to the Heavenly Star Palace's holy son. His words immediately made the eyes of everyone on the Indigo Dragon path to light up. They wouldn't have stooped so low in the past, but Yi Qingtian had become their nightmare on the Indigo Dragon path. If Yi Qingtian wasn't defeated, they wouldn't be able to stand out in the future, and they would become Yi Qingtian's stepping stone for eternity. We naturally don't have to speak about righteousness with a demoness. Let's just make a move. The Heavenly Star Palace's Holy Sun made a move and charged at An Luyen. And Luyen was nervously watching Lin Yun's battle. The moment she sensed the danger, she immediately activated the white dragon bone with a silver fan appearing in her hand, unleashing streams of energies through the fan at the assailant. The Heavenly Star Palace's Holy Sun reached out with a vortex appearing in his palm that devoured all the incoming energies. He was only 100 meters away from An Luyen, and he greedily looked at An Luyen. He grinned. Lady An does have a superb figure, so it is no wonder why Yi Qingtian is so fascinated by you. But it's a pity that you're a little too weak. He was confident in his own strength. He might not be able to defeat Yi Qingtian, but a mere demoness was nothing to him. I advise you not to touch her. Right then, a young swordsman ran all the way up from the bottom of the Indigo Dragon path. This person was swift, and the sword intent he gave off left the geniuses on the dragon's claw shocked. This was an unfamiliar youth to everyone. He donned a white robe with a crimson bracelet on his wrist as he ran up the mountain. Who the hell do you think you are? Get lost. When someone saw the youth running past them, they soared to the sky and charged at the youth. There were a total of 3 of them, and they were geniuses on the Divine Dragon Elite ranking that charged at the youth from different directions. Those on the Indigo Dragon path didn't welcome Yi Qingtian because they didn't want to see a demoness ranked ahead of them. The Heavenly Star Palace's Holy Sun might be despicable, but everyone was inwardly cheering for him, hoping that Yi Qingtian would be distracted and die in the hands of Mu Qianjue. Such impudence! The swordsman drew his sword and swung it, striking one of the 3, resolving that person's Saint Aura and leaving him heavily injured while flying off of the Indigo Dragon path. This left the remaining 2 who were charging over dumbfounded because they didn't expect this swordsman to be so powerful. But the 2 soon calmed themselves down and charged at the swordsman with all their strength. But the white-clothed swordsman shook his wrist, unleashing a sword ray that looked like a dragon that knocked the 2 people who were charging over flying away. The 2 were covered in blood and were screaming while rolling on the ground after they landed. What a powerful sword technique! Another genius, but who the hell is he? Why did he appear out of nowhere? Is he Yi Qingtian's friend or is he An Luyen's helper? Many people were surprised by the appearance of this swordsman, and they looked at the crimson bracelet on his wrist, falling into deep thoughts. With a few flickers, the white-clothed swordsman arrived beside An Luyen, coldly looking at the Heavenly Star Palace's Holy Sun. This instantly made the Heavenly Star Palace's Holy Sun nervous because he could sense a threat coming from this swordsman. He had a powerful baleful aura that showed that this person had slaughtered his way through a mountain of corpses. Who are you? The Heavenly Star Palace's Holy Sun frowned. He asked, why are you helping this demoness? Blood Word Battalion, by Li Xuan. But I prefer others to call me White. The youth snorted, and his revelation caused an uproar outside the Dragon Mountains. Not only were the cultivators who were outside the Dragon Mountains surprised when they heard the words Blood Word Battalion, even the cultivators from the Blood Word Battalion on the Indigo Dragon path were shocked. The Blood Word Battalion was equivalent to the Divine Dragon Empire's army, formed by countless experts who far exceeded any other force in the Kunlun realm. They would nurture talents through military means, training them by killing others, and their figures could be seen everywhere within the Kunlun realm and astral realms. The moment the Divine Dragon Empire determined their enemies, whether it was a sect or a clan, they would be wiped out by the Blood Word Battalion. In other words, the Blood Word Battalion was a butcher's knife of the Divine Dragon Empire, a knife stained with blood, and they contributed to half of the Divine Dragon Empire's ferocious reputation. Individually, they might not be comparable to Saint Disciples, but they gathered in great numbers and were often training themselves by killing others. Thus, anyone who could survive the training were ruthless butchers. There were also those with extraordinary strength that stood out. These people would be provided with the Dragon Clan's martial techniques and resources that would make it hard for even Holy Land geniuses to compete with them in terms of strength. White, I know him. He recently emerged from the Bloodword Battalion. He comes from a lower realm, but his aptitude is top-notch. I heard that the 9th princess values him greatly, providing him with various resources and even gave him a divine dragon bone. He's now the leader of the 9th princess personal guards. This is also a ruthless person. I heard that he stayed in the Divine Dragon Empire's Blood Purgatory Dragon Marsh for 10 years. The flow of time inside is different from the outside world, and that means that he has been killing for 10 whole years, surviving for the longest time amongst the Bloodword Battalion's younger generation. The Blood Purgatory Dragon Marsh was a place filled with endless death. Staying in there for a month might be considered training, but a year would be torture. Those who stayed for more than 3 years had basically gone insane. The moment Bai Lishuan revealed his identity, many people recognized him and even his deeds. From the dragon's head, and Lu Yen frowned. She didn't know this young swordsman, so this made her curious with a hint of caution in her eyes. Bai Lishuan was enveloped in a powerful sword intent, donned in his white robe. He had a handsome appearance, but his eyes looked especially menacing. He looked at the heavenly star palace and ancient moon sect's holy sons, and he said, "The two of you want to come at me together or one by one? Those from the Bloodword Battalion are just dogs trained by the Divine Dragon Empire. Others might fear you, but I won't." The eyes of the heavenly star palace's holy son flashed coldly after already having his anger pent up due to Yi Qingtian. Then Bai Lishuan appeared out of nowhere. Did they really think that holy sons were pushovers? While he spoke, he was already dashing forth, unleashing boundless black smoke with a raise of his hand. Heavenly Star Demonic Claw. The hands of the Heavenly Star Palace's holy son became thin and tough with a black baleful aura enveloping the clouds above him. The black baleful aura manifested into the head of an ominous beast, letting out a roar. The Heavenly Star Demonic Claw was the trump card of the Heavenly Star Palace, combining Saint Aura with baleful aura before empowering them with Saint Dao. It could even threaten those at the heavenly origin phase of the quasi-saint realm. "Stand behind me." Bai Lishuan took a step forth, standing before Lu Yen as he poured his Saint Aura into his sword. When he swung his sword, a sword ray like a waterfall gushed out, clashing with the Heavenly Star Demonic Claw. As sword aura exploded, the hands of the Heavenly Star Palace's holy son clashed with Bai Lishuan's sword. The moment they clashed, the saint's sword shattered, making Bai Lishuan briefly stunned. This couldn't help making Bai Lishuan feel a little sad. This might not be a powerful sword, but this was his first sword after he came to the Kunlun realm, and he had been using it for years. The Heavenly Star Palace's holy son held onto a fragment of the sword and sneered, "The Bloodword Battalion is so poor that they can't give you a Glory Saint artifact? It looks like you're not as strong as rumored." The Heavenly Star Palace's holy son tossed the fragment away and charged forth with murderous intent flashing in his eyes, and his hands became terrifyingly dark like the hands of a demon. He roared, "Let me see how you can carry on becoming arrogant without your sword. You've made a mistake if you think that I'm powerless without my sword." Bai Lishuan remained in the same spot before he took a deep breath. When the demonic claws were about to reach him, a dazzling golden radiance flashed within his eyes and a powerful dragon aura swept out. As Bai Lishuan let out a roar, he clenched his fist as a powerful dragon aura exploded from him. When his punch clashed with the claws, the Heavenly Star Palace's holy son let out a groan and was sent flying away, throwing out blood in the process. The Imperial Dragon Fist. The Heavenly Star Palace's holy son exclaimed with fear flashing within his eyes. The Imperial Dragon Fist was a dragon clan's martial technique, commonly known as the most lethal and ferocious fist technique in the Kunlun realm. Aside from the Sovereign Dragon Fist, there wasn't a fist technique that could compete with it. "I don't believe that you have mastered the Imperial Dragon Fist." The face of the Heavenly Star Palace's holy son became sinister as he dashed forth. He possessed the Heavenly Star Saint physique and grasped the Earth Tao. Not to mention close combat was his forte. The Imperial Dragon Fist was powerful, but it wasn't easy to master it. That's why the Heavenly Star Palace's holy son refused to believe that Bai Lishuan could fight him barehanded without his sword. Bai Lishuan stood firmly on the ground like a mountain, clashing with the heavenly star palace's holy sun head-on without falling into a disadvantageous position. Meanwhile, Lin Yun was having an intense fight with Mu Qianjue. When Mo Chang and Luo Ying recovered from some of their injuries, they joined the fray to gang up on Lin Yun. They became anxious after seeing that Mu Qianjue couldn't deal with Lin Yun within a short period of time. There was still the final battle, and Mu Qianjue might lose his chance to become the champion of the Blue Dragon record if he revealed too many trump cards. They had to help Mu Qianjue end this battle quickly. They shared the same thoughts as those outside the Dragon Mountains, feeling that Yi Qingtian must be running out of Saint Aura after undergoing so many battles, and he was barely holding on. So as long as they gave Yi Qingtian enough pressure, they would be able to force the latter into revealing a flaw in his attacks. But it was a pity that no one knew that Lin Yun had reached the 10th transformation of the Nirvana stage before reaching the quasi-saint realm. Not to mention that he had consumed an innate saint fruit. He might not have grasped any Saint Dao, but Mu Qianjue, Mo Chang, and Luo Ying combined might not even have as much Saint Aura as him. If he brought out the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Cauldron at the right moment, Lin Yun could exhaust these three people, even if 30 more geniuses joined the fray to gang up on him. Absolute Ice Barrier. Mo Chang summoned his constellation, and his Saint Aura exploded, while raising his palms to the sky. As ice pillars began to intertwine in the air, it formed into a fearsome cage that trapped Lin Yun inside it. When Lin Yun's sword fell onto it, he wasn't able to cut through those pillars. This naturally shocked Lin Yun because there was nothing the astral sword intent couldn't destroy, not to mention the flower burial sword was also a two-spirit glory saint artifact. But he actually failed to even leave a crack on the pillars. Even a quasi-saint at the heavenly origin phase can't break through the pillars anytime soon. So you can give up, Mo Chang sneered. Blizzard Galaxy. Luo Ying began forming seals as light shot down from different directions, connecting each other as they formed into walls that isolated Lin Yun from the outside world. This immediately made Lin Yun feel as though he was trapped in a small world. Since his sword intent couldn't achieve a resonation with the outside world, his sword aura began to decline. On the other hand, a seal appeared on Mu Qianjue's forehead as he began to devour the Saint Aura on the Dragon Mountain before he gave off an ancient aura. In the next moment, two wings, one black and one white, appeared on his back, symbolizing day and night. Under the fusion of the phaseless seal on his forehead, this allowed Mu Qianjue to enter a certain chaotic state. That's the black-white saint wings. Can it be that Mu Qianjue is related to the black and white emperors? Highly possible. It's highly possible that geniuses of his caliber are favored by the 9 emperors. Is this the weight of a champion from the heavenly paths? Countless shocked gazes fell onto Mu Qianjue outside the Dragon Mountains. Mu Qianjue had really hidden himself deeply. This move belonged to the black and white emperors of the 9 emperors. With that, Mu Qianjue, Mo Chang, and Luo Ying had practically brought out their strongest attacks, charging at Lin Yun. Die! Mo Chang roared as the ice barrier began to shrink, causing space to compress. This had already touched the surface of Space Dao. You guys are starting to get on my nerves. A cold light flashed across Lin Yun's eyes as he started to lose his patience. He didn't want to play with these people any longer. As he raised his sword to the sky, his dual sword stars flew out. The sun manifested into a golden screen in the sky while the moon manifested a lake on the ground. Dragon Sun and Moon Seal. Inverting yin-yang. Lin Yun swung his sword down as the golden screen and silver lake swapped places. At this moment, it felt as though Lin Yun's sword had caused heaven and earth to switch places. In the eyes of Mo Chang, Luo Ying, and even Mu Qianjue, their world began to distort with the sky and earth swapping places. As a result, the attacks released by the trio disappeared when the surrounding space distorted. When Lin Yun swung his sword again, the heaven and earth inverted again with a powerful sword ray containing the profundity of yin and yang flying out. Not good. Mo Chang and Luo Ying were horrified to the point that their souls were trembling as they looked at the incoming sword ray. Everything felt unbelievable to them. The heaven and earth swapping places made Lin Yun look like a deity as he hovered in the air. When the sword ray arrived, Mo Chang took the attack head-on. Although he had tried his best to dodge, the sword ray still sliced off a small portion of his body, and the pain made Mo Chang's face become distorted. Luo Ying was also sent flying away, kneeling on the ground while coughing up blood as her vitality was gradually being sapped from her. This scene made everyone outside the Dragon Mountains take a deep breath. Those from the Heavenly Dao sect on the Azure Dragon Path were also dumbfounded because they didn't expect Yi Qingtian to become so terrifying. The Dao Yang Holy Sun awkwardly smiled. What a terrifying sword that perfectly brought out the advantage of his dual sword stars. He's really a monster. I don't doubt that. Even if Flower Burial was here, he might not be able to compete with Yi Qingtian in terms of the sword. One must know that Flower Burial was publicly acknowledged as the strongest swordsman amongst the younger generation. But Yi Qingtian's sword made everyone's scalps go numb, and many younger generation cultivators felt despair when they looked at his attack. They couldn't help comparing Yi Qingtian with Flower Burial, and this was the highest form of praise for Yi Qingtian. Many cultivators from the Heavenly Dao sect could feel their blood boiling. Was this Yi Qingtian, the swordsman prodigy of their Heavenly Dao sect, who heavily injured a holy son and a holy maiden, instantly immobilizing them? Mu Qianjue might not be heavily injured, but he was also sent flying away to the edge of the dragon's head, and he was only one step away from falling off of it. Senior Brother Yi is invincible. Haha! Even a champion of a heavenly path cannot be compared to our Heavenly Dao sect's Senior Brother Yi. Who dares claim to be invincible in front of Senior Brother Yi? Even if Flower Burial was here, he might not be able to compete with Senior Brother Yi. Their blood boiled with their emotions spiraling out of control as they cheered. They have been penting up their emotions for a long time when everyone was mocking Yi Qingtian, saying that he took the easy way on the true dragon path and even had a relationship with a demoness. But now, the entire world had become silent, subdued by Lin Yun's sword. After all, even the champion of a heavenly path wasn't able to take his attack head-on. So who else could stop him? On the Azure Dragon Path, the Dao Yang Holy Sun. Bai Shuang, Xian Yen, and Yi Feng sat cross-legged on the dragon's head. The Azure Dragon might not be one of the 7 divine dragons, but it symbolized one of the 4 eternal constellations, and its position within the Kunlun realm wasn't at all inferior to the divine dragons. The competition on the Azure Dragon Path was intense, but it was surprisingly calm on the dragon's head. Not only those from the Heavenly Dao sect, but the other Golden Generation geniuses from the Eastern Desolation's Holy Lands were gathered on this dragon's head, such as the little princess of the Divine Phoenix Mountain, Ji Zishi, the Holy Sons of the Ming Cult, Divine Dao Pavilion, Myriad Lightning Sect, and Heavenly Flame sects were also gathered here. But surprisingly, there wasn't any competition despite having so many Golden Generation geniuses from various holy lands gathered here. This was because there was already someone seated on the throne on the dragon's head in the Azure Dragon Path, the champion of the 5th Heavenly Path, He Shenjing. He Shenjing came in midway the path. The moment he arrived, everyone from the Eastern Desolation chose to put their differences aside for the time being. So despite the fact that it might seem calm now, it was just the calm before the storm, and there was still some time before the competition for the dragon's head came to an end tomorrow at noon. In reality, the top of the Dragon Mountains were calm, and no one would rashly make a move before the last moment. The competition was intense and bloody under the dragon's head. The surrounding scenery was beautiful as everyone on the dragon's head began to cultivate. This was because there was a large amount of dragon aura gathered on the dragon's head, and it was beneficial for cultivation. Lin Yun's act of defeating the Lone Mountain's Holy Sun and Holy Maiden, along with Mu Qingjue, attracted everyone's attention. Why the hell is Yi Qingtian so strong? It's too much of a pity that the Heavenly Dao sect didn't let him go for the Emperor's inheritance on the God Burial Mountain range with his strength. He wasn't even a quasi-saint back then. The Eastern Desolation's Golden Generation. Geniuses were shocked by the strength Yi Qingtian displayed, and this included the Dao Yang Holy Sun. So Yi Qingtian has become so strong now. He really brought glory to the Heavenly Dao sect. The Dao Yang Holy Sun smiled. He had a high opinion of Yi Qingtian, so he became excited after he recovered from his shock. Yifeng inappropriately interrupted. I'm afraid he has forgotten his identity as a disciple of the heavenly Tao sect. Not only did he go to the true dragon path, he even went to the indigo dragon path for a demoness and wasn't even willing to take a look at us. Bai Shuang squinted, before she said, Yi Qingtian isn't that kind of person. Let us watch and see, then, Yifeng smiled. Yifeng, watch your words. There are those from other holy lands here. Dao Yang Holy Sun unhappily transmitted his voice over to Yifeng. Yifeng nodded, but he still looked at Yi Qingtian unhappily. The atmosphere on the indigo dragon path was tense. Mo Chang and Luoying had lost the ability to continue fighting, but Mu Qianjue could still fight. He hovered in midair with his wings shining brightly as he looked at Lin Yun. When he descended from the sky, his expression was calm and composed. Ever since I came to the Kunlun realm, you're the first person to make me feel pressured, Mu Qianjue said. Lin Yun was still holding onto the flower burial sword as he replied, Perhaps because you're too ignorant. There are many powerful swordsmen in the world. Mu Qianjue didn't seem to take it seriously as he replied, Perhaps, but it's a pity that the flower burial isn't here. Otherwise, I would really want to see who has stronger swordsmanship between you and him. He spoke the thoughts of many because many people have started to compare Yi Qingtian with flower burial based on the strength he showed. Lin Yun merely smiled and didn't reply to that statement. His sword aura had locked onto Mu Qianjue, and he was cautious because someone like Mu Qianjue naturally wouldn't give up so easily. He definitely still had a trump card in his hand. As a champion of the 9th Heavenly Path, Lin Yun knew the weight of a fellow champion from the Heavenly Paths, and they naturally wouldn't be weak since they could emerge victorious. As their auras began to clash on the dragon's head, the surrounding atmosphere became tense. Even the commotion outside the Dragon Mountains had gradually become quiet. This was because everyone knew that an earth-shattering battle would break out soon, and this naturally made everyone nervous. After all, it would be a big deal if Yi Qingtian could defeat Mu Qianjue, since that meant that the myth of the Heavenly Paths champions would be shattered. Thus, everyone was naturally curious and looking forward to seeing if the myth would hold on or a new legend would be born. Just when everyone held their breaths while looking at the two, Mu Qianjue was the first to make a move. As the black and white wings behind him released a dazzling radiance, they released illusory wings that expanded to a few hundred feet. As the wings grew, the aura released from Mu Qianjue increased, and the entire world became dyed in black and white. Phaseless star-shattering slash. Mu Qianjue hacked down with his 2 fingers, unleashing a black and white light beam that reached over 1,000 feet, looking like a giant sword being swung down from the sky, splitting the sky into 2 as it descended with a horrifying momentum. This made everyone take a deep breath because it was as they had expected. Mu Qianjue could still put up a fight. A silver radiance swept out from Lin Yun, but it only lasted for a brief moment before the silver radiance shattered, showing that it still wasn't a genuine sword domain. As a result, there was no way the Azure Dragon Sword Heart could bear the intense pressure. However, Lin Yun didn't panic because he knew that this attack wasn't as horrifying as Mu Qianjue's previous attack, despite looking so powerful. He even suspected that this was a deception released by Mu Qianjue, and his real killing move was waiting for him from behind. Lin Yun grabbed the flower burial sword with both hands and his dual sword stars began to revolve around him. When he swung his sword, he unleashed a sword ray that shattered the incoming attack. Amidst the loud explosion, Lin Yun took several steps back before he managed to stabilize himself on the ground. In the end, he had underestimated this attack. But when everything settled down, and Lin Yun was on his guard, Mu Qianjue flapped his wings and flew away, voluntarily giving up his spot on the indigo dragon path. Yi Qingtian, you might be strong, but I have never taken you seriously. Now isn't the time for us to fight, but we'll fight again for the final champion title. Mu Qianjue calmly retreated as he gradually left the indigo dragon path. Lin Yun sheathed his sword and slightly opened his mouth, because he had no idea what Mu Qianjue meant by running away. Not only him, but everyone outside the Dragon Mountains were also shocked. They were expecting an earth-shattering battle, but they didn't expect that Mu Qianjue would back down and was forced to leave the Indigo Dragon Path by Yi Qingtian. Everyone could guess that this was because Mu Qianjue didn't want to reveal too much of his strength to maintain his competitiveness for the final champion title, but Mu Qianjue retreating in such a decisive manner made him look a little cowardly. He left just like that? Yi Qingtian is strong enough to make Mu Qianjue retreat without a fight. I feel that the myth of the Heavenly Paths champions is shattered now. What are you thinking about? Mu Qianjue did this because he wanted to preserve his strength. Haha. Doesn't Yi Qingtian need to preserve his strength as well? What happened with Mu Qianjue sparked a huge debate since Lin Yun and Mu Qianjue had a great number of supporters. Lin Yun felt somewhat dissatisfied as he stood on the dragon's head. There was no doubt that Mu Qianjue was a formidable opponent, but it was a pity that they couldn't clash. Then again, it was unavoidable for Mu Qianjue to be too much of an utilitarian. When he turned around, he saw that Bai Lishuan was still fighting the Heavenly Star Palace's Holy Sun. After Bai Lishuan's Saint Sword shattered, he chose to face the Heavenly Star Palace's Holy Sun head-on with the Imperial Dragon Fist, and the Heavenly Star Palace's Holy Sun couldn't gain any advantage in the fight. Lin Yun naturally noticed Bai Lishuan a long time ago, and he was rather puzzled about what he was doing here. Let's end this game now. Noticing that Lin Yun had finished his fight, Bai Lishuan no longer hid his strength and took out another Saint Sword. This time, it was a Glory Saint artifact enveloped in a golden dragon aura. He unsheathed the sword and swung it without hesitation after bringing it out. The Heavenly Star Pavilion's Holy Sun was already barely holding on. So when he took Bai Lishuan's attack head-on, his Saint Dao shattered and was sent flying away, throwing out a mouthful of blood while landing outside the Dragon Mountain. Lin Yun immediately recognized that Bai Lishuan was using a Dragon Clan's sword technique. Not only that, but Bai Lishuan even refined a lot of dragon's blood or even a divine dragon bone. After Bai Lishuan sheathed his sword, he turned coldly around and saw Lin Yun walking over. He naturally couldn't recognize the latter since Lin Yun was in a disguise as Yi Qingtian. Impressive swordsmanship, Lin Yun smiled. No matter what, Bai Lishuan helped to stop the Heavenly Star Palace's Holy Sun earlier, and Lin Yun naturally had to express his goodwill to Bai Lishuan. Just when Bai Lishuan wanted to reply, the ancient moon sect's Holy Sun that came with the Heavenly Star Pavilion's Holy Sun soared to the sky, executing his strongest move when Bai Lishuan turned around. A bright moon rose to the sky and illuminated the surroundings. When the ancient moon sect's Holy Sun rose to the sky, he disappeared in the next moment, showing his inhuman speed. He had been brewing this attack for a long time, aiming at Bai Lishuan. Lin Yun's face changed because if this attack lands on Bai Lishuan, the latter would be heavily injured. But he was some distance away from Bai Lishuan, and it was already too late for him to make a move now. Bai Lishuan was briefly stunned before his expression returned to being calm. This was because a figure appeared behind Bai Lishuan, and this person was a bald monk who threw out a punch. As a tiger and a dragon roared, two beasts appeared behind this monk, and the roars from the two beasts made the entire indigo dragon path violently tremble. The dragon tiger fist? No, it just looks similar, and the profundity contained in this punch is completely different. Lin Yun was shocked. The ancient moon sect's Holy Sun was forced to show himself under the might of this fist and took the punch head-on. A huge hole appeared in his chest, and he was beaten to half-dead on the spot. How sinful, how sinful! The handsome monk chanted as he clasped his hands together with a smile. This monk looked handsome and holy, but his actions were brutal, instantly intimidating everyone on the indigo dragon path. Get lost! This person was Drifting Goblet, who waved his hand and threw the ancient moon sect's Holy Sun out as though he was throwing away trash. Young Master Yi, it has been a long time since we last met. Do you have any good wine? Drifting Goblet looked at Lin Yun with a smile. Lin Yun stepped forth with his expression changed, and he asked with his voice lowered, "Since the two of you are here, does that mean that Xiao is also here? Why don't you take a guess?" Drifting Goblet smiled. He clearly had no good intentions. The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched as he began to look around. But no matter how he tried to find her, he couldn't see Su Xiao anywhere in the crowd. On the contrary, everyone beneath the Dragon Mountains were baffled when they saw Lin Yun nervously looking around. They began to wonder what was going on with Yi Qingtian. After all, Yi Qingtian didn't even fear the champion of a heavenly path, so why did he look a little afraid? Who or what was he afraid of? Yi Qingtian, well done, Drifting Goblet said with a playful smile. I'm not afraid. Lin Yun might seem calm on the surface, but he was feeling a little uneasy in his heart. Let's not talk about it now. Look at where Mu Qianjue is going now, Drifting Goblet said as he pointed to Mu Qianjue's direction. Lin Yun turned around and saw Mu Qianjue looking around, noticing that there were strong opponents on the other dragon's head. In the end, he gritted his teeth and headed to the true dragon path. Get lost! Mu Qianjue had a strong stance and pushed his palm forth at Xiao Yang, who was seated on the throne before he even arrived on the true dragon path. That bastard! Lin Yun's face changed and asked Drifting Goblet to take care of An Luyen before he soared to the sky, heading towards the true dragon path. On the true dragon path's throne, Xiao Yang sat for a long time as he looked around. As he breathed, he could enjoy the benefits of the true dragon aura. The scenery here was beautiful, which Xiao Yang enjoyed a lot. He had closed his eyes with a smile rising on his lips. But he couldn't smile anymore the moment Mu Qianjue tore apart the true dragon path's barrier and descended onto the true dragon path with a strong stance. Get lost! When the black and white wings flapped behind him, this placed all the cultivators under tremendous pressure with fear reflected in their eyes. That was the same for Yi Xiling, who was on the dragon's claw. She raised her head and looked at Mu Qianjue, who gave off a powerful saint aura as the black and white wings flapped, looking like a deity. Xiao Yang's face changed because he hadn't sat on the throne long enough, and yet someone came, demanding him to get lost. So what if Mu Qianjue was the champion of a heavenly path? So what if he had a pair of black and white wings behind him? He believed that he could put up a fight with Mu Qianjue with the Vajra golden physique. As a rage of flames began to brew within Xiao Yang's eyes, he soared to the sky and made a move when Mu Qianjue arrived. He cupped his fists together, and he bowed with a smile. I'm honored to welcome the champion of a heavenly path. Before Mu Qianjue could make a move, Xiao Yang quickly gave up his seat with a respectful and humble attitude. This naturally surprised Mu Qianjue, but he didn't think much about it as his gaze fell onto the throne on the dragon's head with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. The true dragon path was pathetic in the eyes of geniuses like them. The champion of the true dragon path wasn't a glory but a humiliation to a genius of his caliber. Mu Qianjue sighed. I'm afraid no one would be willing to become the true dragon path's champion if they had a choice. It was a pity that he didn't have much choice. After leaving the indigo dragon path, he would either have to go to one of the other divine dragon paths or the azure dragon path, and neither of them was a good choice. Only the true dragon path's champion was easy to obtain, and he could only hope that he could make a comeback during the final battle. Those outside the Dragon Mountains were also shocked. After all, no one expected the champion of a heavenly path to choose the true dragon path. This choice had shattered the myth. You seem unwilling? Mu Qianjue looked at Xiao Yang with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. Before Xiao Yang could reply, he reached out and grabbed the latter's wrist. Ken Yang's wrist was instantly crushed with his face distorted from the pain. But even under the pain, he still squeezed out a smile. Young Master Qianjue must be joking. How will I dare to have other thoughts? Mu Qianjue said coldly. No need to pretend. I saw fighting spirits and rage in your eyes earlier. In your eyes, I'm just someone who lost, right? It would be a lie if Mu Qianjue wasn't affected after being chased out of the indigo dragon path. And his expression became colder. Xiao Yang let out a scream because Mu Qianjue was slowly torturing him. But there was nothing he could do to resist. He screamed, Arg! It hurts? Get lost. Normally, I wouldn't even take a look at a piece of trash like you. Mu Qianjue's gaze was ruthless as he twisted Xiao Yang's arm backward. There was no way Xiao Yang's Vajra golden physique could be compared to Mu Qianjue's great divine phaseless art. Xiao Yang was sweating profusely from the pain, but he didn't dare to say a word and could only watch as Mu Qianjue slowly walked towards the throne on the dragon's head. Everyone else on the true dragon path was also frightened because their strength was pitiful in the face of a heavenly path's champion. The Blue Dragon Record's arrival was a competition among geniuses, but only a few could shine brightly on such a grand event. Everyone else would only become stepping stones, and this made them feel depressed and helpless as they looked at Mu Qianjue. Who allowed you to set foot on the true dragon path? Just when Mu Qianjue was about to sit on the throne, a cold voice resounded as a sword ray shattered the barrier of the true dragon path. It was Lin Yun who came over from the indigo dragon path, returning to the true dragon path. As the barrier shattered under the sword ray, it was like a blade that flew towards Mu Qianjue. The latter reached out to shatter the sword ray and took a few steps back. When he raised his head, he saw a young swordsman standing before the throne looking at him coldly. Yi Qingtian. Mu Qianjue was shocked with his lips slightly opened. But in the next second, Mu Qianjue flew into rage with a rage of flames blazing in his eyes. The black and white wings behind him shone brightly, and he roared, "You're pushing it!" The entire world became black and white. Mu Qianjue couldn't hold himself back any longer. If he leaves again for the other divine dragon paths, there's no doubt that he would become a laughingstock to everyone. As he flapped the wings behind him, a violent gale exploded that looked like ink splashing around. Lin Yun was calm as he released the Azure Dragon's sword heart. A silver sword ray swept out that added another color in the black and white world. Mu Qianjue executed the phaseless star-shattering palm with a greater Dao, approaching Lin Yun. Whenever Mu Qianjue pushed his palm out, terrifying phenomenon beasts flew out, and those beasts were black and white. This was a world made up entirely of ink. As the white and black radiance circulated, it felt as though the entire world was within his control, aside from Lin Yun, the stars in the sky, the bright moon that hung high above, the divine firefly sword, and the azure dragon's sword heart. As Lin Yun swung his sword, he didn't move a step before the throne as he shattered the incoming beasts with his sword ray. Whenever he thrusted his sword, colors would slowly return to the black and white world. This was the color that belonged to the flower burial sword. 10 moves later, Lin Yun resolved all the incoming attacks, and he raised his sword towards the sky. This made blood drip from Mu Qianjue's lips as he was sent flying away. He only managed to stabilize himself after taking 3 steps back. Colors have returned to the world as Lin Yun's sword ray looked eternal before the throne with his eyes shining brightly. "So what if I'm pushing it?" Lin Yun asked coldly, and he rebuked. "Just because you're the champion of a heavenly path? Only you're allowed to bully others, and others can't bully you? As the champion of a heavenly path, you have chosen to fall and come to the true dragon path. Don't you know any shame?" Lin Yun spoke the heart of everyone on the true dragon path. "Well said," Chao Yang echoed after he fixed his arm. But because he yelled too greatly, this made him grimace from the pain with the corner of his lips twitching. "I advise you to talk less." Yi Xiling rolled her eyes as she used her ice aura to reconnect Chao Yang's broken arm and seal the wound. Chao Yang grinned. "I'm fine. It doesn't hurt. And it's satisfying to see Yi Qingtian give that bastard a beating." The other geniuses on the true dragon path also felt satisfying from this scene. After all, Mu Qianjue berated the true dragon path the moment he arrived and even put on an aloof expression, disgusting everyone. In the end, Mu Qianjue even wanted the throne on the true dragon path. So what if the true dragon path was insignificant to the other dragon paths? Even a variant dragon had its dignity, and no one was born trash, not to mention this was called the true dragon path, not garbage dragon. So who wouldn't have any temper? Seeing Mu Qianjue repelled back and throwing out blood, all the geniuses on the true dragon path vented their emotions as they yelled, "Mu Qianjue, get lost from the true dragon path! Mu Qianjue, get lost from the true dragon path! Mu Qianjue, get lost from the true dragon path!" Everyone roared loudly to express their emotions, and their voices were so loud that they could even be heard from outside the Dragon Mountains. "Oh my God! The tables turned around? Isn't Mu Qianjue a little too pathetic? Even the geniuses on the true dragon path are all looking down on him. I wouldn't be happy either if I was in their position. He's clearly a loser and Chao Yang already gave him enough face. But he still wanted to humiliate Chao Yang by breaking an arm. Who the hell does he think he is? That's right. So what if he's the champion of a heavenly path? The myths should have been shattered a long time ago. Many people were discussing amongst themselves, but not many people stood on Mu Qianjue's side, and even some who didn't like Yi Qingtian didn't dare to express their opposition. Seeing this scene, the few on the dragon's head of the Indigo Dragon Path were also surprised. Lady An, please go on and take your seat on the Indigo Dragon Path's throne. Drifting Goblet smiled politely at An Lian. What? An Lian was nervous and had no idea what was going on. After all, she wasn't familiar with Drifting Goblet and Bai Lishuan. She guessed that it must have something to do with Lin Yun, but that didn't seem to be the case. Lady An, don't worry about it. We're under the orders of the 9th princess to let you take a seat on the throne, Bai Lishuan added politely. Drifting Goblet smiled. It's fine. Even if there's something, it has nothing to do with you but Yi Qingtian. After all, he had publicly declared that you're his woman. So why don't you dare sit on it when he wants to get a spot for you? Hearing the 9th princess, and Luyen couldn't help becoming nervous. She said, and no, I'm not. It's fine, nothing will happen. Even if something will happen, your young master will bear the responsibility. So what is there to be afraid of? Drifting Goblet smiled, and Luyen was frightened and helpless as she sat on the Indigo Dragon Path's throne. As for Drifting Goblet and Bai Lishuan, they were like her guards as they stood beside her, not allowing anyone to get close. Back on the True Dragon Path, the battle was still ongoing between Lin Yun and Mu Qianjue. The latter couldn't repel Lin Yun no matter how he tried, and the black and white world was constantly being destroyed. As Mu Qianjue threw another mouthful of blood, his face became much paler than before. Mu Qianjue, get lost from the True Dragon Path. Mu Qianjue had long heard the voices of everyone on the True Dragon Path, but he didn't pay any attention to them. Just a gaze from him was normally enough to intimidate everyone to shut their mouths. But his face was ugly, feeling aggrieved deep in his heart. He was the champion of a heavenly path, so when had he been so humiliated before? Haha, what a joke! A bunch of garbage on the variant dragon dares to call out to me? Mu Qianjue said in a self-mocking tone. Even the lowest existence has a chance to compete with the strongest. The legendary heavenly dragon comes from the variant dragons. We can be arrogant, but we can't bully the weak since there's no need for that, Lin Yun said. Mu Qianjue's face changed, and he said coldly, an ant is an ant. No need to say any further. Let me ask you one question. Why are you targeting me? So you're telling me that the champions of the heavenly paths aren't a bunch of ants who killed their way out? Furthermore, I don't have the luxury of time to play with you. But if you want to come to the True Dragon Path and sit on the throne here, I won't agree to it, Lin Yun refuted. I'll give you this face then, Mu Qianjue coldly said before the black and white wings behind him flapped. He soared to the sky and wanted to leave the True Dragon Path. He had a strong stance and was arrogant, but he didn't admit defeat. His eyes were filled with reluctance as he hovered in the air, coldly looking at Lin Yun. Mu Qianjue clenched his right fist together with hatred filling his heart. He was determined to repay the humiliation he suffered together. Ha! Lin Yun merely laughed it off, not caring much about it. He spread his arms apart, then descended before Chao Yang, and asked, are you all right? He was the one who put Chao Yang on the throne, and Lin Yun would definitely feel bad about it if something happened to him. It's fine. He's just a loser, and there's nothing he can do to me. I just didn't bring out my Vajra golden physique and suffered his sneak attack. Chao Yang casually replied. The Vajra golden physique? Lin Yun asked with a playful smile. That's for sure, Chao Yang said proudly. It's good that you're fine. You're more suitable on the throne. Lin Yun smiled. Chao Yang was startled when he heard that, and he said, no, I can't do it. Lady Yi can have it instead, and I believe no one will say a word about it. Yi Xiling was stunned upon hearing her name called out. That's right. Young Master Yi, let Lady Yi have the throne instead. She's the daughter of Jian Jingtian, possessing the divine dragon sword physique. Her potential is limitless, so she's perfect to be on the throne. That's right. If anyone dares to fight for it, we'll fight against them together. The other geniuses on the true dragon path joined in after hearing what Xiaoyang said. Seeing this, Lin Yun was surprised and speechless. He could tell that these people were sincere with their words. This was because Yi Qingtian was strong and was worthy of their respect. Most importantly, what Yi Qingtian said earlier had struck their hearts when he said that even the champions of the heavenly paths used to be a bunch of ants who killed their way out. Then how he said that even the lowest existence possessed the qualifications to compete with the strongest. That was how the divine dragon era should be. Not seeking immortality but pursuing one's dreams. This was why everyone was respectful towards Lin Yun. See what I said? Lady Yi, please don't refuse it. I won't sit on the throne again even if you kill me. Xiaoyang smiled. Yi Xiling bitterly smiled when she heard that, before she turned to look at Lin Yun. Lin Yun was also feeling rather helpless, but that seemed like a pretty good idea after he thought about it. MHM? That fellow seemed to have gone to the Azure Dragon Path. Xiaoyang suddenly spoke out. When Lin Yun turned his head over, he saw Mu Qianjue breaking through the Azure Dragon Path's barrier and heading towards the dragon's head. This instantly made his face change, and he roared, "Why the hell? Does that bastard always have to make trouble with me?" Mu Qianjue swept his gaze through the 9 dragon mountains before heading towards the Azure Dragon Path. At this moment, Mu Qianjue still had the idea that Yi Qingtian was targeting him again. He was conflicted as he looked at the other divine dragon paths, which were almost occupied by the other champions of the heavenly paths. Some thrones even had 2 champions, so he didn't have much choice. He would either have to return to the Indigo Dragon Path or choose another divine dragon path. The former would be courting death because he was just chased out by Yi Qingtian, while he gave up on the latter with just a glance. In the end, he didn't have many choices left and could only go with the Azure Dragon Path. Although He Shenjing was on the Azure Dragon Path, he could be considered the weakest amongst the champions of the heavenly paths otherwise. He Shenjing wouldn't have picked the Azure Dragon Path. After making up his mind, Mu Qianjue shattered the Azure Dragon Path's barrier, flapping the black and white wings as he descended while being enveloped in saint radiance. When he released the empowered quasi-saint's aura, many cultivators on the dragon's head of the Azure Dragon Path became nervous. On the throne, He Shenjing squinted, surprised that Mu Qianjue would choose the Azure Dragon Path. Did the latter think that he was a pushover? Get lost! Mu Qianjue yelled as he waved his hand, sending Yifeng flying away and occupying his spot. Yifeng threw out a mouthful of blood and rolled on the ground before he was caught by Dao Yang Holy Sun. The faces of Bai Shuaying and Yi Xian changed as they soared to the sky, but they were caught by the aftermath and took several steps back before they managed to stabilize themselves. Yifeng's face became ashen as he glared at Mu Qianjue. He wanted to say something, but he threw out a mouthful of blood before he could speak. He roared, "Mu Qianjue, you can't beat Yi Qingtian? So you're taking it out on us? You're not worthy," Mu Qianjue said disdainfully. He was defeated by Yi Qingtian twice in a row, so he naturally had to reestablish his prestige after arriving on the Azure Dragon Path. He didn't know who Yifeng was because he couldn't be bothered. Only the other champions of the heavenly paths could catch his attention, and other geniuses were no different from ants in his eyes. As he spoke, he casually attacked with the phaseless divine seal. A giant palm empowered by Saint Tao enveloped everyone there, and Yifeng already fell before the palm descended. Under the great pressure, Yi Xian and Bai Shuaying's faces changed as well, since this was the power of a dragon spirit martial technique. This was the pressure that Yi Qingtian was facing earlier, and the champions of the heavenly paths were stronger than anyone had imagined. The faces of the other geniuses from the Eastern Desolation changed, since they initially thought that Mu Qianjue wouldn't be that strong, and this was why he was defeated by Yi Qingtian. But looking at it again, that wasn't the case. It was simply because Yi Qingtian was too strong. He Shenjing was also surprised when he saw this scene, before he wore a playful smile. Didn't Mu Qianjue know that these people were disciples of the heavenly Tao sect? In the crucial moment, the Dao Yang Holy Sun stood out, releasing a golden radiance like a dazzling sun as he faced the palm head-on. Under a huge collision, the phaseless divine seal shattered, and the other cultivators from the eastern desolation quickly stood up to avoid the shockwave with grave expressions. When they looked at Mu Qianjue, their eyes were filled with rage, but they didn't dare to say anything about it. Mu Qianjue had achieved the outcome he wanted when he looked at everyone's gazes from the surroundings. This was the respect they should show to the champions of the heavenly paths. The great divine phaseless art is really powerful, He Xianjing exclaimed from the throne. He then wore a playful smile and said, I thought you're afraid of Yi Qingtian, but it turns out that you didn't put him in your eyes at all. To make a move against the disciples of the heavenly Tao sect the moment you arrive on the Azure Dragon Path. You have impressed me, Mu Qianjue. Mu Qianjue's face changed upon hearing that, and his face sank when he looked at the disciples of the heavenly Tao sect. He only wanted to establish his prestige and had no intentions of targeting the heavenly Tao sect. Then again, he didn't believe that Yi Qingtian would come to the Azure Dragon Path. This was because there was another champion of the heavenly paths on the Azure Dragon Path aside from him, and it would mean Yi Qingtian would have to face two champions of the heavenly paths if he came. So Yi Qingtian would be insane if he came. Upon thinking about it, Mu Qianjue's expression returned to normal, and said as he glanced at the heavenly Tao sect's disciples, I thought everyone from the heavenly Tao sect should be as strong as Yi Qingtian, but it looks like I'm greatly disappointed. He Xianjing patted on the armrest of the throne, and smiled. Are you so sure that Yi Qingtian won't come to the Azure Dragon Path? Mu Qianjue's eyes flashed upon hearing that, before he coldly said, He Xianjing, you better worry about yourself. I'm here to tell you that there's a difference even amongst the champions of the heavenly paths. As for Yi Qingtian, so what if he comes? You think I'm afraid of him? He was arrogant as the black and white wings flapped, releasing a great pressure. Right then, a shattering sound was heard as a familiar sword ray illuminated the surroundings, while a familiar figure landed beside those from the heavenly Tao sect. Yi Qingtian. Everyone's faces changed as they exclaimed when they saw the newcomer's face. Even He Xianjing was surprised because he didn't expect that Yi Qingtian would really come. Hearing the surrounding exclamations, Mu Qianjue turned around and saw Yi Qingtian examining the injuries of his fellow disciples. He was dumbfounded when he saw Yi Qingtian coming to the Azure Dragon Path. Yi Qingtian, are you really going to make trouble with me? Mu Qianjue was trembling from the anger. After Lin Yun made sure that everyone from the heavenly Tao sect was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. When he heard what Mu Qianjue said, he couldn't help speaking out. Is that what the champion of a heavenly path should say? I have already given you face by leaving the true dragon path. Any at D you still want to chase after me? Mu Qianjue said coldly. Lin Yun was calm as he continued. First of all, you were driven away by me. Secondly, you giving me face doesn't mean that I will give you face. He wasn't polite as he ripped Mu Qianjue's fa. Ade off. Yi Qingtian, I have given you an opportunity, so don't blame me for it. Mu Qianjue's gaze gradually turned cold. He had been trying to avoid a fight with Lin Yun, but now that here was no way of retreat for him, he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. Lin Yun looked indifferent as he replied, I didn't ask you to give me any opportunity right from the start. Come and fight if you want. I have nothing to say if you win. The winner takes all and the strong would be respected. Lin Yun didn't like Mu Qianjue's tone. What did the latter mean by giving him an opportunity? Did he even need it? He could get what he wanted with his sword. The aura that Mu Qianjue gave off was so terrifying that no one dared to look at him directly. On the contrary, Lin Yun smiled as he clashed against Mu Qianjue's aura with his sword aura. Champion of the heavenly path? Who wasn't a champion as well? Did he need Mu Qianjue to give him face? Mu Qianjue broke the silence as his wrist trembled and pushed his palm forth at Lin Yun. The palm reached Lin Yun the next moment, but it was a pity that it only hit an afterimage, which dissipated the moment it came in contact. This was because Lin Yun's Azure Dragon Sword Heart could predict danger, and he easily avoided the attack by relying on the divine sun-chasing art. Mu Qianjue had no changes on his face as the black and white wings flapped. Executing the phaseless evil, I aimed at Lin Yun's chest. This palm looked ordinary, but it contained endless profundity. If someone else came in contact with this attack, Their bodies would become stiff, their souls trembling. Aside from that, this palm was even empowered by two greater Daos, and countless phenomena began to overlap when Mu Qianjue pushed his palm forth. His attack was too fast to see. Even so, Mu Qianjue's attack couldn't even touch the corner of Lin Yun's clothes. How can he still have such a fast movement technique under the phaseless evil eye? He Xianjing was shocked while sitting on his throne. The other champions of the heavenly paths were also paying attention to this fight because they had already placed Lin Yun on the same level as them. Mu Qianjue, you can't even touch the corner of my clothes, and yet you claim to have gone easy on me? Lin Yun dodged Mu Qianjue's attack again and stood on a floating beard on the dragon's head. Mu Qianjue stopped as he looked at Lin Yun and stowed the wings back into his body. In the next moment, black and white ink swept out. This time, the black ink contained death while the white ink contained life. It turned out that Mu Qianjue had grasped the life-death martial intent. Eternal purgatory. Mu Qianjue snorted as a purgatory appeared, manifesting into thousands of palms that flew at Lin Yun. Lin Yun was surprised that Mu Qianjue had grasped the life-death martial intent, and this made him wonder if this fellow was related to the white and black emperors. Regardless if he was relying on the great divine phaseless art or the two emperors, the eternal purgatory was a fearsome attack as life and death revolved, manifesting into countless palms around him. No matter how Lin Yun tried to dodge, he couldn't avoid the incoming attack. As Mu Qianjue reached out, the black and white wings flew out from his body, manifesting into a metal chain that rushed towards Lin Yun's heart. Seeing this, Xianxia and Bai Shuang became nervous with their faces changing. They were even prepared to make a move and aid Lin Yun. You have good potential, and you will become a top powerhouse in the future. But you're still too lacking now, Lin Yun said without any changes on his face. He drew out the flower burial sword and swung it. In the mysterious dream space, the ancient lamp ignited as Lin Yun's dual sword stars shone brightly and a sword ray flew out. Lin Yun didn't use any skills this time, only pushed his sword intent to the peak, and he wanted to see how powerful the pinnacle of complete mastery of the astral sword intent was like. In the next second, the eternal purgatory began to shatter as the palms shattered before they could even get close to the sword ray. This made Mu Qianjue exclaim, and he wanted to pull the chain back to block this attack. When the sword ray and chain clashed, a hole was created on Mu Qianjue's body by the sword ray, and he was sent flying away, throwing out a mouthful of blood. It didn't take long for him to fly off of the dragon's head and start falling to the foot of the mountain. Lin Yun flew out and grabbed onto Mu Qianjue before the latter fell off. He said, "Well, it turns out that I don't need any opportunity from you. Let go of me." Mu Qianjue maintained his indifference despite having a pale face. This was his pride as the champion of a heavenly path. Sure. Lin Yun let go and allowed Mu Qianjue's body to fall. The pressure on the dragon's head was terrifying, and Mu Qianjue immediately regretted it. He wanted to reach out to grab on, but he couldn't resist the dragon aura at all since he was heavily injured, and he couldn't stop his body from falling. Seeing this, Lin Yun leaped down the dragon's head and pulled Mu Qianjue back, before casually tossing him to the side. Lin Yun no longer cared about Mu Qianjue after casually tossing him halfway up the mountain. He then sheathed his sword and slowly walked towards the dragon's head. He looked calm as if he did something insignificant. He didn't look excited at his accomplishment. But what he did caused an uproar outside the Dragon Mountains. That sword earlier was too terrifying. It gave me a feeling that it can even destroy the mountains and rivers. Lin Yun pushed his dual sword stars and sword intent to the limit earlier, empowering them all onto the flower burial sword. This was why his sword was able to unleash an earth-shattering power, unleashing a sword ray that was so bright that it shattered the eternal purgatory. With that, Mu Qianjue was entirely defeated. If it wasn't for Lin Yun not wanting him to end his journey so quickly, he would have just allowed Mu Qianjue to fall and lose the qualifications to leave his name on the Blue Dragon record. The defeat of Mu Qianjue also meant that the myth had been shattered. The sword that he had executed shocked all the geniuses who were on top of the various dragon mountains, and they began to calculate how strong that sword was. In the end, they came up with a shocking conclusion. Yi Qingtian's sword could easily kill quasi-saints at the indigo origin phase, grasping Saint Dao. Even a quasi-saint at the heavenly origin phase might not dare to take his attack head-on. The astral sword intent wasn't supposed to be grasped at the quasi-saint realm. And yet, with his pinnacle complete mastery of astral sword intent combined with his dual sword stars, he was simply invincible against those at the quasi-saint realm. But they also noticed that there was an obvious flaw in Yi Qingtian's attack. That should be his trump card. So Yi Qingtian will be harmless if you can block it. That's right. He has revealed all of his trump cards, and he wouldn't dare to use his physique to clash with Saint Dao. After all, he had been dodging Mu Qianjue's attacks throughout the fight. This is normal. He's only a quasi-saint at the Azure origin phase and hasn't comprehended Dao. Many people were discussing amongst themselves. They were shocked by Yi Qingtian's strength, so they felt fortunate that Mu Qianjue stood out. Otherwise, they might not have even been able to last for a moment if they faced Yi Qingtian. But it was a piece of good news for them now that Yi Qingtian had exposed all of his trump cards. A powerful opponent wasn't fearsome, but an opponent with countless trump cards was. The myths have been shattered. The champions of the heavenly paths might be strong, but they're not invincible on the Blue Dragon record. They're from the lower realms, and there are countless geniuses in my Kunlun realm. We're not afraid of them. The twin stars of the Eastern Desolation seem to be pretty calm. The Daoyang Holy Sun wasn't injured after taking Mu Qianjue's phaseless divine seal head-on. Ji Zixi is also calm. That little princess of the divine Phoenix Mountain has been calm throughout the whole process. Everyone was discussing amongst themselves since Yi Qingtian's battle with Mu Qianjue had shattered the invincible myths of the Heavenly Path's champions, making everyone look at the Blue Dragon record differently. There's still the final battle. I bet it will be an earth-shattering battle. The champions of the Heavenly Paths are strong, but geniuses from the Kunlun realm like us aren't weak, either. That's right. Yi Qingtian has shattered the myths. Everyone looked excited because Yi Qingtian had proven that geniuses from the Kunlun realm weren't necessarily weaker than the champions of the Heavenly Paths. On the Blue Dragon Mountain, the champions of the first and third heavenly paths, Gu Xian and Situ Yen, stood on a dragon horn each. The throne was down below with many disciples from the many holy lands. They were all geniuses like the twin stars of the Eastern Desolation. But the throne was empty for now since no one dared to occupy it. The surrounding atmosphere was weird because Gu Xian and Situ Yen, who were going to compete with each other, formed a truce for the time being, while the geniuses of the many holy lands formed another faction below. This was the Blue Dragon Path. If anyone could obtain the throne, they would receive the title of Blue Dragon Lord. There were many divine dragons, but the ranking was called the Blue Dragon Record. As a result, the competition here was intense since everyone felt that the Blue Dragon Lord was such a special title that even the Golden Divine Dragon couldn't be compared to it. To a certain degree, whoever could obtain the Blue Dragon Lord title would be the strongest of the 9 mountains. As a result, the competition here was intense, and each of the Holy Land's holy sons gave off horrifying auras as they watched the battle between Yi Qingtian and Mu Qianjue. After seeing how Mu Qianjue was tossed to the side by Yi Qingtian, Situ Yen sighed. For the champion of a heavenly path to have fallen this far, Gu Xian was calm about it and replied, "The reason why champions of the heavenly paths are strong is because they slaughtered their way out on the heavenly paths, and they also possess shocking comprehension. Not to mention we're embraced by fortune once we arrive in the Kunlun realm. But in terms of foundation and aptitude, we should be slightly weaker than the geniuses from the Kunlun realm, and having an excellent comprehension might not necessarily mean an advantage." What Yi Qingtian said is right. Which one of the champions weren't ants who slaughtered their way out? If we forget our origin, it would only be a matter of time for us to be eliminated. Gu Xian was calm about it, and he even expected that Mu Qianjue would be defeated. The champions of the heavenly paths were strong, but that didn't mean that they were invincible. This was how brutal the Blue Dragon record was. It didn't matter how much glory you had before, since everything would be shattered if you weren't careful. If Mu Qianjue could learn from his defeat, he might have another opportunity to reach the peak again. Otherwise, he would be crippled. The champions of the heavenly paths weren't myths to begin with. Gu Xian only found it a pity that he couldn't meet the champion of the ninth heavenly path. Flower burial. That fellow was a genuine myth, but it was a pity that he wasn't there. Sitian fell into deep thoughts because Mu Qianjue had given him a reminder not to fall into the glory too much. He asked, "What do you think of Yi Qingtian? He's strong, unbelievably strong. He might be invincible if he's at the indigo origin phase." But Gu Xian carried on in a disdainful tone. "They think too highly of him to put him on the same level as flower burial. The brutality of the ninth heavenly path far exceeded all the other heavenly paths, and they have no idea how hard it was for him to kill his way out. It was an unimaginable feat for someone to slay a saint while being at the Dragon Pulse realm, even if he had borrowed the power of a sovereign saint artifact." Gu Xian revered flower burial, but it was a pity that the latter carried too much on his shoulders and couldn't turn up for the Blue Dragon record. Even so, flower burial would still be invincible the moment he reached the saint realm. Situyen was surprised as he looked at Gu Xian. The latter revered flower burial even though he never met flower burial in person. Amongst the champions of the heavenly paths, many people felt that Gu Xian wasn't any weaker than flower burial and might even be stronger. But Gu Xian never showed disrespect for flower burial. Situyen even knew that the Divine Dragon Elite ranking initially wanted to put Gu Xian as the first rank. But after the Sacred Alliance asked Gu Xian's opinion about it, Gu Xian rejected them, saying that flower burial would definitely be first as long as they hadn't fought. Yi Qingtian has reached the end of his potential. He might have other trump cards left, but he won't be able to turn the tables around, Gu Xian said. Lin Yun returned to the dragon's head at the Azure Dragon Path. When everyone looked at him again, they had to look at Yi Qingtian again. Perhaps there would be a huge change within the Eastern Desolation and the Twin Stars would no longer rule it. The Daoyang Holy Sun grinned and was happy with Yi Qingtian's rise. Ji Zishi said, "The reason why your attack worked earlier has a lot to do with your sword. Without that, your attack would have been much weaker." Yi Qingtian, am I right about it? She stood before Yi Qingtian, donning a golden robe that revealed her long legs. She was like a bright flame with exquisite features, giving everyone a feeling that she was only 14 or 15. She was breathtaking despite being a phoenix youngling. He once met her before and even used the Phoenix Heart song to help her make a breakthrough. But Yu Weiwei angered her after that. At such a close distance, he had to admit that Ji Zishi was a breathtaking beauty, and it was no wonder that her fame would spread throughout the Kunlun realm. When she looked at Yi Qingtian, there was a hint of fighting spirits within her eyes. Lin Yun looked at the flower burial sword in his hand and smiled. "Little princess is right. My sword is happy with your praise, and it asked me to thank you." Praising the flower burial sword was the same as praising him, and he didn't mind the deeper meaning in Ji Zishi's words. But golden flames blazed within Ji Zishi's eyes as she became furious, glaring at Lin Yun. "Haha, Yi Qingtian, our little princess hates people calling her little princess the most. You've committed a taboo." The Daoyang Holy Sun smiled as he secretly transmitted his voiceover to Lin Yun. At this moment, Mu Qianjue climbed up the mountain once more. He said, "Even without that sword, he can still defeat me. After all, I'm wearing 3 Glory Saint artifacts." When everyone looked at Mu Qianjue again, they noticed that he was wearing a saint artifact, and there was a lot of damage to it. The saint runes were cracked with his blood flowing out, and they were surprised by Mu Qianjue's attitude. This was because Mu Qianjue had let go of his arrogance. Mu Qianjue looked at Lin Yun and said, "You're right. The champions of the heavenly paths were ants who crawled out from a mountain of corpses, and there's nothing to be proud of." As he glared at Lin Yun, he gritted his teeth. "Thanks for fishing me up, but don't think that I'll be grateful to you because of it. It doesn't matter if I can't obtain a dragon's head and leave my name on the Blue Dragon record. I will look for you again, and climb back up even if I fall to the foot of the mountain." As soon as he finished, he jumped down the dragon mountain this time, allowing the momentum to bring him to the foot of the mountain. "A defeated dog really knows how to act," He Xianjing said with contempt on the throne. Compared to the shock of others, He Xianjing held Mu Qianjue in disdain. Everyone turned to look at He Xianjing after hearing his harsh words. But He Xianjing merely sneered at them, not bothered by their gazes. He was genuinely unhappy with Mu Qianjue, who picked the Azure Dragon Path instead of the other divine dragon paths. That clearly meant that Mu Qianjue felt that he was the weakest among them all, especially after Mu Qianjue said that there were differences among the fellow champions of the heavenly paths. He Xianjing didn't conceal his emotions at all. He was clearly saying that Mu Qianjue deserved it from his expression. He had a strong stance. Knowing what these geniuses from the Eastern Desolation were thinking, he said, "You guys don't have to look at me in this manner. Make your move if you want to chase me away from the throne. I'm waiting right here. Do you guys think that I'm the weakest? Don't blame me for being ruthless." Then, everyone fell into silence and the surrounding atmosphere became tense. Ji Zishi, who was glaring at Lin Yun, squinted as she looked at He Xianjing. "Champion of a heavenly path, how impressive," Ji Zishi said coldly, not tolerating He Xianjing at all. "Likewise, I have long heard of the divine Phoenix Mountain's little princess," He Xianjing refuted. He then looked at the Dao Yang Holy Sun and said, "The twin stars of the Eastern Desolation can come at me together. You can also get Yi Qingtian to join you guys since I'm fearless. Since I dared to choose the Azure Dragon Path, I naturally don't put you guys in my eyes." The other holy sons from the Eastern Desolation frowned unhappily and the atmosphere became even more tense. It felt as though a battle would take place the next second. Ji Zishi looked at the Dao Yang Holy Sun and said, "Can you put up with him?" The Dao Yang Holy Sun was calm and smiled. "There's no need to hurry. We can wait for daylight before we fight." Ji Zishi was unhappy, but she didn't say anything about it. It was the middle of the night, and the various dragon mountains were calm. The battles during the day were too bloody, so they had to ease up at night. The battle for the dragon's head would end at noon, so it was still early to continue. After Mu Qianjue decisively jumped down from the dragon's head, the tense atmosphere on the Blue Dragon Mountain also calmed down a little. Everyone sat with their legs crossed to absorb the dragon aura on the dragon mountains and digest their comprehension. There were many battles to observe, and everyone greatly benefited from the surrounding battles. That was especially the case with Yi Qingtian and Mu Qianjue's battles. Yi Qingtian showed the grace of a swordsman, and many people greatly benefited from watching their battles. "Are you still all right?" Dao Yang Holy Sun asked, looking at Lin Yun. He noticed that Lin Yun had some wounds on him, but the blood had already dried up and he looked fine. But the Dao Yang Holy Sun wasn't asking Lin Yun about that. He meant that Lin Yun still hadn't grasped any Saint Dao, and Greater Dao would have penetrated his body. Greater Dao wasn't something that could be erased so easily. These injuries that couldn't be seen were the most serious. The reason why he didn't want to fight with He Xianjing earlier was mainly because of his concern for Lin Yun's condition, fearing that the latter would be impulsive and fight with others again. "I'm fine," Lin Yun smiled. "All right, you stay here and don't go anywhere. This is an order from me as the Dao Yang Holy Sun. Obediently stay on the Azure Dragon Path if you still consider yourself to be the chief disciple of the Indigo Thunder Peak." Dao Yang Holy Sun smiled. Lin Yun smiled, feeling a warmth in his heart, and he teased, "Holy Sun, how overbearing. Don't talk back. The Dao Yang Holy Sun is right. Stay on the Azure Dragon Path and don't go anywhere," Xan Yan said as she came over and glared at Lin Yun. Bai Shuang spoke out as well. "It's better for you to calm down a little. Don't think that you're really invincible." Lin Yun bitterly smiled but didn't dare to say anything else. The Dao Yang Holy Sun smiled. "I'll leave it to the two holy maidens to look after him. Get him to rest quickly." The two women nodded and stood beside Lin Yun with no intention of avoiding suspicion. Lin Yun's face sank and placed his hand on his face. He actually wanted to play with He Xianjing, but he had no choice now because he couldn't offend either woman. He had no choice but to obediently rest. What the Dao Yang Holy Sun said was right. He did need some rest after facing Saint Dao. The Dao Yang Holy Sun looked at the reluctance on Lin Yun's face and laughed. "You have no idea how many people are envious of you being accompanied by two holy maidens. You don't know how blessed you are." When Lin Yun looked around, he noticed that the holy sons from the other holy lands within the Eastern Desolation looked at him unkindly. Some holy sons looked as though they wanted to give him a beating if they could. After all, he had two of the heavenly Tao sect's holy maidens willingly guarding him. Don't worry about it. I'll guard you, and I'll make sure no one will give you a beating. The Dao Yang holy son rolled his eyes. I'm afraid that you'll give me a beating instead, Lin Yun said. Well, I do have an intention to beat you up. Lin Yun shut his mouth and began to rest. The other holy lands were envious of the relationship among the heavenly Tao sect's disciples. Ji Zishi blinked because Yi Qingtian didn't seem to be as unreasonable as rumored. She noticed that it was true, and the heavenly Tao sect's disciples had a good relationship together. As time passed, the 9 dragon mountains fell into silence. Everyone knew that it was just the calm before the storm, and a battle would take place among the dragon mountains again at dawn. It would be an earth-shattering battle that no one could avoid. Lin Yun sat with his legs crossed as his dragon's blood boiled, and his saint aura coursed through his body. As the hot current flowed through his body, his internal organs started trembling. His injuries weren't serious, and he was only recovering to his peak condition. The Daoyang Holy Sun didn't expect that the pinnacle complete mastery of the astral sword intent could face Greater Dao head-on. As a result, the troubles from Greater Dao to Lin Yun's physique had been greatly lessened. Everyone was the same as the Daoyang Holy Sun. They all felt that there had to be a lot of Greater Dao energy accumulating within Lin Yun's body, despite looking fine now, and he would suffer a backlash if he fought again. Furthermore, expelling Greater Dao from his body wasn't something that could be accomplished within a short time, and it was futile even if he had a powerful sword intent. But if they were really thinking of it that way, they would be underestimating his fighting prowess. Lin Yun suddenly felt warmth on his face and saw that the sun was rising when he opened his eyes. As beams of sunlight tore through the darkness, the world was brightly lit once again. When the sun appeared, it looked like the world's creation as the darkness retracted. Lin Yun looked at the rising dawn and exclaimed, "So beautiful! People should be like the rising sun, passionate and young." Xian Yen and Bai Shuang also opened their eyes as the sunlight shone on their faces. This made their already flawless faces look even more bewitching. Their skin was white and flawless, emitting a faint radiance that made them look ethereal like fairies. "They're really beautiful." Lin Yun smiled after taking a look at his left and right. He now knew why everyone wanted to give him a beating. To have such beauties beside him, even he had the intention of giving himself a beating. Yi Qingtian, Daoyang, Ji Zishi, the 3 of you can come at me. He Xianjing opened his eyes on the throne with a domineering aura spreading out, instantly breaking the peaceful atmosphere. Lin Yun wasn't afraid of He Xianjing. But just when he wanted to step forth to fight him, Ji Zishi stole the lead. She stood up and looked at He Xianjing. "Daoyang, you don't mind if I fight him first, do you? Otherwise, this person will think that no one in the Eastern Desolation can stand up to him. You can go first." The Daoyang Holy Sun knew Ji Zishi for many years, and he naturally knew her temper. No need to be in such a rush to fight first. All of you will have a chance. After all, you guys will lose anyway. He Xianjing looked stern and arrogant. What arrogance? Don't think that you're invincible just because you're the champion of a heavenly path. Ji Zishi soared to the sky and released dazzling flames from her body. In the next moment, a pair of golden flaming wings unfolded behind her. The wings reached 10 feet long, filled with an ancient and sacred aura. As the sacred flames blazed on her wings, this made her look like a phoenix who underwent rebirth through the flames. That's the sacred phoenix wings. The little princess of the divine Phoenix Mountain has finally made a move. It looks like there'll be an interesting battle to watch now. Ji Zishi isn't weak. It would be a huge joke if the champion of a heavenly path thinks that there's no one in the Eastern Desolation. Outside the Dragon Mountains, the cultivators from the Eastern Desolation became excited with an uproar from the surroundings. On the Blue Dragon Path, Situ Yen and Gu Xian exchanged a gaze and smiled at the same time. The holy suns beneath them stood together with rapport, unleashing powerful fighting spirits as multiple waves of quasi-saint auras fell onto them. The two didn't take them seriously, but could feel their blood boiling. In fact, They had a heated gaze as they felt their blood boiling from the fighting spirits released by the holy suns. This made them feel as though they had gone back in time, back to when they were fighting on the heavenly paths. Haha. I never thought that I would join forces with you one day. Situyen grinned. Let's fight, then, Wuxia said as he dashed forth. Remember, the one who defeated you guys is the champion of the third heavenly path, Situyen. Situyen was much bolder than Wuxia, who dashed forth as he laughed. They had to deal with these people first before fighting amongst themselves for the dragon's head of the blue dragon path. On the white dragon path, Bailey Sun, the champion of the sixth heavenly path, sneered while dashing from his throne. On the golden dragon path, Fengchini, the champion of the eighth heavenly path, waved his hand and fought everyone on the dragon's head. With that, the 9 dragon mountains fell into chaos as the sunlight tore through the darkness. Multiple battles were taking place at once, with multiple horrifying phenomena appearing. Many people summoned their constellations as they fought. This was unprecedented within the Kunlun realm. Outside the Dragon Mountains, many people exclaimed as they watched the battles. They could feel their scalps going numb, and their breathing became hurried. If it wasn't for this battle, they wouldn't have known that there were so many geniuses within the Kunlun realm. On the Indigo Dragon Path, and Luyen was feeling uneasy as she sat on the dragon's head. She saw many people charging in her direction. This was because everyone was unhappy with her identity as the demonic path's demoness, wanting to chase her out. But Bai Lishuan and Drifting Goblet calmly stood by her side. Drifting Goblet raised the wine jar in his hand and smiled. Lady An, relax and just sit on the throne. Since the 9th princess wants you to be on the dragon's head, no one will be able to touch you. They were like guards as they stood before the throne, fighting everyone who came towards the dragon's head. They both had calm expressions as they unleashed a terrifying power with a wave of their hands. The battles on the other divine dragon paths were chaotic, but it was much calmer on the true dragon path. The experts of the true dragon path surrounded the throne from various directions, protecting Yi Xiling within. Mu Qianjue merely looked at them with a smile, but these people were loyal to their words. Since Lin Yun had won their respect, they willingly gave the spot to Yi Xiling. They weren't strong, and many of them weren't from the Holy Lands. Many of them had a mixture of origins, but they were extremely loyal. No one is allowed to compete with Lady Yi. If anyone dares to come, I'll fight them to the death. Don't bother having any thoughts about the dragon's head. If anyone wants to try and steal the fruit, don't blame us for being ruthless. Lady Yi, you don't have to be afraid. We're all good people. Don't leave. This spot belongs to you. When the cultivators furiously looked around, they had really frightened Yi Xiling. Yi Xiling could only smile bitterly, while finding these people to be adorable. At the very least, they were much better than hypocrites. Don't worry about it. No one will touch you since it's already decided for you to be the champion of the true dragon path. Chao Yang smiled. The Yi clan's members outside the Dragon Mountains were furious because Yi Xiling was simply too lucky. Even Yi Xiling was dumbfounded because she didn't expect her journey on the true dragon path to have such an outcome, and all of this was attributed to one person. As Yi Xiling's thoughts drifted, she couldn't help turning to look at the Azure Dragon Path. Coincidentally, Lin Yun was also looking over in her direction. Lin Yun might be on the Azure Dragon Path, but his heart was on An Luyen and Yi Xiling, fearing that they would be implicated in the chaos. But everything was fine after seeing how it looked at the moment. When Lin Yun noticed Yi Xiling's gaze, he nodded with a smile at her. Lin Yun swept his gaze and set his sights on An Luyen after seeing that Yi Xiling was fine. He looked towards the Indigo Dragon Path and saw that Drifting Goblet and Bai Lishuan were protecting the throne well. No one was able to get close to An Luyen. This made many people on the Indigo Dragon Path furious, but there was nothing they could do since they failed due to Drifting Goblet and Bai Lishuan being ruthless. That was especially the case for Drifting Goblet. He might wear a smile and look amicable, but those who took a punch from him suffered heavy injuries to their internal organs. Some with a weaker physique would be in an even more miserable state as they threw out blood before they fell from the Dragon Mountain with their life and death unconfirmed. Lin Yun gradually became uneasy because he knew that Drifting Goblet and Bai Lishuan must have received an order from Su Xiao to do this. So this meant that Su Xiao was here. Lin Yun then turned his gaze outside the Dragon Mountains, but couldn't see Su Xiao anywhere. The more he couldn't find Su Xiao, the more uneasy he became. That was especially the case after seeing Xianxia and Bai Shuang standing by his sides. Thinking that Su Xiao might be here, the corner of his lips began twitching. "You're nervous?" Bai Shuang asked. "Not really," Lin Yun smiled awkwardly. "Don't try to lie in front of a woman. Not to mention that you're not good at lying." Xianxia smiled. The two women naturally noticed that Lin Yun was feeling uneasy. "Obediently stay here. Don't even think about going to the Indigo Dragon path. There are already people protecting her," Bai Shuang said unhappily. To prevent Lin Yun from making a move, Bai Shuang and Xianxia walked closer to him. This only brought a bitter smile to Lin Yun's lips, and this made him feel helpless. He could only turn his attention to Ji Zixi and He Xuanjing's fight. The fight was breathtaking, and many people were watching from outside the Dragon Mountains. As one of the twin stars, Ji Zixi had been enveloped in countless halos since young. On the other hand, He Xuanjing was the champion of a heavenly path. Even though the myth was shattered after Mu Qianjua's defeat, no one dared to look down on them. The fight between the two was intense, and they had already exchanged over a few hundred moves in just a short moment. Ji Zixi took an aggressive approach as she basked in the Phoenix sacred flame. She grasped the fire Dao and also possessed the pinnacle 6th grade flame intent. Since her martial intent was empowered by Saint Dao, her martial intent dyed the sky in golden flames. When her phoenix wings flapped, the surrounding space trembled, indicating that she had also grasped the Gale Dao. As wind and fire combined, they formed into 10-odd flaming tornadoes that devoured He Xuanjing. He Xuanjing seemed to be struggling. Under the empowerment of the two Saint Daos, in addition to a bloodline secret technique like the sacred phoenix wings, he looked to be in a disadvantageous position. On the other hand, Ji Zixi looked more radiant as her robe revealed her legs and perfect figure. When the flames ignited, her face looked a little tender, as if she was glowing brightly, and no one could shift their eyes away from her. When she frowned with her tender face, she looked furious, but she gave everyone a feeling that she was adorable. It was hard for anyone not to take a fancy for someone like her. Ji Zixi is truly worthy of her reputation as one of the 3 beauties in the Kunlun realm. Her beauty is really charming, Lin Yun praised. He heard from Yu Weiwei that the 3 beauties of the Kunlun realm were dream lovers of all men, and Ji Zixi was one of them. But who knew that Xianxia and Bai Shuang would look at him weirdly after hearing what he had said? Bai Shuang, in particular, said with disdain, "Yi Qingtian, do you really think that you're a holy maiden killer?" Xianxia smiled. "I think he enjoys the title a lot." Lin Yun coughed, then changed the topic. "But she lacks fighting experience. She's been toyed around by He Xuanjing right from the beginning." "What do you mean by that?" Lin Yun's words piqued Bai Shuang's interest. Lin Yun replied, "He Xuanjing is smart. Right from the beginning, he gave Ji Zixi the illusion that if she exerted a little more force, she would be able to inflict heavy injuries on him. But He Xuanjing was dodging her attacks each time, building up Ji Zixi's anger. So when Ji Zixi attacked again, he dodged again." Bai Shuang and Xianxia immediately understood what Lin Yun meant. Lin Yun was saying that He Xuanjing showed a weakness to Ji Zixi, deliberately to exhaust the latter's trump cards. But it didn't look like it when they observed the fight. This was because He Xuanjing's face was pale, and he had already thrown out blood multiple times. If this was all an act, the price was a little too high. But Lin Yun merely smiled. This was the advantage of geniuses from the lesser realms. They had ample experience in fighting, which wasn't something the holy sons and holy maidens of the Kunlun realm could compete with. Each champion crawled their way out from a mountain of corpses before reaching the end of the heavenly path. Compared to the heavenly paths, the Blue Dragon record is nothing. Throwing out blood is nothing. In order to win, he can even throw out fragments of his internal organs. Lin Yun smiled. As soon as he said that, He Xuanjing threw out another mouthful of blood with fragments of his internal organs in it. looking like a broken kite that would fall the next moment. This shocked Bai Shuang and Xianxia, who then turned to look at Lin Yun. Even Lin Yun was surprised as he muttered, "I'm just talking about it casually. Does he really have to be so harsh on himself?" Even Lin Yun wasn't sure if He Xianjing was acting now because it looked too real. He Xianjing looked to be severely injured by Ji Zishi with his Saint Dao and Saint Aura shattered. Seeing this, Ji Zishi heaved a sigh of relief because He Xianjing was really a tough opponent. She had already exerted all her means, but He Xianjing managed to avoid her attacks for so long. Is this the best the champion of a heavenly path has to offer? Ji Zishi dashed forth, wanting to inflict the final blow. Her palm was fast, but Ji Zishi had doubt on her face just when her palm was about to come in contact with He Xuanjing's chest. When she injected her Saint Aura into his body, it felt as though her Saint Aura had gone into the sea, and there wasn't any response. When she raised her head, she saw a smile on He Xuanjing's face, and he didn't look to be heavily injured at all. This immediately made Ji Zishi's face change as she knew that she had fallen for He Xuanjing's trap, but it was already too late. The Saint Aura she injected into He Xuanjing's body was bounced back to her. In the next second, fine cracks appeared on Ji Zishi's right hand, and her entire arm was incapacitated. She couldn't even raise her arm, but that wasn't the end. He Xianjing pointed with his finger. His finger was followed by the cry of a crane and the golden flames in the sky shattered. A hole then appeared on Ji Zishi's chest. Ji Zishi threw out a mouthful of blood as she raised her head to see He Xuanjing's cold expression. He Xianjing looked like a fiend god with countless ghosts wailing around him. This immediately frightened her with despair rising up, but she was unwilling to give up. She clearly had a lot of means that she hadn't used, but she lost because she wasn't cautious. He Xianjing didn't give her the opportunity to catch her breath as he divided himself into two, forcibly tearing apart Ji Zishi's sacred phoenix wings. Blood splashed from the sky, and He Xianjing pushed his palm down from the sky. Ji Zishi had already fainted from the pain, so this scene left the geniuses from various holy lands shocked. He Xianjing, stop! They immediately became furious because He Xianjing was too ruthless. He had already inflicted heavy injuries on Ji Zishi, but he still wanted to make a move when Ji Zishi couldn't fight back. This made them feel heartache as they soared to the sky, wanting to stop He Xianjing. Coming at me together? You guys should have done that a long time ago. He Xianjing sneered as a crimson blade appeared in his hand. The blade looked like a terrifying demon, covered with patterns and a terrifying ominous aura spreading out. Everyone outside the Dragon Mountains was shocked, and they finally realized that He Xianjing had been hiding his strength. Blood-staining sky! He Xianjing roared as he dashed forth, unafraid of the siege. As thunder rumbled, He Xuanjing's hair fluttered as he swung his blade, and no one could block more than 3 blades from him. It didn't take long for everyone who dashed forth to take an attack from him and become covered in blood as they wailed on the ground in pain. This was too terrifying because his blade was his true trump card. But Lin Yun noticed that He Xianjing held back in his attacks. This was only the Blue Dragon record, and He Xianjing didn't start a massacre. Otherwise, the ground would be covered in blood with mutilated corpses. He only spared their lives, but the injuries everyone suffered would render them bedridden for at least half a year. Bai Shuang and Xianxia flew out beside Lin Yun to catch onto Ji Zishi. Her injuries are serious. Bai Shuang frowned. Ji Zishi's face was trembling despite the fact that she had fainted from the pain with blood gushing out from her chest. The wings behind her were broken, and the blood dyed her skin red. I can't transmit my Saint Aura into her, Xianxia exclaimed in shock. The blade intent within Ji Zishi's body was too terrifying, devouring all the Saint Aura she tried to pour into the latter's body. As a result, Xianxia couldn't treat Ji Zishi's injuries at all. This immediately made Xianxia and Bai Shuang panic because Ji Zishi might acquire hidden injuries if she didn't have her injuries treated anytime soon. Scumbag! Save her! Lil Purple urged from the Iris secret realm. Why don't I give it a try? Lin Yun stepped forth. While Lin Yun wanted to use the Blue Dragon bone to treat Ji Zishi, There were no longer that many people left standing on the dragon's head, since Xianxia had defeated the majority by chopping them down like vegetables, scaring almost everyone who remained to leave the dragon's head. Suddenly, there was an unprecedented hindrance when Xianxia swung his sword down. His sword had clearly landed on his opponent's body, but his opponent's body gave Xianxia a feeling that it was even tougher than a two-spirit glory saint artifact. When Xianxia raised his head, he saw a youth with messy hair standing before him. This youth was naturally the heavenly Tao Sex Dao Yang Holy Sun. I forgot that there's another person in the twin stars of the Eastern Desolation. Xianxia smiled after a brief stun. Is it that strange? Dao Yang Holy Sun made his move and threw his punch forth. His punch was like a bright sun that exploded before Xianxia, sending the latter flying away and crashing against a dragon's horn. When the golden radiance dissipated, the Dao Yang Holy Sun slowly approached Xianxia with a darkened expression. His face was ugly, and those who knew him well would be shocked. This was because it was rare for the Dao Yang Holy Sun to be angry, since he always looked cynical. But this time, the Dao Yang Holy Sun was genuinely furious. Senior brother has made a move. While Lin Yun was treating Ji Zixie's injuries with his blue dragon aura, he watched as the Dao Yang Holy Sun clashed with Xianxia. The Dao Yang Holy Sun was strong because he also practiced a bizarre cultivation technique, the Heavenly Devour Sacred Canon. Aside from possessing the Great Sun Saint physique, he had devoured 10-odd Glory Saint artifacts before reaching the Quasi-Saint realm. Before Lin Yun had grasped the Azure Dragon Divine physique, even his physique couldn't be compared to the Dao Yang Holy Sun. Then again, the Dao Yang Holy Sun must have gotten stronger now after reaching the indigo origin phase of the Quasi-Saint realm. Lin Yun wanted to see if the Dao Yang Holy Sun's Great Sun Saint physique and Heavenly Devour Sacred Canon could compete with his Azure Dragon Divine physique. Don't be distracted, Bai Shuang said. Lin Yun smiled. It's fine. I have already resolved the blade intent within her body. What? Bai Shuang and Xianxia were surprised. They knew how powerful Xuanjing's blade intent was, not to mention that it was further empowered with Saint Dao. The blade intent left in Ji Zixie's body was equivalent to a bottomless abyss, and they couldn't get rid of it no matter how much Saint aura they transmitted into Ji Zixie. How did you manage to do it? Bai Shuang asked. That's a secret. Lin Yun didn't talk much because he didn't want them to worry. Blade intent that reached the 6th grade was troublesome to deal with, just like sword intent. If one wanted to get rid of it, it would be best for a saint to personally make a move, since even a quasi-saint at the heavenly origin phase wouldn't have a better solution for it. That was the same for Lin Yun, but he had another method, which was to absorb the blade intent into his body before fusing it with his astral sword intent. The process was dangerous, but Lin Yun could withstand it with his Azure Dragon Divine physique. Her complexion has become much better, Xianxia said, looking at Ji Zixie's face. Ji Zixie's face had become rosy, and the wound on her chest was slowly healing up. Ji Zixie suddenly coughed as she struggled to open her eyes. You're awake, Lin Yun smiled. But when Ji Zixie saw Lin Yun's face, she became unhappy and gave Lin Yun a punch. Lin Yun was still transmitting his blue dragon aura into her body, so he couldn't avoid this punch. The punch was painful, making Lin Yun take a cold breath. Bai Shuang and Xianxia quickly helped explain Lin Yun's actions. Realizing that she made a mistake, Ji Zixie embarrassedly said, I'm sorry. You thought that I'm a holy maiden killer and was trying to take advantage of you? It's fine. It looks like the little princess already knows how to protect herself at a young age. Lin Yun smiled. Ji Zixie frowned because she didn't like someone calling her a little princess. Lin Yun ignored her and took a deep breath before he stopped treating her injuries. He said, all done now. There won't be any hidden injuries left behind. What about the injuries on her back? Bai Shuang asked. There were 2 terrifying wounds on Ji Zixie's back, left behind when Xianxia ripped the wings off of her. There's nothing I can do to help. There's a powerful saint seal there, and my saint aura can't get close, Lin Yun said. He nearly had a slip of his tongue, but it was lucky that he responded in time. He's right. Big Sister Shuang, I'll be fine after a short rest, Ji Zixie said. Now that her injuries settled down, everyone's gazes fell on Xianxia and the Daoyang Holy Sun. The fight was intense, and the two were evenly matched. The two had already summoned their constellations without any reservations in the fight. The sky was covered with an indigo saint aura with various phenomena clashing together. The Daoyang Holy Sun was like a bright sun, enveloping the dragon's head in a high temperature that required saint aura to withstand. Everyone outside the Dragon Mountains came to their senses and realized that the Daoyang Holy Sun wasn't any weaker than the champion of a heavenly path. They were greatly surprised by this tattered-looking youth. Xianxia also felt great pressure coming from the Daoyang Holy Sun, and he wasn't acting this time. His blade intent was practically invincible after being empowered with Saint Dao. He could even shatter saint artifacts with his attacks, but his attacks didn't leave any marks on the Daoyang Holy Sun's body, whose physique was tougher than a glory saint artifact. This made him feel uncomfortable because he couldn't inflict any injuries on the Daoyang Holy Sun, no matter how strong his attacks were. Even if he used his secret techniques, they were easily resolved by the radiance given off by the sun. On the contrary, the Daoyang Holy Sun's attacks covered him in blood. His great sun aura has gotten stronger. Lin Yun fought with the Daoyang Holy Sun before, and he knew about the latter's strength. The latter might seem to possess an invincible physique, but that was because of the great sun aura within his body. The aura possessed a powerful yang energy that was so domineering that it could reflect many attacks. But Lin Yun didn't understand much about it and only felt that it was filled with mystery. The Daoyang Holy Sun didn't require any weapons to fight against Xianxia, because his body was the strongest saint artifact. I guess it's my turn now? After the Daoyang Holy Sun sent Xianxia flying away, he raised his brow and dashed forth. The stalemate was immediately shattered. The Daoyang Holy Sun would leave a hole in midair whenever he threw his punch. Each punch was enveloped in blazing flames that were like a dazzling sun. The Daoyang Holy Sun held the advantage in the battle while Xianxia was forced to retreat. But this scene made everyone from the Heavenly Dao sect nervous because Xianxia was too cunning, and it was hard for them to differentiate if this was real or an act. So they couldn't tell if the Daoyang Holy Sun really held the advantage in the fight. "That fellow is doing it again," Xianxia said furiously. She fell for it before and was under the impression that Xianxia was fighting with his best. As a result, she didn't resort to her trump cards, allowing Xianxia to inflict heavy injuries on her with one strike. "Don't worry about it. He's really in trouble this time," Lin Yun said. Xianxia looked at Lin Yun with surprise because he sounded a little too confident, which seemed arrogant. The champions of the heavenly paths are really strong. Even if you've defeated Mu Qianjue, you can't underestimate the other champions, Xianxia said. Considering that Lin Yun saved her earlier, she didn't directly rebuke his words. Lin Yun smiled because he was the champion of the 9th heavenly path, so he understood better than anyone else how powerful the other champions were. He smiled, "Carry on watching." Right then, something unexpected occurred. A terrifying aura swept out from Xianxia. This caught the Daoyang Holy Sun by surprise and was sent flying away by Xianxia's blade aura. An unprecedented blade aura formed into a bizarre flower behind Xianxia. This flower had 9 petals, enveloped in countless Saint Daos with a crimson radiance shining from the flower bud. Sovereign Dao! Everyone outside the Dragon Mountains was shocked with disbelief. Many people were wondering if anyone would grasp the Sovereign Dao, but most people didn't believe it since it was too shocking. There weren't many who could grasp the Sovereign Dao in the past 3,000 years. Each of them was a peerless expert, and they were only second to the 9 emperors. As for those who grasped it at the quasi-saint realm, there were simply none. But one had appeared before their eyes, and this left everyone shocked. Those from the Heavenly Dao sect even felt despair when they saw this scene. Would what happened to Xianxia be repeated with the Daoyang Holy Sun? Everyone trembled when they recalled Xianxia's encounter. Blade intent was the same as sword intent, and it was also one of the 36 sovereign Daos, so many saints couldn't grasp it in their lifetime. But Xianxia had grasped a sovereign Dao while being at the quasi-saint realm. Xianxia was a decisive person and his blade fell onto the Daoyang Holy Sun. This time, cracks appeared on the Dao Yang Holy Sun's body, and the golden radiance coming from his physique became dim. The high temperature on the dragon's head weakened, and the aura released by the Dao Yang Holy Sun crumbled with one blade. But Xianxia's blade was soon stuck on Dao Yang Holy Sun's shoulder bone, and he couldn't pull his blade out when he tried. He praised, "It's impossible for you to withstand my blade with the great Sun Saint physique alone. You must have had other encounters. But it doesn't matter before absolute strength." Xianxia was exhausted and didn't want to waste any words with the Dao Yang Holy Sun. He only wanted to end this battle quickly so that he could rest. This battle was too exhausting for him, and his face suddenly changed when he was shocked to discover that he couldn't draw the blade no matter how he tried. He squinted and was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. His blade wasn't stuck on the bones, but there was a powerful force coming from the Dao Yang Holy Sun that stuck onto the blade. Not only the blade but the saint aura in the blade, as well as the saint Dao being devoured at a swift speed. This shocked Xianxia, and he quickly loosened his grip. He wanted to let go of the blade and flee, but it was already too late. "You're too late." The Dao Yang Holy Sun smiled. He finally managed to trick Xianxia into revealing his trump card. So why would he let the latter go so easily? Heavenly Devour Sacred Cannon. Dao Yang Holy Sun formed a seal with a powerful devouring force coming from within his body, and a powerful aura exploded. This time, the aura he gave off belonged to Devour Dao, one of the 36 sovereign Daos, and the flower behind Xianxia began to wither. When the Dao Yang Holy Sun threw a punch, he poured his devouring energy into this punch, smashing apart half of Xianxia's body and sending him flying away. The Dao Yang Holy Sun removed the crimson blade. This glory saint artifact had already lost its luster, so he easily snapped the blade apart by slightly exerting some force. "My blade!" Xianxia screamed when he saw this scene. To a bladesman, there was nothing more humiliating and painful than to have his blade snapped in public. The Dao Yang Holy Sun said, "You can jump down yourself. After injuring so many people of my eastern desolation, don't even think about leaving your name on the Blue Dragon record."